In the Warring States period. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the rebellious abstract task system. Lu Cheng shivered, staring blankly at the delicate and pretty face reflected in the water. The ripples spread outward, disturbed by the skipping stones, while the system's voice echoed in her mind, jarring and persistent. He couldn't believe it, so he touched his face. It was smooth and delicate. His long jet black hair cascaded down to his waist. The petite figure had fair skin and was draped in a wide black waist-cinched robe, looking both aloof and endearing. Did I time travel and become Uchiha Madara? Lu Cheng plopped down on the ground, and when he turned around he saw a dull-looking boy with a bowl haircut giving him a thumbs up. His teeth, gleaming white, shone brilliantly under the sun like a warm sun in the cold October winter. Undoubtedly the boy standing in the shade was Senju Hashirama. So I've traveled to the Naruto world, Lu Cheng, or rather Uchiha Madara, murmured to himself, suddenly realizing something was extremely wrong. Why did it feel like something was missing? What could it be? Uchiha Madara was silent for a moment, then with a trembling hand reached under his robe to confirm something. Oh. A sharp, girlish scream came from the stream. Hey Madara, why are you grabbing your crotch? Hashirama asked, scratching his head in confusion. Looking at the utterly dejected Uchiha Madara, Hashirama suddenly had a realization and pointed at her, saying, I know. You're still upset about losing to me last time and want a rematch, right? Compare what? Uchiha Madara asked, on the verge of tears. An ordinary 18-year-old man, without being hit by a truck or dying of overwork, had simply fallen asleep and inexplicably transmigrated into the cruel world of Naruto, and as a girl. Although he liked reading Naruto, it didn't mean he wanted to be transmigrated into it. Ding's system issuing a task. A voice suddenly sounded in his ear, and Uchiha Madara instinctively froze. System. Ding, please compete with Senju Hashirama to see who can urinate farther. Mission reward: Yang Chakra mastery of all 5 nature transformations. Mission failure punishment: the damned Uchiha brat will be properly tormented. System. Miss Madara was initially overjoyed, then suddenly reacted. System, would you care to look at what kind of mission you've issued? You want me to compete with Hashirama now? To see who can pee farther. System, I curse your ancestors. Uchiha Madara's face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth in anger, but her cute appearance lacked any real intimidation. Madara, if you don't want to compete, that's fine. I know last time really dealt a blow to your confidence. Hashirama covered his mouth and snickered, speaking with a somewhat mocking tone. Fine, I'll do it. Who's afraid of who? Uchiha Madara steeled herself. It's just a contest of who can pee farther, she thought, recalling the legends of heroes who could pee 3,000 feet high. By a steep cliff and a gurgling clear stream, Madara fumbled nervously with her sash. A parabolic arc of water struck the surface, creating ripples. Hashirama looked at his friend strangely. Madara, why aren't you peeing? I. The pretty Miss Madara's face turned bright red, so shy she looked like she might cry. I'll pee. Ding, mission complete. Rewards issued. I'm so embarrassed. My dark life is over. Uchiha Madara covered her face, feeling infinite shame. A trickling stream of water ran down her leg and dripped into the stream. Hashirama looked a bit surprised. Madara, where did yours go? Oh, so I was supposed to have one. Uchiha Madara's mind went completely blank, her CPU fried. Before the host transmigrated, Uchiha Madara had always existed as a male in this world, the system explained. Then why did he become a woman? Madara screamed in her heart. Ding, I don't know. Then why did you answer? Uchiha Madara forced herself to calm down, and at the same time the system's reward was distributed. Countless basic ninjutsu examples were integrated into Uchiha Madara's muscle memory, as if she had performed them countless times before and she could use them with ease. Returning to reality, she noticed Hashirama staring at her intently. Madara felt extremely awkward. What are you looking at? You think you're so great, huh? The black-haired girl snapped in a cute, angry voice. Sorry. The oblivious Hashirama finally realized his mistake and quickly apologized. But Madara, your eyes. Reminded by Hashirama, Uchiha Madara looked towards the river. In the reflection, the petite black-haired girl, disheveled, had a pair of scarlet blood-red eyes with a single tomo spinning within them, the Sharingan. It possesses powerful abilities such as observation, copying, and hypnosis. The wielder has extraordinary insight, can observe chakra flow cast, and see through Jinjutsu, and copy Taijutsu and non-Kekkei Jinkai ninjutsu. It is the unique Kekkei Jinkai of the Uchiha clan, and the fact that she had awakened the Sharingan because of this was a rare occurrence in the history of the Uchiha. However, it also showed how strong Madara's talent was. Better than some loser who only awakened a single tomo. Miss Madara's brain worked quickly, using her full 250 IQ, and finally came to a conclusion. Hashirama, you know our Uchiha clan's eye techniques are very powerful. The truth is I've been deceiving you all this time. You've been under my Jinjutsu believing I was a man. Madara explained, sweating profusely. I see. Hashirama said, rubbing the back of his head, looking like he understood. But why did you pretend to be a boy? Oh well. Madara was at a loss for words. I see. Madara was afraid I'd discriminate against you because you're a woman. Hashirama said, his eyes lighting up with understanding. Don't worry, I would never think that way. We are friends. Hashirama patted his chest as a guarantee. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment, then nodded hurriedly in agreement. Yes, that's right, she said. Just as we dreamed, Hashirama said, and threw a stone. The stone caused ripples on the water, and the surface glittered. Hashirama spoke solemnly. We will create a peaceful era without conflict where every child can go to school, where every citizen is free from war, where every wife doesn't have to wait for their husband. A new era. We'll build a village then, and you'll be the leader, and you will lead everyone. Hashirama's eyes amber and sincere shone like a candle flame. The wind blew through the treetops, time seemed to freeze, and a single leaf slowly drifted down. Then, let's call the village Konoha Tree Leaf. Hashirama's face broke into a pure smile, and he gave a big thumbs up. Konoha it is. At the Senju compound. Hashirama, I heard you've been getting close to an Uchiha lately. During a family meeting, Butsuma Senju dressed in casual clothes sat on the tatami, shifting his gaze to Hashirama Senju. Yes, father. Hashirama did not deny it. White-haired Tobarama Senju glanced at his brother. He had noticed for days that his brother was absent-minded, often zoning out during meals. So he was bewitched by the wicked Uchiha. That's why the Uchiha are the worst. Hashirama, as members of the Senju clan, we have been enemies with the Uchiha for generations. Butsuma looked at his son's side helplessly. This child was good in every way but too soft-hearted. So I hope you will put the clan's interests first. This pointless friendship should end. Father, can't we put aside our differences and cooperate with the Uchiha? Hashirama said unwillingly, placing his hands on his knees. Hashirama, you are too naive. Butsuma threw a list of the dead from his robe, and on it was the name of his younger brother Itama Senju. Itama is dead. After a long silence, Hashirama released his hands. War is cruel like this. Either the enemy kills us, or we kill the enemy. Building an era without war is never easy. It requires an extremely difficult process. Next time you meet him, kill him yourself. Butsuma stood up and left the room, followed by the sound of the sliding door closing. Tobarama sighed at his eldest brother's composure. Last time when Kawarama died, his brother was beaten for talking back. He hoped Hashirama would learn his lesson. Meanwhile, Madara, following his memory, walked alone through the forest toward the Uchiha compound. Suddenly a sound came from afar, and a kunai flew straight at Madara's face. But in the eyes of Madara, who had activated his Sharingan, the kunai seemed to move at half speed. Almost by muscle memory, the petite girl bent backward to dodge the kunai, formed hand signs, and spat out a palm-sized fireball. Fire-style great fireball technique. It's an Uchiha brat, capture her. Several ninjas emerged from the hidden bushes, and the fireball exploded behind them, scorching the ground. A brat her age doesn't have much chakra. Try to capture her alive, wait until she exhausts. Ding, system mission issued. Kill the 4 rogue ninjas attacking the host. Mission reward: Uchiha War, Fan Chunin level chakra. Mission penalty: the wicked Uchiha brat should be properly tormented. Kill them. Got it. Madara's eyes turned cold, the crimson tomo in his pupils spinning, and his hands formed hand signs rapidly. Earth-style earth flow wall. The dog-headed earth wall blocked the ninja's view, and the next moment the black-haired girl appeared behind one of them. Be careful, Murata. Wind-style great breakthrough. The girl's pink lips parted. The raging wind blew away the supporting ninja, and Madara used taijutsu to take down the ninja named Murata. After a moment of hesitation, she still swung her blade. The scream stopped and hot blood splattered on Madara's small face, making her look like a demon. Kill her. Don't hold back. The leading ninja sweated. He had only wanted to pick off an easy target and collect a bounty, but he had kicked an iron plate. Jinjutsu Narikomi, no jutsu. A rogue ninja used Jinjutsu, hitting Madara's eyes. The girl shuddered as if frozen in place. Great, go die. The ninja rejoiced, raising his katana and slashing at Madara. Just as the dangerous blade tip was about to touch Madara's head, the ninja sensed something wrong. Not good, it's a substitution technique. The motionless Madara turned into a log while the real Madara had already jumped onto the branch above him. With rapid hand signs, a massive fireball engulfed the ninja, burning him to a cinder. Knowing I'm an Uchiha, you still use Jinjutsu on me. Madara, carrying a katana nearly 2/3 her size, stabbed it into the chest of a nearby ninja. Only the leading ninja remained, and she widened her crimson eyes. Several kunai were thrown at Madara, but she dodged them easily. Water-style water wave. The leading ninja spat out a water wave, the immense pressure washing over the tree roots, cutting the tree in half, and it crashed heavily onto the path between them. Using the cover, he quickly retreated. The Uchiha behind him seemed to shrink, and the leading ninja felt a flash of joy. But within a breath his head was cut off, blood spurting like a fountain. In front of the Sharingan, there is no escape. Perhaps influenced by the original body, Madara said this in a Chinibu manner. In Madara's eyes, the leading ninja's jutsu and escape were just him standing still foolishly. Because from the moment the leading ninja met Madara's eyes, he had fallen into the Sharingan's 1,000-layer trap. Ding, congratulations on completing the mission. Reward distributed. The information panel appeared before Madara, and a long-handled war fan appeared in her right hand with a chained sickle attached to its end. A weapon made from the branches of the divine tree. The fan can absorb chakra and convert it into wind nature. This item was carried by the later Madara, most famously used for Uchiha milkshake. Madara gripped the Uchiha war fan with both hands. It was as heavy as iron. Gathering chakra, she swung it forcefully, producing a gale comparable to Temari's fan, which snapped several large trees. The effect is good, but the drawback is heavy chakra consumption. How am I supposed to carry this big thing back? Madara looked at the fan and sickle, which were as tall as herself, and weighed them in her hand. Perhaps because she had become a girl, she seemed a bit shorter. Ding Host can store system reward items back into the system space by chanting, "Withdraw mentally." Madara tried it, and sure enough the fan disappeared. After traveling a while, Madara returned to the clan compound. "Little girl, are you alright?" Several patrolling Uchiha saw her covered in blood and approached with concern. Although the Uchiha are cruel to enemies, they are friendly and even partial to their own clan members unless they are maniacs who have awakened the Mangekyo. For example, the one who lost his love Obito, the one who doted on his brother Itachi, and the one obsessed with Tsukumi Madara. Among those who awakened the Mangekyo, only Shursui was relatively normal. "Thank you for your concern, but this is all enemy blood. I'm fine. I see war is truly cruel," a sloppy-bearded Uchiha uncle sighed. "Even such a small child has to go to war." Seeing Madara's figure fading away, an Uchiha said, "That little girl, doesn't she look a bit like the clan leader?" "Haha, maybe she's the clan leader's illegitimate daughter." The uncle wiped his nose and continued patrolling. Uchiha Ban ventured deep into the clan's territory, arriving at his residence. A delicate young boy was kneeling on the tatami mat, his gaze restless and uneasy. Seated opposite him was a man clad in a dark gray robe, the emblem on his back, and his slightly aged countenance unmistakably revealing his identity. The young boy was Uchiha Ban's younger brother, Uchiha Chuanai. The man was his father, Uchiha Tiandao. "Ban, you're back." Tiandao swept his eyes over Ban, who was drenched in blood. Sensing something amiss, he glanced again. How could it be that his hands seemed smaller, his skin fairer, and his face softer? Moreover, he had let down their family's iconic hairstyle. "Go take a bath and change into some clean clothes." Uchiha Tiandao shook his head, attributing it to his advancing age. "Brother, you're finally back." Chuanai, seeing his brother return, broke into a smile and stepped forward to embrace him. It must be said that the Uchiha clan was indeed a brother lover through and through. Uchiha Ban ruffled Chuanai's little head, then turned to take a shower. The snug long robe slipped off, and the warm water enveloped Ban's delicate body like 1,000 hands. She gazed at her own form, and a flush crept across her seasoned face. After 18 years of solitude, this was the first time she had laid eyes on a girl's body, and it was her own. The fine streams of water caressed her pale skin, and Ban couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Realizing her indiscretion, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her face burning crimson. Damn it, why was this body so sensitive? After dawdling for a while, Uchiha Ban changed into casual clothes and tied up her damp, dripping hair. Her naturally fluffy hair burst out again as if the hairstyle was utterly unchangeable. One might think it had been fixed with hairspray. Uchiha Tiandao saw Ban emerge, his pupils constricting sharply, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Ban, you've awakened your eyes. Truly a genius of the Uchiha clan. And why is your face so red?" Awakening his eyes at the age of 11 made Ban a rare prodigy in the Uchiha clan's history. How could Uchiha Tiandao not be stirred? "Ahem, it's nothing," Uchiha Ban said awkwardly. After Ban sat down, Tiandao noticed the oddity in her appearance. Although his son had always been handsome, this was far too effeminate. "Ban, how have you become so much like a girl?" Chuanai blinked his big eyes, looking curiously at his brother. "Father, the truth is I am now a girl." Under the stunned gazes of Tiandao and Chuanai, Uchiha Ban produced an excuse she had long prepared. "Today I encountered a group of ninja from the Chincho clan. They attacked me, and I fled into a cave. I drank some spring water, and this is what happened." Ban promptly pinned the blame on the Chincho. The enmity between the two clans was already immense, a little more wouldn't matter. Who would have thought that Uchiha Tiandao would suddenly slam the table and stand up? The despicable Chincho clan go too far to dare attack our Uchiha's young heir. Tomorrow at dawn I shall lead the troops to punish them and show them their place. Wait. Uchiha Ban was stunned. She panicked, trying to explain. "Father, actually, enough, my mind is made up." Uchiha Tiandao declared with righteous indignation. Though he claimed it was for Ban, in truth he, or rather the entire Uchiha clan, had long harbored grievances against the Chincho. Now that they had found a pretext, they must use it to sharpen their clansmen's blades. Speaking of which, Ban, Uchiha Tiandao calmed down and asked with a grave expression, "I hear you've been spending time with a young man from the Chincho. I hope you understand your identity. Even though you've become a girl, now given your talent, I believe you can still assume the role of young heir." Uchiha Tiandao let out a sigh and spoke in a fatherly tone. "You are my child, Ban. I have high hopes for you." Ding System issuing a task. To ensure your authority and prestige within the Uchiha clan, make a name for yourself on the battlefield. Slay 10 or more ninja, and let them feel the overwhelming power of the Uchiha genius. Task Reward Sage Mode Chidori. Task Failure Penalty None. Uchiha Ban looked at the information panel that suddenly appeared, her eyes gleaming. This time the rewards were excellent. One was Sage Mode, and the other was the A-rank Ninjutsu Chidori. The main prize was of course Sage Mode. Sage Mode, by combining natural energy with one's own chakra to create Sage Chakra, it dramatically enhances the power of one's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. A truly all-encompassing buff. Naruto, Jiraiya, and Kabuto Yakushi were all practitioners of Sage Mode, with Kabuto mastering it to such an extent that he shed his serpent skin and ascended to dragonhood. System: which school's Sage Mode are you offering? Sage Mode was not singular. Each of the 3 sacred lands had its own version, each conferring different effects. Ding, replying to host. The system offers a Sage Mode similar to Hashirama's, one formed by absorbing natural energy on one's own. Is it that powerful? Ban knew well how ridiculous Hashirama's Sage Mode was, an endless supply of sage energy, combined with his own Shinsho physique, making him a perpetual motion machine, capable of building houses indefinitely, a super max plus version of Yamato. Ban, it was only when Uchiha Tiandao spoke that Ban snapped back to reality and murmured, I understand. That's the mindset befitting a young heir, my son. My daughter. Uchiha Tiandao nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave. To be honest, he was somewhat suspicious of Ban's recent closeness to the Shinsho clan. As the clan leader, he had to be responsible to the entire clan and steer Ban onto the path of leading the Uchiha. But if Ban truly betrayed the clan, he would have no choice but to sacrifice family for the greater good. In Tiandao's eyes, the continuation of the Uchiha clan was paramount. One-sama, Uchiha Ban had just exhaled a breath when she heard an incredibly saccharine big sister. Uchiha Chuanai blinked, his eyes brimming with excitement. To think that in the blink of an eye his brother had become his sister. Did this mean he now had both a brother and a sister? Regardless, in Chuanai's eyes, Ban would always be his most beloved elder sibling. Sister, come practice ninjutsu with me. Uchiha Chuanai said enthusiastically. All right. Uchiha Ban nodded, curious to gauge her own strength. A few minutes later, Chuanai lay on the ground utterly defeated, while a certain black-haired hedgehog girl stood nonchalantly in place. Sister is so strong, Chuanai said with a look of utter resignation. This victory was too easy. She hadn't even exerted herself, yet Chuanai was already beaten. And Chuanai was a genius among the Uchiha. Ding, host may open the system panel to view attributes. Open. Host: Uchiha Ban. Gender: female. Age: 11. Chakra: natures wind, fire, earth, water, lightning, yang yin. Identity: Indra's reincarnation. Kekkei Genkai Sharingan. Ninjutsu: substitution, jutsu, great fireball, jutsu, fire phoenix, jutsu, earth flow wall jutsu. Ninja tool: Uchiha War Fan. Overall rating: special jonin. Now Madara's strength can be considered elite level within the Uchiha clan. Above, that is her father Uchiha Taijima and Senju Butsuma, who are at the elite jonin level. Closing the system panel, Uchiha Madara crouched down, reached out her finger, and tapped Azuna on the forehead. My foolish Otudo, if you feel weak, then train desperately until the day you can surpass me. Hearing Madara's encouraging words, Uchiha Azuna regained his confidence and nodded seriously. I will definitely work hard, Nasan. With that, Uchiha Azuna picked up his shuriken and went to practice. Uchiha Madara sat on the tatami pondering her next moves. The current timeline is the Warring States period, the era after the Sage of Six Paths established the ninja sect. The 5 great nations were in constant conflict, and ordinary ninja rarely lived past 30. Truly the darkest and most turbulent time. It was not until the emergence of Madara and Hashirama, who together founded Konohagakure, that the chaos was finally curbed. And she had transmigrated into Uchiha Madara. Now Madara was 11 years old. In a few years, when she became the clan head, Azuna would be killed by Tobirama, but with her around that would never happen. Madara sighed, only to see a crowd of Uchiha sisters and aunties burst in. It turned out that Azuna had let it slip during his daily boasting about his sister, and the Uchiha clanspeople were all very curious about the change in their young clan head. Is that Madara? She's become so cute. The clan head's child is so beautiful, I want. A few hours later, Uchiha Madara, disheveled and exhausted, extricated herself from the crowd and escaped using the substitution technique. By now she had been dressed in a gorgeous kimono, her long black hair fluffed up, and her handsome fair features made her look less like a battlefield ninja and more like a princess of the land of fire. Her soft feet stepped on Geta sandals. Just as Madara found a secluded spot and sat down, a distant crow suddenly made her alert. Clang! A high-speed kunai guided by her crimson pupils precisely struck the note tied to the crow's leg. The startled crow let out a hoarse cry, flapped its black wings, and flew into the silent treetops. Uchiha Madara walked over to retrieve the note. On it was a line of text. Madara, father is preparing to attack the Uchiha clan. Please protect yourself. Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara frowned. It seemed the clan heads of both Senju and Uchiha were of the same mind. And that idiot Hashirama. If he got caught, he would definitely be branded a traitor. Thinking of that goofy face, Madara felt inexplicably conflicted. Perhaps because she had become a girl, she felt her thoughts had grown more sensitive. Did she really need that idiot to remind her to protect herself? Regardless, it was because she was too weak that she ended up in this situation. In the future world, various challenges awaited her. Black Zetsu, the Otsutsuki clan, and many other formidable foes. The most important thing now was to strengthen her power. She possessed all 7 chakra natures, so she could use all ninjutsu except Yin-Yang release. The only difference was whether she had learned them or not. Madara's own chakra was extremely abundant, otherwise she couldn't have fought Hashirama to a standstill at the Valley of the End for 300 rounds lasting an entire day and night. After testing, she found that her current chakra reserves allowed her to use Great Fire Annihilation 3 times in a row each with a range of 10 meters. When Madara looked up again, the sky had darkened. Lights flickered in the Uchiha compound like scattered stars. Izuna couldn't sleep alone, so he came to sleep with Madara. One-san, if that Senju you know and I both fell into a river, who would you save? One-san, who do you like more, me or that Senju? Izuna kept asking, his voice growing softer. Madara turned her head, patted Izuna's head, and said with a smile, go to sleep. As the saying goes, the bond between Uchiha siblings is the strongest. Because of the deaths of his other brothers, the original Madara had doted on Izuna almost to the point of spoiling him. So whether out of personal affection or to repay the original Madara, she would never let Izuna die. When Uchiha Madara groggily opened her eyes again, dawn had broken. Young clan head, the clan head requests that you proceed to the council chamber after washing up. Uchiha said. Understood. Madara changed into her ninja outfit, tied up her long hair, and looked strikingly heroic. The deep crimson inner armor flowed like molten magma, also resembling a blooming red rose. When Uchiha Madara arrived at the council chamber, several Uchiha elders and Taijima had been waiting for a while. Madara, sit down. Uchiha Taijima glanced at her. The meeting soon began discussions. Regarding the attack on the Senju clan, the clan was divided into radical and conservative factions. The radicals agreed to launch a war against the Senju, while the conservatives thought the radicals were too conservative and suggested simply burning down the Senju main house. Their ideas aligned perfectly, and the Uchiha quickly formulated a battle plan. Madara, for this operation you will serve as the captain of the 3rd squad, leading your team to strike the enemy's southeast direction. After Uchiha Taijima had said a lot, he finally came to the assignment of his own child's position. Although he was the clan head during the Warring States period, to secure his position, the clan head's children were no different from ordinary children. They all had to go to the battlefield. I hope you won't disappoint me, Madara. Wait. Uchiha Madara, who had been silent until now, finally spoke her first words. Any objections? Uchiha Taijima frowned. As for the raid on the enemy, I alone am enough. The others will only hold me back. The black-haired, long-haired girl sat still, her gaze calm. At these words, the Uchiha elders were all somewhat surprised. Madara, you are indeed a genius of our Uchiha clan, but saying you can do it alone, isn't that too arrogant? Said an Uchiha elder named Yuelyang. Just watch and see. Uchiha Madara stood up. No way. She didn't want her secrets to be seen, and besides, she had to go find Hashirama. Good as expected of the young clan head, full of youthful spirit. An Uchiha elder aligned with Uchiha Taijima clapped and laughed, flattering the young clan head. If Madara became clan head in the future, he could directly side with her. After the meeting ended, Madara saw Izuna standing outside. Nasen, I'm going to the battlefield. I came to say goodbye. Izuna waved his hand. He was the shortest in the squad after all, being only 8 years old. Madara nodded, gathered chakra in her feet and hands, and leaped into the treetops. The Uchiha had officially launched an attack on the Senju, and as luck would have it, the Senju were also rushing toward the Uchiha. This mutual confrontation would unfold at the small stream where Madara and Hashirama used to play. The Senju ninja force marched along the stream, led by the clan leader Senju Butsuma. Hashirama followed absent-mindedly, kicking stones into the water, sending ripples scattering. Yesterday he had secretly sent a letter to Madara without his father's knowledge, but Tobirama had found out. The reason? He had used Tobirama's crow. All crows were black. How could anyone tell them apart? Hashirama felt like crying. Brother, if you don't cut ties with that Uchiha, I'll tell father. The white-haired little brat said so. Fortunately, Tobirama was his own brother and didn't tell father. The Uchiha may appear radiant, but their hearts are prone to darkness and distortion. Tobirama lectured, and Hashirama let out a gloomy sigh. He hoped Madara would be careful after receiving his warning and stay safe. Regarding his best friend suddenly turning into a girl, Hashirama felt some ripples, but not much. In his eyes, Madara was still a proud, cold-faced sea urchin just now with long black hair. As Senju Hashirama walked lost in thought, sounds came from ahead. It's the Uchiha. It's the Senju. Damn you, Uchiha Taijima, pulling a sneak attack. You old fool, Butsuma, you're no better. The two clan leaders locked eyes and drew their blades, clashing in battle. Then the Senju and Uchiha clansmen joined the fray, the clash of long swords, the sounds of ninjutsu being unleashed. One moment, it was calm, the next the stream became a battlefield. Blood stained the clear water. Hashirama gripped his shuriken and repelled 2 Uchiha ninja charging at him. A Senju clapped his hands in a seal and spat a fireball from his mouth. Fire release, great fireball technique. The massive fireball roared. In the lush forest, Uchiha Madara immediately took out the Uchiha war fan. Uchiha reflection. The moment the fireball touched the fan, it triggered a counter. The fireball was absorbed and then deflected back with the aid of wind chakra. A fiery tornado rose, incinerating the nearby ninja. Madara's petite figure darted beneath the towering trees, facing over a dozen Senju ninja. This brat is the Uchiha heir. Why is she a girl? Who cares? Kill her. Ducking to avoid a kunai, Madara activated her Sharingan. Everything before her became crystal clear. She could even see the sweat on the enemy ninja's skin. 17 people. That should be enough. Uchiha Madara quickly assessed. Based on chakra levels, there were 10 Jinin, 6 Chunin, and 1 special Jonin. This was an extremely formidable lineup, an elite squad. It seemed they had been waiting for her for some time. But how did the Senju know her route? A traitor, Madara thought instantly. Her hands fluttered like wild butterflies, and raging flames began to spread. The great fire annihilation ignited a blazing inferno, but the enemy ninja countered with a water release. Under the silent sunlight, the slaughter began. With the dynamic enhancement of her Sharingan and her agile figure, Uchiha Madara appeared behind a Senju ninja like a ghost driving a sickle through his heart. It struck the face of the ninja behind her. First one. She blocked an enemy's explosive tag kunai with a rock wall and swiftly eliminated the foe. In the fierce battlefield, the black-haired girl in red armor bloomed like a rose, her sickle and shuriken reaping lives one after another. The iron fan swung lightning, mixed with wind screeching through the air, forming a long chain of lightning. Thunder Serpent, a technique Madara had developed during training yesterday, requiring wind, water, and lightning chakra coiling like a writhing snake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Mission rewards have been issued. Strange energy surged into Madara's body from heaven and earth, and several crimson runes spread across her stunning face. Sage mode activate. It was a peculiar sensation. She could perceive every blade of grass, every tree, every rustle of wind. Both her reaction speed and chakra reserves doubled. No wonder Naruto, after returning from Mount Myaboku, could fight the 6 paths of pain, who surpassed Kage level. I'll take care of all of you. Madara wiped the blood off her sickle, her pupils as crimson as blood. The screech of Chidori pierced the sky. The cold Uchiha girl gripped the special Jonin of the Senju clan by the throat. Do you want to dance too? Fear spread in the special Jonin's eyes. He had thought this was a simple mission, but her strength was terrifying. A shuriken pierced his neck and blood gushed out. The 17-man ninja squad was annihilated. Madara wiped the blood from her face and dashed toward the designated location. The Senju and Uchiha clans were locked in fierce combat, bodies littering the ground. Taijima and Butsuma were still entangled while Tobarama and Izuna dueled with swords. You old fool, die. Taijima swung his blade, hurling a shuriken at Tobarama, while Butsuma threw one at Izuna. Their plan was simple. If the enemy moved to protect his son, he would expose a weakness. Just as the shuriken were about to strike Tobarama and Izuna's faces, 2 stones knocked them away. Hashirama held a stone, and across the river stood Madara. Madara, perfect timing. Kill the Senju heir, and the old man will have to intervene. Hashirama, do you remember what I told you? Senju Hashirama clenched his fist, his ninja uniform fluttering in the fierce wind. Madara, didn't anyone tell you that a bowl-cut head looks terrible in a ninja uniform? Uchiha Madara said flatly. Edge. Senju Hashirama scratched his head. Really? No way. Super ugly. The girl drew out the word expressionlessly. Get a new hairstyle. Madara looked at the bowl-cut boy whose face practically screamed stupid and offered a kind suggestion. Anyway, let's duel. Hashirama's face was full of resolve, though inside, he was thinking about how to let Madara escape later. Ding. System mission issued. To prove your strength, defeat the future god of shinobi Senju Hashirama. Mission reward 1 Kage of chakra. Mission failure penalty 1 week of mandatory cat ear made outfit. What kind of penalty is that? Madara complained. In the blink of an eye, she threw a shuriken. Hashirama was startled and raised his long sword to block. Clang. Sparks flew from the metal clash. The two darted through the forest. Body art ultimate super fire escape illusion / great shuriken 2 section art. At the edge of the stone bridge, sinking at a 45-degree angle, Hashirama Senju clasped his hands together, kicked toward Madara, and hurled several shurikens, while forming a fire release technique. Madara, with a single tomo activated, grabbed a tree trunk to dodge the fire-imbued shurikens, then leaped and wrapped her legs around Hashirama's neck, seating herself atop his head. Holding a shuriken to his throat, she said, "You lost. Madara, how did you become so strong?" Hashirama grimaced, grabbing Madara's slender calf and flinging her away. Of course. Madara smiled smugly, landing gracefully. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task rewards have been distributed. The abundant chakra flowed into Madara's body, a warm current, soothing her meridians. Although Kakashi was often notorious for his chakra deficiency, he was at least an elite jonin, so his chakra reserve was still considerable. Just as Madara was sensing the changes within her, Hashirama suddenly shouted urgently, "Watch out." Explosion tags detonated, producing a rumbling roar. The heat wave struck her face. Madara felt something embrace her. The thrown kunai struck the attacker's neck squarely, blood splattering. Light and shadow flickered before Madara's eyes, leaving only Hashirama's resolute face drenched in sweat from pain. Their faces were almost touching, their hot breaths mingling against Madara's fair skin. A drop of sweat fell from Hashirama's brow, dampening the girl's hair. Cool yet searing. Are you all right, Madara? Hashirama forced a smile. Uchiha Madara stared blankly at Hashirama, her heart blazing like fire, and a two-tomo Sharingan flickered to life in her crimson eyes. You? Get off me. Madara's cheeks flushed scarlet as she spoke with a trembling voice. In her previous life, she had been a man. How could she feel this way? To have awakened the two-tomo Sharingan because of something like this? Absurd, disgusting. Now pinned beneath Hashirama, the adorable black-haired hedgehog-headed girl curled up like a little kitten. Sorry. Hashirama climbed off Madara. The back of his clothes was torn and burned flesh and blood charred black. Anxiety flashed in Madara's eyes as she grabbed Hashirama's shoulder. I'll take you to get treatment. Hashirama shook his head and said, no need, I'll be fine soon. Huh. Under Madara's gaze, the wounds on Hashirama's body began to heal with chakra tissue rapidly regenerating as a gentle, soothing energy mended his flesh. This is would release. Madara recognized the chakra at once. Would release was essentially Hashirama's exclusive cheat. At least during the Warring States period, this bloodline limit belonged solely to Hashirama. It was with Would Release that he captured the Nine Tails and shattered Susanoo. Later, Konoha attempted to replicate this bloodline limit using Hashirama's cells, enlisting Orochimaru's help. They succeeded, but only produced the defective product Yamato. All other experimental subjects perished. This shows how domineering Would Release is. The Senju and Uchiha had been locked in battle for hours, neither willing to yield, both sides suffering heavy losses. Has Madara not returned yet? Taijima gazed at the darkening sky. Both sides were exhausted, and Taijima, having kept his Sharingan active, felt his blood sugar drop. Old fool, you're lucky. I forgot to bring in my laundry. I'll let you off this time. Uchiha Taijima cursed as he withdrew with his clansmen. Seeing this, Butsuma decided not to pursue. They too had suffered heavy losses, and the clansmen had lost their will to fight. Tobirama Senju sheathed his long sword, scanning the surroundings with his white hedgehog hair, searching for his elder brother. A crow cawed, tilting its crimson eyes directing Tobirama. Izuna, who had been about to leave, noticed Tobirama's movements. After the Uchiha clansmen had all withdrawn, he stealthily followed. No one could have imagined that the proud young clan leaders of the Uchiha and Senju were at that very moment sitting around a campfire roasting food. Delicious. Madara, you're a master of grilled fish. Hashirama gave a thumbs up, holding a fish skewered on a tree branch. Of course. Madara turned away with a tsundere air. This pointless game is over, big brother. Tobirama's voice suddenly emerged from the shadows. Didn't I tell you not to associate too closely with the Uchiha? And especially not with the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Hashirama Senju was taken aback, not expecting Tobirama to appear here. Sister, why are you still associating with that Senju? Izuna, no longer hiding, stepped out from the darkness. The air nearly solidified. The campfire flickered, casting uncertain shadows. Tobirama glanced at Madara, surprise flickering in his eyes. A femme fatale. My brother is too naive, especially when it comes to the Uchiha. Fortunately, I'm here to prevent my brother from being seduced. Tobirama thought smugly. Can we talk things out? Hashirama, sensing the mounting tension, ventured cautiously. 3 minutes later, the four sat around the campfire in heavy silence. Cooperation. Building a village. That's nearly impossible. Tobirama dismissed the grand vision Hashirama had just painted. Leaving aside the enmity between the Senju and Uchiha, even uniting the other clans would be fraught with difficulties. The Hyuga, the Akimichi, the Nara, none of them are pushovers. What makes you think they would be willing to join you? Uchiha Madara took a bite of grilled fish, activating her Sharingan, which swirled with two Tomo, the bright moon hanging behind her. Then we annex them. Use force to make them submit. First force them into the village, then bind everyone's interests through marriage alliances. The firelight flickered as Madara said calmly, that way they won't be able to leave even if they want to. Tobirama Senju pondered for a moment, then said, the method is feasible, but with our current strength, we probably can't do it. We can wait. Madara and I are both the young clan leaders of our respective families. Barring any accidents, we'll be the next clan heads. Hashirama grinned foolishly, quickly adding, then we cooperate and build a peaceful village together. If we truly cease hostilities and cooperate, we need to establish strict rules to bind the shinobi, Tobirama said. Of course, the village's leader must be from the Senju clan. Hashirama's smile froze, for he had just promised Madara that she would be the village head after it was founded. Bastard, the leader should be from the Uchiha clan. Izuna immediately retorted, the air thick with hostility. Let's compete on merit. Democratic voting recommendation elections. Anything works. Madara said. Tobirama wanted to say more, but Hashirama pressed a hand on his head. I think it's really quite good. By the way, what's the name of the village? Kwanai asked. Konoha. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Ban's ear. Ding. System has issued a mission. Main mission within 7 years: pacify the warring states period and establish Konoha Hidden Village. Mission completion reward: Eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, Perfect Sage Body. Mission failure penalty: none. Ding. System has issued a mission. Main mission within 4 years: subdue all 9-tailed beasts. Mission completion reward: Perfect Jinchuriki form. Mission failure penalty: none. 2 consecutive and urgent notification sounds echoed in Ban's ear. She casually opened the system panel. Upon it were clearly the 2 missions just announced by the system. Among the rewards of these 2 missions, what Uchiha Ban cared about was the Eternal Mangekyo. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a dojutsu that can only be awakened by transplanting another's Mangekyo Sharingan. Its wielder does not suffer from vision loss as a side effect, and it also reduces the physical strain on the user. In the original story, Ban only awakened the Eternal Mangekyo after obtaining his younger brother's Mangekyo. It is well known that overusing the Sharingan can lead to diminished ocular power and even blindness, and even the mighty Mangekyo is no exception. Thus, every wielder of the Sharingan tries to use it as sparingly as possible. After all, not every Uchiha is like Sasuke, who can wear out his own eyes and then immediately transplant his brother's. But with the Eternal Mangekyo, it's different. One can freely use the Mangekyo's abilities and keep it activated. However, the system's mission is also very harsh: establish Konoha Hidden Village and pacify the warring states period within 7 years. In the original story, Uchiha Ban and Senju Hashirama were about 30 when they founded Konoha. Now Ban must establish the village before she turns 18. Taking a deep breath, no matter what she, Ban was determined to obtain that Eternal Mangekyo. Not even the goddess Amaterasu could stop her. The night had grown deep, the campfire gradually dying out. The group agreed on a meeting place for next time and prepared to return. If they stayed any longer, both the Senju and Uchiha clans would surely be in a frenzy. Uchiha Ban was about to turn and leave when she glanced back at the torn clothing on Zhu Jian. After a moment's hesitation, she called out to him. "Wait, Hashirama." Zhu Jian turned around. Ban had already tossed her outer garment onto his face. "Next time we meet, return the clothes to me. It's not that I care about you. I just don't want this dirty garment anymore." Without giving Zhu Jian time to respond, Ban turned and vanished into the darkness with her brother, leaving behind only the lingering warmth and faint fragrance on the garment in his hands. Though there were some bloodstains that were rather unsettling, Zhu Jian still carefully draped it over himself. Fei Jian watching from the side at his elder brother's slightly upturned lips. Beautiful Uchiha are truly the most wicked. The campfire on the grass finally died out. Morning dew gathered on the tips of green blades, dripping with a soft patter onto the blackened charcoal. At the Uchiha compound, a black humanoid emerged from the ground, its yellow eyes gleaming with curiosity. It easily bypassed the surrounding Uchiha and leaped onto the top of a wooden house. Pure sage chakra. Is it emanating from Indra's reincarnation? If Ban were here, she would have recognized this thing at a glance. Black Zetsu. The natural energy dispersing in the air was keenly sensed by Black Zetsu. Such pure sage chakra it had only ever felt from Hagoromo and the toads, slugs, and snakes of the 3 sacred places. The sunlight outside the courtyard streamed in warmly, casting a large patch of shadow beneath the treetops. Ban sat on the ground, crimson runes glowing on her fair face as the sage chakra in the air gradually gathered into her body. When she opened her eyes again, her aura suddenly dissipated. "Sister, come practice with me." Quan Nai ran in from outside the door. "Okay." Ban stood up and glanced suspiciously toward the door. Hundreds of meters away, Black Zetsu was staring with wide eyes, spying on her. After training in taijutsu with Quan Nai for a while, she received a message from a messenger crow. It was from her father, Uchiha Tian Dao. It simply asked her to attend a meeting and further solidify her position as the clan's heiress. Inside the meeting room, as soon as Ban entered, she saw Tian Dao's face blooming like a chrysanthemum. "Ah, Ban, you're here." Light illuminated the room. Several Uchiha elders sat on the floor, and Uchiha Tian Dao gestured for Ban to sit beside him. "We're all family here, so let's speak openly. Ban, your achievements in this war are obvious to all. Your reputation within the clan is overwhelmingly positive. Coupled with your status, becoming the next clan leader is only a matter of time." Tian Dao quickly explained the gist. The elders here were all on her side, and they would look out for each other. In the warring states period, sons had the right to inherit the clan, while daughters were regarded as assets to win over others. But all that was under the premise of lacking strength. Ban's demonstrated abilities in this war had already silenced most of the Uchiha. Annihilating an elite Senju squad without a scratch, coupled with her appearance and strength, she had earned the nickname Battlefield Rose. "By the way, father, I was ambushed during this mission. The enemy was clearly prepared and had been waiting for me for a long time," Ban said to Uchiha Tian Dao. "What do you mean?" Tian Dao's expression grew serious. "There is a traitor in our clan, or someone has been lurking within the Uchiha. I will look into this matter. Ban, go rest for now." Black Zetsu eavesdropping flattened itself on the roof, carefully observing every movement inside, until a shadow loomed before it. Uchiha Ban had appeared in front of it without warning. Looking at the black shapeless mass before her, Ban felt a slight surprise. Wasn't this the #1 filial son of Naruto, Black Zetsu? As everyone knows, Naruto is also called Black Zetsu's quest to save his mother. After years of patient lurking, running errands, and risking his life everywhere, instigating Uchiha Ban to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, all his countless schemes were for the sake of his naive, sweet mother Kaguya. But Kaguya was a noob who came fully equipped and got sealed back within minutes. Thus a millennium of planning vanished in an instant. However, what Ban cared about wasn't that, but the fact that this guy would later have a heart-to-heart talk with her. Fire release, great fireball technique. Without waiting for Black Zetsu to say anything, Ban clasped her hands together and spat out a fireball. A roaring heat wave swept past Black Zetsu, and it instantly submerged into the ground. Although Black Zetsu possessed infinite lifespan, being a defective creation of Kaguya, its physical strength was extremely weak. However, it possessed yin-yang release and could not be killed by ordinary ninjutsu. Don't rush to attack me. We can talk. Kurozetsu emerged from the ground, attempting to persuade Ban. How do you want to talk? Uchiha Ban crossed his arms, his cold and handsome face betraying no emotion. Seeing Ban willing to communicate, Kurozetsu quickly said, "You're a Uchiha, so you must be very familiar with the Mangekyo Sharingan, right?" The girl narrowed her eyes, the dark Magatama in her scarlet pupils spinning. "So what? I can teach you how to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, and then you tell me the secret of your sage body. Isn't that a good deal? How will you help me obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Kurozetsu was genuinely curious about why this reincarnation of Indra suddenly possessed a sage body. It had been watching the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura all along. If they had learned summoning and gone to train in the 3 sacred places, it would have definitely noticed. It's simple. Just kill your closest person with your own hands, or witness their death. Kurozetsu spoke the truth. In the story, Itachi awakened his Mangekyo by witnessing Shirsue's death. Obito awakened his Mangekyo during the Kanobi Bridge battle after witnessing Rin's death. Ban fell silent. Who was the closest person to him in this world? Now can you tell me your secret? Kurozetsu asked. It's no harm telling you. I was attacked by the Senju, and while fleeing I drank from a spring. When I woke up, I became like this. Ban lied without a hint of guilt. Drinking from a spring gave you the sage body you mentioned. Kurozetsu fell into thought. Could it be that the place produced massive natural energy? The day before he had seen Indra's reincarnation as male, and now suddenly female. Perhaps it was the effect of sage chakra. I felt something watching me for a long time. Was it you? Ban stared at Kurozetsu, pondering how to capture him. Though Kurozetsu was a master of backstabbing, his intelligence-gathering skills were top-notch and could be used. Because of your special chakra, I observed you. I have no ill intentions. Kurozetsu said. I'm not curious about what you want to do, nor do I care about your ulterior motives. But if you're willing, we can cooperate. Ban said. You can freely burrow into the ground, right? How about working for me and gathering intelligence? Well, Kurozetsu pretended to hesitate. Do you know about the infinite Tsukuyomi? At these words, Kurozetsu's surface excitement surged, but inside, he only rippled for a moment before deep doubt emerged. What is the infinite Tsukuyomi? Kurozetsu asked, feigning ignorance. Ban bit his lip to suppress a laugh, looking at Kurozetsu, who was like an Oscar-winning actor, and said with a look of longing. I secretly sneaked into our clan's shrine, and saw it on the stone tablet passed down through the Uchiha generations. Activating the infinite Tsukuyomi would create a world without war, without separation, where people live in harmony. Uchiha Ban said, and Kurozetsu was stunned. I never expected you to be so noble. Kurozetsu continued to flatter. But I heard that the Rinnegan is needed to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, and to obtain the Rinnegan, you need the Mangekyo. That's not a big problem. You can kill other Uchiha and force them to awaken their Mangekyo, and then I'll help you transplant the eyes. Kurozetsu calmly gave a bloody method. Is that really appropriate? The long-haired girl showed a hesitant expression, and Kurozetsu quickly said, It's all for a beautiful future. Necessary sacrifices are necessary. I think those people would be willing to give themselves for the great plan. You have a point. Then I'll trouble you to assist me. Nice to meet you. I'm Uchiha Ban. Lord Ban, my name is Zetsu. Kurozetsu said, lost in thought. Wasn't the stone tablet only readable with the eternal Mangekyo? Then why did Ban know about the infinite Tsukuyomi? Kurozetsu could hardly suppress his doubts, and could only attribute it to Ban's identity as Indra's reincarnation and the fact that Ban had accidentally awakened Sage Mode. For a moment he had believed Ban's words, but then he felt that the other story was full of holes. He needed to investigate this matter. Kurozetsu buried his doubts deep in his heart. Zetsu, please help me scout out information on the Shimura clan and the Akimichi clan. To activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, I first need to expand my power, then control the Senju clan, and combine them to obtain the Rinnegan. Ban said in a low voice, planning to start with the weaker clans and fight them one by one. Lord Ban, you have such a noble idea. I truly admire you. Kurozetsu praised outwardly. Inwardly he remained calm. After all, he hadn't lived for thousands of years for nothing. If he believed everything someone said, he might as well go hit himself with a tofu block. Nevertheless, Kurozetsu decided to help Ban for now. Regardless of the other's intentions, his ultimate goal was to revive his mother. Use what can be used, eliminate what cannot. Kurozetsu cared about nothing else. Caution was his rule for survival. Back to Ban. The moment Uchiha Ban encountered Kurozetsu, the system task was triggered. Ding. System task issued. Trick the filial son Kurozetsu into working for you. Task completion reward monstrous strength. Task failure penalty none. As long as he had fooled him even for a split second, Ban's goal was achieved. No matter what Kurozetsu planned afterward, Ban didn't care. In any case, Kurozetsu now knew that Ban was aware of the infinite Tsukuyomi, so he couldn't directly eliminate him. The moment the reward arrived, a surge of powerful strength flooded into Ban's body. Now with this petite frame, a single punch could shatter the earth. The monstrous strength similar to the 5th Hokage Tsunade's greatly enhanced Uchiha Ban's physical power. Though not enough to break a Susanoo, it compensated for some of the shortcomings in close combat that Ban now faced as a girl. Ban opened the system panel and glanced at it. Host Uchiha Ban. Kekii Genkai Sharingan. Ninjutsu monstrous strength shadow clone technique, substitution technique, great fireball technique, fire phoenix technique, earth-style wall technique. Special form sage mode. Ninja tool Uchiha Gunbai. Comprehensive evaluation elite jonin. Elite jonin. In the Warring States period, this was among the top-tier fighters, and the clan heads were generally at this level. As an 11-year-old elite jonin, Ban estimated that his current combat ability was stronger than Kakashi without Kimui, but still weaker than the normal legendary Sannin. By the way, does monstrous strength improve one's figure? Ban muttered. The chest wrapped in clothes rose and fell slightly like a small mountain ridge. How troublesome. After becoming a woman, Ban had encountered many troubles, especially in terms of personality. He felt himself becoming more sensitive and emotional, though this might be due to the Uchiha constitution. I should go find Hashirama. Feijian didn't come. Deep in the silent forest, Ban and Zhu Jian sat together. They were the only two utterly alone. Huanai was called away by his father for a mission, so he couldn't make it. Feijian is participating in a ninjutsu test and had no time to come. Zhu Jian explained. In other words, here it was just the two of them. Ding, the system has issued a mission. As the self-proclaimed supreme being of heaven and earth, the peerless Yuzhibo Ban, you cannot let the atmosphere grow cold. Please verbally tease Qianshou Zhujian, making him recall the beautiful times you two shared together. Mission completion reward 1 Yika of chakra. Mission failure penalty 1 week of vacuum. Catgirl made challenge. Vacuum made teasing. What kind of absurd mission is this? The moment the system mission popped up, Ban had already cursed the system countless times in his heart. By the way, Ban, about the clothes you gave me last time. Qianshou Zhujian, noticing Ban's twitching mouth and grim gaze, suddenly remembered and pulled a piece of clothing from his chest. Ban's clothes were folded neatly, the bloodstains on them washed away. The deep blue kimono was smooth and soft with a faint purple silk ribbon hanging down. Thanks. Ban gave a cold snort and took the clothes. Zhujian was somewhat confused, not understanding why Ban had suddenly gotten angry. System, what exactly counts as teasing? Ding replied to the host, you can tease physically or verbally. Verbal teasing includes calling him master. System, are you joking? I used to be a man. How could I possibly do such a thing? Reply to the host, the past is the past, now is now. Don't treat the past as the present. Taking a deep breath, Ban began a venomous verbal assault. Ding, so cute. Ding, please organize your words within 1 minute and verbally tease Qianshou Zhujian. Damn it, are you rushing to be reincarnated? Ban shouted in his heart, then shifted his gaze to Zhujian. At worst, I can use a jutsu on him and erase his memory afterward. The black-haired, long-haired girl suddenly stood up, then abruptly sat down. Hashirama. Huh, what's wrong? Ban's sudden shout startled Zhujian. Zhujian-gij. Ban squeezed his voice, emitting extremely saccharine words. Ban, are you alright? Qianshou Zhujian felt his scalp tingle, looking at Ban with hesitation. Before Qianshou Zhujian could finish his sentence, pitch-black Tomo spun in Ban's Sharingan, and Jinjutsu seized his mind. Ding, please do not use Jinjutsu, or it will be considered cheating. Impossible, how could I possibly do it? Ban reluctantly released the Jinjutsu, and Zhujian regained his senses. He scratched his head in confusion, looking at the blushing girl biting her lip, and asked cautiously. What did you just say? Could you say it again? I said, Zhujian, I've actually liked you for a long time. You know that, right? Yes, exactly. So, you like me too, right? I'm not bad looking, am I? Ban forced the words out one by one, enduring the discomfort. Ah. A blush rose on Zhujian's face, and the watermelon-headed youth became incoherent. Ding, congratulations, host, mission completed. Mission completion reward has been issued. Stupid Zhujian. Get lost. Ban kicked off his wooden clogs, raised his bare, smooth, soft foot, and kicked Zhujian in the face. Falling leaves drifted lazily like drunken butterflies landing on the ground. Zhujian sighed as he watched Ban sulking alone. Ban, if you have any unspeakable troubles, I can help you. Who needs your help, you airhead fool? Ban didn't know why he was inexplicably angry about such a thing. Perhaps it was because he had become a girl. Airhead, huh? Huh. Zhujian laughed, rubbing the back of his head. He suddenly looked dejected, but soon cheered up. Forget it, I'll forgive you this time. Ban turned away with its under a pout. After all, in my eyes, you're the only one I consider a true friend. So that's how it is. Zhu Jian clenched both fists, looking excited as if he had expected it. Of course, that doesn't mean I fully acknowledge you. It's just that among all these people, you're the most outstanding. I'll work hard. Zhu Jian, by the way, what do you think of me? Ban asked. Well, let me think. In my eyes, Ban is a kind-hearted and adorable person and my best friend. Zhu Jian said earnestly, his gaze sincere and genuine. Is that so? A subtle curve appeared at the corner of the girl's lips. It doesn't seem so bad after all. But Ban, once someone stands behind you, you absolutely can't pee. Ban's lips drooped, and he let out a deep sigh. Honestly, just go die. Ban kicked Zhu Jian hard in the face. Inside the Shimura compound, Black Zetsu slipped in unnoticed. This pitch-black thing skillfully weaved through layers of patrols. A ninja drunk to the point of oblivion boasted loudly, then collapsed onto the table. The quiet moonlight cast a soft glow as if the ground were covered with a layer of frost. Black Zetsu used the shadow binding technique to seize a beautiful woman and dragged her into the street. A moment later, Black Zetsu emerged from the darkness, disguised as a civilian. Yo Lingzi-chan, long time no see. A passing ninja saw Black Zetsu and greeted him warmly. Black Zetsu flashed a smile and brushed a strand of hair behind his ear. Didn't expect to see you here. It's been a long time. Black Zetsu manipulated the body, pressing her voluptuous curves against the ninja's chest, breathing a fragrant breath. The ninja was instantly bewitched, losing all sense of direction. He wrapped his arm around her waist and groped her soft bottom. Shall we go somewhere else and catch up properly? Black Zetsu bit the ninja's ear, whispering seductively and licking it. A few minutes later, the ninja walked out expressionless. Black Zetsu quickly digested the ninja's memories and headed toward the security department. Gender male, name Shimura Fongsong, captain of the security guard division. Fongsong, isn't it not your shift today? Did you leave something here? Inside the security room, Shimura Jian looked at Shimura Fongsong, who walked in expressionless and looked over in confusion. I did leave something here. Shimura Fongsong revealed a sinister smile. Under the pitch-black night, a shuriken enlarged in front of Shimura Jian's eyes. The wolf bared its fangs. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Uchiha Madara's delicate frame trembled slightly. She turned around, her crimson eyes gleaming with killing intent as chakra surged into her Sharingan. I detest those who stand behind me, Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu emerged from the ground saying, Madara-sama, the intelligence you requested has been gathered. So soon? Madara was taken aback. The Shimura clan, including civilians, totals 586 members with 97 ninja and 8 at the Jonin level. The Akimichi clan has 700 civilians, 153 ninja, and among the Jonin, there is one elite Jonin. Madara was slightly surprised. It could only be said that Black Zetsu was indeed the finest intelligence agent in the ninja world. In just one night, he had thoroughly uncovered the secrets of both the Shimura and Akimichi clans. Between these two clans, the Akimichi were clearly stronger, while the Shimura were weaker. Thus, Madara was more concerned with the Akimichi, especially their expansion jutsu. This technique allows one to enlarge a part or the whole of their body, greatly enhancing physical strength. However, to make a statement, the Shimura clan would be the first target. And let them witness the might of Uchiha Madara's name. Black Zetsu, you may withdraw. I'll contact you if needed. If I catch you spying on me again, I will kill you. Madara said calmly, unwilling to be watched around the clock. Mainly because Black Zetsu's abilities were too convenient. Whether it was Yin-Yang release burrowing or his spore clones, each was more vexing than the last. Black Zetsu smiled sinisterly and sank into the ground. He paid little heed to Uchiha Madara's threat, for unless he chose otherwise, no one in the current ninja world could capture him. Ding, system mission issued. To spread the renown of the future Shura of the ninja world, the host is required to subjugate the Shimura and Akimichi clans under the Uchiha within 3 days. Mission reward: Mangekyo Sharingan. Mission failure penalty: 3-day, forced plug-in cattail. Mangekyo. Just as I wish. She had long grown accustomed to the absurdity of the punishments. Madara changed into the black Uchiha uniform, her delicate and beautiful face cold and stern. Her crimson two-tomo Sharingan spun, and behind her, she carried a giant war fan and a scythe. She stepped out of the Uchiha compound, her figure disappearing at the end of the road. Sato-sama, a few days ago the Senju clan sent an invitation hoping to form an alliance against the Uchiha. In the clan leader's office of the Shimura clan, Shimura Sato was seated at his desk handling affairs. As the head of the Shimura clan, he had numerous matters to attend to daily. Is that so? What terms did they offer? Shimura Sato took a puff from his pipe, smoke curling around him, revealing yellowed teeth as he smirked. They proposed a 10 share of the Uchiha clan's assets after the division. They're dreaming dividing the spoils before the battle even begins. Let's wait and see how the Uchiha react. I heard they recently suffered a crushing defeat. They must be eager to rally other clans to protect their interests, right? Shimura Sato pondered the report from his subordinate, stroking his chin in thought, until a loud crash from outside made him furrow his brows and move to investigate. What's that noise? The next moment the office door was kicked off its hinges, smashing through the window glass with a heavy thud. Who? Who dares to barge into the clan leader's office? A guard drew his katana, shouting in alarm. A cold-faced girl in a dark coat, her long hair flowing, walked in clutching a war fan and scythe, with the Uchiha clan's emblem conspicuously displayed on her back. You're from the Uchiha. Shimura Sato sat up, pipe in mouth, eyes narrowing. I am Uchiha Madara. 2 options are set before you now. 1. Submit. 2. Die. Uchiha Madara's voice was calm, the blood-stained scythe resting on her shoulder. Facing this uninvited guest, Shimura Sato showed a hint of surprise. The young mistress of the Uchiha clan, perhaps you should fetch an elder. If Taijima is willing to cooperate, we could all get along nicely. You think so, kid? Madara looked down with disdain, the tomo in her eyes spinning. You seem to have misunderstood something. What I mean is either kneel and submit to the Uchiha, or die. So there's no room for negotiation. Shimura Sato said, pipe in hand, slowly reaching beneath the desk. Madara stood still, watching him calmly. All right. Suddenly Shimura Sato pulled out a ninjutsu scroll engraved with runes. Wind released, vacuum wave. A pale green blade of wind shot from the scroll, slashing toward Uchiha Madara. Uchiha reflection. Madara lowered her body and raised her war fan, absorbing the incoming vacuum wave. Moments later, a fierce gale was sent back with devastating force. The office was reduced to chaos, and the Shimura guards were knocked unconscious by a single swing of her fan. This brat is this strong. Shimura Sato formed hand signs to perform the substitution jutsu, but sharp winds coalesced into blades. Riding the gust from Uchiha Madara's war fan, she kicked her scythe along a chain towards Sato, while forming a hand seal at her lips. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The moment fire-nature chakra met wind-nature chakra, its power multiplied several-fold, erupting into a blazing vortex of flames. Shimura Sato was caught by the scythe on one arm, the raging flames scorching him as he screamed in agony. Is this all you've got, Aunt? Madara approached the fallen Sato, looking down at him. Damn brat, don't look down on me. He tried to resist, but Madara stomped on his hand, crushing it to powder. Ag! His screams alerted the patrolling guards. She had entered using a stealth technique and hadn't intended to cause a commotion, but there was no need to hide any longer. Crimson runes crept across her cheeks, making her look as sacred as a shrine maiden. Yet with the scythe in hand, she resembled a grim reaper from hell. Sage mode activate. A massive fire dragon roared over the Shimura clan's compound, Madara standing atop Shimura Sato's head. Below her were dozens of ninja, including several jonin and chunin. Come on, all of you. The girl danced like a rose blooming on the battlefield, slaughtering gracefully. Ding, congratulations, the host's mission progress is halfway complete. Inside the Uchiha compound, Taijima was peeling an orange when a subordinate rushed in to report. Taijima-sama, something huge has happened. Stop panicking. What is it? Uchiha Taijima calmly peeled a segment of the orange and asked. What? Madara single-handedly defeated the Shimura clan, and they have voluntarily submitted to the Uchiha. Uchiha Taijima's eyes widened in shock, the orange slipping from his hand to the floor. Haha, heaven favors the Uchiha. Truly, my daughter. Ha ha ha. Under the blazing sunlight at the Senju clan stronghold, what? You say the Shimura clan has willingly submitted to the Uchiha clan? Senju Butsuma slammed his hand on the table, his voice trembling with shock. Only recently had he extended an olive branch to the Shimura clan, inviting them to align with his side. Yet the Shimura clan had turned around and joined the Uchiha faction instead. Was this not a blatant provocation against the Senju clan? Clan leader, this matter is largely connected to Uchiha Madara, a subordinate reported. Uchiha Madara, the young heir of the Uchiha clan. Senju Butsuma's brows knitted tightly upon hearing this, puzzled as to what connection the Shimura clan's submission had with Uchiha Madara. It is said that the reason the Shimura clan submitted is because Uchiha Madara infiltrated their compound and killed dozens of ninja in a single sweep. Is this Uchiha Madara truly that formidable? Senju Butsuma could hardly believe his ears. He had met Uchiha Madara before, and to him, she was merely a brat with strength above that of a chunin, roughly on par with his own son Hashirama. Yet just a few days had passed, and she had single-handedly taken down dozens of ninja from the entire Shimura clan. Indeed, she has also awakened her Sharingan to 2 tomo. Senju Butsuma fell silent, then spoke in a grave tone. The Uchiha clan has produced such a genius, she will become a great threat in the future. We absolutely cannot allow her to live. But I've heard that young heir Hashirama is quite close to Uchiha Madara. Could that be a problem? All friendships are lies before the interests of the clan. Hashirama is still a child, but are you also a child, Toga? Clearly the news that Uchiha Madara had single-handedly stormed the Shimura clan had already spread among the major clans. The 11-year-old Uchiha prodigy Uchiha Madara's name now resounded across every great clan. The night was deep and dark, and tonight's moon was eerily strange. A blood moon hung in the sky, radiating an ominous, chilling aura. Under the watchful gaze of the Otsutsuki goddess, a figure clad in black, Uchiha Madara, crouched atop a tree trunk. Beneath her lay the entire compound of the Akimichi clan. Scattered lights flickered in the darkness as people slept peacefully, lost in pleasant dreams, unaware of the danger approaching. Thud! Madara leaped down from the tree with the silent grace of a cat. The gatekeeper, already drunk and drowsy, squinted hard at the small girl approaching him. "Hey little girl, are you lost?" "Yes, do you know where the clan leader's residence is?" "I'm his daughter." "Huh?" The gatekeeper scratched his head, his plump belly wobbling in confusion. "I don't recall the clan leader having a daughter." Suddenly Madara's two-tomo Sharingan flashed open, her scarlet irises swirling and instantly ensnaring the gatekeeper in a genjutsu. Now he does. Under the spell, the man revealed the location of the Akimichi clan leader, Akimichi Choza. "Is that so? Have a pleasant dream." With that, Uchiha Madara took the gatekeeper's keys and walked away. As the genjutsu lifted, the man slumped forward, his head hitting the table with a thud, falling into a deep, drunken slumber. Using the keys, Madara easily unlocked the gate and made her way to the Akimichi clan leader's home. Inside, the lamplight was dim, casting eerie dancing shadows. A plump woman was cradling a baby, breastfeeding. A burly man with a spiky brown afro sat cross-legged on the tatami like a bear. This was undoubtedly the Akimichi clan leader, Akimichi Choza. His rough face softened with tenderness as he gazed at the hungry infant. Uchiha Madara slowly slid open the wooden door, the sickle in her hand glinting with a cold, deadly light. She stepped into the room, her delicate face illuminated by the firelight. Her Sharingan was more than enough proof of her identity. "You're..." Akimichi Choza's eyes widened in shock. "Don't make too much noise, you'll wake the child," the raven-haired girl said softly, lowering her gaze as she raised her Uchiha war fan. "Wait, we can talk about this." With his wife and child right beside him, Akimichi Choza dared not use his expansion technique. "I have no intention of reasoning with you. People like you aren't worth my breath. Let's take this outside," Madara said. After calming his wife, Akimichi Choza followed Uchiha Madara out of the room with a grim expression. They arrived at an open field outside the clan's compound. "Come at me. If you lose, you submit to the Uchiha clan," Madara declared, raising her Uchiha fan. Akimichi Choza, wasting no words, activated his expansion technique. His massive body swelled dozens of times, becoming like a small mountain. Partial expansion technique. He raised his fist, which expanded further, and slammed it down towards Uchiha Madara. The force of the punch sent Madara's long hair whipping wildly. She formed hand seals with one hand. A piercing, chirping sound accompanied by crackling lightning erupted in her hand. Chidori, the fearsome assassin of the night, struck Akimichi Choza's body. However, his size was immense. Madara used her war fan to block the punch, which carried tremendous force, yet she remained completely unmoved. This was monstrous strength. Impossible. Akimichi Choza, feeling the overwhelming power emanating from the girl, took a step back. Human boulder, jutsu, super expansion technique. Seeing that his superior strength was useless against Madara, Akimichi Choza's face turned serious. He decided to unleash his ultimate secret technique. His body spun rapidly, transforming into a massive rolling sphere that charged towards Madara. The ground beneath him sank under the immense pressure, but Madara's expression remained unchanged. Ram, horse, snake, dragon, rat, ox, tiger. Madara touched her fingertips together, and crimson markings appeared on her face as she fully activated her Sage mode. Fire release, dragon flame, release song technique. A massive amount of chakra was rapidly drawn from her body, coalescing into 4 fire dragons that radiated scorching heat. Surging from all 4 directions, they instantly engulfed Akimichi Choza in a blazing sea of fire. As an A-rank jutsu, fire release, dragon flame release song technique was undeniably powerful. Akimichi Choza, an elite jonin, fell from the sky after using his super expansion technique, his body scorched and covered in wounds from the flames. His defeat was absolute. "You have lost." The Tomo in Uchiha Madara's eyes spun as she used her Sharingan to place Akimichi Choza under her control. She never trusted anyone's word alone, so it was far more convenient to simply use her Sharingan to control him, just as Uchiha Obito had used his Mangekyo to control the 4th Mizuka Jigura. Under her coercion, the Shimura clan had also elected a new clan leader whom Uchiha Madara then seamlessly controlled with her Sharingan. In this world, there were few she could trust beyond her brother Izuna and Hashirama. No one could stand behind her while she relieved herself. No one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards have been issued. The instant the system notification sounded, Uchiha Madara felt a sharp, agonizing pain in her eyes. A wave of negative emotions surged through Uchiha Madara's heart, and a trail of bloody tears streamed down her cheek. In a daze, the figure of Hashirama Senju appeared before Madara's eyes. "We will build a beautiful era, an era without war and suffering, where children can go to school." In his scarlet eyes, the 2 rotating Tomo became 3, finally, gradually condensing into the shape of the Mangekyo. Hashirama. Madara leaned weakly against the tree trunk. After resting for a while, Madara opened his eyes again. She now finally understood why the Uchiha who had awakened their eyes were so crazy. To awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, one must undergo intense emotional shocks, stimulating the secretion of substances in the brain, to generate the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, this process easily drives people insane, turning them into lunatics or madmen. No wonder Tobirama later became so wary of the Uchiha. The factors of instability were simply too great. After all, no one wants to be stabbed for no reason while sleeping. Fortunately, she was Madara Uchiha. Prophecy and Amaterasu seem useless. Madara Uchiha knew the abilities of his Mangekyo the moment he awakened his eyes. No wonder the original Madara never used the Mangekyo's abilities. For Madara, who already possessed the eternal Mangekyo, and even the Rinnegan, using these two abilities was truly useless. It would be better to just use with clones, and then activate 25 Susanoo for fun. Madara Uchiha's left Mangekyo ability was to briefly foresee the future. Madara Uchiha's right Mangekyo ability was similar to Itachi and Sasuke's Amaterasu. As everyone knows, although Amaterasu is called the black flame that burns everything, its actual performance is extremely poor with 0 achievements in the entire series. Thus, Amaterasu did provide some enhancement for Madara at present, but once he obtained the eternal Mangekyo, it would become tasteless, neither satisfying to keep nor easy to discard. As for the prophecy ability, it was of little use to Madara when he was clad in armored Susanoo. It might be useful against enemies stronger than himself, but against weaker ones who couldn't even break his defense, it was completely unnecessary. So compared to these two abilities, what was more meaningful to Madara was Susanoo. Madara suddenly wanted to show off, so he casually released the Genjutsu on Akimichi Chozei. What happened? Akimichi Chozei looked bewildered until he saw Madara Uchiha, and remembered that he was still in the middle of battle. You? Madara, holding his slightly heaving chest, pointed a finger at Akimichi Chozei. Have you witnessed the power of a god? As the Mangekyo Sharingan spun, deep blue chakra surged from the black-haired, straight-haired girl. A massive skeleton emerged behind Madara, fully enveloping her body, with 4 slender arms stretching out. This was Susanoo, the ultimate power dwelling within the Mangekyo Sharingan, a supreme ocular technique integrating offense and defense. The power of a god. However, with the ocular power of Madara Uchiha, who had just obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could only summon the first stage of Susanoo, the skeletal Susanoo, an advanced version of the ribcage Susanoo. With an ordinary Mangekyo, one could at most achieve the small Tengu Susanoo, but to unlock the complete Susanoo, one needed to master the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This was why Madara pursued the eternal Mangekyo so relentlessly. The Akimichi clan is willing to submit to the Uchiha clan. After witnessing this despair-inducing power, Akimichi Chozei finally gave up his pointless resistance and was once again controlled by Madara. She never believed a one-sided story. Madara deactivated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Susanoo faded away. At this moment, Madara somewhat understood Sasuke. No wonder in the original Sasuke would show off even if it meant getting beaten. Showing off was truly satisfying. Especially when saying Shinibu lines, there was a feeling of shame and thrill. The sky gradually brightened. In the Uchiha clan's compound, Madara's father Taijima Uchiha sat cross-legged, engrossed in cultivation. Lord Taijima, something big has happened, a subordinate hurriedly reported. Panicking like this, what a disgrace. Taijima Uchiha exhaled deeply, withdrew from his cultivation state, his expression calm. The young clan leader. She single-handedly conquered the Akimichi clan. Now the Akimichi have come to our compound to submit. Ha ha, the ancestors blessed the Uchiha, giving me a prodigal daughter. Ha ha, the Senju clan is doomed. Ha ha. Taijima Uchiha burst into laughter, laughing so hard, he couldn't catch his breath, as if he had gone mad. Lord Taijima, are you alright? In the Senju compound, Hashirama was struggling in a fight with Tobirama, the clashing of blades echoing continuously. Madara had been absent these days, so Hashirama could only stay at home and train with Tobirama. In short, life without Madara was truly boring. Suddenly, a Senju clansman entered and spoke to Tobirama. Madara single-handedly took down. Tobirama could hardly conceal the shock in his eyes. Hashirama walked over and asked Tobirama, what did he just say? Tobirama Senju was silent for a moment, then repeated what the Senju clansman had said. Madara is that strong. Then I have to train hard and not be left too far behind by her. Hashirama clenched his fists and trained even harder. At this moment, Madara, the center of attention, was already sitting in her room, wearing breathable wooden clogs, with her cute little feet propped up. Because Madara had become a girl, many older sisters and wives in the clan had made her many clothes. Following the principle of not wasting them, Madara Uchiha changed into a blue female kimono, loosely tying the sash. However, the kimono had no underwear, so Madara specially added a piece of underwear, of course, shamefully seeking the help of a knowledgeable older Uchiha sister. Girls are really troublesome, Madara complained. Thinking this, Madara Uchiha opened the system panel. Host Madara Uchiha. Kekei Genkai Mangekyo Sharingan. Ninjutsu Monster Strength, Great Dragon Flame Song, Water Dragon Bullet. Special Form Sage Mode. Ninja Tool Uchiha Gunbai. Overall rating Kage level. Note: Jinin Shunin Special Jonin Jonin Elite Jonin Kage Strong Kage Peak Kage Super Kage 6 Paths Otsutsuki 6 Paths. Now Madara's strength had reached the Kage level. After activating Susanoo and Sage mode, he should be comparable to Sage Jiraiya. As for the Warring States period before a certain would-release master grew up, no one could stop Madara Uchiha's advance. The next thing to do was to meet with Hashirama first. Madara had not seen Hashirama for 3 days, essentially standing him up for no reason. That idiot must be so disappointed, Madara thought, the corners of her mouth lifting into a slight smile. Meanwhile, Hashirama was diligently training in ninjutsu. At some point a tender sprout blossomed in his palm, growing into a long vine. With Madara Uchiha's current strength, infiltrating the Senju compound without making a sound was hardly a challenge. The moment he stepped deep into the Senju territory, he saw Hashirama with hands clasped in a hand seal, a small tree sprouting from the ground and winding around a training dummy. Would release. Madara was taken aback, never expecting Hashirama to have already begun actively using would release. Should he bite him? A thought suddenly struck Madara. In the world of Naruto, Hashirama's cells were a prized treasure. No matter how weak you were, if you could survive Hashirama's cells, your healing abilities and everything else would be elevated to a whole new level. It was truly a divine artifact. The reason Hashirama's cells were so miraculous was twofold. One was his reincarnation as Ajura, and the other was the immense life force inherent in would release itself. If Madara, the reincarnation of Indra with the eternal Mangekyo, consumed them, he could fuse them to produce the power of the 6 paths and awaken the Rinnegan. In the original story, Madara secretly bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh during the final battle at the Valley of the End, then used Izanagi to feign death. In his twilight years, he finally awakened the Rinnegan. Ding! System mission issued. Such a golden opportunity lies right before you. Host bite Senju Hashirama, and the system will automatically extract Hashirama's cells for you. Mission reward: Hashirama's cells with no side effects. Mission failure penalty: none. Although Senju Hashirama had not yet awakened Sage mode, and thus lacked Sage chakra, the power of his cells remained formidable. Uchiha Madara held his breath, treading lightly like a sneaky little cat. She grabbed Hashirama's shoulders, startling him so much that he flinched and turned around. Madara. Hashirama was surprised. The girl's soft hair cascaded down beneath her fair forehead. A pair of hazy eyes held a faint smile. Madara leaned close to his ear, her pink tongue licking his skin before she gently bit down. A numbing sensation spread from his neck as her fang pierced a blood vessel, and Hashirama couldn't help but press his hand against Madara's head. The black-haired girl struggled slightly. Ding! Congratulations, host, mission complete. The mission reward has been granted. Uchiha Madara released Hashirama and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She hadn't expected Hashirama's blood to taste not of iron, but of a faint saltiness with a delicate fragrance. A peculiar sensation coursed through Madara's body as Hashirama's cells continued to merge with her. Madara, you're too reckless. Why did you bite me? It hurts. Hashirama grimaced. Want me to blow on it? Madara tilted her head. Hashirama's face lit up with joy, and he said excitedly, really? Of course. Under Hashirama's gaze, Madara tossed back her hair, kicked off her wooden clogs, and planted a foot square on his face. Are you dreaming, you idiot, Hashirama? Later the two sat facing each other on tatami mats. Hashirama rubbed his nose with a look of utter despair. Don't expect me to comfort you, you idiot. Madara muttered under her breath. By the way, Madara, I heard you actually took down the Akimichi and Shimura clans. Mere pebbles, crushed with a flick. Madara lifted her chin proudly, like a triumphant little tiger. That's amazing. This brings us one step closer to our goal. Outside, the window, light and shadow interweaved. The moment was serene. A white-haired hedgehog poked his head out from the bushes, furtively spying on the goings-on inside. He had been lurking for a while. His big brother was talking with that pretty Uchiha, boldly carrying on a secret affair. How shameless. But how did she get into the Senju compound? Better to keep observing. Tobirama used a branch to conceal his face. But speaking of which, if we simply conquer other clans by force, won't they resent us? Didn't I tell you? Get them to join first, then plan for the long term. Madara said, thinking Hashirama was too indecisive. He possessed overwhelming power and controlled all 9-tailed beasts, yet after founding Konoha, he still distributed the beasts among the hidden villages of the major nations. While Hashirama lived, no one dared to stir, but the moment he died, the other villages harbored ill intentions and ignited the first great ninja war. Kinkaku and Ginkaku stole the 6 paths sacred tools, killing Tobirama and the second Raikage. But Hashirama. Madara shot him a glare, and the other fell silent, chastened. After sitting for a while, Madara tightened her sash and stood up. Come on, accompany me for a walk. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara slipped out of the Senju clan grounds, with Senju Tobirama trailing behind. Really, haha. Hashirama recounted how his father had cursed about Madara and given him a thorough scolding. Madara's eyes widened in surprise, imagining Senju Butsama's wrinkled old face and the boy with his head bowed under the scolding, and she giggled, a sound as crisp as silver bells. The girl in the kimono narrowed her beautiful black eyes, her hair cascading like a black waterfall to her waist. Every smile and frown inadvertently stirred one's heartstrings, and above all, she was at Sundara. Sundara never goes out of style. Senju Hashirama's heart quickened a few beats. In this era of the warring states where the average lifespan was only 30-something, many ninja married at 14 or 15. This also made the ninja of the warring states more precocious. They developed romantic feelings by the age of 8 or 9. Madara and Hashirama were the same age, both 11. Speaking of which, what was the best way for the Senju and Uchiha to cooperate? Marriage. As for the marriage partners, if the future clan heads of both clans were to wed, the bond between the two clans would surely become unbreakable. Hashirama's thoughts drifted further and further, and he quickly shook his head to cast them away. They reached the stream where they had first met. Madara picked up a pebble and tossed it into the water. The fast-flying stone skipped across the surface, gliding all the way to the opposite bank. Hashirama, I can throw it all the way across now. Hashirama smiled, and also picked up a stone, flinging it toward the water. Ripples swirled, trout leaped, and laughter rang out. In the bushes, Tobirama watched with blank eyes and popped a soldier pill into his mouth. Looks like I won't need dinner tonight. Madara threw a stone that soared over the riverbank and flew straight into the forest on the other side. Maybe I used too much force. The next moment the earth began to tremble. 9 crimson tails lashed out from beneath the towering trees, and an enraged roar shook the heavens. An aura of hatred permeated the air as 9 colossal tails burst forth from beneath the earth. The massive creature unfurled its elongated form, a slender fox bearing its sharp fangs and claws, while exhaling a foul breath. Ban never expected that casually tossing a pebble would lead them to the QB, an unexpected stroke of fortune. The QB raised its 100-meter body, gazing down upon the intruding humans below. Ban, shouldn't we flee? Zhu Jian whispered, staring into the QB's lantern-sized eyes. What's there to fear? It's merely a little fox, a creature of lacking intelligence and instability. Ban stood with arms crossed, her voice neither loud nor soft, yet clear enough for the sharp-eared QB to hear. Ding, system mission issued. You are but a grain of sand inferior to the host. Please capture the QB and display your prowess. Mission rewards: sealing technique, adamant sealing chains. Mission failure penalty: increase body sensitivity by 100 times. Arrogant humans. Enraged by the provocation, the QB swiped a massive claw down at the pair. A tremendous tremor shook the ground as the QB's strike sent dust and debris flying. Just as it assumed the humans were crushed, an immense force overturned its palm, and to the QB's shock, a profoundly familiar aura began to resonate within its perception. As the smoke cleared, a skeleton cloaked in deep blue chakra repelled the QB's attack. Ban raised her hand slightly, revealing her Sharingan. A pair of crimson eyes snapped open, 3 tomo converging into a Mangekyo, unleashing black flames that engulfed the QB. The power of Indra, the Mangekyo Sharingan. The searing agony tormented the QB. Without a second thought, it released a crimson chakra to isolate the Amaterasu. As the Amaterasu consumed the chakra, the QB decisively separated the burning energy from its body, gazing with fear at the petite girl. QB, I offer you a chance to submit, or I shall control you directly with my Sharingan. A trail of blood tears streamed from Ban's eye after using Amaterasu. Her expression remained calm as she fixed her gaze on the wary QB. Impossible. The QB refused outright, an ominous energy beginning to coalesce within its mouth as a devastating tailed beast ball took shape. You spurn a toast only to drink a forfeit. Ban opened her Mangekyo Sharingan, and in an instant the QB was subdued, its tailed beast ball redirected and released elsewhere. The moment the pitch-black tailed beast ball touched the ground, it unleashed a colossal shockwave, and a mushroom cloud rose in the distance. Though the QB possessed immense power, its resistance against the Sharingan, especially the Mangekyo, was exceedingly weak. During the QB's rampage, the released beast had been controlled by Uchiha Daitu via the Sharingan, wreaking havoc in Konohagakure. It was eventually sealed by the 4th Hokage Bluffing Shumen, using a sealing technique, beginning a long imprisonment. Ding, congratulations, host, mission completed. Reward issued. Under the control of Jinjutsu, Uchiha Ban completed the task effortlessly. The knowledge of the Uzumaki clan's secret technique, sealing technique, adamant sealing chains, was transmitted into her mind. This technique's power depended on chakra reserves. The more chakra, the stronger the seal. In the original story, it was used by Xuanhua Jinshin to seal and suppress the QB. However, the technique seemed somewhat redundant for Ban, given her Mangekyo Sharingan. Now it's time to deal with the QB. Under the control of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the QB lay prostrate, its eyes transformed into the Mangekyo pattern. Ban considered sealing the QB within herself to become its Jinchuriki. But aside from the risks of containing the QB, even if she could harness its power, she would never achieve the perfect Jinchuriki state like Naruto. Moreover, the system had previously issued a mission suggesting that capturing all 9-tailed beasts would reward the perfect Jinchuriki form. Thus, there was no rush, as she could wait until she collected all 9. Ban performed the adamant sealing chains, summoning 6 golden chains from the ground that enveloped the QB layer by layer. She decided to seal the QB within Zhu Jian for now, as his would release could also suppress the beast. Moreover, given his personality as Ashura's reincarnation, Zhu Jian might even become a perfect Jinchuriki, taming the QB and unlocking the Baryon mode. Many powerful individuals existed in later generations, but the most threatening were the Otsutsuki, celestial visitors, whose strength rivaled the Six Paths level. Fighting alone would be arduous. Zhujian, I have a little gift for you. Ban smirked slyly and thrust the QB into Zhujian's chest. Oh wait. Before Zhujian could react, Ban released her control over the QB. The freed beast, realizing it was sealed, erupted in fury, its vast chakra surging violently. A cloak of tailed beast chakra began to form on Zhujian's body, the blood-red, seething power struggling to break free. Seeing this, Ban intensified her chakra output, conjuring more adamantine chains to bind the QB's body, while towering trees sprouted in Zhujian's mind, forming a colossal cage that subdued the beast. Human, I will eventually. The QB's words were cut short as its chakra was suppressed. Fox, you are truly annoying. The adamantine chains formed a sealing array, completely imprisoning the QB within Senju Zhujian. You are too reckless, Ban. Cold sweat dripped from Zhujian's forehead. He was still shaken. Just a little, Fox. Are you afraid? Yes, I am afraid, Zhujian nodded. I fear that if I run wild, I might hurt you. Ban froze for a moment, a blush creeping across her cheeks. TCH, all talk, the long-haired, dark-haired girl scoffed. Uchiha Ban, remember you were a man in your past life. Don't fall for this. In the distance, Senju Hashirama hid behind a boulder, his trembling hand popping a military ration pill into his mouth. The scenes he had just witnessed were too intense. The massive demon fox, the Susanoo, the adamantine chains, all occurring within mere minutes. Previously, he had doubted Uchiha Ban's claim that she could subdue 2 clans, but now Hashirama fully believed in her ability. However, the intense emotional fluctuation when Ban activated her Mangekyo did not escape Hashirama's notice, reinforcing his conviction about the instability of the Uchiha. Wicked Uchiha, just wait until I thoroughly study you. Ban and Zhujian stood by the river when a corpse drifted down from upstream. This is a ninja of the Xuanhua clan. Zhujian reached out and pulled the corpse, overturning it to reveal the symbol on its back and the distinctive red hair that confirmed its identity. Faint traces of blood still seeped from the wound, suggesting it had died not long ago. This also indicated that a struggle was taking place not far away. However, the name Xuanhua gave Ban pause. In the original story, the Xuanhua clan were descendants of Ashura and distant blood relatives of the Qinsho clan, renowned for their mastery of sealing techniques. The Xuanhua clan was distinguished by their immense chakra reserves and vitality, making them a very unique family. Xuanhua Xianglin was like a portable charging station. When injured or low on chakra, Sasuke would take a sip and instantly recover his combat strength. It was precisely thanks to Xuanhua Xianglin that Sasuke survived his many reckless escapades. And the protagonist's mother, Xuanhua Jixina, was also of the Xuanhua clan. As for the protagonist Naruto, his ability to use the multiple shadow clone technique at such a young age and to create Rasengan was due to the Xuanhua bloodline. Let's go take a look. A hint of interest gleamed in Ban's eyes. The firelight illuminated the trees, casting light on her profile as the eldest daughter of the Xuanhua clan. Xuanhua Jiyue never imagined that on her first mission she would encounter a Jonin-level enemy. Her squad leader, also her instructor, was killed instantly. Before she could even react, a fresh steaming head rolled to her feet. The other team members bought her time to escape. But in her panic, she twisted her ankle on a tree root and was caught by the pursuing Jonin. Not bad-looking little girl. And the eldest daughter of the Xuanhua clan, I see. I can have some fun with you and then trade you to another clan for a bounty. The Jonin was a rogue ninja who made a living by completing bounty missions from the various clans. He never expected to be so lucky as to catch such a big fish. Don't come near me. Seeing the rogue Jonin, who hadn't bathed in over 10 days and reeked of filth, Xuanhua Jiyue's face paled with terror. Mom, I'll never run off again. Someone please save me, anyone. Xuanhua Jiyue prayed frantically in her heart, at that moment more devout than any Christian. Just as the rogue Jonin reached out a groping hand, his head was suddenly severed, blood spurting like a fountain. Oh! Xuanhua Jiyue screamed, her face pale at the horrifying sight. Shut up. Too noisy. Uchiha Ban pulled back her sickle stained with blood, her expression cold and indifferent. Seeing the gloomy Uchiha Ban, Xuanhua Jiyue wisely covered her mouth, staring at her with tearful, pitiful eyes. Ban, we should be gentler. Zhujian reminded, then put on a smile and said to Xuanhua Jiyue, are you alright? You're from the Xuanhua clan, right? Thank you for saving me. Seeing Zhujian's watermelon-shaped head and his seemingly simple, kind-hearted appearance, Xuanhua Jiyue quickly played the victim, reaching for his sleeve. If you touch him, I'll cut off one of your fingers. Ban looked down coldly, briefly pulling Xuanhua Jiyue into an illusion. Hearing this, Xuanhua Jiyue retracted her hand, as if shocked. When Zhujian tried to help her because of her ankle injury, she repeatedly refused. May I ask, which clan do you belong to? Leaning against a tree, Xuanhua Jiyue twirled her fiery red hair around her fingers, curiosity filling her face. I'm from the Qinsho clan, and she's from the Uchiha clan. Why did you say that, you idiot Zhujian? We just need her to answer our questions. Ban said dissatisfiedly. Xuanhua Jiyue was startled. Hadn't she heard that the Uchiha and Qinsho clans were sworn enemies who would fight on sight? How could these two be so harmonious? Listen, just answer our questions nicely. Uchiha Ban walked up to Xuanhua Jiue. Though they were about the same height, Ban's aura was clearly more imposing. Xuanhua Jiue nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Tell me your identity and what happened just now. My name is Xuanhua Jiue, the eldest daughter of the Xuanhua clan. While on a mission, I was attacked by that ninja just now. The entire squad is dead except for me. Is that so? Understood. Uchiha Ban activated her 3 tomo using Jinjutsu to control Xuanhua Jiue. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Now she could learn about the Xuanhua clan's internal affairs through Jiue. After all, the Xuanhua clan, located in the land of whirlpools, was extremely powerful and highly skilled in sealing techniques. If Uchiha Ban had tried to storm in like she did with the Shimura and Akimichi clans without knowing the enemy's strength, she might end up trapped for a decade or more. Now the eldest daughter of the Xuanhua clan had delivered herself like a clean little lamb. How could she refuse? It was just that Black Zetsu had disappeared somewhere in the past few days. Now that the Akimichi and Shimura had submitted to the Uchiha, the remaining clans in the Land of Fire were the Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Aburame, Xuanhua, and Hagoromo. Ban was most concerned about the Hyuga and the Xuanhua. Both clans were special. One had the Byakugan, and the other served as a mobile blood pack. Uchiha Ban wanted to take over the clans in the Land of Fire with as much benevolence as possible, but these 2 clans posed the greatest challenge. Ban bit into Xuanhua Jiue's neck, curious to see just how much chakra the Xuanhua clan possessed. But the next moment her mouth was roughly filled. MMPH. A torrent of chakra gushed from the wound into Uchiha Ban's mouth. No wonder Xuanhua Naruto could use multiple shadow clones without batting an eye. The chakra reserves were indeed terrifying. Just 1 mouthful of blood replenished chakra, equivalent to 3 Kakashis. The sheer comfort made Uchiha Ban instinctively release her Sharingan control. Xuanhua Jiue woke up, dazed only to feel a sharp pain at her neck. Their eyes met. Ban bit her neck, her crimson pupils adorned with the black Mangekyo pattern. Was she moved? She dared not move an inch. Xuanhua Jiue's eyes stiffened, her mind racing with 1,000 curses. She had just gone out on a mission only to encounter a Jonin, losing her entire team. Rescued by chance, she thought she had found an angel only to fall into another den of demons. Father Lu Ming, Dad, I'm never going out again. Xuanhua Jiue was on the verge of tears. Ban, let her go, will you? Xuanhua Jiue looked at the speaking Qianshou Zhu Jian as if he were a savior, almost weeping with gratitude. Though this young man looks a bit simple, he's actually quite kind. Oh. Ban released Xuanhua Jiue. The Xuanhua clan was very useful. They could be a great help until she reached the 6 paths level. Ban calculated in her mind whether to keep a few of the Xuanhua clan as portable charging stations after conquering them. For now, having Xuanhua Jiue was enough. The black-haired, straight-haired girl smiled. It was the first time Xuanhua Jiue had seen Uchiha Ban smile. But that smile was so sinister as she felt like a lamb that had wandered into a pack of wolves. Xuanhua Jiue felt that she was in a terrible predicament, having just escaped one danger only to fall into another. Her hands were sealed by golden chains shot from Yuzhibo Ban's fingertips, leaving her utterly incapable of escape. Isn't this our Xuanhua clan's secret technique, the adamantine sealing chains? How do you know it? Xuanhua Jiue asked, her face filled with astonishment. Good question, but I can't be bothered to tell you. Ban glanced at Xuanhua Jiue. Then where are you taking me next? Of course we're letting you go. Why would we keep you for dinner? Ah. Xuanhua Jiue was stunned, unable to believe her ears. Don't want to leave? That's fine too. No, I'll take my leave. Xuanhua Jiue quickly shook her head. Come here. Ban said. Xuanhua Jiue walked over to Yuzhibo Ban in confusion, only to have her chin forcibly gripped and a terribly unpleasant object forced down her throat. Cough, cough. What did you give me? Xuanhua Jiue coughed dryly and collapsed to the ground. A drug to control you. Once you reveal any information about us, your body will explode and you'll die. Ban said expressionlessly. Xuanhua Jiue's face instantly turned pale, with fright, her lips trembling. Of course all of this was a bluff by Yuzhibo Ban. What she had forced Xuanhua Jiue to swallow was merely a military ration pill. Speaking of which, had this red-haired girl never eaten a soldier pill before? To be this terrified. So you must keep it a secret, okay? Boo-hoo-hoo. Xuanhua Jiue nodded with tears in her eyes. Although Ban had already placed a Jinjutsu on her, so that once she stepped into the Xuanhua clan's territory, she would memorize everything she saw and then report it to Yuzhibo Ban. After all, such a useless young lady. Ban didn't think she would have a thorough understanding of the clan's internal affairs. Even if she used the Sharingan to control her and interrogate for information, she wouldn't get anything useful. Yuzhibo Ban released Xuanhua Jiue, signaling that she could leave. But Xuanhua Jiue stood there hesitantly, not moving a step. I'm letting you go and you won't leave. If I go alone, will I encounter any danger? Xuanhua Jiue murmured. Aren't you a ninja? I'm weak. Yuzhibo Ban formed a hand seal, and with a puff of smoke a shadow clone appeared. She will escort you. Watching Xuanhua Jiue flee in panic with the shadow clone, Ban turned her gaze to a nearby patch of grass. Perverted stalker Qianshou Feijin, you've watched long enough, haven't you? Feijin. Zhu Jian was startled, never expecting to hear his brother's name, and then saw a white-haired hedgehog with grass on his head emerge from the bushes. Shinsho Feijian hadn't anticipated that Ban's perception would be so sharp, though it seemed he had been detected all along the way. Big brother, good afternoon. The sun hung high, casting its light everywhere as Feijian popped up. Yuzhibo Ban, I had doubts about your proposal to establish a shinobi village before, but since you truly possess such strength, Shinsho Feijian will fully support you. And I'm not a perverted stalker. Shinsho Feijian declared with righteous indignation, noticing his elder brother engaged in sign language communication with him. How did you follow me? Zhujian gestured. Big brother, you must not be deceived by that beautiful Uchi, huh? Feijian gestured back. Hey, even though I can't understand, I can see it. Ban fell silent for a moment before speaking. The air briefly froze, and only when Chuan-Nai fell from a tree did this farce truly come to an end. Moi, Wani-san. Yuzhibo Ban hadn't even noticed Chuan-Nai was there, as she had been focusing entirely on Feijian. Every single one of them was a master of peeping into women's bathhouses. Their perverted stalking skills could rival the legendary Jiraiya, author of Makeout Paradise. Father is looking for you, so he sent me to find you, Chuan-Nai said. A good excuse. Her actions over the past few days had been rather excessive. Ban could already imagine Yuzhibo Tiandao laughing heartily and saying, my daughter Yuzhibo Ban has the potential of a great emperor. Then I'll see you next time, Zhujian. Ban said, then departed with Chuan-Nai. Fox, you're giving me a headache, Zhujian muttered to himself suddenly. Big brother, who are you talking to? Feijian frowned, somewhat bewildered. Oh, there's a big fox in my head. Zhujian rubbed his temples in irritation. When Ban and Chuan-Nai returned to the Uchiha compound, they saw Yuzhibo Tiandao already seated inside the house. Ban, Chuan-Nai, you're back. Seeing their arrival, Yuzhibo Tiandao's old face broke into a grin as radiant as a crumpled chrysanthemum. Ban, considering your achievements, the clan elders have unanimously decided to appoint you as the next clan leader when you come of age at 16. But father, aren't you still alive? Yuzhibo Ban asked. Normally, a young clan leader would only succeed after the current leader's death. You have a greater ability to lead the Uchiha toward prosperity than I do, so I am voluntarily stepping aside, Yuzhibo Tiandao explained. No, I'm not interested. Let Chuan-Nai be the clan leader. Ban said indifferently, having no interest in the position of clan leader. It was exhausting, troublesome, and required cleaning up after others. Besides, she still had the tasks of capturing tailed beasts and establishing Konoha. Taking on the role of clan leader would only slow her down. Then just be a nominal clan leader. I'll still handle the clan affairs, and when Chuan-Nai comes of age, it will be passed to her. How about that? Seeing that Ban was unwilling to be clan leader, Yuzhibo Tiandao didn't insist, and simply proposed a different arrangement. Fine. I heard you've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Ban. Without further ado, Yuzhibo Ban activated her Mangekyo Sharingan. Crimson pupils and jet black patterns. This was the supreme ocular power known as the Mangekyo Sharingan, said to see through the three realms. Ban, you are one of the few Uchiha to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. It's time for you to see something. Yuzhibo Tiandao looked pleased, told Chuan-Nai to leave first, and then led Ban through a narrow tunnel to a secret chamber. A stone tablet stood in the chamber with nothing else around. This is the stone tablet left by our Uchiha ancestors. Its content reveals the ultimate secret of the Sharingan. Unfortunately, my ocular power is insufficient. Only those with the Mangekyo Sharingan can read what is inscribed. Ban scanned the stone tablet with her Sharingan. This was the version altered by Heiju, which described the false dream of initiating the infinite Tsukuyami to create a peaceful, beautiful world. Only a truly pure soul like Lord Ban would believe in the contents of that stone tablet. Madara, what did the elders say? Nothing much. They said the Mangekyo Sharingan can evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and an Uchiha possessing the eternal Mangekyo, when combined with a Senju, could give birth to power akin to the Sage of Six Paths. Absolutely not. The Uchiha shall never intermarry with the Senju, Uchiha Taijima declared. Madara blinked, confused. What? It dawned on Madara that Taijima had likely misunderstood. I meant transplantation of cells, not marriage. Madara sighed, clarifying. Oh, that's what I meant too. Senju cells are problematic. They dull the Uchiha intellect. Taijima's face reddened slightly, realizing his own misstep. But power akin to the Sage of Six Paths. Truly inconceivable. Madara, how does one acquire the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Taijima inquired. One needs a blood relative who has also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. By transplanting their eyes, there is a chance to awaken the eternal Mangekyo. Is that so? Taijima fell silent for a moment, then sighed. It's a pity I haven't awakened the Mangekyo myself, or I would have given you mine. Madara and Taijima exited the secret Uchiha chamber. Taijima muttered a few more words before taking his leave. After some deliberation, Madara decided to take a stroll around the clan grounds. Madara pinned up her hair with a silver hairpin, changed into a simple pale blue kimono, and slipped on Geta sandals, heading towards the clan streets. Lately she'd heard that particular person was quite the sensation in the clan. How popular. Even 3-year-old Uchiha brats knew her name. Princess of the Uchiha Battlefield Rose. Those were the titles they gave her. Honestly, she had no idea what was going through their heads. Azura of the shinobi world, or god of shinobi, would suit her far better. Hey, isn't that the princess Lady Madara? Madara was buying a skewer of dango from a roadside stall when a horde of people came rushing towards her. Princess, please give me your autograph. I'm your biggest fan, Lady Madara. Seeing the warning signs, Madara quickly made her escape. No wonder Taijima wanted her to be clan head, he had a point. Beautiful, famous, and powerful Lady Uchiha Madara was the epitome of her generation, ridiculously popular. Clutching her chest, Madara ducked into a bathhouse. The Uchiha clansmen, acting like obsessed Seiseing fans, rushed past the entrance like a horde of zombies. Inside the bathhouse was filled with steam. A kind, elderly woman approached and looked Madara over. If it isn't the young lady clan head, are you here for the hot springs? You could say that. Madara looked at the Uchiha members through the curtain, figuring she couldn't leave anytime soon. She might as well enjoy a hot spring while she waited. Right this way. The old woman led Madara into the women's section. Shall I prepare a private room for you? That would be appreciated. Madara didn't decline the old woman's kindness. She didn't fancy bathing with others anyway. Taking the number tag, she pushed aside the curtain and stepped inside, greeted by a wave of warm, humid steam. Madara slipped off her kimono and freed herself from the restrictive bindings on her chest, feeling a sense of relief. About a B-cup, I guess, she muttered, poking at herself and feeling a jolt of sensation run through her body. Too sensitive, she thought, quickly pulling her hand away. The young woman submerged herself into the warm water, which enveloped her soft skin. She let her entire body sink into the misty pool, leaving only her cute little head above the surface. Madara relaxed her tense muscles, letting her mind drift. Her two main tasks, now establishing Konoha village, seemed a distant prospect, so she decided to focus on capturing the tailed beasts. But that wasn't a simple feat. It wasn't about strength, but finding them. She'd been incredibly lucky to catch the 9 tails, having just thrown a pebble and flushed it out. The 9 beasts were scattered across the 5 great nations, land of fire, lightning, wind, earth, and water. Scouring the entire shinobi world for a few tailed beasts was like looking for a needle in a haystack, especially with only 4 years to work with. The more she thought about it, the more troublesome it seemed. Madara dunked her entire head underwater, releasing a few bubbles to the surface. After half an hour submerged, she felt dizzy, her skin flushed from the heat. A deep blush spread across her fair face. Wrapping her petite figure in a bath towel, she dried her delicate skin. She had to admit, a good soak did wonders for one's mood. After one hot spring bath, all the tension in her body seemed to dissipate with the warmth, leaving her feeling light and relaxed. Ding, system task issued. As Uchiha Madara, how can you be troubled by not finding tailed beasts? The 2 tails Matatabi will appear in the central mountain range of the land of lightning in 4 days. Please capture it. Of course, as a powerhouse, the host must defeat the 2 tails without using Genjutsu. Task: reward the location of the next tailed beast. Task failure penalty: become a plaything. The system's task timing was impeccable, arriving just as Madara was worrying about finding the beasts. Not using Genjutsu meant not relying on the Mangekyo's ocular power to directly control the beast. That would make things slightly more troublesome, but only slightly. With the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, victory was obviously a foregone conclusion. However, getting to the land of lightning would require a rush. Either mountainous terrain was plentiful and travel would take considerable time. The land of lightning, named for its towering peaks and the deafening thunder that echoed around them. Rivers from the central mountain range carved an intricate coastline at the mouth, and the nation was also abundant with hot springs. The land of lightning, they have a lot of hot springs, right? Madara changed into her chest bindings and closed her kimono. She felt she was beginning to love hot springs. Leaving the bathhouse, Madara borrowed Izuna's crow to send a letter to Hashirama. The gist of it was that she was off on a mission to the land of lightning, and not to worry. I need to find myself a summoning beast soon. This is getting too troublesome. For summoning beasts, Madara considered the toads of Mount Mayaboku. Toads like Gamakin or Gamabunta were good choices with decent combat abilities of their own. But going by the current timeline, they were probably just little tadpoles. Crows, however, were also a good option. The cost of a contract was low, and they were practical. If she got the chance, she'd visit the 3 sacred grounds to see if she could trick a few into forming a contract, Madara mused. The furious thunder rumbled like the surging waves of pine forests, while the mist-shrouded peaks undulated like the spine of a colossal dragon. Faint streaks of lightning pierced the dense, almost tangible gray fog. Ban lifted the brim of her bamboo hat, her delicate face adorned with a few droplets of water, her dark pupils fixed on the distance. Speaking of which, the 8-tailed ox is also in the land of lightning, right? Maybe we can subdue it together. Miss Ban, with her hair braided into a simple rustic style, bit into a 5-colored rice ball. She had spent 2 days traveling, and in 2 days' time the 2-tailed cat would appear nearby. The 2-tailed cat was a feline demon covered in blue chakra flames. It later formed a contract with Yujito Ni, making her a perfect Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, it encountered the immortal duo. Are you checking in, miss? Inside the inn, a young waitress with golden twin tails approached enthusiastically. Ban paid 100 ryo for 2 nights' lodging. The waitress appraised the beautiful young lady and said, You're not from the land of lightning, are you? Ben looked at her with slight surprise. The golden-haired waitress quickly smiled and explained. I noticed the shuriken at your waist. You're probably a ninja, but you don't have the shoulder emblem of our land of lightning, so it's likely you're not a ninja from here. You're very observant. Ben hadn't expected such deductions. Thank you for the compliment. I just pay attention to things around me. The waitress smiled and handed over a set of keys. This is your room number 11. Please take care. Thank you. Ben took the keys. Compared to the war-torn land of fire, the land of lightning seemed more peaceful, perhaps due to its geography, and was relatively tranquil. Frankly, among the 5 great shinobi nations, the land of fire was the most chaotic. Uniting the other 4 was far easier, though the land of fire was also the most powerful overall. Ban sat by the bed, setting down her belongings, a few kunai and shuriken, dozens of explosive tags, and several tens of thousands of ryo. She kicked off her wooden clogs. The fog outside the window was thick. Faint rustling sounds came from the outer door. Ban bit on a bamboo skewer, finishing the last rice ball. Ding, system mission issued. In a foreign land, they have yet to hear of the battlefield rose. Let them witness the Uchiha Dance King's Massacre Symphony. Mission completion reward, lightning release, Kirin 1 card of chakra. Mission failure reward, that damned Uchiha brat needs to be properly disciplined. I just wanted to do a simple mission, but trouble finds me everywhere. Ban tossed away the skewer. Several kunai with explosive tags pierced through the door, and the explosion's light bloomed before her eyes. Outside, a black-haired man walked in with a wanted poster. Uchiha Madara, the one with a 50 million ryo bounty. Behind him was the golden-haired waitress Ban had met earlier. The inn erupted in smoke and flames, civilians screaming and fleeing. Ban's figure emerged as the smoke cleared. Susanoo blocked the massive explosion. Her gaze was cold, her mangekyo spinning. I never expected to meet you here. What luck? The black-haired man's face lit up with excitement. He wore a white robe, his body muscular and strong, holding a katana. No more talk. Capture her. The golden-haired waitress threw several shuriken at Ban. Summoning technique, rhinoceros. The man bit his fingertip, slammed his palm on the ground. Black symbols appeared, and a massive rhinoceros charged toward Ban with overwhelming force. Beware of her eyes. I won't be controlled, but you might. The waitress warned, her eyes turning blood red. Ban curiously observed the waitress's eyes, black pupils, blood red scara. Blood dragon eyes. No wonder she was so confident. Ban pulled out the Uchiha war fan, and a sickle leaped onto the rhinoceros's back, and with a few swift cuts, sliced it into pieces. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Without hand seals, a roaring dragon of flames spewed from Uchiha Madara's mouth, evaporating the fog and igniting the muddy, damp ground with raging fire. Water release, water dragon bullet barrage. The black-haired man reacted quickly, forming hand seals. The fire dragon and water dragon collided, creating a white mist that obscured vision. The next moment, Ban's hand, crackling with chidori, pierced the black-haired man's chest. Amaterasu. Blood tears streamed from Ban's eyes, and the man was burned to ash. Now's my chance. Seeing Uchiha Madara's ocular power weaken, the golden-haired waitress quickly cast a genjutsu. With so much ocular power consumed, her resistance to genjutsu must be lower. You may be strong, but you've met me. You're not the only one with special eyes, Uchiha brat. Watching Ban struggle briefly before going still, the waitress smiled triumphantly. She took out a shuriken, walked up to Ban, and lifted her chin. You're quite pretty. Too bad you have bad luck meeting me. The waitress used the shuriken to sever Ban's wrists and ankles, crippling her ability to fight back. Now I can take you back and complete the mission. Just as the waitress was about to take Ban away, the black-haired girl suddenly opened her eyes, turning into a wooden log. Clone technique. The waitress gasped in shock as Ban's hand pierced her chest. The surrounding scenery rapidly faded in the waitress's horrified gaze. They had returned to the inn, destroyed by the explosive tags. So from the very beginning, everything the waitress had imagined was part of Ban's genjutsu. The first time we met, when you looked at me. Ban kindly answered. How? Impossible. The waitress's regret was consumed by flames. Those who cannot even dance are truly ugly. Ban withdrew her hand, and the system notification arrived. Congratulations, host, mission completed. Rewards have been issued. Uchiha Madara tore a wanted poster bearing her own likeness from the wall, her identity clearly written upon it. Uchiha Madara, the young clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Bounty for capture alive, 50 million ryo. A bounty for death, 20 million ryo. Issued by the Hagoromo clan of the Land of Fire. Didn't expect I'd be worth so much. Maybe I should just turn myself in. Madara mused, stroking her chin. As the young head of the Uchiha, one might assume she had wealth befitting the strongest clan, hardly penniless. Yet the Uchiha had been at war for years, draining their coffers, leaving little for her to squander freely. Her gaze lingered on the name Hagoromo for a moment, then the poster crumbled to ash. Madara had remained in the Land of Lightning for 2 days. The system had issued a route map for the Two Tails Matatabi with a red marker showing its location on a pure white map. The Two Tails was moving swiftly, clearly being pursued by someone. Matatabi might be among the weaker of the tailed beasts, but it was still a tailed beast. Had its pursuer not been Kage level, it wouldn't have been fleeing in panic. Uchiha Madara drew her scythe, her figure vanishing into the mist of the land of lightning. On a steep plunging slope, a small figure dodged an incoming fire-style jutsu. A purple-haired girl cloaked in a sinister blue shroud of chakra was in a state of partial tailed beast transformation. She opened her mouth and spat out a fireball. Rat-tailed jade. The fireball burst apart, scattering into several small blue flames. She was called Zero, a Jinchuriki born by chance with the two tails sealed within her. In truth, she had been saved by the two tails. Matatabi was one of the more gentle-tailed beasts, relatively kind to humans. So when sealed within her, Matatabi did not immediately erupt, using its chakra to force her into a mindless rampage. As it happened, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning sought to capture the two tails and dispatched numerous ninja. For its own safety, Matatabi lent its power to Zero. It was well known that a tailed beast's power in its raw form was weaker than when in a Jinchuriki state. Of course, only when the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast were in harmony. Amidst the chaotic flight, several shuriken embedded with explosive tags struck Zero. The subsequent blaze was immediately suppressed by a stream of fire-style jutsu. Zero collapsed, her body riddled with burn marks, utterly battered. A surge of violent chakra erupted, and a colossal chakra construct in the form of a great cat roared to its feet. A massive tailed beast ball formed in its maw. Full-tailed beast transformation. The terrifying power of a tailed beast was now on full display. Careful, don't get hit. Several jonin coordinated flawlessly, evading the incoming tailed beast ball as the hill behind them was blasted into dust. Form the barrier, a bearded ninja shouted. 3 ninja leaped to the east, west, and south positions while the remaining 2 used a sealing technique to restrain the two tails Matatabi. Sealing technique. 10. Snake, deer, rabbit, tiger 5-hand seals formed in an instant. A rectangular barrier of translucent flame expanded, sealing Matatabi within a confined space. Within the formation, due to the barrier's effect, the two tails chakra was greatly suppressed, and the flames wreathing its body began to dim. Startled and enraged, the two tails swiped its claw at the Land of Lightning ninja. The sealing technique bound it, and for a moment Matatabi found itself unable to break free. It crouched in fury, a colossal tailed beast ball gathering in its mouth. It fired off a rapid succession of tailed beast balls, but each one was blocked by the 4 violet flames formation. Humans. Matatabi was furious, but helpless. Seeing this, a Land of Lightning ninja began forming seals for a sealing technique, only for his head to be sliced off by a scythe. Edge. The ninja beside the headless body stood dumbfounded for a moment before being consumed by a dragon of flames. Finally found you. A black-haired girl wielding a scythe and bearing the Uchiha clan crest on her back stepped out from the mist. Who dares interfere with the daimyo of the Land of Lightning's orders? Madara paid them no heed, forming hand seals as a dragon of fire surged into the sky. Fire-style Great Fire Dragon technique. The flames shot towards the clouds, rapidly heating the surrounding air. This created an updraft, which in turn formed cumulonimbus clouds, and finally the clouds released lightning. Lightning crackled, roaring and screaming. Madara activated her 3-tomo Sharingan and unleashed lightning-style Kirin. As the pinnacle of lightning release techniques, it consumed little chakra, but without the Sharingan, one could easily be caught in the crossfire. Blue lightning coalesced into a Kirin descending from the heavens and engulfing the many ninja in a storm of electricity. Lightning-style lightning snake. Madara then released a snake of lightning, guiding the Kirin to pierce through the Land of Lightning ninja, maximizing the damage. When the lightning faded, not a single person was left standing except for Uchiha Madara herself. The petite girl stood on a rock, her Sharingan swirling into the pattern of the Mangekyo. She looked down at the two tails still trapped within the 4 violet flames formation. Catch the little kitty. 1/9 of the mission complete. Madara leaped from the high crag, her hair whipping upwards in the fierce wind. Amaterasu's black flames burned a gaping hole in the sealing barrier, and the girl dropped straight through. Boom! Susanu's fist, propelled by inertia, slammed into Matatabi's head, the immense force driving it deep into the earth. The unstable chakra cloak dissipated, and Matatabi's form flickered, reverting back to zero. Matatabi, submit. Or dot. Madara hoisted Zero up with one hand, her black hair blown aside, exuding an overwhelming aura. Human, you must be dreaming. Matatabi roared. Madara's fingers tightened, slightly snapping Zero's neck. With the Jinchuriki dead, the tailed beast was freed. Matatabi burst forth from Zero's body, its rage reaching its peak. It had once believed in the Sage of Six Paths' vision of coexistence with humans, but the 1,000 years of cruelty since had long since filled Matatabi with resentment towards humanity. A terrifying tailed beast ball began to form, but Susanu's 2 hands clamped down on its body, while 2 more gripped its snout. The tailed beast ball was forced to detonate inside Matatabi's mouth, eliciting a pained cry from the beast. A Kirin descending from the heavens then completely robbed it of its will to resist. Chains of shimmering gold erupted from behind Madara, the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan, which bound the fearsome tailed beast in a powerful seal. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission complete. Mission rewards have been distributed. The three-tails Isabu has appeared in the land of water. It's Isabu, that big turtle. I thought it would be the eight tails. Madara had been planning to go after Gyuki, but it was nowhere to be found at the moment. I shouldn't have killed her. Now I have no place to store the two tails. Ban used her Mangekyo to control the two tails, which rapidly condensed its immense chakra, causing the colossal beast to shrink instantly. A tailed beast is nothing but a mass of chakra. Matatabi shrank to the size of a mongoose perching on Ban's shoulder. After much deliberation, Uchiha Ban decided to return to the land of fire first. Some clans were indeed restless. She had barely been out for a few days before someone put a bounty on her head. This also indirectly demonstrated that the traitors within the Uchiha clan were well informed. Based on Ban's memories, she had a few candidates in mind, but she was uncertain. In any case, she had to return to the land of fire first to stabilize the Uchiha clan, then intimidate those clans that sought to stir up trouble. Otherwise, one day, while she was out capturing tailed beasts, her home might be stolen. After 3 days of travel, Ban returned to the land of fire, and interestingly, she spotted a familiar face. A ninja with a gray hood and indifferent expression and emerald eyes. It was Jiao Du. Jiao Du sensed the gaze. As a ninja, he had long wandered in places like the black market to earn bounties. Though he was a ninja with influence, making money was nothing to be ashamed of. He had few pleasures: ancient books, money, and monkfish liver. Glancing at the figure that had been looking at him, Jiao Du froze. I see a walking 50 million yen. He rubbed his eyes and pulled a crumpled bounty poster from his pocket. The description read: black hair, female, fair features, 167 meters tall, cold demeanor, and a fan-shaped emblem on her clothes. Jiao Du matched each detail to the petite figure not far away. Black hair, yes. Fan emblem on clothes, yes. 50 million yen, walking on 2 legs. He muttered to himself. As he prepared to follow stealthily, a shingle stopped in front of him. Jiao Du's pupils contracted sharply, and he retreated. He formed hand seals, releasing a mist, and tossed 2 shuriken. Fast reaction. Must be Jinjutsu. He thought, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead, and he engaged Ban in battle. But in Ban's eyes, Jiao Du was just standing there foolishly holding a wanted poster. Ban brushed past Jiao Du. Given his current strength, he was barely an elite jonin, far from becoming the ninja who would one day clash with Hashirama Senju. At the Uchiha clan compound, dusk had swallowed the sky, and the lopsided sun sank into darkness. Ban knelt at the dining table, flanked by Uchiha Quan Nai and Uchiha Tian Dao. In Ban's memories, their mother had died when he and Quan Nai were very young, leaving them with only a vague impression of her. Ban, in 2 days it will be your 12th birthday, right? Tian Dao suddenly spoke. Ban was visibly startled, as she herself didn't remember her birthday, and she hadn't expected the busy clan leader Uchiha Tian Dao to recall it. December 24th. I remember it clearly, Uchiha Tian Dao said with emotion. Even now I still vividly remember how happy your mother was after you were born. I thought I could protect her for life, but she left me so early. Ben, everyone has things they cannot give up. But if one cannot let go, one cannot become stronger. Forgive me, Ban. Uchiha Tian Dao closed his eyes. He struggled violently, and his arms seemed to corrode into blackness. Several shuriken flew in through the window. Before Quan Nai could react, Ban raised her fan-shaped shield, blocking the clattering iron projectiles. Brother, father this. Do it. When Uchiha Tian Dao opened his eyes again, his pupils were already Mangekyo. Ban said nothing. A spiraling dragon of fire rose, wailing as it destroyed everything in its path. She grabbed Uchiha Quan Nai and withdrew from the house. Several Uchiha ninjas had been lying in ambush outside, and burning explosive tags left scars on Ban's arm. She licked the flowing blood. It tasted of iron. Her black pupils turned a deep crimson, and the pattern of the Mangekyo gradually took shape. Most Uchiha clan members were sensitive. When they lost a cherished love or felt anguish over their failures, special chakra would surge into the brain, affecting the optic nerves and causing changes in the eyes. These were the eyes that reflect the heart, the Sharingan. Ban didn't know if she felt anything for Uchiha Tian Dao, but the original Ban did. Ding. Night of Rebellion, the struggle for power and profit. Please complete the Purge mission. Mission reward: Mangekyo ability, Kimui. Mission failure, penalty, death. Countless shuriken exploded upon contact with the ground, and a colossal half-bodied Crotengu, Susanoo, rose up. Banzai power had increased. The 4th stage, Susanoo wielded 4 long swords as majestic as a god descending in the night. Wind release, vacuum wave. Uchiha Tian Dao formed hand seals, unleashing an impossibly large vacuum wave toward Quan Nai. Ban's Susanoo blocked the attack, but one of its arms shattered upon impact. Normally a B-rank jutsu like vacuum wave could not possess such power. The only explanation was due to Uchiha Tian Dao's eyes. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Tian Dao, beneath his composed exterior, harbored an infinite desire for power and profit. The ability of his left eye was to amplify jutsu. It strengthened ninjutsu to an astonishing degree, simple, brute, and effective. Yasaka Magatama. A chain of swirling Magatama was blocked by Uchiha Tian Dao's earth-style mud wall. Although Ban's ocular power had greatly increased, she couldn't sustain the Crotengu Susanoo for long. Her vision was blurring and blood trickled from the corners of her eyes, staining her sleeves. I have to finish this quickly. Ban bit her tongue and released a massive spread of Amaterasu. Black flames swirled above the Uchiha clan grounds, throwing the compound into chaos. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Ban activated Sage Mode. Dark runes spread across the Susanoo, and Amaterasu clung to its blade. She swung the sword, cracking the earth. Tian Dao's hand caught fire from the black flames, and he hastily severed it. A purple Susanoo emerged from him, and the two colossal constructs clashed. I win. At the Uchiha compound, what was once a home was now a ruin. Ban stood panting before Uchiha Tian Dao. Her left eye was nearly blind, and her body was covered in fine wounds. In the end you won, Ban, Tian Dao said, lying on the ground. After I die, take my eyes. That is my final request as a father. Ban picked up a katana and thrust it into Uchiha Tian Dao's chest. As his gaze gradually turned dull, Ban turned to look at the devastated Uchiha compound and saw Quan Nai urgently trying to say something to her. Her ears rang, and she couldn't hear what Quan Nai was saying. The next moment a long blade pierced her abdomen. Cough. Ban spat out blood. Behind her, Uchiha Tian Dao stood with one Mangekyo Sharingan closed. He had performed the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular jutsu, Izanagi. Madara, you're still too young. In the distance, Izuna saw his brother being stabbed, 3 tomos spinning in his eyes. Fire release Phoenix Sage Fire technique. Several kunai wreathed in flame shot toward Taijima, blocked by Susanoo. Madara spat out blood, and in the distance blue chakra appeared as a massive tailed beast ball condensed into a straight line hurtling toward the Uchiha compound. With her remaining strength, she controlled Matatabi to release the tailed beast ball, and Madara and Taijima were engulfed by it. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the reward. Task rewards have been issued. One of Madara's eyes transformed into the Mangekyo pattern, and Izanagi had already cast the curse of immortality. Her left eye, symbolizing Amaterasu, slowly closed, while her right eye stored 2 dojutsu, precognition and kamui. Precognition. It was only now that Madara understood the true power of this ability. Within a specified time frame, it could foresee her own death, the ultimate sensory ninjutsu. However, the precognition had to be activated actively and carried severe side effects, which was why Madara never used it. First, it wasn't necessary. Second, it consumed too much chakra. Who would have thought that Madara and Otsutsuki could be stabbed through the heart when victory was assured, and she was about to cast the infinite Tsukuyumi? Madara had only intended to test the precognition ability, only to see the vision of herself being killed by Uchiha Taijima. Among the ruins, Taijima and the ambushers had already perished, along with the accursed Mangekyo Sharingan vanishing. And the power of his right eye would never be known by anyone. Madara was supported by Izuna and Uchiha clan members who had arrived upon hearing the news gathered around. Uchiha Taijima had a heart of stone, to harm even his own children and even issue a bounty on his sons and daughters for leaking information to the Senju clan. The clan elders who opposed Taijima immediately seized the moment to chime in and show their support. Indeed, utterly cold-blooded. And he gave information to the Senju, truly a traitor to the Uchiha clan. We unanimously recommend Uchiha Madara as the new clan leader. At last, the supporting elders had completed their alignment, and the vast majority of Uchiha members agreed to recognize Uchiha Madara as the new clan head. The sky was still dark, the food on the table still warm, blood splattered on the floor, and Uchiha Madara fainted. When she opened her eyes again, her tattered clothes had been replaced with a clean white kimono adorned with pink cherry blossoms and flowing purple ribbons like silk. A faint floral fragrance drifted in from the window, and beside her stood an Uchiha woman skilled in medical ninjutsu. Madara-sama, you're awake. Madara turned to the side, covering her right eye with her hand, her vision shrouded in darkness. Her left eye had gone blind from using Izanagi. But that wasn't a big deal. Upon completing the main quest, she could obtain the Eternal Mangekyo. In a pinch, she could also transplant one, since the Uchiha clan Sharingan were available for immediate use. Is Izuna all right? Asked Madara with one eye open. Rest assured, clan leader. Your brother is safe and sound, just a few minor external injuries. Thank you for your trouble. Madara closed her eye, waiting for the Uchiha woman to leave, then opened it again. She attempted to contact the Two-Tails Matatabi. Fortunately, the Mangekyo's control hadn't been severed, so Matatabi hadn't run amok. It's time to settle accounts with the Hagoromo clan. The young girl's body was wrapped in pure white bandages beneath, which were horrifying burn scars, and a fresh crimson, sword wound across her abdomen. Had it not been for Izanagi, she would have gone to the afterlife with Uchiha Taijima meeting Izanami. Fortunately, with Hashirama's cells, the scars on her body would gradually heal. In about half a month, there would be no trace left. Uchiha Madara quietly left the medical unit and bought a white spiral pattern mask. She was too famous, recognized wherever she went, always stirring up unnecessary trouble. So wearing a mask to cover up would make things much easier. The Hagoromo clan's compound was to the southeast of the Uchiha, and the two clans had been on friendly terms, so they were relatively close. But now it seemed that so-called friendship had vanished with Taijima's death. What should not exist, let it disappear, said Madara as she donned the mask, and changed into the iconic Uchiha robe. 2 ribbons fluttered at her ears like swimming dragons. Madara stood on a height overlooking the Hagoromo clan Matatabi, perched on her shoulder, the fierce wind whipping around them. Ding, system mission issued. Uchiha Madara by divine might make the Hagoromo clan submit, by any means necessary. Mission reward would release. Mission failure penalty, body sensitivity increased 1,000 times. Matatabi under Madara's control grew enormous, its tens of meters frame, crouched low, a tailed beast ball beginning to form. Compressed from a 2:8 yin-yang chakra ratio, the tailed beast ball coalesced into a sphere of pitch-black ultra-dense matter. With a tremendous roar, it shot from Matatabi's mouth, flying straight toward the Hagoromo clan compound. The guards outside the Hagoromo compound had been dozing off, but when they saw a colossal tailed beast ball descending from the sky, they were scared out of their wits, then instantly obliterated. The tailed beast ball that shook the ground detonated its shockwave, flattening every structure it touched. This was Matatabi's rare, fully charged tailed beast ball, its massive blend of yin-yang energy reducing everything to its atomic form. Madara stepped on Matatabi and leaped to the front of the Hagoromo compound. "Who are you?" a jonin from the ruins shouted, gripping a shuriken in fury. "I am Uchiha Madara." Madara stood atop Matatabi's head with a war fan and sickle on her back. She drew her fan and swung. A chakra tornado mixing wind, fire, and lightning rose from the ground. That jonin was crushed into a pulp by Matatabi, and Madara jumped to the ground. Cries and screams filled the air as flames toppled the houses. A bewildered child of the Hagoromo clan wept, staring blankly at the devastation, until Uchiha Madara stood before her. Madara raised her fan, then lowered it, and walked past the child. "Uchiha Madara, is the Uchiha clan declaring war on the Hagoromo?" The Hagoromo clan head had finally arrived, but his angry words were cut short as his vision was engulfed by a dragon of fire. The towering Susanoo expanded its 4 long swords, and Yasaka Magatama flattening the entire Hagoromo compound. And this entire process took only 10 minutes. Uchiha Madara stepped onto a collapsed house, speaking with the absolute dominance of a god. "You have only one choice: submit or die." The Hagoromo clansmen fell to their knees one after another. Of course, there were those who resisted to the death, impaled by a single thrust of Susanoo's sword. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The mission reward has been issued. The moment the system reward was delivered, Uchiha Madara felt a peculiar power surge within her body. A tingling sensation spread throughout her form, and the burns on her skin began to heal rapidly. This was the wood style, brimming with immense vitality. Now Madara possessed both of Senju Hashirama's greatest assets, the sage body and the wood style. She glanced at the system panel. Host Uchiha Madara. Bloodline limit Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui precognition wood style. Ninjutsu monstrous strength dragon flame singing technique water dragon bullet. Special forms Sage Mode 2 Tails Chakra. Ninja Tool Uchiha War Fan. Comprehensive evaluation strong shadow level. At present Madara surpassed the legendary 3 but remained below the 6 paths. Though not invincible in the Warring States period, she stood among the very pinnacle of power. Now unless the Sage of 6 Paths himself appeared, Lady Madara feared nothing. With the internal strife settled, the hunt for the tailed beasts had to accelerate. Uchiha Madara was recommended as the clan leader, but she chose to entrust the heavy responsibility of the Uchiha revival to her beloved little brother. Thus the lovely Lady Madara fled the Uchiha household under the cover of night, clutching a skewer of 5-colored dango. Before leaving, she planned to visit Hashirama to check on the 9 tails. Within the Senju compound, Tobirama entered the room. At that moment Senju Hashirama was training. A faint crimson chakra coat enveloped his body. It was the 9 tails chakra cloak. In just a few days Hashirama had managed to reach a mutual understanding with the 9 tails. After all, the 9 tails had not yet been imprisoned in a dark cage for decades like in the future. Though resentment lingered under the influence of Hashirama's optimistic nature and the bloodline of Azura, the beast reluctantly opened its heart. "Big brother Uchiha Azuna sent me a message last night. Uchiha Taijima attempted to kill Uchiha Madara and put his plan into action." Hashirama held his breath, and the 9 tails chakra around him receded. But in the end Madara survived and became the new clan leader of the Uchiha. Tobirama said, "I can't get involved in this matter, so I came to inform you." "I doubt anyone could be happy knowing their own father wanted to kill them," Tobirama said, looking at Hashirama. "The thought of a close family member harboring a murderous intent toward you is suffocating." Tobirama despised the Uchiha from a standpoint, but he understood them better than most. Otherwise he would not later choose Uchiha Kagami as a trusted subordinate and place such faith in him. "By the way, big brother, yesterday was Uchiha Madara's birthday." Tobirama added another reminder. "I know." Hashirama clenched his fist and walked toward the door. Thump. The door was open, but he bumped into something. It was Uchiha Madara, a petite young girl in a white kimono as fragile as shattered snow, holding her 5-colored dango. "Hashirama, how is the 9 tails?" No signs of breaking the seal. Hashirama was momentarily stunned, then nodded. "Good. I'll be going." Having confirmed the Nine-Tails condition, Madara turned to leave. Wait, Madara. Hashirama called out a hint of suspicion in his voice. Are you all right? What could be wrong with me? Why would anything be wrong? Madara said. If you're upset or wronged, you can tell me. I heard about what happened. It's nothing serious. Madara's face betrayed no emotion like a delicate porcelain doll. She took a bite of the five-colored dango and stepped over the threshold. Madara, is there something else? Madara looked back. Happy birthday, Hashirama said, watching Madara's figure gradually recede into the distance. In the Uchiha compound, people came and went. Everyone she met smiled and greeted her. Madara finished the five-colored dango, feeling a slight sting in her nose. Ding, the three-tails Isabu will appear in the land of water in 11 days. Please proceed to capture it without using Jinjutsu. Mission completion. Reward: location of the next tailed beast. Mission failure. Penalty: none. The land of water with its rolling waves was an island nation with a unique culture. Nestled deep in the mountains, its territory was often shrouded in thick mist, completely isolated from other countries. Surrounded by surging seas, layered peaks, misty forests, and rain like grains of rice. Several long boats drifted across the water. Madara wore a raincoat and a conical hat. Small hills rose abruptly from the water, and a fine rain brushed against the tip of her nose, bringing a chill. The three-tails Isabu ranked among the weaker-tailed beasts. Its weakness was its eyes. Later, when the Akatsuki captured it, Deidara blew it out of the water with a single bomb. However, the problem was that the three-tails lived underwater year-round, and Madara was not skilled in water combat, making capture troublesome. The land of water was remote from many other nations, and it took Madara considerable time to reach it. After 5 days of rocking boat travel, she felt a bit seasick. She withdrew her gaze, and beneath her mask her black eyes glanced inside the boat. A delicate noblewoman adorned in gold and jewels chatted cheerfully with her short, stout husband, a daimyo. Several ninjas patrolled the boat, protecting the two distinguished passengers. To avoid drawing attention, Madara had taken an escort mission from the black market. She was tasked with escorting daimyo Kanda Toshiyuki and his wife Kanda Riko. It was a convenient ride. She earned money and reached the land of water. The destination is ahead. Madara raised her eyes to gaze ahead. When the boat docked, the lazy Kanda Toshiyuki reluctantly rose. He fixed his eyes on the small masked figure and pointed at her, shouting loudly. You? Come help me down. Madara noticed the gazes converging on her, but remained unmoved. Still standing there dumbfounded. I'm talking to you. Kanda Toshiyuki cursed. Mister, Kanda, escorting you off the boat is not within my mission scope, is it? The girl's clear voice rang through the cabin, and Kanda Toshiyuki's eyes lit up. He flashed a grin, revealing yellowed teeth with a gold inlay. A woman. Madara sighed helplessly and stepped forward. Take off your mask and let me have a good look. Uchiha Madara removed her mask, revealing a fair and delicate face. The moment Kanda Toshiyuki's face twisted into a lecherous grin, he felt a chill in his abdomen, as if a cool night breeze had swept through. Guards. The cabin erupted in chaos. A minute later, Madara wiped the bloodstains from her clothes. The only one left in the cabin was the daimyo's wife, who had wet herself in terror. Don't kill me. I'll give you whatever money you want. Kanda Riko wailed. The next moment, her head slid cleanly off. When one does something, it must be done thoroughly. Leave no loose ends behind. The land of water, with its mountainous terrain and vast stretches of sea, was dotted with fishing villages. The local populace relied on fishing for their livelihoods, and fish graced their tables all year round. Ban detested fish for their overpowering stench. A grimy little hand clutched at Ban's trousers. Kind sir, could you spare a single yen as a token of your great benevolence? I would be ever so grateful. Looking down, she beheld a scrawny child, gaunt and sallow. The land of water was harsh, and wars were frequent, leaving many orphans in their wake. Ban tossed a 1 yen coin from her sleeve. The orphan immediately kowtowed in gratitude, mumbling words of thanks. Words like, thank you, sir, and you're too kind, sir. Ban watched the orphan scamper off, but the coin was barely warm in his hands before a group of bigger orphans surrounded him. The coin was snatched from his grasp. Ban observed for a moment, then turned away indifferent. She could intervene, but it would be futile. Even if she did, orphans like him would still be robbed. Even if she killed the culprits, others would arise. This stubbornly ingrained vice was intertwined with the human heart. Uprooting it would mean death. With the three-tails Isabu, soon to appear, Ban needed to make preparations. She hired a boat, for while shinobi could walk on water, it was a waste of chakra. As Ban drifted on the boat, the red marker on her white map drew ever closer. Suddenly, a tailed beast ball shot from afar. Ban flattened herself against the boat, as a violent surge of chakra howled overhead. It seemed Isabu was embroiled in a fight. These tailed beasts were truly unfortunate, forever being hunted. Just when they found some peace, they'd be captured and imprisoned within a jinchuriki. That nine-tailed crimson fox certainly had a thing or two to say about that. Several shinobi were chasing a giant turtle, its 3 shrimp-like tails thrashing its body covered in horns with patches of red flesh visible, the three-tails Isabu. What surprised Ban was the strange weapon in the hands of a blond man, a massive shark-like sword with jagged teeth. Samahata, one of the 7 ninja swords. It could absorb an opponent's chakra for its wielder's use, and its stored chakra could stimulate cell regeneration. It could even fuse with its wielder to transform them into a fishman. In the original story, it was Kisame's weapon and a major reason he was called the tailless-tailed beast. The Three Tails was furious, yet helpless. Every time it released chakra, Samahata devoured it. The blonde man wielding the blade had gills on his cheeks, looking utterly ferocious. It tried to dive and escape, but was held fast. Standing on her small boat, Ban idly watched the tug-of-war on the water's surface. Go on, go on. She found herself longing for dumplings and a hot spring. Ding. System quest issued. The people before you are from the Suigetsu clan. They are capturing a tailed beast seemingly hiding some unknown secret. Host is to investigate. Reward for completion: Mangekyo Sharingan ability Tsukuyami. Penalty for failure: sensitivity increased 1,000 times. Ban raised an eyebrow, surprised by the quest. Well then, time for my entrance. The girl leaped from the boat, using wind release to briefly suspend herself in midair before landing deftly on the mountain-like back of the Three Tails. Who are you? The blonde man gasped at the sudden appearance of the masked figure. Ban paid him no heed, raising her hand to slap the roaring Three Tails Isabu. Wrist-thick adamantine sealing chains extended from her palm, binding the colossal turtle. The power of the sealing jutsu, solidifying as chakra flowed into it. He's trying to steal our prey. Don't let him. The blonde man understood Ban's intent. Consumed by rage, he hastily ordered his men to attack. A barrage of shuriken and explosive tags flew towards Ban, detonations echoing in succession. The enraged Isabu struggled against its chains, and a charging tailed beast ball was blasted into the sea, sending up colossal waves. Seeing Isabu's agitation, Ban raised a fair, delicate fist and slammed it into the turtle's shell. Under the force of her monstrous strength, several of Isabu's spikes were shattered, its chakra thrown into chaos. With a roar, the blonde man leaped onto Isabu's back, wielding Samahata, and swung at Ban. As Samahata's power surged, his shark-like features became more pronounced, his attacks turning more ferocious. Ban opened her single Mangekyo Sharingan. A skeletal Susanu's fist slammed into the man, but the chakra was absorbed by Samahata. Samahata was capable of perfectly absorbing a tailed beast ball, a testament to its immense chakra-absorbing power. Daring to steal my prey, you must be tired of living. The arrogant blonde man boasted, gripping Samahata. So ninjutsu is useless, then I'll use taijutsu. Ban's eyes shifted to Three Tomo as she ceased her ninjutsu attacks. Taijutsu. You must be joking. The blonde man attempted to taunt, but Ban's roundhouse kick had already lashed out, cleanly striking his face. A rapid succession of dull thuds followed. In the blink of an eye, the blonde man was beaten until blood streamed from his nose bones, broken, resembling a limp, dead dog. Samahata writhed in his grip, then lunged to bite Ban's leg before swiftly merging with the blonde man. You bastard. I'll show you Samahata's true power. The blonde man roared, his upper body fully transforming into a shark-like form. However, Ban's plain, unadorned punch shattered his delusion. The immense force broke his ribs and dislocated his arms. Ban paid no attention to the blonde man's screams. Instead, she contracted the golden chains in her hand and unleashed a Kirin upon the Three Tails Isabu. Electric arcs snaked across the water's surface, dancing wildly. Soon the Three Tails flipped over, its white belly exposed, successfully captured by Ban. Are you from the Hozuki clan? Ban swiftly dispatched the remaining shinobi. She turned her gaze to the howling blonde man, who was shrieking in pain. What Hozuki clan? I'm from the Suigetsu clan. My name is Suigetsu Wu, the young clan leader of the Suigetsu clan. I advise you to release me immediately if you know what's good for you. After the brutal beating, Samahata fell from Suigetsu Wu, snapping its jaws. Take me to the Suigetsu estate, Ban said coldly, her voice as pleasant as silver bells. I'd rather die then. A blood-curdling scream cut him off. Don't kill me. I'll lead the way. I'll lead the way. The blonde Suigetsu Wu yelped again before popping his dislocated arm back into its socket. He looked at Ban in sheer terror. Adamantine sealing chains. Using the chains, Ban sealed Isabu away. The system's voice arrived right on cue. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the quest. The reward has been distributed. The Five Tails Kokuo will appear in the land of Earth in 1 month. Host must capture it without using Jinjutsu. Reward for completion: location of the next tailed beast. Penalty for failure: none. Shueiwa Wu walked in front while Ban followed behind. They traversed the mountain ranges, and an enormous village appeared before their eyes. Above the sky there was a floating landmass. That is the ancestral land of the Shueiwa clan. Can you release me now? Shueiwa Wu said cautiously. What is that thing in the sky? Ban gazed at the sky. Shueiwa Wu's eyes darted nervously as he stammered, I don't know either. It drifted here a few days ago. Never mind. I'll go see for myself. As Ban strode toward the village, Shueiwa Wu's head fell to the ground. Ban stored Samahata in his system space. Shueiwa Wu's head rolled a few times, still bearing traces of blood, completely unaware of what had happened before being severed from his body. Ban formed hand seals and used the transformation technique, taking on the appearance of a war orphan. Where did this brat come from? Get lost. A guard saw the frail Ban and immediately drove him away. But in a single breath, they ceased to breathe. Ban delved deeper into the Shueisha clan's territory, using the concealed shadow in release. Along the way, hurried guards were all taken down by Ban. Wu hasn't returned yet, spending so much time on a single-tailed beast. The creation of that thing cannot be delayed any longer. Chakra must be driven by talent. If worst comes to worst, we'll just grab some orphans and civilians to fill the ranks. That thing is never satisfied. Ban's footsteps halted outside a room where fierce arguments were taking place. He kicked the door open. A bearded man in white robes and an old man sat facing each other holding a document in their hands. Who are you? How dare you? Before the old man could finish his sentence, a line of blood appeared on his neck. Ban caught the falling document, its dense handwriting bearing the words Zero Tails at the top. Zero Tails of Nothingness. Ban furrowed his brow. Her impression of the Zero Tails was vague. It was likely something from a movie, but she had forgotten most of the details over time. Don't kill me, I can. Is that the only thing you people ever say? Blood blossomed, and Ban left the room with the document in hand. For those who treated ordinary people like ants, she had no need to spare her already scarce kindness. Ban scanned the document with her Sharingan, roughly understanding what the Zero Tails was. A being condensed from dark chakra similar to a tailed beast, but semi-artificial. The Shueisha clan collaborated with the Sky Country to provide chakra for the birth of the Zero Tails, aiming to create a Zero Tails Jinchuriki. It was simply using civilians, but the quantity was too small, so they set their sights on the three-tailed Isabu. And now the Zero Tails hovered above the Shueisha clan's territory, within the borders of the Sky Country. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Mission rewards have been issued. Ban's single eye shifted shape, signifying that another ability had been gained. Ding! The system has issued a new mission. Please defeat the Zero Tails of Nothingness. Mission completion reward A-rank technique, Flying Thunder God. Mission failure penalty none. The massive floating island was sustained by the dark chakra of the Zero Tails. Getting up there was not a troublesome matter for Ban. Ban summoned Susanoo, stood on its palm, and boosted herself high into the air. The young girl's petite body was flung into the sky, successfully landing within the territory of the Sky Country. The entire Sky Country was not large. In fact, it was somewhat small, only slightly bigger than the Shueisha clan settlement. A stone statue carved with an ugly face stood at the center of the fortress with metallic facilities at the entrance. The Sky Country appeared quite advanced, but it was still in a half-finished state, just like that Zero Tails. It floated in the sky, casting a vast shadow. There were not many people in the Sky Country, so Ban easily entered its interior. Several steel warships were docked inside, and there were even forced landing propeller planes, truly exceeding the technology of Naruto's world by 100 years. Inside the fortress were several cages holding withered dead people. Under Ban's Sharingan observation, these people had no chakra left in their bodies, apparently drained dry. Presumably they were used to feed that Zero Tails. Following the flow of chakra throughout the airborne fortress, Ban successfully located the Zero Tails. In a vast empty space, countless chakra threads intertwined, delivering a ceaseless stream of chakra to a creature resembling a loach. The chakra being transmitted carried a repulsive, chilling aura. The loach-like creature covered in tubes like a sick patient was the Zero Tails. Sensing the influx of powerful chakra, the Zero Tails opened its eyes and awakened. It broke free from the chakra threads tied to its body and slithered toward Uchiha Ban. This thing seemed to possess intelligence, its white, expressionless face filled with greed for chakra. Pathetically weak. If it weren't for the mission, I wouldn't have come. Ban glanced at the approaching Zero Tails of Nothingness, which recoiled at the sudden surge of chakra. Let's finish this quickly. Ban activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, and half of the Tengu-armored Susanoo emerged from the ground. The awe-inspiring godlike Susanoo held 4 long blades, while the Zero Tails extended thousands of tentacles to strike at Ban. But all of the Zero Tails' attacks were effortlessly sliced to pieces by Ban's blades. Gurgle gurgle. The Zero Tails dodged Susanoo's long blade in surprise, and a terrifying dark aura began to gather. Then a massive light wave similar to a tailed beast ball shot from its mouth, blasting a huge hole through the Sky Country. Ban sliced the light beam emitted by the Zero Tails, sending it scattering in all directions. Seizing the moment, she unleashed Kamui. The suddenly warped space severed the Zero Tails' body in two. Ban grabbed the adamantine sealing chains from her fingertips, and a series of chains bound the Zero Tails. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The colossal flames surging like an ocean engulfed the restrained Zero Tails and burned it to ashes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Mission rewards have been issued. The Flying Thunder God, a technique invented by the white-haired porcupine, was later brought to prominence by the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. It was a space-time ninjutsu. Ban learned the Flying Thunder God, took out a kunai, marked it, and casually threw it away. Hurry, someone has infiltrated. The shouts of the Sky Country's shinobi came from outside. Ban used the Flying Thunder God and instantly teleported to the ceiling above the room. With chakra adhering to her feet on the ceiling, Ban marked several kunai with the Flying Thunder God seal. Then she used the all-shuriken throw technique. Several shuriken flew toward the ground. Before the reinforcements could react, a figure suddenly appeared before them, slitting their throats and breaking their spines. Unlike the high-speed movements of the Fourth Raikage and Ninetales, Naruto, the Flying Thunder God, as a space-time ninjutsu, truly achieved instantaneous teleportation. Displacement. My masterpiece. Who did this? I'll tear them apart. A young man in white robes stared at the ruined Zero-Tail incubation room, his eyes bloodshot. It was me. Ban wiped the blood from his hands. Very well then, die. The white-robed youth produced a pitch-black gun. The explosive bullet burst in front of Ban. A skeletal Susanoo blocked the blast, and Ban's figure instantly appeared behind the white-robed youth. Let me try my new technique on you, the girl murmured. An after-image that was hard to catch with the naked eye suddenly appeared before the white-robed youth. Their eyes briefly met. What a... The white-robed youth was startled, raised the gun and fired. Spiral Flash, Super Wheel Blast, Howl, 3 styles. Ban threw a kunai imbued with fire release, piercing the youth's chest. The explosive bullet's attack was easily dodged, triggering a precaution. Flying Raijin, second step. Ban used the Flying Raijin technique to teleport to the blood-stained kunai, punching the youth into the ground, and he fell silent. Dead. I will. After a long pause, the youth tremblingly reached out a hand, trying to get up. Boom. The screech of Chidori completely drowned out the youth's voice. Ban lowered his eyes and said, to be honest, you people really bore me. The burning flames suddenly engulfed everything in front of him, leaving only a trace of warmth. Ban was about to leave the Sky Country when he suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat and fell to his knees. Cough. His vision blurred for a moment. Ban looked at the blood in his palm, as bright as a deep red rose. It seems I should use less of my eye power before obtaining the eternal Mangekyo. Ban paused for a while, then stood up. The petite girl jumped off the Sky Country, and the massive floating fortress, no longer supported by the Zero-Tail's power, began to fall apart. The members of the Mizuki clan witnessed a daytime meteor shower. Ban had already left this place. Ding system mission released. Five Tails Mu Wong will appear in the land of Earth. Please subdue it without using Jinjutsu. Mission reward Rasengan would release Forest Bloom. Mission failure reward none. In the Senju clan's residence, Senju Hashirama was chatting with the Ninetales. Ninetales, what kind of person do you think Ban is? That irritating brat. In the mental space, the Ninetales lay with its eyes closed. Overly arrogant people will eventually pay the price for their arrogance. That Uchiha brat is frighteningly stubborn. Is that what you think? Hashirama smiled and said, I'll bring her back. Changing a person is difficult, said the Ninetales. Having lived for 1,000 years, it had seen many such things. Selfish and vicious people never change their ways for anyone or anything. In nicer terms, they are martyrs, but martyr is a term for the dead. If it comes to that, I'll beat her into submission. Hashirama nodded seriously. I'm afraid you'll be beaten until you can't stand up, the Ninetales teased. Have a little faith in me. Hashirama thought of Ban's formidable strength and sighed. The green leaves were silent, and he looked out the window at the dusk. Later he would have dinner with his father, brother, and mother. What about Ban? Putting aside random thoughts, Hashirama focused on training. The power of the Mangekyo. Even the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths fell under the curse of love. The Ninetales curled up in the dark mental space and closed its eyes. That brat can't do it either. The Ninetales curled up in the dark mental space and closed its eyes. In the hot spring of the Uchiha compound, steam rose, and the girl sat in the water biting an ice pop. Not long ago, Ban had used Jinjutsu to control Kwanai's crow and made contact with Xuanwujiue of the Whirlpool clan. Through Xuanwujiue, Ban had a rough understanding of the Whirlpool clan situation. 3 elite jonin over 10 jonin, each a 5-sided fighter. Overall, it summed up to one sentence: ragtag soldiers, not worth fearing. The plan to capture the Five Tails Mu Wong was shelved for now, and there was no rush to subjugate the Whirlpool clan. Uchiha Ban planned to take a hot spring bath first. Since returning from the water country, Ban had felt something subtly wrong with her body. At first she thought it was a side effect of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it didn't seem that simple. Ban bit the entire ice pop in one go. The cold sensation melted through her soft, warm oral cavity, and a cramping pain suddenly came from her lower abdomen. Ban instinctively bent over her small feet, slipping on the spring bottom, choking on several mouthfuls of water. What's going on? Her lower abdomen twitched in pain. Ban felt a hot stream flow out of her body, and the clear spring water around her dyed with the color of blood. Seeing the red spreading in the water, she had a bad guess. Am I on my period? The girl climbed out of the water, gasping. If it really was her period, it really hurt. Wrapping a towel around her body, Ban somewhat regretted eating the ice pop. Could this be menstrual cramps? Helpless, she shamefully sought help from the old woman at the hot spring house. Is your period here? Huh? The old woman smiled and explained to Ban. She stayed silent the whole time, listening to the long monologue, inwardly chanting, drink, more hot water, drink, more hot water, drink, more hot water. If you're on your period, you need sanitary pads. The old woman added a few more reminders. During your period, don't eat spicy or cold food. Don't wear tight clothes, don't catch a cold, don't overwork. Don't. Ban nodded obediently like a chick pecking at rice. Following the old woman's recommendation, Ban planned to buy sanitary pads. She lingered in front of a shop for a long time, and the shopkeeper looked at her with confusion. Clan leader, what do you need to buy? All that. That. Ban pointed with her finger at what she needed. I'll get it for you right away. The shopkeeper understood and stuffed 2 packs into Ban's hands. Clan leader, do you know how to use this? Is it your first time? Perhaps. Ban believed in the power of her Sharingan. The power of gods. Let me teach you. The shopkeeper leaned close to the girl's ear and whispered for a while. This one is breathable and not prone to leaks, and this. Thank you. Ban pressed her palms together and expressed sincere gratitude. Then she stuffed the items into her clothes and fled. Even when fighting tailed beasts, she had never been so flustered. Ban used to think that when girls said they had menstrual cramps, they were joking. A glass of hot water would fix it. Since her transmigration, aside from the battle with Uchiha Taijima, where she felt a pain that almost melted her, she had rarely been injured. Moreover, it was a continuous damage with a bleeding effect. Ban, wrapped in a blanket, cradled a cup of hot water and took a sip, feeling much better. Drinking hot water really seemed to help. Now it was autumn, and the system's task echoed in her ears. Ding, system mission issued. Please have the Uzumaki clan submit to the host within 3 days. System mission reward, Uzumaki clan constitution. System failure punishment, menstrual pain increased tenfold. System, are you a devil? Ban shuddered at the terrifying punishment. Let's wait 2 more days. Ban took a sip of hot water. Who knew that would release and the sage body were useless for recovery? It was sheer torture. The next morning, Ban wore the Uchiha outer robe with a cotton padded jacket and inner shirt inside. Her delicate face bore a refined pallor, her jet black hair dancing like wild butterflies. She held the Uchiha war fan, and the Uzumaki clan's compound was before her eyes. Ban controlled Uzumaki Jiue, and within the distant Uzumaki compound a red-haired girl walked out dazedly. In her hand, she held a skewer of dumplings, looking like she was living a comfortable life. Oh, what's this? The groggy Uzumaki Jiue was released from the Jinjutsu. She stared at Ban's face, stunned for a long moment before coming to her senses. What are you doing here? Uzumaki Jiue stammered in fear. No, wait. How did you find this place? You're doing. Ban opened one eye halfway while the other closed eye was covered by a soft black ribbon. Oh, what is that peculiar ornament on your face? Uzumaki Jiue carefully asked. Don't ask what you shouldn't, Ban said. Since I'm here, take me inside. Dream on, how could I possibly take you? Sister, you've traveled thousands of miles, I must at least offer you a warm welcome. Seeing Uchiha Ban's cold, massive scythe, Uzumaki Jiue forced a smile. Please, I'll lead the way. Uzumaki Jiue was about to cry. I hope the elders will teach this unreasonable woman a lesson. Uzumaki Jiue prayed inwardly. Little Jiue, you're back. Who is this? The gatekeeper uncle smiled at Uzumaki Jiue. Haha, uncle, this is my friend. I am the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Ban. Now you have 2 choices before you: 1, submit, 2, death. I can't be bothered to waste words with you, and you don't deserve to hear them. Ban slammed the Uchiha war fan onto the ground, her black hair dancing wildly. Big sister, can't we talk this out? I'm so screwed. Uzumaki Jiue's eyes were tearful, while 1,000 stampeding horses raced through her mind. Call out Uzumaki Liangzi Uzumaki looming Uzumaki Jicheng. Of the Uzumaki clan. Ban's recitation of names like a menu stunned Uzumaki Jiue, who asked incredulously, how do you know my father and the names of all the clan elders? You told me. Ban replied coldly. Impossible. Even if you kill me, I would never reveal them. Shut up and watch me dance in silence. Uzumaki Jiue was successfully intimidated and immediately shut her mouth obediently. After a short while, a group of red-haired Uzumaki members walked out. At the forefront was a man with vivid red hair. As soon as Uzumaki Jiue saw him, she cried out, Dad, save me. Ban could confirm that the middle-aged man was the clan leader, Uzumaki Jicheng. Could you first spare my worthless daughter? We can talk things over properly. Uzumaki Jicheng gazed at Uchiha Ban, his eyes lingering on her peculiar Mangekyo Sharingan. Ban lifted Uzumaki Jiue like a chick and tossed her over. I have one purpose here. First, the Uzumaki clan bows down to me, and I will not fight. Second, I will beat you until you bow down. Choose one. Ban tilted her head. Dad, that girl is really strong. Shouldn't we just surrender? Uzumaki Jiue whispered. How did I raise such a spineless child? The Uzumaki clan will never surrender without a fight. Better to die standing than live on our knees. Uzumaki Jicheng snorted. And do you think I don't know how strong she is? But even so, we cannot retreat. 3 counts. Give me your answer. We regretfully refuse, Lady Uchiha. Uzumaki Jicheng's chakra surged vigorously, and several adamantine chains rose up, transforming into shackles that shot toward the petite girl. The spinning Mangekyo Sharingan snapped open. Ban's chakra condensed into a full-body Susanoo, and a 4th stage Susanoo dozens of meters tall materialized. Cough, cough. Ban's Mangekyo spun rapidly, and blood welled from her eyes. The colossal full-body Susanoo gripped the Susanoo's sword. With the enhancement of wood release and sage mode, Ban's vast chakra was consumed unceasingly. What kind of monster is this? The elders of the Uzumaki clan were all horrified. With a godlike calamity standing before them, who could not be shocked? Dad, I told you we should surrender? A living dog is better than a dead lion. Various ninjutsu and sealing techniques struck the Susanu's body like ants trying to shake a tree, utterly futile. Boom. The Susanu swung its sword, and a large swath of Uzumaki clan buildings along with the peak of a distant hill was sliced off. I surrender. Don't kill me. Uzumaki Jiue collapsed in terror, clutching her head and waving a white flag. We surrender. After witnessing Uchiha Ban's godlike power, the defeated Uzumaki Cheng said weakly. Clan leader. Another elder tried to object, but the next second her head along with her words fell to the ground. A wise choice. Ban dispelled the Susanu and said calmly. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Mission reward has been issued. In an instant, Ban felt a surge of powerful vitality and chakra flowing into her body. The strain from using the Mangekyo also lessened. With would release the Uzumaki clan constitution and the sage body as long as she didn't activate the full body Susanu. Too often her eyes would basically not go blind. Ban stopped pondering and used her Mangekyo Sharingan to control several influential elders of the Uzumaki clan, then turned her gaze to Uzumaki Jiue. By the way, I want her. Ban pointed at Uzumaki Jiue. Huh, Mimi. Uzumaki Jiue's face turned pale. For the sake of the Uzumaki clan's survival, Uzumaki Cheng decisively kicked Uzumaki Jiue over. Ugh. Uzumaki Jiue fell flat on her face. I lack a maidservant to carry things for me. She will do. Ban said. Lord Ban, my daughter is a good-for-nothing, unable to even take care of her own daily needs. Why not let me arrange a better maidservant for you? It stung Xuanhua Jiue to hear that. She muttered to herself, am I really that useless? After thinking it over, she realized it was true. She had failed to learn even a few clan sealing techniques. Her basic ninjutsu training was a mess, and she was lazy and gluttonous. No, I want her. Ban's tone brooked no refusal. Very well, take her with you. I hope you can be tolerant of her. Thank you so much. Father, are you really selling your daughter like this? Xuanhua Jiue complained wildly in her heart. Goodbye. Ban lifted her like a little chick and left the Xuanhua clan's residence. Lord Ban, where are we going? Xuanhua Jiue forced a smile. The land of Earth. What are you going to do in the land of Earth? Xuanhua Jiue asked cautiously. To capture a tailed beast. Capture a tailed beast. That could be fatal, right? Xuanhua Jiue said in surprise. Aren't you from the Uzumaki clan? You should know sealing techniques, right? Ban put away his Uchiha war fan and looked at Xuanhua Jiue. Maybe. Xuanhua Jiue recalled her horrendous sealing skills and said uncertainly, if you can, then you'll use sealing techniques to catch the tailed beast and seal it. Ban narrowed one eye and smiled. You can do it, right? How could I possibly do that? That's asking for my life. Xuanhua Jiue's inner monologue was rich. She said weakly, maybe, perhaps, possibly. With that look, you'd only be a snack for the tailed beast. So just serve me well. As you command. Xuanhua Jiue sighed in relief, as long as she didn't have to go to the battlefield. Let her be a beautiful, useless genius girl. The land of Earth is northwest of the land of fire, and the journey passes through the land of rain or the land of grass. The wilderness stretched endlessly, the road was arduous, and the environment was harsh. Xuanhua Jiue felt this keenly. They had set out from the land of fire, passed through the rain-drenched land of rain, and finally reached this godforsaken place of the land of Earth. It was nothing but sand and endless desert. Although Xuanhua Jiue was weak thanks to her Uzumaki clan's physical advantages, she was still at the level of a chunin. But now she was on the verge of dehydration. Carrying their luggage, Xuanhua Jiue panted with her tongue out. Lord Ban, are we going to die in this desert? Xuanhua Jiue wanted to cry, but her tears dried instantly. Amaterasu, what sin have I committed to suffer like this? Finally, as if Amaterasu had heard her misery, a huge shadow fell from the sky, bringing moist air. Humph. A wild gust of air rushed at them, carrying an indescribable stench that hit Xuanhua Jiue's face. A pure white beast lifted its long hoof from the sand, as if a hybrid of a dolphin and a horse with 5 majestic horns and a massive tail whipping around like a whip. This beast was the Five-Tails Mu Wong. Ding. Host is tasked to capture the Five-Tails Mu Wong without using Genjutsu. Reward upon completion: the location of the next tailed beast. Penalty for failure: none. The disturbed Mu Wong was furious, raising its pure white hoof like a 1,000-pound hammer, and the terrifying force shook the earth. Ban grabbed Xuanhua Jiue by the scruff of her neck and tossed her aside, forming a single-handed seal. Fire-style fireball jutsu. A fireball dozens of meters in size was spat from Uchiha Ban's mouth. Who would have thought a C-rank jutsu could have such immense power? Roar. The Five-Tails Mu Wong let out a roar. Despite its massive body, it was surprisingly agile. Leaping and galloping, Mu Wong gathered a tailed beast ball in its mouth. The black sphere exuded an aura of destruction and shot toward Ban with speed too fast for the eye to follow. Lord Ban, save me. Xuanhua Jiue watched the tailed beast ball growing larger in her sight and closed her eyes in despair. Flying Thunder God technique. Just as the tailed beast ball was about to destroy everything nearby, Ban teleported in front of Xuanhua Jiue. He had already placed a mark on her, and naturally, he had also placed one on the five-tails Muwang. A deafening explosion echoed across the skies of the land of earth, sand flying everywhere like a furious dance. The tailed beast ball had been redirected onto the five-tails Muwang, who took the full brunt of its own attack. Looking at the five-tails Muwang battered and barely standing, a smile crossed Ban's strikingly handsome face as his single Mangekyo began to spin rapidly. Himui. Suddenly, distorted space twisted and snapped one of the five-tails Muwang's legs, and then an enormous vitality like a sea surged from the ground, breaking through the earth. Wood-style flower tree world. Thick vines burst from the ground, forming a forest of trees in an instant. Beautiful vivid buds bloomed, releasing a yellowish toxic gas, and the five-tails Muwang's body was bound by the trees. Within a few breaths, the five-tails Muwang lost its ability to resist, becoming a fish on the chopping block under the effect of the pollen. So this is wood-style? Ban felt the surging vitality and couldn't help but admire it. Hey, this technique hurts allies. Xuanhua Jiue, who had just escaped death, ran for a while, but having inhaled the pollen, face-planted into the sand. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. Ban formed hand seals, gathering a massive amount of chakra. A fire technique with a diameter of dozens of meters ignited the pollen and the towering trees, and the bursting sea of flames shot into the sky. When the flames dispersed, the five-tails Muwang was scorched black all over with no possibility of struggling. The sealing technique adamantine chains sealed the five-tails Muwang. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward for task completion has been issued. The one-tail Shikaku will appear in the land of Earth in 2 days. Host is tasked to capture it without using Jinjutsu. Reward upon completion: the location of the next tailed beast. Penalty for failure: none. Shikaku. Looks like we don't need to travel far. Ban adjusted his clothes, fluttering in the yellow wind, walked up to Xuanhua Jiue, and pulled her out of the ground like a radish. So thirsty, Xuanhua Jiue had a mouthful of sand and was delirious from the pollen's effect. Ban bit his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood into her mouth. The abundant chakra and sweet taste instantly revived Xuanhua Jiue. Aren't you a ninja? Just use water style to create water. Ban said. How could I possibly do that, Lord Ban? Xuanhua Jiue pouted and formed hand seals to perform water style. Water style, a little water jutsu. Xuanhua Jiue concentrated, and a few drops of water gathered at her fingertip, dampening the yellow soil. The red-haired girl looked at Ban with an awkward but polite smile. If not for necessity, I really wouldn't want to keep such a fool by my side. Ban muttered, then formed hand seals. Water style water dragon jutsu. A water dragon shot straight into the sky, then exploded in midair, turning into rain that fell and moistened the dry sand. Oh. Uzumaki Tsukuyo opened her mouth wide to catch the rain, looking adorably silly. Slap. Ban slapped Uzumaki Tsukuyo on the head. Ouch, Lord Ban, what are you doing? I'm not smart already, and you hit me, making me even dumber. Uzumaki Tsukuyo covered her head in grievance. Shikaku won't appear for a while yet. Let's find a place to rest before that. Ban swallowed a soldier pill as the sky was already darkening. After walking for several hours, a few flickering lights finally appeared before them. It was a fairly large village with earthen dwellings sprouting from the yellow earth like mushrooms. I finally found a place to stay. Uzumaki Tsukuyo was so happy that tears almost came to her eyes. What a stroke of luck. She had finally found a place to rest. Let's go. Ban and Uzumaki Tsukuyo walked toward the village, only to be stopped by a guard. The guard wore a light yellow uniform and was a burly, thick-eyebrowed man with an honest face that radiated integrity and impartiality. Who are you? The guard watched the two young girls warily without relaxing his guard. We are traveling ninjas on a journey and would like to stay here for a while. Uzumaki Tsukuyo quickly said. Traveling ninjas? Under normal circumstances it would be fine, but recently the village has been closed to outsiders due to certain matters. The guard looked at the two pretty young girls with some hesitation. Big brother, could you make an exception? Uzumaki Tsukuyo took a pouch of money from her bag, pressed it into the guard's hand, and held it tight. No. What do you take me for? The guard refused firmly. Slap. Another pouch landed, the coins tempting him like a naked beauty. Gulp. The guard swallowed hard, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Slap. The clink of coins was exceptionally crisp, the most pleasant sound in the world. I suddenly have a stomachache. I need to go to the restroom. The guard snatched the 3 heavy pouches, stuffed them into his bosom, and ran toward a nearby pit, looking very urgent. Done. Uzumaki Tsukuyo clapped her hands in triumph, only to see Uchiha Ban staring at her with a dark expression. What's wrong, Lord Ban? That was all my money, Ban said. Don't worry, don't worry. No pain, no gain. Uzumaki Tsukuyo shrank her head. The two entered the village. The streets were empty and the residents were all inside their houses. Lord Ban, isn't this a bit strange? Uzumaki Tsukuyo looked at the eerie atmosphere, instinctively grabbed Ban's sleeve, and whispered. It's normal, Ban said. On a dark and windy night like this, could there be a kamaitashi coming to catch people? Ban said nothing and kicked Uzumaki Tsukuyo away. Ouch, Lord Ban, why did you kick me? She fell on her bottom, rubbing her sore buttocks. Ban didn't reply. Instead, he took out the Uchiha fan and held it in front of him. The next moment, a terrifying pressure of wind sand bullets blasted toward them, but was absorbed by the Uchiha fan. Lord Ban. A cold sweat broke out on Uzumaki Tsukuyo's back as she looked in Ban's direction. Above the village, a massive amount of sand appeared, and a creature resembling a tanuki was destroying everything around. Its huge tail swayed behind it as sand and stones fused with wind released to form wind sand bullets that rained down on the ground, while cries and screams filled the village. Is that a tailed beast? Uzumaki Tsukuyo looked at the monster made of sand in the sky. Sort of, but to be precise, it's a rampaging Jinchuriki. Ban answered. Flames flickered in the village as ninjas attacked Shikaku, whose body was covered in black, cursed seals. I've encountered Shikaku ahead of time. No, that's not right. It's only after 2 days that Shikaku would break free from the Jinchuriki's shackles and gain freedom, but I've encountered it early. Ban propped her chin on her hand and gave a charming smile. That's really great. Uzumaki Tsukuyo looked at the chaotic scene and asked, Lord Ban, should we go in? Not yet, wait a little longer. Ban said. One-tailed Shikaku was rampaging through the village, and a ninja reported to Shurha. Lord Shurha, the tailed beast, is about to break free from the seal. The Jinchuriki can only hold out for a few more hours. Shurha's face showed fatigue. No one had expected the tailed beast to suddenly go berserk, especially since these days coincidentally his grandson Inoki of the two scales had just been born, putting them on high alert. Otherwise the destruction the tailed beast would cause was unknown. Didn't expect this. Your grandpa has escaped the seal. One-tailed Shikaku laughed heartily, controlling massive sand and rocks to smash toward the village. Super lightweight rock technique. Shurha raised his hands, instantly reducing the weight of the sand and rocks, lifting them and throwing them away. That tanuki has a huge amount of chakra. Let them wear it down first. Ban activated her 3-tomo Sharingan, clearly seeing the massive chakra on Shikaku, even though it was currently sealed within the Jinchuriki. In terms of pure power among the tailed beasts, besides the indisputable number 1 Kurama, Shikaku was at least a solid third, vying for second. Earth released swamp of the underworld. Shurha performed hand seals and slammed the ground, causing the earth beneath Shikaku to soften and turn into a vast swamp. Seeing his body sink, Shikaku gathered a tailed beast ball in his mouth. Boom. A tremendous roar and flying sand and rocks. Shurha erected several earth-style walls to block, but they were all destroyed by the powerful tailed beast ball. The terrifying explosion shattered the earthen walls and tiles to pieces. Uzumaki Tsukuyo quickly hugged Ban's thigh as the shockwave swept over them. Roar! Shikaku flaunted its immense power, roaring triumphantly to the sky. Alright, no more wasting time. Ban took off her outer coat with the fan emblem, revealing a petite and delicate figure in her ninja uniform. She released would release, and vines bound Shikaku's sand body. This sudden change surprised Shikaku as the resilient would release restrained the powerful beast, rendering it immobile. Wind release, air bullet. Shikaku spat out several high-density chakra air cannons, cutting through the vines. Then it fired several sand bullets from its mouth toward Uchiha Ban. Wind release, sand scatter shot. Ban summoned a skeletal Susanoo to raise her hand in defense, but the sand penetrated the Susanoo and pierced her arm. Shikaku's chakra-bound Ban, and it arrogantly patted its large belly, forcing a gale out from its abdomen. Sand and stones flew, and Uzumaki Tsukuyo, trembling, used earth-style wall to block the attack. Moshi Moshi, Lord Ban, are you still alive? Uzumaki Tsukuyo called out. What would you be happy if I died? Ban's wound on her hand had healed with the help of wood release, and she activated her Mangekyo to use Kimui. A distorted space appeared before Shikaku. Clearly Shikaku's battle intelligence was higher than Mu Wang's, so it quickly fired several sand bullets. Sealing technique, adamantine chains. 7 adamantine chains pierced through the ground, binding Shikaku. Damn human, you're playing with fire. Ban ignored Shikaku's taunts, clapped her hands, and activated Sage Mode. Sage Art Bright Gate. In Sage Mode, Ban could use Senjutsu, and its power was far greater than ordinary techniques. The Bright Gate formed from wood release was no exception. A massive red Torii gate descended from the sky, pressing Shikaku completely into the ground. The sealing technique that once suppressed the Ten Tails made subduing Shikaku a trivial matter. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The mission reward has been granted. The 6 Tails Seiken will appear at the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain in 2 years. Please subdue it without using Jinjutsu. Host Madara was taken aback, not expecting the next tailed beast to appear so far in the future. She had already completed 5/9 of her main mission of capturing the tailed beasts. However, unless she went looking for the tailed beasts herself, she would have to wait 2 years for the next capture. Though 2 years was but a fleeting moment for a tailed beast that had lived for 1,000 years. Just as Madara was about to completely seal Shikaku, a booming voice echoed from the distance. Sir, is it not inappropriate to just take our village's tailed beast like this? The speaker was Shurha, followed by a group of ninja. It was Lady Madara who subdued the beast, otherwise your village would have been destroyed. Uzumaki Yuzuki, seeing their aggressive stance, launched a verbal assault. Old man, without our Lady Madara you'd be dead. How dare you shamelessly try to take credit. Disgusting ugh. Shura's face turned pale and red with anger at Yuzuki's words, and he let out a cold snort. 1. Leave the tailed beast here. 2. Die. These are your choices. Yuzuki gritted her teeth at Shura's shamelessness. Ha 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 ha. Just as the tension peaked, Madara burst into laughter. She laughed, covering her face. Her crimson Sharingan gleamed eerily like a wolf's fang in the darkness. This is the first time someone has given me a multiple-choice question. But I don't want to choose any of your options. Madara held up 3 fingers. I choose 3, I'll deal with all of you. Arrogant. Shura snorted, forming hand signs to unleash an earth dragon. The ninjas behind him followed suit, launching a barrage of jutsu at Madara. Under the moonlight, her 3-tomo Sharingan spun as her body blurred into motion. In the first breath, the necks of 2 ninjas were crushed. In the second breath, a massive fireball engulfed 6 wind-style users. In the third breath, Shura was pinned to the ground by Madara. How can she be this strong? Shura spat out blood, his face a mask of disbelief. Susanoo. Blue chakra emerged and Shura's body was smashed into pulp by a single punch. This future first Tsuchikage of Awagakure, the great founder of the rock, met his end on the spot. All of this had taken Madara a mere 4 breaths. How dare a firefly compete with the brightness of the moon? Madara wiped the blood from her cheek with her fingertip, calmly walking towards Uzumaki Yuzuki. Lady Madara, I'm your underling, don't kill me. Yuzuki, terrified, fell to her knees. Let's go. Madara flicked Yuzuki's forehead. Ouch. Yuzuki clutched her forehead, and seeing that Madara truly wouldn't kill her, quickly scrambled to her feet and followed. After sealing Shikaku, Madara and Yuzuki vanished into the vast moonlight. Inside the Uchiha compound, Uzumaki Yuzuki prepared 2 cups of tea. Steam rose from the hot water. Lady Madara, your tea. The long black-haired girl was submerged in the water up to her chest, her fair neck and pretty face puffing out as she stuffed herself with tricolor dumplings. 3 months had passed since Madara returned to the Uchiha, and the poor 10-year-old Tobirama had to take on the role of deputy clan head, handling clan affairs with his Mangekyo Sharingan at such a young age. But whenever he received a word of praise or appreciation from Madara, Tobirama would beam with satisfaction. This time her main goal in returning to the Land of Fire was to progress her primary mission. The Uchiha clan was now the most famous and powerful family in the entire Land of Fire. The Sarutobi, Akimichi, and Uzumaki clans had already pledged their allegiance to Konoha. What Uchiha Madara needed to do was unite the Senju, Nara, Aburame, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans to establish Konohagakure and obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan. It would be best if this process could be bloodless, but if there was resistance, a bit of force would have to be used. Madara took a sip of tea, a slight frown forming on her brow. Why is it so sweet? Because I added sugar, Yuzuki said with a dazed look. Why put sugar in tea? Because it's too bitter and life is already bitter enough, so it's better to have something sweet, Yuzuki murmured softly. Madara didn't bother arguing with her, stepping out of the water and wrapping a towel around herself. Lady Madara, where are you going? Yuzuki took a sip of black tea and asked. To find someone. A boyfriend. Yuzuki's eyes lit up. Shut up. Madara said helplessly. If Yuzuki weren't so easily fooled and had some talent, she wouldn't keep this chatterbox with a mere 2.5 strength by her side. Uchiha Madara was going to see Hashirama to discuss the relationship between the Senju and Uchiha clans. For her dear friend, she didn't want things to get out of hand. But to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan, she had to build Konoha. After several consecutive missions, Madara's status panel had undergone another qualitative leap. Host Uchiha Madara. Kekkai Genkai Mangekyo Sharingan Kimui Precognition Tsukuyami would release. Ninjutsu strength of 100, deep forest emergence, flying thunder god technique. Special physique, Uzumaki clan physique. Special forms, Sage mode, 2 tails chakra, 1 tails chakra, 3 tails chakra, 5 tails chakra. Ninja tool, Uchiha Gunbai. Overall assessment, peak of Kage level. Wait a minute. Uzumaki Yuzuki grabbed Madara. You can't just go over there like that, hee. Inside the Senju compound, Hashirama looked at the girl's face, stunned. Madara had on light makeup. Her already fair skin looked rosy and cute with the blush outlined by delicate purple eyeliner, and her lips were a vivid red. Her long black hair, styled by Yuzuki's hands, appeared even more neat and capable, accentuating the aloofness of this unattainable flower. The breathtaking beauty in a black kimono knelt quietly on the tatami mat. Madara. Hashirama. They spoke at the same time, and the coincidence plunged the room back into awkward silence. I want to apologize to you, Hashirama suddenly said. I didn't give you a gift on your birthday, but I've prepared a new one now. I hope you'll accept it. Hashirama brought out his gift, a bracelet. It was very ordinary, even plain. But under Hashirama's expectant gaze, Madara extended her slender hand and put it on. It's beautiful, Madara said after a moment of silence. I'm glad you like it. Hashirama flashed a bright smile, his teeth gleaming white. Madara half rose from his kneeling position, then suddenly leaned close to Hashirama, grabbing his hair and slicing it off with a swift stroke. How many times must I tell you? This hairstyle is utterly ridiculous. Madara dragged out the words. Is that so? Huh. Gazing at the girl who was now infinitely close to him, Hashirama's heart skipped a beat, and he replied with a hint of nervousness. By the way, I came here to tell you something. Madara shared her thoughts with Hashirama, who listened intently and nodded seriously. A ninja village of our own will certainly be established, but aren't you being a bit too hasty, Madara? I mean, isn't this a little reckless? Are you contradicting me? Madara's single Sharingan eye snapped wide open. Her brows knitted together, and her lips pressed tight with force like an enraged little tiger. Madara calmed down. Hashirama placed his hands on her shoulders. I'm sorry. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over her head, and Madara instantly snapped back to reality. She too sensed that she had become overly obsessive, but for some reason she couldn't change it. Perhaps it was a side effect of the Mangekyo Sharingan's boundless power. Madara had grown more stubborn and impulsive in her emotions than before. Her goals must be achieved. That was what Uchiha Madara thought, and that was what she did. Whether it was capturing the tailed beasts or killing to complete missions. All of this was done to strengthen her power to survive in the shinobi world and to have a fighting chance against the Otsutsuki invasion in the future. But when it came to establishing Konoha, it wasn't just about obtaining the Eternal Mangekyo. Though the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was also one of her goals, the promise she had made with Hashirama was something Madara was determined to fulfill no matter what. This was the most important matter to her ever since she had been transported into the world of Naruto. So even Hashirama could not interfere with it. So you're saying, Hashirama, that you're unwilling to help me yet? Then we can only be enemies. Madara took a deep breath, steadying herself. Madara, that's not what I meant. There's no point in talking further. Even if I have to do it alone, the village will be built on this land. I have never been a betrayer. Everything you told me back then, I've taken it to heart. The girl bit her lip and added a little plaintively. It's no use regretting now. Hashirama said nothing but pulled Madara into his arms, holding her tightly. Overwhelmed by the warmth of the embrace, Madara froze for a moment, clear tears streaming from her crimson Sharingan eyes. You idiot, Hashirama, you think I need? We are sworn friends. That's what I say, Hashirama whispered close to Madara's ear. I have never been a betrayer. Everything you told me, I've taken it to heart now. From this day forward, you will never be alone. Hashirama ruffled Madara's hair and gave her a thumbs up. I keep my word. That's my ninja way. Humph. Madara buried her head into Hashirama's shoulder. Since we're going to establish a ninja village, of course, we need to set up various systems to maintain it, Hashirama suddenly thought to say. How about we start by establishing the rules? Who creates rules before the village even exists? Madara laughed and said, You really are an idiot. Really? Hashirama's face fell with disappointment. Idiot. Madara dragged out the word. Then keep it at you, passionate idiot. Ha ha ha. Inside Hashirama's consciousness, the Nine-Tails was feeling sullen. It had just been thoroughly entertained watching that damned Uchiha girl cry. Yet in the end, Hashirama had actually managed to soothe her. What a thoroughly boring turn of events. If it were up to him, it should be a bitter war of words, a violent clash, a fight to the death. Years later, a fateful reunion, everything changed, sparks flying, and then riding off into the sunset together. That was the formula for a truly ultimate melodrama. First rule, no sugar in tea. And so Madara played this silly game of making rules with Hashirama, which looked like playing house. Outside the door, Tobirama calmly ate a soldier pill. He was rather full. Big brother, you. Sigh, forget it. The white-haired hedgehog let out a sigh and left the room. A year passed quietly, during which many things had happened. The Yamanaka clan voluntarily submitted to the Uchiha. Senju Butsuma died of illness, and Senju Hashirama succeeded as the head of the Senju clan. Madara took on the responsibility of leading the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izuna left the clan to train abroad. The Seven-Tails Komi-Eye was captured. The Aburame clan came into conflict with the Uchiha, and relations soured. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door of Madara's room in the Uchiha compound. Come in. Lady Madara, it's me. Uzumaki Tsukiyo pushed the door open. She had grown quite a bit taller. Her red hair was like flames with chainmail wrapped around her calves and chest. She wore a black tight-fitting suit and a gray vest. What is it? The stunningly beautiful girl wore the Uchiha clan uniform with its loose sleeves and flowing robes. She held a brush, writing something on paper. A profit-sharing contract between the Uchiha and the Yamanaka clans. Your boyfriend sent you a gift. He said it's for your 1-year anniversary of meeting. Uzumaki Tsukiyo playfully produced a wooden bead bracelet exactly the same style as the one on Uchiha Madara's wrist. First of all, let me reiterate, he is my sworn friend, not my boyfriend. Second, if you run off to play during work hours again, your monthly pay will be halved. Madara took the bracelet from Uzumaki Tsukiyo's hand, speaking each word deliberately. What? No. Uzumaki Tsukiyo's face changed dramatically. Her monthly salary was a pathetic 1,000 yen, barely enough to buy food, and now it was going to be docked. So, does that idiot plan to send me one of these every year? That's fine, I'll have spares when they break. Madara put away the bracelet and asked Uzumaki Tsukiyo, what's the latest movement of the Aburame clan? Ahem. Uzumaki Tsukiyo cleared her throat tactically and reported. After they ambushed and wiped out 3 elite Uchiha squads 2 months ago, they were spotted in the black market area on the westernmost edge of the Land of Fire. Since then, they've vanished without a trace. And the Sharingan of the fallen Uchiha members were all gouged out. Madara stroked her chin, lost in thought. I will investigate this personally. The Uchiha Sharingan must not fall into anyone else's hands. Though most Uchiha clan members could never awaken the Sharingan. And those who did possess the Sharingan would in their final moments destroy their own eyes to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. The moment Uzumaki Yuzuki left the room, a mass of black matter emerged from the shadows. It was none other than Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, go and see what's going on, Madara said, propping his cheek against his hand. After being absent for 5 months, Black Zetsu had returned. It offered no explanation for its absence, and Madara didn't care. After all, as long as he never activated the infinite Tsukimi, Black Zetsu posed no real threat to him. The original Madara in the story had been backstabbed precisely because he let his guard down around Black Zetsu. Madara had no intention of repeating that mistake. Now a loyal Black Zetsu served its devoted master. Uchiha Madara glanced at the mission displayed on his system panel. Host is required to purge the Aburame clan and bring them to submission under the Uchiha clan. Mission completion, reward 100 healings, jutsu. Mission failure penalty, the damned Uchiha brat deserves a thorough beating. Having been idle for so long, it was time to stretch his limbs. Come to think of it, Uchiha Madara detested insects. The black market of the Land of Fire was a seedy den where all sorts gathered, making it the most chaotic place of all. Bounties, assassinations, ninja, tool trades, human trafficking, everything was available. Due to the massive daily foot traffic, finding anyone amidst the chaos was extremely troublesome, and even the daimyo turned a blind eye to the goings-on. Still, this kind of task shouldn't prove too difficult for Black Zetsu. Now all he had to do was wait for the good news. After finishing reviewing documents, Madara stretched languidly and left the room. Under Madara's stewardship, the internal development of the Uchiha clan had markedly improved, evidenced by the opening of no fewer than 3 hot spring baths. Please give me 2 sticks of tricolor dango. As Madara bought the dango, he spotted a familiar figure. It was a handsome young man with a faint scar on his left cheek, dressed in a pitch-black robe. It was Uchiha Izuna. Izuna. Madara bit into a dango and walked over. Sister. Izuna was momentarily stunned, then smiled. You've changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you. Madara was referring to their height. Due to chakra, children in the Naruto world matured particularly early, generally completing their development by age 12 or 13. Now Izuna stood at a height of 1.67 m, looking considerably more mature and composed. I've awakened my Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Izuna stated, his eyes transforming into the Mangekyo pattern. Is that so? You must have gone through a lot of hardship then. Madara ate 1 dango ball, then shoved the entire stick of treat into Izuna's mouth. MMPH. Thanks, you've changed a lot too, sister, Izuna mumbled indistinctly. Change how? You've become gentler, Izuna said after a moment's thought, his tone sincere. I've always been gentle, haven't I? Though perhaps I have a specific target for it. No, if I had to describe the old you, it would be like an executioner. Moi. Just kidding. Izuna, what are your Mangekyo abilities? Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi. Do you need me to explain them? Izuna asked. Madara was somewhat taken aback, surprised that Izuna's Mangekyo abilities were exactly identical to Sasuke's. The two did look remarkably alike, as if cast from the same mold. No need. But Izuna, I'm really glad you're back. Being clan head has been mentally exhausting. Madara could only fully let his guard down around 2 people, his younger brother Uchiha Izuna and his best friend Senju Hashirama. After all, brotherly affection ran deep in the Uchiha clan. Izuna chatted with Madara for a bit longer before returning to the clan grounds. As twilight deepened under heavy clouds, Black Zetsu finally made its move. Madara donned a white mask, shed his kimono, and draped the Uchiha robe adorned with the flame fan emblem over his shoulders. He carried the Uchiha gunbai and a sickle on his back, his cold Mangekyo Sharingan slowly opening. The Aburame clan nurtured insects with their own chakra, housing them within their bodies and commanding them. According to the intelligence Black Zetsu provided, the Aburame clan had appeared in the forest southeast of the Land of Fire. The night is quite fine. Let them die in peace. Madara's figure vanished from the spot. 19 Sharingan, 40 million Ryo. In the silent forest, the Aburame clan's patriarch Aburame Shikata held a wooden box while the face of the other person remained hidden in shadow. And the aid of the Hyuga clan. Moonlight fell like blades, finally revealing the figure from the shadows. His pure white eyes betrayed his identity, the Hyuga clan. Naturally, no one wishes for the Uchiha clan to dominate alone. The Hyuga patriarch placed banknotes totaling 40 million Ryo into the heavy box, where rows of scarlet eyes, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, lay within. Most were single tomo. A pleasure doing business. Without a sound, a crisp voice like an oriole's pierced through their transaction. Uchiha eyes, huh? Mind if I join in? Madara crouched upon a tree branch, his eerie Mangekyo spinning. Accompanying his words came several roaring fire dragons engulfing the forest in a sea of flames. 8 trigrams, 64 palms rotation. Veins bulged around the Hyuga patriarch's eyes as he unleashed the so-called absolute defense of rotation, repelling the surrounding flames in an instant. As a possessor of the Byakugan, he had full confidence in his rotation. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't break through it immediately. Aburame Shikata released a vast swarm of insects, a dense dark mass that blotted out the view. Secret Jutsu Insect Clone Technique. The insects obscured Madara's sight, and Shikata's vision was shared with his bugs. Several shuriken attached with explosive tags flew through the insect swarm towards Madara. He crouched slightly, and a smirk spread across his face. Why? Is she laughing? A wave of dread washed over Aburame Shikata. He snapped his head up. Unbeknownst to him, his own shuriken had appeared directly above him. The explosive tags detonated, engulfing him in a blinding blast. One left. The Hyuga Patriarch knew there was no retreat. He prepared for a desperate last stand. Gentle Fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. A flurry of precise palm strikes targeted Madara, his figure leaving afterimages in its wake. Madara remained silent, summoning a half-formed Susanoo, and with a single swing cleaved the Hyuga Patriarch in two. Mission complete. In the blink of an eye, the Hyuga and Aburame Patriarchs met, their inexplicable and utterly powerless to resist. Such was the tyranny of the Uchiha. Any other ninja of her level might have taken considerably longer. Madara retrieved the 19 eyes from the box, then noticed a black insect crawling out of the dead Aburame Patriarch's nose, flying off into the distance. Madara followed it, eventually locating the Aburame clan's encampment. Within the Aburame clan's compound, a tiny insect fluttered its wings and flew into the lamplight. Huh, that's the clan leader's insect. What is it? The young man gazed at the creature, and after a brief moment of confusion understood its intent. But it was too late. The house collapsed with a thunderous crash as Uchiha Madara descended from the heavens, scythe in hand. The young man and the insect were instantly reduced to bloody chunks. The dense swarm of insects was stirred into a frenzy, blotting out the moon above. Madara manifested her full-body Susanoo, and a torrent of Magatama struck the insect cloud. Flames erupted from the Aburame compound, devouring the cries of anguish in an instant. For Susanoo blades tore through everything with devastating force, while a lightning release Kirin rampaged across the ground alongside a swirling vortex of fire. Ea! Save me! Ea! Under the hazy moonlight, the Aburame clan's compound fell into a deathly silence. Madara was drenched in blood, which burned with an unusual heat. Have I grown soft? From the corner of a collapsed house, a faint rustle was heard. Madara stepped through the bloody footprints. A frail child, clutching a bug, glared at her with eyes full of hatred. Those eyes were like venomous serpents, hiding a heart bent on revenge. Uchiha Madara suddenly recalled what Izuna had said after returning, and let out a snicker. Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed sharply through the silent hellscape. The blood-stained scythe descended, gently claiming the last fragile life. The firelight flickered across Uchiha Madara's face, casting shifting shadows. I never changed, Izuna. It's just that you all believed I did. Madara used a fire release to burn everything to ashes, leaving the bone dust for nature to devour as fertilizer. This blood all over her body was uncomfortable. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task rewards have been issued. The Byakugo strength offered little enhancement to Madara, merely better than nothing. What she truly desired had yet to appear. The next day, the Hyuga clan declared war on the Uchiha clan over the death of the Hyuga clan head. Over 3 months, Madara subdued the Nara and Inuzuka clans with near-brutal methods. With Black Zetsu's aid, she successively captured the 8-tails Gyuki and the 4-tails Son Goku, leaving only the 6-tails Saiken unfound. In the following 3 weeks, the Uchiha and Senju clans formed an alliance. 4 days later, they convened a meeting with the Uzumaki and other clans to discuss the establishment of Konohagakure. A week later, the Hidden Leaf village entered its preparatory phase. Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju shook hands within the village and announced the founding of Konohagakure. This was about 14 years earlier than the original timeline. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task rewards have been issued. In the pitch-black night, blood gushed like a spring. A pair of scarlet pupils snapped open, and 3 black tomo connected to form the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the chakra of Ashura and Indra coalesced together. One eternal Mangekyo evolved into a Rinnegan, emitting a faint purple glow. Under the perfect sage body, crimson runes spread across Madara's body. Host Uchiha Madara. Kekii Genkai Kekii Mora Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyami Precognition Kemui Rinnegan Limbo would release. Special form Perfect Sage Mode. Ninja Tool Uchiha Gunbai. Comprehensive Evaluation Super Kage. Still only Super Kage. Madara pondered. It seemed that before becoming the 10-tails Jinchuriki and gathering both Rinnegan, she could not reach the 6 paths level. Not enough chakra. I'll just take a bite when the time comes. Black Zetsu watched as Madara suddenly awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. First puzzled, but then the elation of excitement overwhelmed its caution. Madara-sama, now that you have awakened the Rinnegan, all that remains is to gather the power of the 9-tailed beasts, summon the demonic statue of the outer path to merge into the 10 tails, and then become the 10-tails Jinchuriki to activate the infinite Tsukuyami. Is that so? Time certainly flies. Black Zetsu never imagined Madara could reach its expectations so quickly. The realization of this millennium-long plan was now within sight. Madara-sama, I detected the location of the Six Tails a few hours ago. It is on the southeastern edge of the Land of Water. I understand. Madara raised her hand and unleashed universal pull. A tremendous gravitational force emanated from her palm, crushing Black Zetsu into fragments. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task rewards have been issued. Madara stood up and walked out of the room. Once she subdued the Six Tails, she would become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki and then absorb some of Hashirama's chakra to become the second sage of Six Paths. Unite the 5 great nations, achieve true peace in the shinobi world. A world that is not a dream. Fulfill her promise with Hashirama. But before that she needed to find Uzumaki Kazuki. Madara-sama, your eyes. As Madara's secretary and a noble of the Uzumaki clan, Kazuki held a respectable position in the newly founded village. At that moment she was happily eating ramen when she saw Madara approaching. One red eye and one purple eye made Kazuki momentarily wonder if Madara had gone non-mainstream. Kazuki, do you think I can trust you? Madara sat down in the newly built ramen shop. The young owner acted as if he hadn't seen her at all. Madara-sama, is this some kind of test? I'm not a traitor. Kazuki felt a little uneasy under Madara's gaze. What was your monthly salary before? Madara looked at Kazuki and asked. 100,000 yen, Madara-sama. You're not going to cut my salary, are you? Kazuki's face turned pale at the terrifying thought. You are one of the founding contributors of Konohagakure now. Why would I cut your salary? On the contrary, I'm going to give you a raise. Triple your monthly salary. What? Kazuki was overwhelmed by the sudden happiness, her eyes turning into yen signs. Triple, that's 300,000 yen. And weekends off every week, Madara added. Weekends off. Madara-sama, if you test a cadre with this, what cadre could withstand such a test? Since that's the case, you'd better work hard. Understood. Good. Now I have a task for you. Madara said. Through fire and flood, I'll do anything. Madara summoned a kunai, severed one of her own arms, and tossed it to Kazuki. Keep it safe, and I'll teach you a technique. Madara spoke a few words to Kazuki and demonstrated. Madara-sama, you're not going to be in danger, are you? Kazuki's eyes showed a hint of worry. Just a precaution in case it's needed someday. You must remember this technique until you die and keep that item safe. With that, Madara used the summoning technique to call forth the Yata Crow and soared into the sky. The wind howled fiercely overhead as the landscape blurred beneath. Vast forests and ring-shaped islands stretched out, merging water and sky into one seamless expanse. Guided by the Yatagarasu, Madara reached the Land of Water in just 3 hours. Upon the boundless sea, a village appeared as tiny as a leaf beside it, where a six-tailed slug rampaged in destruction, its acidic spit corroding the rocks. The villagers screamed and wailed, dissolving into foam. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Madara leaped down from the Yatagarasu, and a slender wooden dragon seized the six tails, extending countless tendrils that frantically absorbed the tailed beast's chakra. The six tails sensed the mortal danger and thrashed wildly in an attempt to escape. A tailed beast ball condensed in its mouth, then blasted forth. Predapath. Madara caught the tailed beast ball barehanded and absorbed it. The immense sphere was effortlessly neutralized by her Predapath, and an invisible, unstoppable force sent the six tails tumbling. Limbo Border Jail, a unique ability of her Rinnegan, splits the user's shadow using the Limbo Realm. This shadow can shield the original body from attacks, or be used for surprise assaults, though with only one eye, only a single shadow can be manifested. In the original story, Madara once used Limbo Border Jail to instantly strike down all 9-tailed beasts and defeat Sasuke's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, it proves weak against opponents of equal caliber, making it a skill superb for crushing lesser foes. Madara successfully absorbed the six tails chakra. Congratulations, host, mission complete. Mission rewards have been distributed. The perfect Jinchuriki form meant Madara could now perfectly control the 10 tails. All that remained was to extract Hashirama's chakra, and everything would be settled, all troubles resolved. But suddenly Madara sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence emanating from not far away. Before she could react, a figure entirely white appeared before her. The figure had pale skin and long light blue hair tied in a high ponytail. Dressed in white robes, he carried a red glowing fish basket on his back and held a red glowing fishing rod. A sense of dread washed over Madara. She extended her hand and unleashed Shinra Tensei. The immense repulsive force blasted the figure away, yet it failed to cause any harm. Well, didn't expect to cross into the wrong timeline, damn turtle. Madara's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in her left eye spun, and the complete body, Susanoo, materialized around her. If she wasn't mistaken, the white-clad man with the fishing rod was Otsutsuki Urashiki. His unusual skin and appearance confirmed this. But why was Urashiki here? Hey there, little lady, don't be so tense. I'm not a bad guy, you know. Those eyes of yours, are they Rinnegan? Otsutsuki Urashiki wore a nonchalant, carefree expression, twirling his crimson fishing rod. In response, the complete body Susanoo delivered a world-splitting slash. A towering mountain was cleaved in two, and the village was obliterated in the colossal impact. Wow wow how terrifying, Otsutsuki Urashiki marveled, opening Yamatsu Hirasaka and stepping through it. When he emerged, he was directly behind Madara. Heavenly Fishpole Shooting Star. Countless phantom fishing rods struck the complete body Susanoo, riddling its blue chakra form with holes. Ding host must escape from Otsutsuki Urashiki's presence. Mission reward Ameno Tajikara. Mission failure penalty death. Madara activated Limbo Border Jail and simultaneously used Shinra Tensei to repel Urashiki, but he countered with his own Shinra Tensei. Although Urashiki's performance in the original plot was lackluster, having been defeated by Boruto's plot armor, his very nature as a pure-blooded Otsutsuki was proof of his strength, at least on the Six Paths level. Fortunately, Urashiki was arrogant and careless, possessing the typical villain trait of enjoying taunting and holding back his true power. This meant escaping from him wasn't entirely impossible. So violent, little sister. Urashiki, with his Byakugan active, casually launched an attack at Madara. By the way, what era is this? Those two annoying brats are really troublesome. Madara roughly understood the situation. Urashiki had intended to travel back to when Naruto was a child to seize his Ninetales chakra, but was influenced by Sasuke and Boruto, landing in a different timeline instead. Though he should have arrived during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he had somehow ended up in the Warring States period. Your power seems incomplete, isn't it? How about becoming my vassal? I'll grant you the honor of serving me. Aren't you feeling privileged? Madara ignored him. Just two of all types were futile against an Otsutsuki with the Rinnegan. The only things that could hit him were taijutsu and vast amounts of natural energy, that is senjutsu. With this in mind, Madara pressed her hands together and entered perfect sage mode. Crimson markings crawled onto her cheeks. Urashiki showed a flicker of surprise. A special jutsu. You should know as a Rinnegan user, right? The Preta path can absorb all ninjutsu. Madara gathered senjutsu chakra and chose the simplest, most brutal method, slamming her fist directly into Urashiki's face. Cough cough. Caught completely off guard, Urashiki's face was twisted by the punch, and he was driven into the earth. That hurt so much. You really don't know your own strength. Urashiki spat out some blood and struggled to climb out of the crater. His Byakugan had transformed into blue Rinnegan. Fish basket. He brought out the red fish basket, which absorbed the chakra previously released by the Susanoo. Rumble. A colossal sphere of amplified chakra formed and engulfed Madara's figure. TSK. Maybe I overdid it a bit. She's not dead, is she? Urashiki raised his hand in shock. As the light faded, Madara was nowhere to be seen. Ran away, huh? Urashiki opened Yamatsu Hirasaka and appeared before the fleeing Madara. Heavenly Fishpole Shooting Star Mitama. A torrent of purple light shot from Urashiki's palms, blocked by Kamui. This timeline seems to be affected by something. I can only stay here for one day. Urashiki was about to attack again, but paused. My dear little sister, although I find you quite interesting, due to time constraints, I must defeat you quickly. Urashiki's eyes shifted to red Rinnegan, and he retreated into Yamatsu Hirasaka. Chakra rods. He shot out high-speed chakra rods from the dark spatial rift. Some were shattered by Madara's Shinra Tensei, but the rest pierced through her body. Urashiki descended from the air, his red fishing rod striking Madara and rapidly absorbing her chakra. An opening. Seeing Urashiki leisurely draining her chakra, Madara grabbed the red fishing rod and yanked him towards her. Her sage power combined with style was about to pierce Urashiki, but he simply smiled. Fooled you. Time around them began to rewind. Madara's form involuntarily reversed, and Urashiki seized her by the throat, absorbing the senjutsu chakra she had gathered. The immense amount of senjutsu chakra startled Urashiki, causing the arm absorbing it to crack layer by layer. He hastily released Madara, his expression twisting slightly, and pinned her to the ground with several black chakra rods. Bizarre chakra. So, having witnessed my power, any interest in becoming my servant? Well, how dull. Seeing that Madara remained silent, Urashiki, losing interest, blasted her with Heavenly Fishpole Shooting Star Ryugu. Better hurry up and find a way out of here. Urashiki looked at Madara, whose chakra was nearly depleted, and chose not to kill her. That was his nature. He enjoyed toying with others, but wasn't bloodthirsty. He had spared Boruto multiple times and fought with fluctuating strength based on his mood. Suppressed by the wind and water Kage, yet able to instantly overpower Rinnegan Sasuke, he was ultimately defeated by Naruto and Boruto's Rasengan, dying like a clown. Seeing Urashiki disappear into the distance, Madara grimaced in pain as she pulled the chakra rods from her body. Her chakra was running dangerously low, leaving her no strength for the Byakugo seal or with style. Her only hope was the Uzumaki clan's inherent regenerative ability to slowly recover. But at least she was alive. Ding, congratulations, host, mission complete. Mission rewards have been distributed. Just as Madara breathed a sigh of relief, a hand pierced through her abdomen. NGH. Heiju appeared behind Ban, one hand piercing through her abdomen. Cough. Ban coughed up blood, yet her face remained eerily calm. My apologies, Lady Ban. Heiju let out a sinister chuckle and attached itself to Ban's body. I never expected the Otsutsuki to track us here. For Mother's revival, I must hasten my plans. Originally, Heiju dared not lay hands on Ban, due to her strength relying solely on persuasion. However, after acquiring the Rinnegan, Ban had destroyed one of its bodies, signaling that she never intended to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. To be honest, from the very beginning, Heiju found Ban too troublesome a vessel. So taking advantage of Yuzhibo Tiandao's weakened state after the battlefield, it mentally influenced him. Spiritual fusion, its unique ability, allowed it to control the will of its enemies. With this technique, it drove Yuzhibo Tiandao to attack Ban fiercely, then seized Ban's eyes and flesh. It then induced him to attack the Senju clan, whom he already resented, to obtain Azura's flesh and influence him to gather the tailed beasts for the infinite Tsukuyomi. But alas, that Yuzhibo Tiandao was too useless, ultimately slain by Ban. Now that Ban was on the verge of becoming the second sage of 6 paths, Heiju prepared to endure another century to deceive the next Indra reincarnations. However, Urashiki's appearance severely wounded Ban, granting Heiju the chance to seize the moment. Mother, I shall revive you soon. Although lacking the chakra of 9 tails, it could still forcibly awaken the 10 tails and become its Jinchuriki. Once the divine tree appeared and the infinite Tsukuyomi was activated, all the chakra in this world would return to its mother's body. Heiju, controlling Ban's hand, tremblingly attempted to summon the demonic statue of the outer path. Ban swiftly pressed her own hand down, and in the blink of an eye unraveled the seal, imprisoning the 8-tailed beasts, unleashing a torrent of their chakra from within her body. The tailed beasts, already harboring deep resentment toward Ban, raged with savage crimson chakra that ravaged her body. Ban's vision blurred as she gritted her teeth and summoned a shuriken, then drove it straight toward her own Rinnegan. No, Heiju was too late to stop her as Ban's Rinnegan was destroyed. The shuriken plunged directly into her eye, leaving only a black bleeding socket. Without the 100 healings mark and would release, the Uzumaki constitution could only sustain her life for a little while longer. Good thing I kept a backup plan. She momentarily broke free from Heiju's control with sheer while directing the last of her power to unleash the 2 tails, which had been sealed the longest, to blast toward Ban and Heiju. Finally, the tailed beast ball exploded on the ground, reducing Ban and Heiju to ashes. Ding host death detected. System entering hibernation mode. Darkness, an endless, unbearable darkness. Ban could sense her spirit form hovering on the brink of the Pure Land, yet unable to enter due to some strange force. She thought she had not broken her promise to Hashirama. She had succeeded in founding Konoha, though she never lived to see it. But would those future children, seeing her as a blood-soaked executioner, only feel fear? After a long slumber, when Ban opened her eyes again, light pierced them, revealing the ceiling of a laboratory. Have I been reincarnated? Lady Ban, you're awake. A familiar yet indescribable voice lingered in Ban's ears. She turned her head with difficulty to look. It was an old woman with red hair, her face etched with deep wrinkles from age, yet her smile was radiant. Who are you? Ban clenched her palm. Lady Ban, you owe me 44 years of back wages. As your secretary, I must lodge a serious protest. The red-haired, old woman chuckled. Yuzuki. Ban was stunned, not processing. She then realized her body was that of the impure world reincarnation, meaning Uzumaki Yuzuki had completed the technique. To accomplish your reincarnation, Lady Ban, I collaborated with a promising young scientist. We cultivated your cells and created a new body for you. To ensure your power approached its former glory, I practiced this art for 44 years. Of course, that included cultivating the perfect vessel and evading 2 great ninja wars. I'll tell you all about it later. Uzumaki Yuzuki spoke these words with an air of ease. 44 years, nearly half a lifetime, passed in her mouth as swiftly as a nap. Ban used the impure world reincarnation release to break free from control, looking at Uzumaki Yuzuki with a hint of guilt. I'm sorry for making you spend so much time on this. You're foolish. You could have just run away. There was no need to revive me. For someone like Uzumaki Yuzuki, who was hopeless at ninjutsu and even her famed sealing techniques, to spend 44 years practicing impure world reincarnation, tirelessly searching for a way to revive Ban, was extraordinary. That won't do. Uzumaki Yuzuki's wrinkled face turned extremely serious as she spoke. Lady Ban still owes me a full 44 years of wages. How could I let you slip away so easily? True, but I don't have a single coin on me right now. Then how about accompanying me for some dango? Uzumaki Yuzuki thought for a moment and said, I can tell you about everything that happened over the years. Ban nodded. She sensed her body. Every cell was formed from her original living cells, granting her would release and the Uzumaki clan's constitution. Overall physical quality was close to 98 of her former self. However, because she had destroyed her own eyes and was limited by the impure world reincarnation, she only possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Back then, before capturing the 6-tailed Seiken, Ban had foreseen the possibility of her own death. So she entrusted the impure world reincarnation technique to Uzumaki Yuzuki as a contingency. Unexpectedly, that wait lasted 44 years until the year Itachi was born. By the way, Lady Ban, your younger brother Uchiha Izuna left a gift for you. Uzumaki Yuzuki opened a bottle containing a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan immersed in liquid. He left these Mangekyo Sharingan before his death. They might be of use to you. Is that so? It seems I've been an unworthy elder. Ban accepted Izuna's eyes. Uzumaki Yuzuki led Ban out of the laboratory, nearly straining her back in the process. I've really grown old. And Lady Ban, you're still so young. Normally with the Uzumaki clan's constitution, Uzumaki Yuzuki would not have aged so rapidly. However, her frequent use of herself as a test subject and the implantation of Ban cells gave her extraordinary recovery abilities, but also accelerated cell division, hastening her aging. They walked for a long time and finally saw Kanahagakure village. Under the brilliant sunlight, 3 colossal Hokage rock carvings stood on the cliff, the village peaceful and serene. The faces on the rock were those of Hashirama Tobarama and Hiruzen Sarutobi. The village bustled with prosperity. Children returning from the ninja academy walked in groups chatting and laughing. Xuanhua Jiyue recounted her experiences over the years. She spoke of the changes in the ninja world over the decades, how Senju Hashirama became the Hokage of Konoha, and how other nations established their own villages. She described the countless hardships she had endured on her journey to resurrect Madara, crossing mountains and rivers. She told of the First and Second Shinobi World Wars, and how she had collaborated with Orochimaru, perfecting the impure world reincarnation technique with his help. She had once attempted to resurrect Madara herself, but the reincarnated bodies lacked consciousness. That was why she sought out Orochimaru, the talented young scientist of Konoha. After years of effort, she finally succeeded in reincarnating Uchiha Madara. By the way, Madara-sama, the first Hokage never married, she said. Xuanhua Jie gazed at the Hokage rock shining in the distance. Madara lowered his eyes and said, "That's why I say he's an idiot." In this world of Naruto, there was no 6 paths of pain. Obito would not fall into darkness, Minato and Kushina would not die, and Naruto would have parents. It was a world she had changed, yet the darkness still lingered. There's a place nearby that sells delicious 5-color dango. Let's go try some. Because of the cracks on his face from the reincarnation, Madara wore a hood hiding his face in the shadows. Hey boss, another bowl of ramen and a skewer of dango. A man with long white hair reaching his waist tall and imposing, wearing a forehead protector with the character oil on it, sat at a table. Across from him sat a pale-skinned man with a cold expression. Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Madara recognized them at a glance. The two were eating heartily. Orochimaru saw Xuanhua Jiyue enter and greeted her. "Jiyue-sama, you're here." "Orochimaru and Jiraiya, you're back from your mission." Xuanhua Jiyue replied. "And this is A." Orochimaru turned his gaze to the hooded Madara. "I think you know. Is it that person?" Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with curiosity. It seems the impure world reincarnation was successful. Huh, what are you two talking about? Jiraiya slurped his ramen, looking puzzled at the two cryptic speakers. The legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Jiraiya was startled, incredulous. The one from Jiyue-sama's book. The peerless genius, the unparalleled beauty, who had a secret romance with the first Hokage. Jiyue? Madara questioned. Xuanhua Jiyue said awkwardly, "A book I wrote in my early years. It's titled The Untold Stories of Konoha." Jiraiya eagerly added, "I've read it dozens of times. In the book, Jiyue-sama and Madara-sama are close friends, and she saves him from danger many times. A hero rescuing a beauty." Seeing Jiraiya getting carried away, Orochimaru swiftly covered his mouth. "I see. So you both know me." Madara used a genjutsu to isolate them from others. Slowly she lowered her hood, revealing a stunning face and crimson eyes. "Indeed, she's an absolute beauty." Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, then wiped his drool. "Too bad she's too flat," he lamented, glancing at her chest. Only a D-cup could catch the eye of the Toad Sage. Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru's focus was different. The moment he saw Madara's true face, he was captivated by the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Such beautiful eyes," Orochimaru praised without reservation. "Haha, Orochimaru, you silent hermit," finally opening up. Jiraiya, thinking Orochimaru was referring to the same thing as him, wrapped an arm around Orochimaru's shoulder, grinning. Madara put the hood back on. Xuanhua Jiyue ordered several dishes, including Madara's favorite 5-color dango, and 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. "In the Second Shinobi World War, I completely crushed that chopped pepper fish." "It's salamander," Orochimaru corrected. Really? I didn't notice," Jiraiya scratched his head. "Anyway, the great Toad Sage Jiraiya earned great merits in the Second Shinobi World War. And I took on a disciple named Namikaze Minato, an exceptional child." Jiraiya's eyes shone with pride. "Alright, Jiyue-sama, my new book is about to be published. The title is The Tale of the Gutsy Ninja, and the protagonist's name is Naruto. I'll recommend it for you, little Jiraiya." Xuanhua Jiyue smiled. "That would be wonderful." The sun slowly descended, a blazing fireball, moving toward the horizon. "We should go now. See you next time." Madara and Xuanhua Jiyue bid farewell to Orochimaru and Jiraiya, leaving the restaurant. Madara ate the last 5-color dango and gazed at the sky. They climbed a hill overlooking the Hokage rock. Madara-sama, I still remember you calling me useless, but when you taught me the impure world reincarnation you acknowledged my talent. That was just to fool you, Madara said. We also captured the Five Tails and Shikaku together. I was so scared I wanted to run, but you caught me with your wood release. I almost lost my life. That's because you were too weak. Besides, aren't you still alive? Madara said. Madara-sama, in my book I was a hero who saved the ninja world multiple times, a genius girl of the Uzumaki clan. Now I've turned into an old woman. A useless genius girl, you mean? Madara teased. Madara-sama, can you tell me what it feels like to die? It's peaceful, a warm feeling without any pain, Madara said. Is that so? I'm terrified of death. Madara-sama, am I a useful person? Yes, of course. This is the first time you've praised me, Madara-sama. Xuanhua Jiue chattered like a child, asking all sorts of questions. Madara answered patiently. Their silhouettes swayed under the vast dusk, appearing increasingly small. Xuanhua Jiue's red hair fluttered in the evening breeze. Her aged face trembled in the fading light, and she closed her eyes, a single tear streaming down. Madara-sama, thank you. Meeting you. It's truly wonderful. What's there to thank? Just don't betray me later. Madara seemed to see again the timid, tearful Xuanhua Jiue of the past, and a smile curled at the corners of her mouth. The sun sank westward, and there was a long silence beside her. Xuanhua Jiue leaned against her, looking as peaceful as if asleep. Jiue. Madara nudged Xuanhua Jiue, but she remained utterly still, like a beautiful statue. She had died, passing away in the sunset. After a long silence, only a deathly stillness remained on the hillside. Be proud, for you are someone acknowledged by Uchiha Madara. Madara whispered, a slight tremor in her voice. The sun finally plunged into darkness, and a single tear, as large as a bean, soaked Xuanhua Jiue's collar. In the 44th year of Konoha, Xuanhua Jiue passed away. Madara stood up, unraveling the Jinjutsu that had lasted over 40 years, tears of blood streaming from her crimson Sharingan. Her emotions had calmed, turning to cold resolve. Over 40 years. Death will bury your false love in the grave, and I, Uchiha Madara, will rewrite the world. Madara had cast the Jinjutsu the moment they first met. All those years of emotion, true or false, ultimately mattered little. Such was the nature of the Uchiha clan. Ding system revival successful. Reward provided, a physical body. The system had won its resurrection match, its voice echoing in Madara's ear. The body of the impure world reincarnation, cracked open, replaced by a new flesh and blood vessel. Madara went to the old residence of the Uzumaki clan and buried Uzumaki Yuzuki. Because she had always been single and had no adopted children, no one would have collected her remains. Calming his mind, Madara checked his current status panel. Host Uchiha Madara. Gender female. Physical age 14. Chakra affinities wind, fire, earth, water, lightning, yang, yin. Identity Indra's reincarnation. Kekii Genkai Kekii Mora Mangekyo Sharingan Amaterasu Kagetsuchi would release Limbo Border Jail Amino Jikara. Special form perfect sage mode. Ninja tool Uchiha Warfan. Comprehensive evaluation Superkage. Though he had lost the Rinnegan, Madara still retained Superkage level strength thanks to his innate advantages. However, obtaining the Rinnegan was easy for Madara. He only needed Hashirama cells, and awakening the eternal Mangekyo was simple with Azuna's eyes. Curiously, Limbo Border Jail and Amino Jikara had been unexpectedly preserved. Amino Jikara is a divine technique that allows the user to instantly swap positions with a target object within a certain range. Moreover, Madara still possessed the invisible Limbo Border Jail, enabling him to switch places with his clone. During the battle against Otsutsuki Urashiki, Madara realized his power was still insufficient. He couldn't even hold his own against an Urashiki, who wasn't going all out. Not to mention the future threats of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Ishiki, and others. Why are you here alone? Are you lost? A voice interrupted Madara's thoughts. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, a white-haired boy wearing a mask asked, Kakashi. Madara recognized him instantly by his iconic white hair and handsome face. After all, Hatake Kakashi's appearance was too distinctive. How do you know my name? Kakashi asked, puzzled. The son of the Konoha White Fang. A hero should naturally be known, right? Madara replied, easily relying on his knowledge of the Naruto series. So my father was still considered a hero. Little Kakashi's eyes dimmed at the title. Ever since his father's suicide, he had been in a slump. Abandoning a mission to save a comrade. How could that be blamed? His father had done nothing wrong, yet he was condemned by the very people he rescued. He didn't die on the battlefield, but committed suicide pathetically under the village's criticism. This incident had a profound impact on Kakashi, plunging him into a dilemma between comrades and missions. Of course he's a hero. What's your name? Little Kakashi hesitated. Uchiha Madara. I have to go now, but you should head home. Madara said. And Uchiha. I'll remember you, little Kakashi thought to himself, and finally chose to leave. Watching little Kakashi depart, Madara activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, altering the memories of the lurking Anbu members. They come to deliver money right to my door. I'm completely broke. Madara searched several Anbu members, pulling out a heavy money pouch. I'll take this. Madara muttered to the Anbu under his Mangekyo's control. he ultimately decided to visit the Uchiha clan compound. According to the timeline, the Uchiha clan was currently led by Uchiha Fugaku in a period of neither decline nor peak, still weaker than their golden age. The second Hokage must have suppressed the Uchiha, especially after witnessing the terrifying power and obsessive nature of a certain Uchiha in the past. The Konoha military police force was a perfect example. It expressed the second Hokage's trust in the Uchiha, while also allowing him to monitor their every move. So this is the Uchiha compound. Madara surveyed the drastically changed compound. Hey, who's there? A patrolling Uchiha clan member spotted Madara. She deactivated her Mangekyo and activated a single Tomo. Hey, little girl, whose child are you? Why are you out so late? Are you lost? Madara paused for a moment, then said, I'm Uchiha Fugaku's illegitimate daughter. He abandoned my mother and me, so I've come to find him. Uncle, can you tell me where he is? The Uchiha clan member was dumbfounded. I never thought the clan leader with his honest-looking face would have an illegitimate daughter this old. He's a man of many vices. After a moment's thought, he decided to be a good Samaritan. All right, little girl, I'll take you to your father. Thank you, uncle, for reuniting father and daughter. Madara said, not blushing or skipping a beat. It's nothing, just a small matter. And so, led by that helpful Uchiha, Madara arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's house. At that time, Uchiha Itachi had just been born, so Fugaku had taken a few days off from the police force to spend time with his wife and child. But late at night, while sitting at home, he heard an Uchiha clan member running in and shouting, Clan leader, I found your illegitimate daughter. Uchiha Fugaku was instantly dumbfounded. He even began to recall if he had done anything to betray Mikoto after drinking. The result was no. Where did he get an illegitimate daughter? Fugaku stepped outside. Under the moonlight flowing like a spring, an exceptionally beautiful girl with black hair, cascading like a waterfall, and a pair of crimson pupils proved her identity as an Uchiha. A prank. But it wasn't April Fool's Day. Before Fugaku could figure out what was happening, Madara walked into the house. Do I really have an illegitimate daughter? Fugaku began to doubt himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Uchiha Madara, your ancestor. Madara said calmly. At that moment, Fugaku was completely confused. A little girl who looked about 14. Both his illegitimate daughter and his ancestor. What kind of nonsense was this? A few minutes later, Madara explained the situation to Fugaku. Are you really our Uchiha ancestor, Uchiha Madara? Fugaku couldn't believe the little girl before him was the same Uchiha Madara who had once dominated the Warring States, defeating all ninja. Normally, Madara should have died long ago. And even if he had survived to the present, he would be a gray-haired, old woman. Do you need proof? Madara activated her Mangekyo Sharingan. This is... Uchiha Fugaku was shocked. Having awakened the Mangekyo at the age of 13 or 14 was unprecedented talent in the Uchiha clan. If she really was the resurrected ancestor Uchiha Madara, it wasn't impossible. Orochimaru and Uzumaki Yuzuki, these two actually summoned my ancestor. Uchiha Fugaku wiped his sweat, feeling a headache coming on. In fact, Uchiha Madara was indeed related to Uchiha Fugaku's lineage. Although Madara never married or had children, Izuna had a wife and children. Since Izuna and Madara shared the same bloodline, Uchiha Fugaku belonged to Izuna's line. This might also explain why Sasuke and Izuna looked so alike. Ancestor. Just call me Madara, no need to be so formal. Lord Madara, what are your plans next? Uchiha Fugaku sat uneasily, sweat already soaking his back. Having read The Untold History of Konoha, he naturally knew of Uchiha Madara's cold-blooded violence and the love-hate relationship with the first Hokage. With her resurrection, this time she wouldn't be thinking of overturning Konoha or destroying the world, right? I see your house is quite large, but shouldn't be a problem to accommodate a few more people, should it? Madara ignored Uchiha Fugaku's question and instead surveyed his house. Having risen to clan leader, Fugaku was naturally socially adept. He immediately understood Madara's intent and hastily said, Lord Madara, I will provide you with lodging. Tonight please make do with staying at my home for the night. My apologies, thank you. Madara readily accepted Fugaku's kindness. But I have no intention of overthrowing Konoha or destroying the world. Read you right. Fugaku felt a bit embarrassed. Then good night, Fugaku, Madara said calmly. Through the lamplight, Madara looked into the house, where Uchiha Mikoto was sleeping soundly, holding an infant. That infant must be Uchiha Itachi. The next morning, Madara left the Uchiha compound. Now it was the 44th year of Konoha, 7 years before the protagonist Naruto's birth. Minato Namikaze was 17 years old, and the elite generation of ninjas was growing up. They would showcase their prowess in the upcoming Third Great Ninja War. At this time, Konoha's strength was at its peak. The system has issued an open-ended main quest. The Third Great Ninja War is approaching with battles raging. Please create influence in this war. Rewards will be settled based on the protagonist's influence. The more influence created, the greater the rewards. System note: whether for good or ill, as long as you can cause enough upheaval to affect the entire ninja world, that suffices. The Third Great Ninja War, huh? I look forward to it. Madara clenched his fist, but a flash of green caught his eye. It was a youth in a green tight suit with a bowl cut and thick eyebrows. He was Kakashi's lifelong rival, Konoha's blue beast Might guy. and beside him was a man of similar attire might die. At this moment, they were running laps around the entire Konoha village, a daily routine they never missed. Burn youth. Still 3 laps to go, we need to pick up the pace. What a silly hairstyle. Madara watched them pass by, unable to help but marvel. Her only sensation now was an ache throughout her body. She changed into the uniform of the Konoha military police force. To avoid drawing attention, Madara had Uchiha Fugaka fabricate an identity as a war orphan and arrange for her to join the Konoha military police force. After all, if you're going to do something shady, it's better not to be too overt. She was highly interested in Obito's 2-Mangekyo Sharingan, the Kimui ability. The system had only granted her Kimui last time, not the intangibility. Having Kakashi kill Rin Noara to trigger Obito's awakening would surely yield significant rewards. However, that wouldn't create enough influence, and she didn't have the white Zetsu or the nurturing techniques. The only way was to seek cooperation with Orochimaru. Uchiha Madara cared little for Kakashi Rin Nohara or Uchiha Obito. What she valued most now was growing stronger to protect her and Hashirama's village and fend off the Otsutsuki clan. Sacrificing a few for the happiness of many was what the original Madara did. He endured a century of solitude, plotting the infinite Tsukuyomi to create an ideal world without war and eternal peace. In a sense, Madara was an extremely pure idealist. Yet the Moon Eye was ultimately a false dream. Now Madara faces the celestial beings, the Otsutsuki clan, with world-destroying power. Better one man die than 100, it's unethical, but necessary. Forgive me, survivors of this world. Madara murmured, but a voice reached her ears. Hey Uchiha, don't block the way here. The speaker was an arrogant white-haired ninja, handsome, giving Madara a familiar feeling. You? The white-haired ninja paused, seeing Madara's face, then quickly recovered. I'm talking to you, Uchiha. Who are you? Madara looked the white-haired ninja up and down. You don't even know me. I'm the grandson of the second Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Tobirama's grandson. Madara realized no wonder he looked so alike. But she hadn't expected Tobirama to marry and have a grandson. In the original story, Tobirama was a lifelong bachelor. Madara stepped back, and Senju Hashirama glanced at her with satisfaction. That's more like it. The next second. Pain. Senju Hashirama was thrown to the ground by Madara with a shoulder throw and beaten thoroughly. Damn, Uchiha, you dare hit me, I'll immediately. Hashirama gritted his teeth. Ouch, I'm sorry, sis. Damn it, don't hit the face. Madara looked at the fallen Hashirama and thought Tobirama's upbringing was lacking. A ninja in his 20s was this weak. Ignoring her own shadow-level strength, she clapped her hands, bought a skewer of 5-colored dango, and left the bruised Hashirama lying on the ground. It's work hours now, right? I'm just doing my job. Madara bit into the dango. Ding system has issued a quest. IWA ninja are infiltrating Konoha. Danzo Shimura is currently watching you. Show your strength. Reward for completion, Rasengan. Penalty for failure, none. Madara sensed no presence of Umbu or Root nearby, only a faint gaze she could detect. It should be Danzo using Hiruzen Sarutobi's crystal ball to spy. Danzo Shimura, before the crystal ball, was startled when he saw Madara in the ball look in his direction. An Uchiha who appeared out of nowhere with such keen perception. Danzo had Root check the village's activities daily, especially the Uchiha and Senju clans. And the brief time Madara spent with Senju Hashirama was noticed by Root. He had searched the entire Uchiha clan register and found no trace of Madara. Moreover, a girl of about 10 could easily take down elite Jonin Senju Hashirama, indicating formidable strength. Suspicious, unusually suspicious. Danzo squinted, scheming inwardly. How did I forget this? There's a chance to deal with this troublesome person, right? Madara ignored Danzo's gaze and headed in the direction the system specified. Why is she going to the outskirts of Konoha? Could she be a spy? Or is the Uchiha clan in collusion with other villages? Danzo's attention was drawn back to Madara as he watched. In the image, a pair of disguised individuals approached Konoha, their forehead protectors revealing their identity. IWA ninja. Is the Uchiha clan colluding with IWA ninja? Danzo thought, but the idea was dismissed the next second. Because Madara attacked the IWA ninja. Xiao Shijian, a jonin of a Wagakure, was ordered by his superiors to infiltrate Konohagakure and steal classified intelligence. At first, everything proceeded smoothly, until he encountered a young girl. A girl with hair black as a waterfall sat upon a stone, propping her cheek on her hand, as though she had been waiting for ages. She lifted her crimson eyes with an air of boredom. Uchiha. Before he could even process what was happening, black flames erupted onto his companion's body, reducing him to ash amidst agonized screams. A surge of crisis shot through Xiao Shijian's heart. Instinctively, he hurled a shuriken attached with an explosive tag. The blade flew toward the girl, only to vanish a mere inch from her. The girl had already appeared before him, tearing the explosive tag from the shuriken and pressing it onto his body. A searing pain exploded in his abdomen, and his body was sent flying backward, crashing into several men before detonating. Boom! A massive explosion thundered through the air. Madara set down her slender, well-proportioned legs, hooking a shinobi's neck with her elbow. A subtle twist, and the sound of bones snapping echoed. Several shuriken flying toward her were redirected by Madara's Amino Chakra, piercing the very shinobi who had thrown them. She seized one ninja by the throat with a single hand, her Sharingan spinning, and drove him into the earth. Like a graceful dance, Madara's petite figure weaved through the IWA shinobi. Every movement claimed a life, and the flowers of slaughter bloomed silently in her wake. Fire released great fire annihilation. Madara clasped her hands in seals. The battle reached its finale. A roaring blaze consumed everything, annihilating the IWA shinobi force completely. In a dimly lit room, Danzo stared at Madara's overwhelming power and her Sharingan, unable to look away for a long time. Greed slowly crept into his eyes. The Sharingan is a fine treasure, especially the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan. So Fugaku has been hiding a prodigious talent. That man must harbor treasonous thoughts. It is only right that I take measures to protect Konoha. Danzo tapped his fingers against the desk, summoning several root operatives and instructing them to keep a close watch on Uchiha Madara. He extinguished the crystal ball and made his way toward the Hokage's office. Elsewhere, after Madara eliminated the last ninja, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Mission rewards have been distributed. The Rasengan, a technique developed by the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, was Naruto's signature jutsu. Great Ball Rasengan, Planetary Rasengan, Hurricane Ninetails Rasengan, and more. The secret of the Rasengan lies in concentrating chakra in the palm, causing it to flow in irregular directions, compressing into a sphere of raw shapeless chakra the size of one's hand. Madara gathered chakra of all 7 natures to form a rainbow-hued Rasengan, which eventually transformed into something pure black, resembling a tailed beast ball. She pressed the Rasengan into the ground. The earth split apart, the very foundation trembling. A colossal explosion resounded across Konoha's skies. Madara used Amino Chakra to escape the blast shockwave. That made quite a bit of noise. Standing atop a rooftop, Madara gazed at the deep crater in the distance, then leaped away. A blonde-haired shinobi wearing a forehead protector was racing toward the explosion at incredible speed, his movements resembling the body flicker technique. Madara confirmed it. That was the man known as the fastest in the shinobi world, Minato Namikaze. Madara-sama, what a coincidence. Also rushing over was Jiraiya, carrying a large scroll for summoning. He greeted Madara with a wave. Am I wasting Konoha's combat power? Madara dismissed the two from her mind, though she sensed 3 pairs of eyes watching her. She stepped into an alley in her wooden clogs, feigning nonchalance. Root operatives lurking on the rooftops silently followed her. Huh, where did she go? The moment they entered the alley, Madara had vanished. Before the root members could react, a black kunai pierced through one of their necks. Madara pressed her hand against the operative's head and said, breathe deeply. Feeling dizzy is normal. Several ENBU realized what was happening, but it was too late. They fell under the sway of Madara's Mangekyo, and she dispatched the root operatives with effortless efficiency. Rinnegan Limbo Border Jail. In the Hokage's office. The Uchiha might rebel. Mobilize the ANBU to eliminate them. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a draw from his pipe, seated at the Hokage's desk. Danzo, you cannot speak without evidence. Hiruzen, I saw it with my own eyes. Are you telling me you don't trust me? Well, Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated. The ANBU cannot be mobilized. They all have missions to carry out. I will investigate this matter personally. Hiruzen deliberated for a moment before speaking. Danzo. Hiruzen, I am the Hokage. Shimura. Danzo tried to speak further, but a stinging sensation shot through his throat. Then his head parted from his body. Huh. Before Hiruzen could comprehend what had happened, blood splattered across his face. Danzo. The Limbo Border Jail, imperceptible to all below the 6 paths level, returned to Madara's body after claiming Shimura Danzo's life. Madara never liked to hold grudges overnight. She feared the night would bring complications. On her way back to the Uchiha compound, she encountered Orochimaru. Long black hair, golden slit-like pupils, violet eyeshadow, extending to the bridge of his nose, pale skin, and blue-green Magatama-shaped earrings. Orochimaru's very appearance carried an air of eeriness. Compared to Minato, the little son, he fell short at first glance in the Hokage preliminaries. Though Orochimaru himself had little interest in the Hokage position. Orochimaru. Madara-sama, what a coincidence. I'd like to ask a favor of you. Madara said. The reason she sought Orochimaru's help concerned the reincarnation jutsu. The impure world reincarnation, an S-rank forbidden technique invented by Tobirama, summons a deceased soul and binds it to a living vessel, thereby resurrecting the dead. However, fundamentally, the impure world reincarnation still produces the dead, a truth that Madara, who had once been reincarnated through it, knew all too well. Yet there exists a jutsu that can fully resurrect the dead, similar to the Rinne rebirth, the one's life reincarnation once used by Chiyo. A reincarnation technique secretly developed in the Land of Wind. Using all of one's chakra as a medium, it transfers life force to the deceased. This jutsu can be used on both the living and the dead. If used on the dead, the user's chakra converts into the deceased soul until the user dies. It is known as the forbidden technique that uses one's own life as a medium to transcend death. In the story, Chiyo used this jutsu to revive Gaara. Obtaining this jutsu was not difficult for Madara, but the conditions for performing it were extremely demanding. Yet for Orochimaru those conditions were trivial. Living corpse reincarnation was a forbidden technique Orochimaru developed through years of human experimentation, a jutsu that transfers one's consciousness into another's body to achieve eternal life. Its only drawback was that it could only be used once every 3 years. If Orochimaru were to perform the one's life reincarnation, he could exploit the living corpse reincarnation, trading one life to resurrect a powerful shinobi. But that required a corpse. Madara had already thought of this. After all, Uzumaki Yukazuki's laboratory preserved the body of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Of course, that was because Madara, after teaching Uzumaki Yukazuki the impure world reincarnation, had advised her to collect flesh and blood from powerful warriors for future use. Unexpectedly, Yukazuki had simply dug the body straight out of the grave. But why was the second Hokage Tobirama absent? Probably because Tobirama had perished alongside the gold and silver brothers, his body sinking to the bottom of the sea. To reincarnate him, one would have to cut open the death god's belly and wrest Tobirama's soul free, just as Orochimaru had done. After hearing Yukazuki's explanation of the impure world reincarnation and the one's life reincarnation, even Orochimaru's cold serpentine eyes gained a flicker of light. I see. Then Madara-sama, could you teach me the impure world reincarnation? Of course. But there are no living subjects for experimentation. That's a problem. What concerned Orochimaru now was his teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had already been warned for conducting human experiments before. That's easily solved. Given the current situation, the third Great Ninja War will arrive soon. You won't have to worry about a shortage of subjects then. What you should worry about is your laboratory being too small. Madara said. What a delightful day this is. Madara taught Orochimaru the art of the impure world reincarnation and gave him a few drops of blood as payment for helping him find the technique of reincarnation. I'm so glad I met you, Madara. Orochimaru said sincerely, then gifted Madara a small white snake for communication. Ding! Congratulations to the host for influencing the future third Great Ninja War. Reward a special one-time karma only possesses the ability to convert without the special abilities of the Otsutsuki clan. Karma is a unique ability originating from the Otsutsuki clan. Members of the Otsutsuki clan can copy themselves, digitize their data, and implant it into another person's body. The one implanted is called a vessel, and a black diamond-shaped mark appears on the palm of the vessel as an initial sign. This mark is the karma. Over time, the karma gradually thaws. When fully thawed, the Otsutsuki can reincarnate through the marked vessel, essentially acting as a revival device. This reward was truly generous and greatly assisted Madara. There are still 3 years until the third Great Ninja War begins. Madara returned to the Uchiha compound and saw Obito Uchiha coming home. He then used his Mangekyo Sharingan to cast a Genjutsu, leaving a subliminal suggestion. When night fell, Madara went alone to the restaurant that Schwanwa Jiue had taken her to. Pulling aside the Norin, warm hospitality dispelled the darkness. A few customers sat sparsely inside, the business not thriving. Welcome. The restaurant owner was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 20s. She greeted as someone entered. Are you the young lady who came with Grandma Jiue yesterday? You recognize me? Madara was surprised as she had been wearing a hood when she entered yesterday. Just a guess, you look very similar. After all, my shop is quite quiet. Not many customers come, just a few regulars. Especially Grandma Jiue, who visits almost every day to support my business. The proprietress said. So I usually remember the faces of my guests, so we have something to talk about next time. In that case, are you quite familiar with Jiue? Not really, we've only had a few conversations. She's a wonderful person. Please bring me a bowl of tonkatsu ramen and 2 skewers of 5-colored dumplings. Madara paused, then added, and a bottle of sake. You want a drink? The proprietress looked at Madara with surprise and asked, is that not allowed? Oh no, that's not what I meant. It's just that kids shouldn't drink. I'm an adult, Madara said seriously, for although her physical age was young, her actual age was the same as Jiue's. I see. Then may I swap the sake for juice? Madara glanced at the proprietress and said listlessly, whatever you like. All right. 1 bowl of tonkatsu ramen, 2 skewers of 5-colored dumplings, and a glass of orange juice. The proprietress wrote it down in her ledger and went to prepare the order. Soon the food was set before Madara. A steaming bowl of tonkatsu ramen with a few fish cakes floating in the golden broth, topped with 2 skewers of 5-colored dumplings. Madara took a sip of the chilled orange juice, which contained ice cubes and honey. By the way, since your business is so slow, why not switch to another profession? Madara asked while eating the noodles. This restaurant was passed down to me by my grandfather. He told me that even back then Grandma Jiue often came to this very shop to buy 5-colored dumplings. My grandfather foolishly had a crush on her for a long time, but he was too timid, and in the end nothing came of it. Later I heard the first Great Ninja War broke out, and Grandma Jiue disappeared for a long time. When they met again, it was after the second Great Ninja War ended. From then on she visited this restaurant every day. The proprietress sat by the counter, the restaurant now empty except for the 2 of them feeling quiet. My parents died early, and my grandfather raised me. When he passed away, he left the shop to me, so I can't bear to bury his lifelong efforts. Madara began to recall. When she had been the clan head of the Uchiha, she often sent Xuanhua Jiue to run errands for food, and occasionally went with her to a restaurant to eat five-colored dumplings. Thinking back, it was probably this very place. But the owner back then was an Uchiha, who likely later married someone from another clan. What's your name? Wanzi the proprietress said. What a strange name. Who names someone after food? My grandfather gave it to me. Please don't laugh. Wanzi said with a smile. I don't dislike it because I love eating dumplings. By the way, miss, why hasn't Grandma Jiue come today? She asked curiously, her purple-blue earrings glittering under the light, reflecting the color of Madara's pupils. She's already dead, Madara said calmly, as if reciting a story. Wanzi fell into silence. Miss, what relationship were you with Grandma Jiue? I'm just asking, no offense intended. How should I put it? Good friends. Very good friends. Please accept my condolences. No need for condolences, I've already grieved, and there's nothing left to mourn. Madara said, finishing the juice in one gulp. Wanzi, how do you see Jiue? Wanzi pondered for a moment, then said. Grandma Jiue was very kind and extremely brave. Just like in the book she wrote, she subdued the tailed beasts and protected her comrades. She was a true hero. I see. Madara was quiet for a moment, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. She propped her cheeks with her hands, a smile curling from the corners of her lips. Ha ha ha. Jiue, you've truly become a legend. Wanzi was puzzled by Madara's mirth. Did I say something wrong? No, I just thought of something amusing. Madara's eyes glistened with tears of laughter. Speaking of books, I also adore Grandma Jiue's other groundbreaking masterpiece. Wanzi's expression suddenly turned solemn and dignified, almost sacred, like a nun praying devoutly in church. Intimate Tactics. Wanzi took a book from the shelf and said. The cover showed two pink figures embracing warmly. Could you let me see it? Madara felt a flicker of curiosity. Fine, but you can only read it secretly. Wanzi glanced around and lowered her voice. Madara opened the book and read it, then closed it after roughly understanding the content. Isn't this just a porn book? Why are you treating it like the Bible? No. This is not smut, it's my romantic enlightenment mentor, a super literary work that sold 100,000 copies in Konoha. Madara put the book down, thinking that this was indeed the kind of book Jiue would write. It's a pity, I'm almost 30 now and still no boyfriend. Wanzi let out a sigh. What? In terms of looks, Wanzi wasn't bad at all. She could even be called beautiful. Her personality also seemed like the type that gets along with others. Wanzi blushed, hesitated for a moment, then leaned in and whispered into Madara's ear. The dark-haired girl's eyes widened in shock, her face full of disbelief. It's really troubling. Please don't tell anyone. I understand. Madara chatted with Wanzi for a while longer. Seeing that it was getting late, she bid her farewell. I'll come again another time. Madara walked back to the Uchiha clan compound under the moonlight. The next day dawn broke. At dawn in Konoha, Kakashi was covertly enjoying a copy of Makeout Tactics in a secluded corner. Hey Kakashi, wanna race me? Might Guy, high kneeing in place, extended an invitation to Kakashi. I'm occupied with something important right now. Maybe next time. Kakashi replied with a deadpan gaze, his tone cool. I see. All right then. Might Guy felt a twinge of regret, but continued his run with his father, Might Due. Youth is eternal. Burn it. Father and son shouted their passionate slogan as they strode into the smoke of the Third Great Ninja War. Sasori of the Red Sand assassinated the third Kazekage, absconding with his corpse and becoming a rogue ninja. The disappearance of the third Kazekage left Tsunagakure leaderless. The Land of Lightning, eager to expand its military, seized the opportunity to raid the Land of Wind and declared war on both the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. Thus began the Third Great Ninja War. Amid the barren desert, a strikingly handsome red-haired youth walked alone across the gentle dunes. Sasori, the genius puppet sculptor. The wind howled aimlessly. As if sensing something, he looked up, and the shadow above fell without reserve. Who are you? A petite figure in a white mask stood atop the rock face, holding a black and white war fan. Sasori, I'm interested in you. I've come to invite you to join my organization. Madara stated his intent plainly, his crimson eyes gazing down. Join an organization? Not really interested. Sasori pulled a scroll from behind his back. But turning you into a puppet, that I'm quite interested in. Sasori unfurled the scroll, bit his fingertip, and summoned a puppet. It was the third Kazekage whom Sasori had slain. The puppet gripped twin blades and spun like a top, launching an attack at Madara. If you can, then come and try. Madara knew that unless he subdued Sasori, the latter would not yield. A colossal wooden dragon erupted from the ground, its tens of meters long body smashing the puppet with devastating force. The gap in power stunned Sasori momentarily. An icy sickle pressed against his chin. Convinced. The masked figure's tone was flat, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant ant. Thousand hands manipulation. Realizing the dire situation, Sasori did not hesitate to unleash his full strength. The broken, half-paralyzed third Kazekage puppet extended countless arms, striking at Madara, while Sasori himself retreated rapidly, pulling the threads in his hands. Mechanical arm. Thousands of steel needles grazed past Madara, exploding from the arms like a tempest of rain and pear blossoms. My puppets are coated with deadly poison. Any ninja who touches them will die. Seeing Madara with no escape, a confident smile graced Sasori's beautiful face. Just become my puppet. I'll make you into one of the same caliber as the third Kazekage. Just as Sasori believed victory was as a purple arm shattered the third Kazekage's attack, and a colossal Susanoo rose from the ground. Unlike Madara's Susanoo, the one awakened from Izuna's eyes was purple, similar to Sasuke's. Aren't you obsessed with art? Let me show you what true art really is. Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan spun, and he appeared atop the Susanoo. Its enormous wings spread wide. Before Sasori's incredulous eyes, the Susanoo drew its bow, and Indra's arrow materialized. An aura of world-ending power gathered. Black flames of Amaterasu controlled by Kagetsuchi clung to the arrowhead, burning fiercely. Boom! A deafening roar filled Sasori's ears. The piercing whistle passed overhead. He collapsed to the ground, looking back to see a colossal, bottomless crater blasted into the desert behind him. Is this true art? Sasori murmured, staring at the cataclysmic power. I'll join your organization. The Susanoo dissipated. Madara had earned Sasori's respect through sheer strength. This is neither the fleeting art of explosion nor the mere art of eternity. It is a towering giant that pierces through the world immortal. Tears glistened in Sasori's eyes, filled with excitement and elation. This is the ultimate art, a fusion of eternity and transience. So you've had a change of heart. Madara descended from the sky, landing steadily on the ground in his wooden clogs. What's the name of the organization? Sasori suddenly asked. A name? Madara stood in the wind, the ribbons at his ears fluttering. Akatsuki. What about the other members? Sasori, having witnessed Madara's power, grew curious about the rest. You're the first. Edge. Sasori blinked. So I'm the organization's first member. He seemed puzzled. But it won't be long before the name Akatsuki echoes throughout the ninja world. Madara's tone was calm, yet brimming with absolute confidence. She produced a special silver ring engraved with the character Jade. This symbolizes your identity and is your code name. Jade. Sasori took the ring, examining the character. That is indeed a beautiful thing. Ding. Congratulations, host, for influencing the third Great Ninja War. Mission reward: telepathy technique 8 gates. The telepathy technique, similar to the communication function of Pain's Rinnegan, allowed mental communication. As for the 8 gates, it was Might Guy's signature technique. Each gate opened provided a massive boost, and when the 8th gate, the Gate of Death, was opened, it possessed world-shattering power. In the original story, Might Guy nearly kicked the series into its ending with this technique. Madara taught Sasori the telepathy technique to facilitate their communication. Then Madara vanished into the rolling yellow sands, for she still had many matters to attend to. During the Third Great Ninja War, the name Yellow Flash shook the ninja world. The Third Raikage fought 10,000 ninja from the land of Earth for 3 days and 3 nights. Might Due battled the 7 ninja swordsmen. Thus, though Madara's individual strength was immense, she lacked 3 heads and 6 arms. So she conceived the idea of forming an organization. She named it Akatsuki, the same organization founded by Yahiko in the original story. It would primarily assist her in tasks such as capturing tailed beasts and eliminating enemies. Without the Rinnegan, Nagato was surely dead. If Konan and Yahiko had survived to this day, their strength would not be negligible. Madara considered recruiting them, depending on their willingness. Konan's intelligence capabilities in particular were among the best in the ninja world, even if inferior to Black Zetsu's. Still, she could provide Madara with many conveniences. Madara cast aside further thoughts and dashed toward her next target. Ban, relying on her own judgment, arrived at the black market. The black market was now exceptionally bustling due to the impending war, with all kinds of war tools sold out. The walls were plastered with various bounty lists, including those of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi, Hiruzen, the 3rd Raikage Minato Namikaze, and so on. The daimyo of the 5 great shinobi countries were all listed. Of course, although these missions offered extremely generous rewards, passers-by didn't even give them a glance. After all, they lacked both the strength and the courage. However, bounty sheets for assassinating weaker daimyo and ninjas were constantly being taken. With her excellent Sharingan eyesight, Ban successfully spotted the target she was looking for. Jiaodu was holding a bounty sheet, his entire face hidden beneath a mask. His emerald eyes seemed to sense the gaze fixed on him, and he looked over with a hint of caution. Of course, Ban's entire face was also hidden under a mask, so he naturally couldn't see anything unusual. Are you after my bounty amount? Jiaodu looked at the petite masked figure among the crowd, furrowing his brow slightly. He had killed countless people, so it was only natural that his enemies would put him on the wanted list. However, he was a man who had once fought the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke him upon hearing his name. How unpleasant to be treated as prey. But it's still uncertain who is the prey. Jiaodu put away the bounty sheet, deliberately pretending to leave the black market, and walked outside. He walked all the way to a sparsely populated forest, completely leaving the crowd behind. Finally Jiao stopped and looked back. So you did follow me? The masked figure was sitting on a tree trunk carrying a huge war fan that was about the same height as her. Jiao was taken aback, a sense of familiarity washing over him. This person. I feel like I've seen them somewhere. Hey, are you planning to take me for the bounty? If that's what you're thinking, you'd better give up now. Jiao clasped his hands together ready to attack at any moment. Jiao, I've come to invite you to join my organization. The girl's voice was incredibly clear. Jiao's pupils contracted sharply as his Jianggu emerged behind him spewing flames. Fire-style headhunter. Ban raised the Uchiha war fan to block in front of her. The sea of flames deflected. She parted her lips slightly. Uchiha reflection. The next moment, a massive shockwave engulfed Jiao. When the light faded, one of Jiao's hearts was gone, and he was in a miserable state, all over. Ban slowly removed her mask, revealing a delicate face like a porcelain doll and a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. You are Uchiha Ban. Jiao's eyes were filled with uncontrollable surprise. Aren't you dead? Does the fact that I'm alive surprise you? Ban said calmly. Besides, we can communicate properly, can't we? But if possible, I'd prefer not to fight. Secret technique, Jianggu. Jiao's internal alarm bells rang loudly as several black tendrils rose from under Ban's feet. Earth-style earth-fish projection. Jiao's figure submerged into the ground, fleeing quickly. Sage Art Super Large Rasengan. Ban activated Sage Mode, gathering a Rasengan in her palm, and the black tendrils were sliced into pieces. Aim no Tori Heavenly Hand Power swapped Ban's position with the Jianggu, and the Rasengan struck Jiao's waist directly, slamming him into the ground. Oh. Two of Jiao's hearts were destroyed, leaving him with only one lightning-type heart and one water-type heart. I'll join the organization. Jiao surrendered decisively. Continuing to fight would only be to his disadvantage. Ban's strength was still as formidable as before, perhaps even more so. Welcome to Akatsuki. I grant you the title of North. Ban tossed a ring to Jiao engraved with the symbol for North. She also taught Jiao the telepathy technique. Akatsuki, huh? Jiao looked at the incredibly young Ban and asked curiously, I'm curious. How have you survived until now? But as soon as those words left his mouth, another heart was burned away by Ban's Amaterasu. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. If you don't mind, I can use my Sharingan to erase your will. Ban's tone was icy. Jiao looked at his only remaining heart and quickly shut his mouth. I'll contact you when needed. See you. Ban leaped into the air and disappeared before Jiao. Ding. Congratulations to the host for influencing the Third Shinobi World War. Mission reward, Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Orochimaru's experiments are almost done, right? Ban certainly hadn't been idling around every day during these 3 years chatting with Maruko. She continuously provided human bodies for Orochimaru's experiments to research the impure world reincarnation technique. Meanwhile, Orochimaru also stole the usage method of the reanimation technique in the Land of Winds and cultivated Ban's cells. Because Ban's cells contained the vitality of wood style and the blood of the Uzumaki clan, as well as natural energy. Ban's cells replicated and cultivated using cloning technology could achieve effects similar to Hashirama's cells and even surpass them. However, Ban's cells were also more aggressive than Hashirama's. Ordinary test subjects would generally explode and die after transplantation, making it extremely dangerous. Among the 25 people used for the experiment, none survived. A small white snake slithered out from Ban's clothes and hissed in her ear. Have the living corpse reincarnation and the reanimation techniques been applied to actual cases? Ban was somewhat surprised. This was good news. Does Orochimaru mean he has found a suitable vessel for the living corpse reincarnation? I'll head there soon. Ban's current identity in the village was a genin, so she didn't attract much attention. The only trouble was probably her overly outstanding appearance, which often led to being hit on. Of course, after witnessing Ban's coldness and strength, ordinary people dared not bother her anymore. Miss Ban, are you heading to the battlefield? In such a hurry. Maruko was out buying ingredients. Over these 3 years, Ban had become a loyal regular customer, often visiting, so the two had become quite familiar. Something like that. Ban tilted her head and headed to the base left by Uzumaki Ketsuki, which now served as Orochimaru's experimental base. The location was very concealed with specialized defensive devices that even an average jonin would find troublesome. After Orochimaru's improvements, it even had scientific ninja tools like automatic machine guns, which could be said to be 100 years ahead of Hokage technology. Exquisite snake core technology. Banku, when you're here. Orochimaru welcomed Madara's arrival. Behind him, the laboratory glowed with light, housing rows of jars containing experimental subjects and the corpses of various powerful warriors. Among them were the second Raikage. The child's delicate face was cold as frost, clad in white robes with flowing black hair reaching her waist, a true beauty in the making. Within her captivating eyes, a single Tomo Sharingan slowly turned. Who is this? Madara asked. The child noticed his gaze and looked back at him with curiosity. Orochimaru revealed a sinister smile and introduced her. This is my latest experimental subject. It endured the cells of both you, Madara, and Hashirama Senju, and miraculously survived. A pleasant surprise indeed. Madara was briefly stunned. So this child carried the blood of both himself and Hashirama, making her in a sense a child of them both. No wonder she felt strangely familiar to him at first sight. Wait, something felt odd. A child of his and Hashirama's. Yet those Sharingan eyes undoubtedly proved her lineage bearing the blood of the Uchiha clan. Madara gazed into those pure innocent eyes and asked, what is this child's name? Uchiha Suki. Is it a boy or a girl? Orochimaru rubbed his chin in thought, and said, it is essentially half artificial. When I found it on the battlefield it was female, but half its body was already destroyed. Hearing Orochimaru's words, the child named Uchiha Suki trembled, fear flashing in her eyes. Later I used a bot. Since it was female before, let it continue as female. There's no need to erase its pain. Madara shifted his gaze to Orochimaru as he spoke. I heard your experiment is nearly complete. Indeed, it's about 90% certain. With your help, Madara, 100% should be achievable. Madara ignored Orochimaru's latter remark. 90% certainty was already high enough. Nothing worthwhile comes without sacrifice. Gains never come without effort. When can the reincarnation begin? It can start right now. Orochimaru walked into the laboratory leading a young man covered in black, cursed seals. The young man's eyes were devoid of any light, like a hollow puppet. Orochimaru retrieved Hashirama's body from a container, while Madara held Uchiha Suki and stood aside. Because Hashirama aged slowly and had died in his 40s, he appeared remarkably young. To Madara's relief, Hashirama had finally cut off that hideous bowl cut. His handsome, resolute face was framed by two whisker-like marks with long hair, cascading over his shoulders. He still wore the red armor, a symbol of a shinobi's honor. Hashirama, it's been a long time. Madara gazed at his former closest friend, a wave of emotion washing over him. Madara, are you lamenting the fragility of life? Human existence is indeed fleeting, Orochimaru said. No matter how powerful one is in life and death, they become nothing but a corpse's ashes. Only immortality can truly grasp everything in one's hands. With everything prepared, Orochimaru began the ritual of the life-giving reincarnation technique. Life-giving reincarnation technique. As Orochimaru formed for consecutive hand seals, the technique activated. His chakra surged into Hashirama's corpse, transforming into life force. Hashirama's pale skin flushed with color, a heartbeat echoing through the laboratory as breathing gradually returned. Due to the technique, the death god appeared behind Orochimaru. His soul began to detach from his body, drifting toward the death god. Living corpse reincarnation technique. Using Orochimaru's hands, Madara performed the living corpse reincarnation technique. The young man, covered in cursed seals, trembled as his soul too separated from his body. Orochimaru seized the young man's soul and thrust it into the death god's grasp. With a triumphant smile, the death god could only take the young man's soul and vanish into the Pure Land. Orochimaru then slithered into the young man's body. The cursed seals activated, and after a violent rejection reaction, his soul merged seamlessly with the new flesh. Layer after layer of snake skin sloughed away, and the young man transformed into Orochimaru's visage. What a painful process. Death's weakness brushing so close, yet utterly powerless against me. Truly exquisite. Orochimaru licked his lips with satisfaction. This vessel had been meticulously prepared with the rejection reaction minimized to the utmost. Hashirama's fingertip twitched slightly, and his eyes fluttered open. Ding! Congratulations, host, for influencing the third Great Ninja War. Mission rewards 6-Tomo Rinnegan to Kimimisubi. Madara's left eye transformed from a Mangekyo Sharingan into a 6-Tomo Rinnegan radiating a faint crimson glow. Orochimaru was briefly taken aback, but chose not to inquire. Where is this? Hashirama finally came to his senses. Hashirama, Madara spoke after a long silence. Madara. The revived Hashirama was utterly astonished to see him. Welcome back to the world of the living Lord First Hokage, Orochimaru said. What happened to me? Hashirama looked at his body now brimming with renewed vitality, utterly bewildered. Allow me to explain everything to Lord First Hokage. Orochimaru recounted the entire sequence of events. So that's what happened, huh? Hashirama laughed heartily, scratching his head. It's been a long time, Madara. Hashirama met Madara's gaze, a myriad of emotions surging within him. Yeah, it's been a long time. So why did you bring me back this time? Hashirama asked curiously. Do I need a reason to revive you? You are my closest friend. I haven't yet had the chance to truly appreciate Konoha with you. The village we built together. The air fell silent for a moment, and Hashirama let out a sigh. I'm sorry. Since you're back among the living, shouldn't you be a little happier? Madara said. I was too weak. I couldn't protect you. You must have resented me when you died, resented someone as useless as me. As your closest friend, I failed to save you. The man who once swept across the ninja world now wallowed in despair, condemning himself. Hashirama. Madara cut him off sharply. I have never resented you, nor have I ever hated you. That is my answer. Nothing more. Is that so? Hashirama fell silent before finally breaking into a relieved smile. I understand. By the way, congratulations on getting rid of that absurd hairstyle, Madara added. Hey, can we not talk about that? Hashirama hung his head in defeat. And who is this child? Hashirama noticed Uchiha Suki beside Madara. The little girl looked around helplessly, finding no one to rely on, and ultimately hid behind Uchiha Madara. Our flesh and blood. Hashirama was instantly dumbfounded. Madara, what did you just say? Our flesh and blood. Hashirama swallowed hard. He hadn't done anything wrong, had he? And why did he have no recollection of it? That was impossible, wasn't it? Countless thoughts raced through Hashirama's mind as he asked cautiously. When oi, moi. Madara was also puzzled. I mean our child. Hashirama studied Madara's expression. Are you an idiot? Realizing what Hashirama was thinking, Madara's face darkened. Sensing the tension, the quick-witted snake hurriedly interjected. This child was created by modifying cells from both Lord First Hokage and Lord Madara. That's why it's called your flesh and blood. Oh, I see. Hashirama's face flushed with embarrassment as he exclaimed loudly. Then what is this child's name? Uchiha Suki. Suki. What a wonderful name. Hashirama crouched down and ruffled Suki's head. The child trembled slightly, but did not resist. Compared to Madara's chilling aura, Hashirama's bright personality and pure yang chakra made Uchiha Suki feel comforted and warm. She is mine. Madara pulled Suki close. The child blinked in confusion and shot a desperate glance at Hashirama. Save me, mama is terrifying. Hashirama quickly gestured with his fingers. Don't worry, I'll get you out of here. I may not understand sign language, but I'm not blind. Madara's lips twitched as he couldn't help but remark. Ha ha ha. Hashirama scratched his head sheepishly. After Lord First Hokage's death, the shinobi nations plunged into the First Shinobi World War with endless conflicts. Your brother Tobirama Senju was killed by a rogue ninja during negotiations with Cloud. However, the third Hokage, my teacher, carried on his will and led Konoha to prosperity, Orochimaru said. In the subsequent shinobi wars, Konoha produced a generation of elite shinobi who shone on the battlefield. And now the Third Shinobi World War has arrived. Hashirama's expression turned serious. The Third Shinobi World War. I never imagined that after my death the nations would be embroiled in ceaseless conflict. Who told you to distribute the nine-tailed beast, you idiot? Hashirama. Madara said coldly. Sorry, then I'll go stop this war right now. No. Although it would be a trifle for Hashirama to halt the Third Shinobi World War, Madara could never allow him to do so. She needed the war to earn rewards powerful enough to confront the Otsutsuki clan. Thus there was no way she would let Hashirama leave. Why, oi? Hashirama looked at Madara, who blocked his path, puzzled. Because there's no need. Someone has already emerged on the battlefield who can change the tide. Moi. That piqued Hashirama's interest. Is it someone from Konoha? Konoha's prodigy, Minato Namikaze. Madara said. If you call him a genius, he must be incredibly formidable. I want to meet him. Wait. What now? A resurrected dead person suddenly appearing would be quite terrifying, don't you think? Besides, people might think you're an imposter and attack you. What will you do then? Hashirama suddenly understood. I see. In short, don't draw too much attention. Madara was about to say more. A tremendous boom echoed from the laboratory ceiling. What's happening? I don't know. Orochimaru shook his head. Let's go out and see. They emerged from the lab to find the crimson nine-tailed fox wreaking havoc within Konoha. Its 9 tails, like pillars supporting heaven and earth, plunged into the ground, splitting it apart and leaving the village in ruins. Summoning monkey. The aged third Hokage summoned a monkey which spat a fire dragon flame bullet. The roaring dragon of fire struck the 9 tails with little effect, but successfully drew its attention. The beast turned, gathering a tailed beast ball in its mouth. If that tailed beast ball exploded inside Konoha, the consequences would be catastrophic. Golden staff. The monkey transformed into a staff, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, gripping the extended weapon, pushed the massive 9 tails out of the village. The immense strain numbed Hiruzen's arms, nearly exhausting him. He had to admit, he was getting old. I'll help. Hashirama suddenly spoke from atop a hill. I didn't mean. Madara, I can't stand by and watch the village we built be destroyed. Go. Madara said no more. The 9 tails gathered a tailed beast ball in its mouth, venting the hatred it had harbored for so long. Hiruzen Sarutobi pressed his hands together, preparing to perform the dead demon consuming seal. As the village's Hokage and a practitioner of the will of fire, he would never allow the 9 tails to destroy Konoha, until a hand rested on his shoulder. The newcomer wore a suit of red armor, his long hair flowing in the wind. His face was identical to the first Hokage carved on the Hokage rock. Lord First Hokage. Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on? Lady Mito passed away unexpectedly from illness. With the war ongoing and the surprise attack from a Wagakure, the 9 tails seized its chance. Hiruzen felt a pang of guilt. This failure is mine as the Hokage. Rest now. Leave the rest to me. Hashirama sprinted toward the 9 tails, clapping his hands once to activate Sage Mode. 5 Rashomon gates. 5 towering gates spanning dozens of meters were summoned. The highly compressed tailed beast ball shot from the 9 tails' mouth, smashing through 3 gates before dissipating. Hashirama. The 9 tails' eyes flickered with doubt, then dismissed the thought. Hashirama was long dead. How could he be alive? He wasn't a tailed beast that could reform after death. Wood style with human technique. A majestic, wrathful wooden giant with a wooden dragon coiled around its waist punched the Nine-Tails squarely in the head. Countless rapidly growing branches and vines firmly bound the Nine-Tails. The beast fired successive tailed beast balls, but to no avail. Kurama, I won't let you destroy Konoha. Hashirama used a sealing technique using his own body as a medium to reseal the Nine-Tails. It really is Hashirama. The Nine-Tails, dazed from the punch, thought. As a former Nine-Tails Jinchuriki with immense power, Madara quickly suppressed the Nine-Tails chakra. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have indirectly influenced the Third Shinobi World War. Mission reward Mangekyo Sharingan Yatsuka. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have indirectly influenced the Third Shinobi World War. Mission reward 50 chakra increase. It seems that when those I influence go on to influence others, I also receive rewards. Madara glanced over the rewards. Speaking of which, as Deidara started moving too. 2 years prior, when Ban had been shirking his duties, he once encountered Deidara, who was still a mere brat playing with clay at that time. Driven out of the village for perpetrating terrorist attacks day after day, Deidara had witnessed the explosion caused by Ban's mixed chakra Rasengan and expressed profound admiration for Ban's artistic essence, vowing to assist him in the future. From now on, you're my boss. The yellow-haired brat pointed at the masked man, tossing out a lump of clay. Art is an explosion, bong. Deidara struck a pose as the explosion erupted before his eyes. Bratty kids are really annoying. Ban left in exasperation. After Xia and Jedu joined Xiao, Deidara also became a member codenamed Cheng. Because Deidara possessed the ability to fly, Ban instructed him to go to the Rain Village and invite Mi Huan and Xiaonan to join the Xiao organization. This damn place is all rainum. The sky was hazy and gray, overcast with gloom, and a light drizzle persisted. On the ground, the homeless wandered destitute. The outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War made it especially hard for small villages like the Rain Village. Even Banzang, once known as the demigod of the ninja world, could no longer lift his blade due to age and conservatism. The orange-haired boy and the blue-haired girl that the boss mentioned. I've heard they've been quite famous lately. Deidara muttered to himself, then controlled his clay bird to spread its wings and fly forward. In the Mist Village, the aged Banzang sat in his room. With the recent onset of war, the Mist Village, sandwiched between two great nations, was caught between a rock and a hard place. He had long since lost the vigor of his youth. His only thought now was to preserve his position in the Rain Village, hoping that his reputation as the demigod of the ninja world would still intimidate others. However, he had heard that an organization advocating for peace had risen within the land of Rain, somewhat reminiscent of his younger days. If cooperation were possible, that would be best, as long as they did not threaten his rule. Meanwhile, Deidara had already located the place where Mi Huan and Xiaonan were staying. It was a tall building. Due to the constant rain, most houses in the land of Rain were designed this way. This should be the place. Deidara leaped down, landing steadily on the ground. Who are you? A voice came from behind him. Dozens of people in uniform were engaged in various tasks. This was the headquarters of Mi Huan's organization, and he was its leader. Mi Huan wore a black robe with red hair and a scar at the corner of his eye, giving him a resolute appearance. Oh no, I am Deidara from the Xiao organization, and I've come to invite you. Invite us? Mi Huan was taken aback. That's right, to be precise, just you and a girl named Xiaonan. Deidara said after a moment's thought. Why does your organization want to invite us? Mi Huan asked in confusion. Because you can be useful to our leader, Deidara stated bluntly. Your leader? Uchiha Ban. Deidara said slowly. Upon hearing this, Mi Huan froze, his expression turning wary and suspicious. He placed his hand on his katana, ready to unleash a jutsu at any moment. Uchiha Ban has been dead for a long time. There's no need to bring out such a clumsy lie. Can't the dead come back to life? Deidara said with a smile. I'm sorry, but I must decline your invitation. After careful deliberation, Mi Huan refused Deidara's offer. He could not simply abandon the organization he had built with his own hands through countless hardships. In this world, no Jiraiya had taught him ninjutsu. He had achieved everything through his own efforts. And now how could he just give it up? What a pity. I was hoping to recruit you. Unfazed, Deidara reached out his hand to bid Mi Huan farewell. Since you won't come with me willingly, I'll have to take you by force. Just as Deidara was about to turn and leave, he suddenly spun around and said. Mi Huan drew his katana from his waist. No matter what, I won't go back with you. Idiot, look at your palm. Deidara stared at Mi Huan. Huh. Mi Huan opened his palm. Unbeknownst to him, a piece of white clay had stuck to it. It was from the handshake earlier. Mi Huan finally understood. But it was too late. Deidara smiled brightly and clapped his hands together. C1 clay spider, drink. An explosion echoed through the organization's base, and the heavens seemed to weep. In the Leaf Village, Zhujian had successfully subdued the Nine-Tails with the wood human jutsu, and once again become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. First Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. The supposedly deceased giant Buddha had appeared before him, looking lively and vigorous. Who could tell him what was going on? Hiruzen, you have proven yourself a worthy Hokage. Zhujian looked at the now prosperous and thriving leaf village and couldn't help but praise. First Hokage-sama flatters me. This is what I should do as Hokage. By the way, first Hokage-sama, what is your situation? Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the Senju Zhujian before him. There were no cracks of earth on his face indicating this was not the state of impure world reincarnation. Actually this is. Don't say any more or I'll send you back again. Ban's voice drifted eerily into Zhujian's ear. And don't impulsively agree to the monkey's request. Ban contacted Zhujian through the telepathy jutsu. Recalling the cold demeanor of a certain petite young girl, Zhujian had no choice but to change his words. Actually, I don't know what happened either. I just woke up suddenly and saw the leaf village under attack. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. First Hokage-sama, the ninja world is in turmoil again. I hope you can help us repel the enemy. I've already considered that. Zhujian said. I have always stood with the leaf village. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the first Hokage was on their side. I will assist in the battles on the front lines, but due to certain restrictions I cannot interfere too much. That's fine. As long as the first Hokage-sama is on the side of the leaf village, it's enough. I am old and in poor health. Now that the first Hokage-sama has returned to the world, would you be willing to take up the position of Hokage again? Zhujian looked out the window as a leaf drifted past his eyes. No. As you said, Hiruzen, regarding the will of fire. The position of Hokage should be passed on to more idealistic young people. They will carry the will of fire from generation to generation. Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and smiled. Where the leaves of the leaf village dance, the fire burns ever bright. The flames will continue to illuminate the village, allowing new leaves to sprout. That is the will of fire. Meanwhile, on the other side. Host Uchiha Madara. Kekei Genkai Kekei Mora Mangekyo Sharingan Amaterasu Kagetsutada no Kagami Rinnegan Limbo Border Jail Takema Masubi Aminoto Jikara would release. Special Form Perfect Sage Mode. Weapon Uchiha Gunbai. Comprehensive Evaluation 6 Paths. Orochimaru returned to the laboratory to restore his body after the immortality technique. Hashirama sealed the Nine Tails and Hiruzen Sarutobi chatted over snacks in the Hokage's office. So Madara left the village with Uchiha Yue as staying any longer was meaningless. According to Orochimaru, Uchiha Yue as a half-modified human fused the powers of the Uchiha and Senju clans possessing would release and sage body with strength, at least at elite Jonin level. But she was born in a small country begging for survival daily, intrinsically timid with no combat experience. Surviving this long was sheer luck. So Madara's simplest and most brutal way to change her personality was to send her to the battlefield. Let her experience bloody slaughter to rapidly transform and evolve her Sharingan. Meanwhile, his protection during battle would make her dependent on him. Now the most frequent war zones in the ninja world were the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Sand Village. After all, the entire Third Great Ninja War was provoked by the Cloud Village for military expansion. However, there was a troublesome rakeage there, and the battles were large-scale, so there was no need to go. Madara planned to take Uchiha Yu to the Land of Rain where military strength was weak, the war situation chaotic, and overall ninja strength low. In such a dark environment, it suited Yu's training, and they could also rendezvous with Deidara. Rain was the morning prostitute of the Hidden Rain Village, ubiquitous, sprinkling dust and pain upon people. Blood mixed with putrid mud embedded with an eyeball like a strawberry chocolate cake. With each clash of blades there came cries of flesh being cut, tears, and rain watering the sinful earth. Uchiha Yu followed behind Madara, fear in her eyes, her breathing rapid. Behind her were corpses like man-eating tigers biting at her heels. The sensation of her body being torn in half by explosion tags still lingered like a cold knife against her slender neck. It was the rain. A ninja with a blown-off foot collapsed on the ground, struggling, as if still alive. Kill him. Madara stopped and said to Uchiha Yu. The girl froze, standing still looking at Madara in confusion. Madara tossed a shuriken to Uchiha Yu and said again. Kill him, or he will kill you. I can't. Uchiha Yu said with a trembling voice of terror. Madara used yin-yang release to heal the ninja's missing leg, his eyes showing no emotion, only indifference. Kill her, or I will kill you. Madara commanded. The ninja hesitated for a moment, then picked up the shuriken and lunged at Uchiha Yu. Even though she was a child of 6 or 7 in the face of death, everything else seemed insignificant. If you don't fight back, you'll die. But even so, Uchiha Yu still didn't move, watching the shuriken grow larger in her pupils in panic and helplessness. Crack. Madara helplessly snapped the ninja's neck. It seemed the war had left deep psychological trauma in her. He needed to find a way to heal it. After all, she was somewhat his own child. Moreover, she had good talent and could be a helper against the Otsutsuki in the future. Yue, stand up. Madara stood before the collapsed Uchiha Yu and extended his hand. Sorry, Yue, I was inconsiderate. Are you okay? Madara chose a gentle approach. He wasn't used to saying words that felt sickeningly sweet. I'm fine. Uchiha Yu wiped her tears and whispered. Her fair face was bloodless hair soaked by rain, bearing a 60 resemblance to Uchiha Madara, a typical Uchiha beauty. Madara also felt he had been a bit extreme. Nurturing a personality takes time, but just treat it as a raising simulation game. Madara thought to himself. Boss, the mission's done. Deidara's voice suddenly reached Madara's ears, and she acknowledged it. Madara took Uchiha to the rendezvous point with Deidara summoning the Yatagarasu to carry them. Boss. The blonde already waited at a restaurant accompanied by a blue-haired man and a red-haired woman. Due to their ninja attire, no one dared provoke them. Efficient, Madara praised. These two are weak. Is it necessary to invite them into the organization? Deidara was puzzled. Though weak, they serve an important role. Of course they were to help Madara change the plot. Madara then used his Mangekyo to control both. Who's this little girl? She looks so much like you, boss. Is she your sister? Deidara shifted his gaze to Uchiha Yue, who hid behind Madara. She is my daughter, Madara said calmly. Daughter? Deidara looked closely at Madara, who seemed only 14 or 15. How could he have a daughter? It wasn't the Warring States period anymore, and Madara didn't have a daughter back then either. 1,000 wild thoughts exploded in Deidara's head like C4O, and he finally blurted out a question. Who's the father? Madara patiently explained, and Deidara suddenly understood. You is too quiet. Deidara, I'll entrust you with a task. Give the order, boss. Help me make you lively and cheerful. Deidara, initially enthusiastic, lost interest, and said listlessly. No, I won't play house with a brat. She doesn't look like she understands art at all. Though he was only a few years older than Uchiha. Dare not. How could that be? Deidara retorted immediately. Such a simple task, how could I fail? Then why don't you dare try? Try and see. Deidara was thus easily persuaded by Madara to take on the task of making Uchiha cheerful. Meanwhile, Madara turned his gaze to Konan and Yahiko. Let's go find a place to stay. Madara paid to lodge at a safe guest house, leading Konan and Yahiko into the room. Sharingan Genjutsu release. This section serves as a correction to the previous chapter. 0. The author has not yet decided on the romantic direction of this story. 1. The Shadow Clone technique is a B-rank jutsu invented by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju from the Naruto manga. The use of the Shadow Clone technique during the Warring States period was an error and has been corrected in the original text. 2. A body replacement technique was mistakenly written as would clone. Would release would clone involves creating a wooden clone with abilities similar to a shadow clone, but it is exceptionally realistic and difficult to see through, primarily used for reconnaissance. This was a would release error and has been corrected in the original text. 3. Madara inherently possesses in-release chakra. This has been corrected. For the raw combat strength of Taijima Uchiha and Butsuma Senju is at the level of elite Jonin, comparable to copy ninja Kakashi. However, due to their prolonged exposure to a killing environment, their true combat capability can rival that of a weaker Kage. 5. The secret taijutsu technique, super fire release illusionary decapitation giant shuriken second phase, was invented by Hashirama, but its effects were never showcased in the story. 6. The capture of all 9-tailed beasts within 4 years was previously mistakenly written as 4 days. This has been corrected. 7. Yin-yang release. The power of yin-yang and yin-yang chakra are distinct concepts. 8. A major correction regarding Haiden's opponent Kakuzu. Kakuzu's long journey began during the very early days when the hidden ninja villages were first established. As an elite shinobi of Takigakure, Kakuzu undertook the mission to assassinate the first Hokage, but was defeated by the secret would-release technique. Facing a life-threatening crisis, he returned to his village, only to be met with disgrace and severe punishment for his failed mission. This was a cruel fate for a ninja who had staked his life for his village. Driven by intense hatred, Kakuzu escaped from prison, stealing the village's forbidden jutsu and the hearts of all the village's higher-ups. This is the original text. Therefore, Kakuzu did not possess the Earth Grudge fear during the turbulent times. That was written incorrectly. 9. The Nine Tails has no resistance whatsoever against Jinjutsu, especially the Mangekyo Sharingan. At the age of 15, Obito used his Mangekyo Sharingan to instigate the Nine Tails attack, leading to the deaths of his master Minato Namikaze and his master's wife Kushina Uzumaki. Thus, anyone with a Mangekyo Sharingan can easily control the tailed beasts except for the 10 tails. 10. Although would release and his sage body can slow down the deterioration caused by the Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito's frequent use of Kimui is due to its inherently low chakra cost, supplemented by the white Zetsu cells supporting him. Using Susanoo and its abilities for even a few hours takes a massive toll on the body. It is common for Sasuke and Itachi to be overwhelmed after using Susanoo for a short time. 11. During the first meeting between Madara Hashirama and the Uzumaki clan, the reference to Hagoromo was corrected in the text. 12. Although Otsutsuki Urashiki is utterly useless in the anime's original storyline, his official setting is quite powerful, so we will adhere to the official canon. 13. Numerous typos in the text have been corrected. If you find any more, please notify me through the comment section. Otherwise, I might not see them. 14. Because the timeline of the Third Shinobi World War is extremely confusing, there may be errors, but the overall events are correct. 15. Many characters lack specific ages in the series, so I have tried to write them as accurately as possible. 16. According to the manga and the databook, Konoha reached its most prosperous era under the leadership of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. 17. Although the will of fire is flawed, one cannot deny its usefulness, as Hiruzen himself was thoroughly indoctrinated by it. And where is this? Yahiko woke up groggily, and when he opened his eyes what he saw was a crimson Sharingan. Good afternoon, Yahiko. The girl's strikingly beautiful face was as cold as a monarch as her petite frame under the red and black robe appearing towering. Who are you? Let me go. Yahiko struggled, but found his whole body paralyzed, unable to move. Conan, are you alright? Yahiko turned his gaze to the side, seeing Conan, who had also just woken from slumber. Yahiko, my purpose is simple. I just want to invite you to join my organization, Akatsuki. Madara spoke in a calm tone, but with an undeniable air of authority. I'll give you two choices. 1. Join the Akatsuki. 2. Madara employed his typical Madara-style multiple-choice question. Wait, you should at least let us know what kind of organization Akatsuki is, right? Yahiko attempted to reason. What kind of organization is Akatsuki? Madara stroked his chin as if genuinely pondering. An organization that serves me and does as I please, perhaps. Sorry, then you'd better kill me. If you're going to make me do something inhumane, I'd rather die. Yahiko said with firm eyes. Fine, I'll grant your wish. Madara twirled a shuriken in his fingers, slowly pressing it toward Yahiko's throat. Conan, will you just watch him die? Moi. Confident that Yahiko was not afraid of death, Madara turned his gaze to Conan. Conan's heart felt as if struck by a hammer, her body trembling slightly. Conan, don't agree to her. Yahiko saw Conan wavering. She's a demon who toys with people, don't trust her. Madara ignored Yahiko, speaking to Conan in a flat tone. You don't want to watch him die either, do you? If you agree, you both can live. How about it? You can do whatever you want together as long as you obey my orders. I. Conflicted expression appeared on Conan's beautiful face. Conan, choose quickly, I'll give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. As the shuriken cut Yahiko's skin, seeping a trace of blood, Conan shouted. We'll join. Uttering those words, Conan let out a relieved sigh. Conan didn't care about achieving peace, what she cared about was her bond with Yahiko. From that perspective, she seemed pitiful. Pitifully so. Ding, congratulations, host, for influencing the third Great Ninja War. Mission reward: physical performance increased by 50. While the boring charade is over. Madara raised his hand, and Yahiko clutched his neck, blood seeping through his fingers. Yahiko. Conan's eyes widened in disbelief, watching Yahiko fall with a heartrending cry. You said you wouldn't kill us, you liar. Conan cursed angrily, attempting to attack Madara. You agreed to join the organization, so I didn't kill you. He didn't agree, so I killed him. Madara calmly stated the cause and effect. Bastard beast, I'll kill you. Conan performed a water release technique. I don't like it when people defy me, and my patience has limits. Madara released a small fireball, sending Conan flying. Damn it. Conan picked up a shuriken and threw it at Madara, but he caught her with universal pull. Ugh. Conan kicked her legs in agony, her mind dizzy from lack of oxygen. With a crack, Conan fell silent. Her pupils dilated, and she went to paradise with Yahiko. With the Rinnegan, Madara found it effortless to control Yahiko and Conan. Since they refused to obey willingly, he turned them into puppets similar to the Deva path. After a while, the puppets of Conan and Yahiko, pierced with black rods, chakra receivers, made their appearance. Madara allocated the abilities of the animal and hell paths to Yahiko and the human path to Conan. Since Madara had already reached the 6 paths level, there was no need to be as weakened as Nagato, who had to connect to the demonic statue of the outer path to control puppets with full concentration. Moreover, Madara created puppets merely for more efficient and convenient intelligence gathering. Under Madara's control, Yahiko and Conan were each assigned tasks and dispersed. Meanwhile, Deidara was strolling outside with Uchiha Suki. Hey brat, why aren't you talking? Deidara asked boredly. What is there for me to say to you? Unlike in front of Madara, Uchiha Suki was extremely cold when speaking to outsiders, not at all like a tearful little girl. Idiot, if it weren't for you agreeing, I could have stayed with mom. Baka, do you think I want to go out with a little brat like you? Deidara retorted. Say one more word, and I'll kill you. Uchiha Suki's Sharingan flared, 3 tomos swirling around. Who's afraid of you? Uchiha Suki's Sharingan spun, and she threw a shuriken at Deidara. Deidara dodged easily and made a face. You think that can hit me? Too naive. But before Deidara could gloat, 2 tough vines bound his feet and flung him away. I'll kill you. Dare to disturb me, and mom die. The street echoed with explosions. The unsuspecting citizens of the Rain Country, thinking artillery had reached them, fled in panic, screaming. At the messy alley entrance, Deidara, panting, looked at Uchiha Suki across from him and secretly crafted a clay spider that crawled toward her. He threw shuriken as cover and unleashed a fire release. Uchiha Suki used water release to block the attack, but got stuck with the mini clay spider. Boom. The mini clay spider exploded. The explosion hindered Uchiha Suki's movements. Deidara walked over to her with a smirk, saying triumphantly, I win. Oh really? Uchiha Suki smiled sinisterly. Her figure vanished on the spot. Deidara instantly realized it was a genjutsu, but it was too late. Deidara was pinned to the ground, a shuriken at his neck. Killing me won't do you any good. Madara hates you. Deidara shouted urgently for his life. Uchiha Suki paused at that, tilting her head. If you dare tell Mom about today, I'll make your life miserable. I'm not some tattletale brat. Let me go. Uchiha Suki released Deidara, and he thoroughly understood what kind of person she was. An utterly scheming master, acting pitiful in front of Madara, cold and aloof with others. She'd be perfect for Sichuan opera face-changing. Mother is my everything. She was Uchiha Suki, mother's child. She held no regard for her memories before rebirth, feeling absolutely nothing toward them. Because to her it was utterly tedious. It was merely the life of a wandering beggar, slaying struggling ninjas, stealing food from those starving to death, the number of her misdeeds beyond even her own counting. It was only to survive, bearing sins of no consequence. Thus her death was a cause for universal rejoicing, a shadowy rat unnoticed by all, perishing in a sewer. Everyone would clap with delight, for no longer would a filthy rat steal their provisions. She went to the deserted battlefield as usual to scavenge a wandering ninja's corpse, but stepped on a detonation tag and was blown to pieces. This was the end of her nameless life, until a cold man rescued her and took her back. She felt as comfortable as if soaking in warm water, enveloped in a gentle warmth. It was as though she had returned to mother's womb. Thus she gained a new body, one far more beautiful than her former self by an unfathomable margin. Even as a courtesan, she would surely be sought after and welcomed. She thought this with quiet glee. She no longer needed to fear hunger, nor did she dread death. Because she was a successful little lab rat, having survived the perilous experiment. The man gave her a name, Uchiha Suki. Uchiha was the surname of an elder. The man said that elder's flesh had granted her a second life, and that elder was her mother. She etched that name deeply into her memory, along with her mother's name, Uchiha Madara. Thereafter her life consisted of daily experiments of existence like that of a dungeon prisoner. She asked the man when mother would come to see her, and he said it could happen at any time. So she began the daily ritual of waiting for mother. She dressed meticulously each day, hoping mother would see her lovely self. One day she finally met mother, who was as beautiful as she and bore a striking resemblance. Mother appeared cold, yet she loved her all the more. Listening to mother's conversation with the man, she learned that mother had come to resurrect father, and that mother was entirely unaware of her existence. She felt a touch of grievance, but when the man introduced her to mother, she was overjoyed. Even without prior understanding, she believed that through time and contact affection could slowly be nurtured. So she obediently followed close beside mother, and merely breathing in her scent brought her immense contentment. Living transmigration jutsu. The man resurrected father, whose name was Senju Hashirama. Father carried a warm aura, and she had heard he was one of her creators as well. She could cultivate a portion of little tree's abilities through father. Thus she held a measure of fondness for father, though her greatest affection belonged to mother. When father called her to his side, mother grew jealous. She understood that mother forbade her from approaching out of overwhelming love. Her heart was filled with sorrowful joy. Later mother brought her to the battlefield and ordered her to kill, but she did not wish to take a life before mother. A rat would mercilessly bite through the throat of its struggling prey and devour it whole. But she was a rat who understood love. Mother was furious yet unwilling to strike her, so she played the pitiful victim. Before that person could kill her, mother snapped his neck. It sounded like the crisp crack of breaking chocolate. She had successfully won mother's sympathy, proving that mother loved her. I have already found happiness. Uchiha Suki muttered to herself. What did you say, you brat? Deidara shouted, molding a large white clay bird. Let's go. Uchiha Suki leaped onto the bird and silently returned to their temporary residence. Yahiko and Konan had already been controlled by Madara, their chakra added to the rain of the land of rain, so that anyone entering could be sensed by her. Of course, this applied only to enemies below the 6 paths level. The land of rain would serve as Akatsuki's headquarters, and Madara had ordered Yahiko and Konan to control the entire nation. After all, she couldn't cause trouble in Konoha, could she? However, the gears of fate have already begun to turn. Otsutsuki clan, prepare to meet your demise. Uchiha Madara stood atop a tall building, rain sliding down her cheeks, her purple rinnegan radiating power and mystery. Her black-red robes whipped in the storm like dancing blades. In the original story, besides Kagaya, there was also Otsutsuki Yoshiki on Earth, who had arrived alongside her. They planted the divine tree on Earth to harness natural power. Kagaya was Ashiki's guardian, but later, she ambushed him and consumed the god tree's chakra fruit. Though critically wounded, Otsutsuki Yoshiki did not perish. He used Sukuna Hikona to shrink his body and implanted the karma seal into a monk named Chiyo, continuously accumulating power over a millennium. On the moon resided Otsutsuki Shirbai, a descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of the Sage of 6 Paths, who spent his days on the moon and was ever ready to crash it into Earth at the slightest provocation. In outer space lurked otherworldly visitors, Otsutsuki Urashiki, Kenshiki, and Mamashiki. And there remained Ada's omnipotent divine power, left behind by Otsutsuki Yoshiki on Earth. To confront this horde of horned aliens, one would need combat power exceeding the 6 Paths level and real-time intelligence. Boss, we're back. Deidara and Uchiha Suki jumped down from the white clay bird. Did you complete the task I entrusted to you? Madara turned around. Of course I did right. Deidara looked at Uchiha Suki and said. She wore a bewildered expression and fearfully scurried behind Uchiha Madara. Hey you. Mother, he's bullying me, Uchiha Suki whispered in a pitiful tone. Deidara was utterly speechless. This was a vile little brat with an atrocious disposition. You bastard, you're too good at pretending. Idiot. Deidara gritted his teeth. You win this round. He swallowed his anger. Madara paid them no mind. There was still one more reward to claim from the Third Shinobi World War. The Battle of Canopy Bridge. The fates of Obito, Rin, and Kakashi would become unpredictable in Madara's hands. If Hashirama is Konoha's fire, then I am Konoha's shadow. Dark and unjust things would be severed by her own hands. No one could threaten the Konoha she had founded. Wait a while longer. Madara entered the house and taught Deidara several jutsu. The task is yours. Do not disappoint me. Rest assured I will complete the mission, boss. After receiving his assignment, Deidara rested for a day before departing the land of rain. Madara began studying the abilities of the Rinnegan, for she had only acquired it not long ago before it had vanished. Work is so exhausting, I really don't want to work, just lie flat. I'm so hungry, don't want to cook. Uchimaki Yukitsuki woke up in the morning with sleepy eyes, kicking her bare legs under the blankets, burying her head deep in the warm covers. Damn these lousy days. After a moment, realizing she would miss out on her wages if she didn't get up, Uchimaki Yukitsuki began another long and grueling day. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, Uchimaki Yukitsuki gazed at her cute reflection in the mirror, a smile spreading across her features as she praised herself. Not bad at all, little sister. You're truly adorable. Well then I suppose I should start this miserable day by picking up breakfast for the big boss Uchiha Madara. 5-color dango is a must every single day. Uchimaki Yukitsuki strolled through the streets of the Uchiha compound, greeting acquaintances with a sweetness that outshone everyone else's. Hey there, uncle. Grandma, how's your health these days? After her round of greetings, Uchimaki Yukitsuki finally arrived at her usual shop. Boss, I'll have 2 orders of 5-color dango and 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. The young shopkeeper blushed upon seeing Uchimaki Yukitsuki, let out a dazed smile, and hurried off to prepare the food. Baka, doesn't this idiot boss hate cilantro? I've got to pile it on. The noodles were ready quickly, and as the shopkeeper handed them to Uchimaki Yukitsuki, he opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately just managed a single word. Come again next time, Miss Yukitsuki. Uchimaki Yukitsuki retaliated by loading both bowls with cilantro, grinning mischievously. Call me the cilantro princess. Cilantro. Princess. Okay. Taken aback by her response, the shopkeeper stumbled over his words. Yukitsuki, are you trying to get yourself killed? Madara gazed at the tonkatsu ramen, drowning in cilantro, dark lines appearing across his handsome face. I had no choice. I didn't expect that boss to pile on so much cilantro. Uchimaki Yukitsuki said this without a hint of remorse. I warned him not to add so much cilantro, but he wouldn't listen, so what was I supposed to do? Let's go to work. Madara sighed in resignation. Uchimaki Yukitsuki's job wasn't particularly difficult. She spent her days serving tea and water, running errands, and occasionally offering unsolicited advice about the boss's affairs when she felt like showing off. Then she'd get scolded mercilessly. Uchimaki Yukitsuki was always clumsy, spilling drinks on Madara's clothes, tripping over her own feet while walking. This job is so hard. Life isn't easy, Yukitsuki sighed. Her most anticipated moment each day was soaking in the hot spring at night. I'm going to melt away. In the steaming water, Uchimaki Yukitsuki sank into the hot spring, her body like ice cream under summer sunlight. A red-haired slug sprawled out in the warm water. The stars above were countless, and Yukitsuki had never finished counting them. All she did was start from the beginning each time. But that didn't matter. What truly mattered was the journey itself, finding meaning in the process of doing things. Good heavens, Uchimaki Yukitsuki, you're practically a philosopher of the ninja world. How can you say something so profound? She boasted shamelessly. As night deepened, she returned to her residence alone and burrowed into her warm blankets, wishing this moment could last forever. How wonderful it would be if the world ended tomorrow and she didn't have to go to work. And so Uchimaki Yukitsuki drifted into dreams, carried away by her sweet fantasies of rest. This was the day of the eldest princess of the Uchimaki clan, Uchimaki Yukitsuki, a perfectly ordinary day. As the highest-ranking dojutsu, the Rinnegan stands unparalleled among all eye techniques. Beyond the fundamental 6 paths abilities, each Rinnegan possesses its own unique power. Limbo, Border Jail, Aminoto, Jikara, Takamimyuba no Kami. These are but a few. The Rinnegan also appears to hold the power to traverse time and space. Sasuke once used his Rinnegan to open a dimensional tunnel, discovering Kagaya's hidden lair, the Ice Dimension. Within the Ice Dimension, he encountered Momoshiki and Kinshiki, who were on their way to Earth. In theory, any Rinnegan could achieve this feat. It merely requires time to master. In the 47th year of Konoha, Minato Namikaze faced the AB combo, cementing his reputation as the Yellow Flash across the shinobi world. The following year, the Third Raikage, covering his comrades' retreat, fought 5,000 Iwagakure shinobi for 4 days and 3 nights before succumbing to exhaustion. In that same year, Might Dai battled the 7 ninja swordsmen, reducing their number to merely 3. The next year, 5,000 IWA shinobi invaded the Land of Fire, igniting the Canopy Bridge incident. Relations between Owagakure and Konoha were strained. This was likely due to the fact that Konoha's Madara Uchiha had once slain the current Tsuchikage Inoki's grandfather Ishikawa. Due to special circumstances, the god of shinobi who had returned to Konoha Hashirama Senju could not appear openly. He could only offer appropriate assistance on the main battlefields, though his mere presence greatly boosted the morale of the Konoha forces. On the battlefield, Minato was briefing Kakashi, Rin, and Obito before their mission. Team Kakashi, your mission is to infiltrate behind enemy lines and destroy this bridge used for supply transport, cutting off their support capabilities. What about you, Sensei? Obito Uchiha asked. Minato Namake's blue eyes turned to him. I'll head directly to the front line to attack the enemy, which will also serve as a diversion for you. He drew a diagram on the ground. We'll travel to the border together, then separate there. Mission start. Minato extended his hand, and soon 4 hands piled together. As Team Kakashi crossed into the Land of Earth, Kakashi was the first to spot the enemy. Well done, Kakashi, Minato praised. Everyone be careful. There are about 20 enemies ahead. Likely a shadow clone technique. Minato deduced. Sensei, I want to test a new jutsu I've developed. Please provide cover. A sharp crackling sound like the chirping of 1,000 birds emanated from Kakashi's palm, startling both Obito and Rin. Kakashi, he's this strong. What incredible chakra. Obito watched dazed as Kakashi's figure charged towards the IWA shinobi. Minato threw shuriken to cover his advance. The sound just now confirmed the location of all enemies. Kakashi's gaze swept, locking onto his targets. Amidst the barrage of attacks from the IWA shinobi, Kakashi moved with agility, striking one of them with his chidori and piercing his chest. Watch out, Obito. Distracted, a hidden IWA shinobi lunged at Obito with a kunai, but was repelled by Minato. Don't let your guard down, Obito. Yes. On this swiftly changing battlefield, Kakashi had already taken down 17 IWA shinobi. A crow with crimson eyes flew past him, startled. Kakashi paused, his gaze falling on the 18th shinobi. The last one. He lunged at the 18th ninja, but Minato arrived in an instant, pulling him back. A sharp blade grazed under Kakashi's arm, leaving a trail of blood. Simultaneously, Minato had marked that ninja ready to use the Flying Thunder God technique to reach him at any moment. He teleported himself and Kakashi back to Rin and Obito. Kakashi. Rin's voice was anxious. Minato stood up, dropping his ninja tool pouch to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Minato appeared behind the IWA shinobi, holding a kunai to his throat. In the distance, the tool pouch had just barely touched the ground. Could you be? The yellow flash. In our village, the orders are to retreat immediately upon encountering you. Now I understand why. A bead of sweat slid down the IWA shinobi's forehead, followed by a spray of blood. Kakashi, you should refrain from using that jutsu for now. Minato returned to his spot and explained to Kakashi, while it certainly enhances speed and killing power, your own movement becomes so fast that you can't clearly see the enemy's actions. It's an incomplete technique. I understand. Before we part ways, let me say it once more, the most important thing for a shinobi is teamwork. With that, Minato departed. The 3-man team spread out, carefully navigating past traps and following the map towards Canopy Bridge. Heimahiru and the others went on reconnaissance and never came back. Think they got taken out by those brats? A jonin from Owagakure asked from behind a bamboo grove. Shall we find out? The fierce-looking jonin grinned, forming hand signs. Ninja art, camouflage concealment. His figure turned transparent, blending into the environment. He sliced down a row of bamboo, prompting Obito Uchiha to hastily unleash a great fireball technique. The fireball struck the falling bamboo, which landed on the water surface. As their attention focused on the bamboo, the menacing jonin had already appeared behind Rin Noera. Another jonin leaped from the water and engaged Kakashi in combat. Oh! Rin's scream drew the attention of both Kakashi and Obito. We're taking this one with us. The 2 jonin threw down a smoke bomb and vanished. Damn it! Obito moved to chase, but Kakashi grabbed him firmly. Don't chase them. We proceed with the mission as planned. Kakashi's words were cold. But what about Rin? What about her? Obito Uchiha was clearly losing his composure, struggling to suppress his agitation. We'll rescue Rin later. The enemy wants to know our plans, so they won't kill her immediately. I told you yesterday, right? Extra things are just a burden. Extra things. Kakashi nodded. What a shinobi needs are tools that function in completing the mission. Emotions are redundant. You and I will never see eye to eye. I'm going to save Rin. Obito pushed Kakashi aside and walked dejectedly in the direction Rin had been taken. What happens to those who break the rules? I truly believe the White Fang was a hero. Kakashi's pupils constricted. He was reminded of a person he had once met in Konoha right after his father's suicide, when the entire village was condemning the man. That person had said, the White Fang of Konoha was a hero. Indeed, in the shinobi world, those who break the rules and regulations are called scum. But those who abandon their comrades are even worse than scum. Since I'm to be scum anyway, then I'll break the rules. If this isn't what it means to be a true shinobi, then I'll shatter that very concept. Obito declared with unwavering resolve. Kakashi grabbed his collar, his eyes blazing with a crimson light. Do you understand how I feel? Have you ever thought about what kind of treatment we'll get when we return to the village? You stand there spouting righteous ideals, never considering the consequences, leaving others to clean up your mess. You damn fool. Kakashi was panting, his outburst silencing Obito. The usually calm genius was now so uncharacteristically agitated. Looking at Obito, Kakashi suddenly regained his senses. He didn't know what had come over him. He released Obito's collar weakly. I'm saving Rin no matter what. Obito left alone. What's wrong with me? Kakashi sat down by a rock. On the battlefield of Awagakure, there was no time to mourn the fallen Konoha shinobi. The one who now descended upon the battlefield was the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Finally here, the beleaguered veteran ninja breathed a sigh of relief, hope gleaming in his eyes. There are about 50 enemies. More importantly, only 4 of us have survived. Handing a large bundle of shuriken to the remaining Konoha ninja, Minato instructed, all of you throw your kunai toward the enemy. Leave the rest to me. Minato's golden hair danced in the sandy wind as he spoke with calm composure. This is too reckless no matter how you look at it. One ninja began to protest, but was silenced by the veteran's sharp rebuke. Shut up and do as he says. You're about to witness the yellow flash of Konoha in action. It'll be over in an instant. Don't blink. Meanwhile, Kakashi, having aggravated his wound from strenuous movement, recalled the gentle smile Rin had given him while treating his injuries. It's much better now, but if you push yourself too hard, the wound will reopen. Kakashi fell silent for a long moment, then his thoughts drifted to Obito Uchiha. Whenever we were hurt, Rin would always use her medical ninjutsu to save our lives. If it weren't for her, you and I would have died long ago. The memory of Obito speaking with his head bowed was vivid. He had declared with a roar, saving Rin takes priority over the mission. Rules and regulations are important, but they aren't everything. See, I told you. Sometimes you have to adapt to the situation. Minato's words echoed in his ears again. Running headfirst into a trap, and I have to come save you again, you dead last. Kakashi sprinted toward Obito's location. Obito had already reached the enemy's position. He stood trembling on a tree branch, trying to steel himself. Stay calm. I can do this. Inside a cave, a Jonin noticed Obito's movements and used the camouflage concealment technique to stealthily approach him. All right, time to go. Obito muttered, clutching his shuriken. Go where? The Jonin had already appeared right behind him. Before Obito could react, the Jonin's shuriken slashed straight toward his eye. Blood splattered. Dazed Obito watched as Kakashi descended from above. Kakashi, why? Obito asked in disbelief. Because a crybaby like you is the last person I'd trust to handle things alone. Kakashi stated flatly. You're the White Fang of Konoha, the wounded Jonin demanded. Kakashi simply raised his white chakra blade. This is my father's legacy. I see, so you're the son of the White Fang. No need to fear you then. The Jonin activated his camouflage concealment technique, again vanishing from their sight. His scent is completely gone. I'll have to rely on the air currents to pinpoint his location. As the two remained on high alert, the Jonin suddenly attacked from behind Obito. Kakashi blocked the strike, but had one eye slashed. Kakashi, Obito rushed to his side. Are you okay? That enemy is skilled. He discarded the kunai that got my blood on it. Got sand in your eyes, Obito. A true shinobi doesn't cry. Stay sharp. Obito wiped the tears from beneath his goggles and mustered his courage once more. I'm all talk and no action, just a smooth-talking dead last. But my words about treasuring your comrades aren't just empty talk. Relying on his invisibility, the Jonin attacked from behind once more, but Obito's Sharingan caught the movement, and he drove his blade deep into the enemy's abdomen. How? There's no way you could have seen me. What are those eyes? The Jonin collapsed, dying with his eyes wide open in disbelief. After hastily bandaging his left eye, Kakashi and Obito set out to rescue Rin. Not going to talk, huh? Inside the cave, Rin's eyes were vacant, drool trickling from the corner of her mouth as the Jonin yanked her by the hair. Watching Obito and Kakashi enter, the Jonin glanced over dismissively. A bunch of useless brats. I've crossed paths with this one. He's fast. Kakashi drew his blade, warning cautiously. I know. The three clashed, with the duo coordinating their attacks perfectly, finally landing a fatal blow on the Jonin's head. Bang! The Jonin crumpled to the ground. The two hurried over to check on Rin, and Kakashi untied her restraints. Kakashi, Obito. With Kakashi down to one eye and Obito's Sharingan spinning with two tomo, they freed Rin from her bindings. Rin, we're here to save you. You're safe now. All right, let's get out of here. Just as they prepared to leave, the fallen Jonin unexpectedly rose to his feet. Decent teamwork, but you're still just kids. Earth release rock avalanche. The entire cave began to crumble. The trio scrambled towards the exit as massive boulders rained down behind them. Up. A chunk of rock slammed into Kakashi's back, sending him tumbling to the ground. Ignoring his own safety, Obito rushed forward to help him. As a boulder hurtled down from above, Obito tried to shove Kakashi clear. A crimson light flashed in Kakashi's eye, and with a surge of inexplicable strength, he pushed Obito away. Kakashi, The rocks engulfed Kakashi, sending up a cloud of dust as Obito screamed in anguish. When the avalanche finally ceased, Obito frantically scrambled over to dig him out. Most of Kakashi's body was pinned beneath the rock's, blood trickling down his forehead. Obito pushed against the boulder with all his might, even unleashing the fireball jutsu, but it was to no avail. Stop it, Obito. Kakashi's gaze was unfocused from blood loss. I'm done for. My right side is completely numb. Probably crushed. Kakashi. Tears streamed down Rin's face. I've been a terrible comrade, always prioritizing the mission and disregarding my teammates' safety. Thank you, Obito. Thank you for teaching me what it means to be a friend. Blood trickled from the corner of Kakashi's mouth as he spoke in a calm, faint voice. I guess I finally managed to live up to your words this time, didn't I, eh? Don't talk, Kakashi. Obito was weeping tears and snot mingling, his Sharingan evolving into 3 Tomo. You really are a crybaby. Take my blade back with you. It was the last thing. My father left me. Kakashi's voice grew weaker, and with the last of his strength, he placed the blade into Obito's hands. Yeah. Obito nodded firmly. Run. That ninja isn't dead yet. Just slip away quietly. And please, take care of Rin. Obito grabbed Kakashi's white chakra blade and fled with Rin in the opposite direction. The Jonin perched above and smoking a cheap cigarette noticed their escape and launched an attack. Empowered by his fully awakened 3 Tomo Sharingan, Obito managed to defeat the Jonin, though not without sustaining numerous wounds across his body. Daitu was panting heavily. The rock shinobi Yen-In village ninjas nearby sensed the commotion and rushed over. Lin, run. I'll cover you. No, I can't let you face them alone, Lin said seriously, looking at the largest group of pursuers. Is that so? Uchiha Daitu charged at the enemy with a shuriken, but was easily knocked down. He had already exhausted himself dealing with that Jonin earlier. Now Daitu was at the end of his strength. His stamina was severely depleted, and his vision grew blurry. His vision gradually faded into darkness, and he completely passed out. Kakashi, Daitu murmured. A sliver of light squeezed into Daitu's sight, and he saw Shui Men's face. Daitu, you're awake. Where's Lin? How is Lin? Daitu asked urgently. I've heard about Kakashi from Lin. He is a hero of Muyi. Bofeng Shui Men patted Daitu on the shoulder. In the distance under the night sky, Lin stood with her hands behind her back, gazing at the stars, looking lonely and isolated. Daitu watched this scene, feeling as if the air he breathed was filled with shards of glass. Daitu, Lin. Inside the cave, Kakashi gradually woke up. Is the Third Shinobi World War about to end? A temporary lab, more or less. But what is that guy Shiwan researching lately? Scientific ninja tools. Above, a girl in a black robe was propping her cheek with her hand lazily leaning against the cold stone seat. One black pupil, one purple Rinnegan, she muttered to herself in boredom. Hey, enough talk. Kakashi is awake. Ban cut off the communication and looked at Kakashi, whose half-body was being repaired by snake technology. You awake? Ban's voice was cold and oppressive. Why am I here? Did you save me? Kakashi quickly calmed down, his gaze scanning the surroundings. That's right, saving you cost me a great deal of effort. Thank you. May I ask who you are? Who I am is not important. What matters is who you are. Ban pointed at Kakashi and asked. Who am I? Kakashi was taken aback. A Jonin, son of Muye's White Fong, disciple of Bofeng Shui Men. Kakashi. That's not important. I'm asking who you are. What is your own perception of yourself? A hero who sacrifices for others. A martyr who dies protecting comrades. Ban's tone remained unchanged as he continued. These are all shackles imposed on you by the world, not your true self. We have met before, Kakashi. Back then your eyes were truly cold. You are. Kakashi recalled the petite girl from that afternoon. What exactly are you trying to say? Are you interested in joining my organization? Ban extended an invitation. Organization? What organization? Kakashi frowned. Shao, an organization that will change this world. Serve me, Ban said. Sorry, although I don't know how I survived, I'm grateful you saved me. I need to think it over. His half-body was being repaired by cloned tissue, and he could see flesh slowly regenerating. Alright then, take your time. Ban didn't insist, merely looking down indifferently from a height. A few months later, Kakashi's injuries had healed, and he could move normally. During this time, apart from a masked girl who brought food, Kakashi did not see Ban again. It was only after his body was fully healed that Ban appeared before him again and asked, What is your decision? I've thought it over carefully, but I still cannot accept your invitation. If there's a chance, I'll repay you. I must go find Daitu and Lin first. Goodbye. Kakashi bowed deeply with an apologetic expression, then walked out of the cave and soon disappeared from sight. Mother, aren't you going to chase him? Uji boy, you stepped out from the shadows. She had grown quite a bit with a gentle expression. According to her understanding of her mother, anyone who refused her except for her father ended up dead without a trace. This time she actually let that white-haired boy go. Could he have something special? Uji boy, you speculated inwardly. It's fine, he'll be back soon anyway, Ban said, watching Kakashi's receding figure. But, how is the investigation of the Snow Mountain ruins I entrusted to you and Dita La? Ben asked. I sense something, but the Snow Mountain is too vast, and the harsh environment made us stop the investigation. Boy, you lowered her eyes, observing her mother's every move. I'll go check it myself later. Boy Dai Tu pulled Yi Yuan Lin and quickly ran through the jungle with Wu Yin pursuers behind them. Damn it, Dai Tu cursed. They had been on a mission when they were ambushed by Wu Yin's Umbu. Now only he and Lin were left alive in the team. The Wu Yin ninjas behind unleashed a water release, blocking their path. Dozens of Wu Yin ninjas drove the two forward. Lin, you go first. I'll cover you. I absolutely cannot let you get hurt. Dai Tu held a shuriken, looking resolute. How could this be? Yi Yuan Lin was dazed for a moment, clutching her chest in disbelief. I have become the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Yi Yuan Lin stiffly looked at Dai Tu, her expression unreadable. Lin, run. Seeing Lin still frozen in place, Dai Tu urgently shouted. Lin. Kill me, Lin said calmly. Lin, what are you saying? Dai Tu's eyes were full of confusion as the Wu Yin ninjas kept closing in. I have become the Three Tails Jinchuriki. I can't kill myself. Once I enter the village, the three tails inside me will erupt. Dai Tu, do you understand? Boy Dai Tu's hands trembled as he shook his head repeatedly. How could I possibly do that? Dai Tu, come here and listen to me, Lin bit her lip. Lin, trust me, there must be a way. Dai Tu kept encouraging Lin, also trying to bolster his own uncertain courage. Crack. It was the sound of a shuriken piercing flesh. Dai Tu was stunned, not understanding what had happened. He trembled as he looked down and found Lin collapsing in his arms. The shuriken had pierced Lin's abdomen and Dai Tu's hands were covered in blood. The weather turned gloomy with dark clouds churning. Kakashi headed towards Mu Yi. I wonder how Dai Tu and Lin are doing. I hope they are safe. Kakashi had been traveling for a long time. Seeing the corpses of Mu Yi and Wu Yin ninjas on the ground, he frowned and quickened his pace. He pushed aside the large leaves blocking his path, and his view opened up. But the scene before him left him completely stunned. The shuriken in Dai Tu's hand pierced through Lin's chest, his pupils turning blood red, gleaming with the luster of the Mangekyo. Lin collapsed into Dai Tu's arms, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. What? Is this a Chimu Kaka? She suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, his vision turning black and a dull ache surging through him. What use is that dead weight? He couldn't accomplish a single thing I entrusted to him. Why is this happening? Father saved so many people. You were all saved by him. So why do you say such things and make such disgusting expressions? Father committed suicide. Did he ever consider my situation? Who am I? Kakashi's face was twisted in agony, his heart felt as if it were being cut into 1,000 pieces. Dai Tu, having awakened the Mangekyo, fainted from his young body's inability to bear it, collapsing beside Lin. The hero of my village forced to kill his own comrade. If he didn't kill her, Lin would become the Three Tails rampaging Jinchuriki and destroy my. If he killed her, Dai Tu's hands would be stained with Lin's blood. Dai Tu didn't want to kill Lin, but the blood on his hands could not be undone. Lin didn't want to die, but her life was already slipping away. Even if Dai Tu hadn't killed her, someone else would have. Even if she wasn't killed by Dai Tu, the Three Tails would have ended her. This was a situation with no solution at all. A world that forces those who don't want to kill, and those who don't want to die. This is hell. Kakashi felt his breathing become difficult, forced his trembling body upright, and looked toward the Mist Village. More than a dozen ninjas from the Mist Village stepped back in fear, but then mustered their courage. After all, their opponent was just a child. Don't be afraid, just a brat. Bring back the girl's body and kill the kid, shouted the leading ninja. But soon he couldn't say such words anymore, because crackling lightning sealed his mouth and a bolt pierced his chest. 1,000 birds. The sky choked, then poured down a torrential rain. The cries of 1,000 birds tore through the darkness, and Kakashi's gaze turned icy as he began a merciless slaughter. Due to the modification of clone cells, Kakashi's physical constitution had improved significantly, and his eyesight had also been enhanced. Blooms of blood burst forth amidst the lightning until finally Kakashi's body lost all sensation, his hands moving solely by instinct to kill. 1-2. The enemies screamed in agony, the 1,000 birds roared, and blood blossoms bloomed. In the center of the battlefield, all the Mist Village ninjas lay fallen. Only Kakashi remained standing in a pool of blood. He stared at his own reflection in the blood surface, silent for a long time, letting the rain wash over his hair. See, this world really is trash. Ben suddenly appeared beside Kakashi holding an umbrella. Interested in joining the Akatsuki? I want to change the world and also figure out what kind of person I am. She said, his voice extremely hoarse. Welcome to the Akatsuki. Ban said, handing the ring engraved with the white tiger to Kakashi. By the way, wasn't your left eye healed? Ban used Yang release to restore Kakashi's eye. The body repaired through cloning was incomparable to Kakashi's original one. Having obtained the maternal cells cultivated by Orochimaru, though stripped of the wood release and whirlpool physique effects, they were gentler in use, able to provide rapid healing and replenish chakra. Thank you, Kakashi murmured. Then it's time to leave, isn't it? Ban said. Kakashi nodded, cast a long look at the fallen Dai Tu, and left the place with Ban. His mind was more mature than Dai Tu's, but he was still just a child. The The Third Great Ninja War and its aftermath finally came to an end. The Yellow Flash became renowned across the ninja world as an invincible force. My village was severely weakened by the war. The third Raikage of the Cloud Village died from exhaustion. Kaka, she the son of the White Fong, and Yi Yuan Lin sacrificed their lives and monuments were erected in their memory. Kakashi's squad survivors won. Ding, congratulations to the host for influencing the Third Great Ninja War. Mission reward: Mangekyo ability Kamui intangibility. Ban accepted the reward. The Mangekyo ability was the all-purpose Kamui and intangibility capable of both offense and defense, with the only drawback being a maximum duration of 5 minutes. Boss, I think I found what you're looking for, but I can't get in. Daidara's voice reached Ban through a sensing technique. Ban was slightly surprised and obtained the location. Kagaya's lair. I found it, Ban said calmly, looking up at the sky. Host Ujibo Ban. Bloodline Limit Bloodline Network Mangekyo Sharingan Amaterasu Kagutsuchi Yasaka no Magatama Kamui Intangibility Rinnegan High-Endedness Aminotejikura would release. Special forms: Perfect Sage Mode, Perfect Jinchuriki Mode. Ninja Tools Uchiha War Fan. Comprehensive Evaluation 6 paths. I'll take care of the one in the sky. Kagaya can't get out without Black Zetsu. Then deal with Kinshiki and Mamashiki, and finally handle Ishiki. Ban quickly sorted out his thoughts. Since the mission reward had been obtained, Ban planned to unify the entire ninja world first. Kill anyone who gets in the way and first intimidate the entire ninja world with absolute military force. Assemble the Akatsuki, summon the 5 Kage from the hidden villages, collect the tailed beasts, and launch the Fourth Great Ninja War. Ban had no time to waste as she now intended to conquer the entire ninja world alone. No one could defy Ujibo Ban's orders. Among all the Otsutsuki, Ban could handle the most difficult was Otsutsuki Ishiki. Even the Nine Tails burning its chakra to reach the 6 paths level could only briefly suppress Ishiki. It could be said that Ishiki's true pure strength was even higher than Kagaya's. She contacted the members of the Akatsuki. The current members of the Akatsuki were no longer just Sasori Kakazu and Deidara. Powerful rogue ninjas like Kisame Haiden and many others from across the ninja world had been subdued and joined the organization. They would deliver the message of declaring war on the entire ninja world on behalf of Ban. Over my village, the puppets of Konan and Yahiko flew above the leaves and landed on the ground. The 4th Hokage Bo Feng Shui Men had just taken office as Hokage. It was the 50th year of Mai. The reason for your visit to Mai. Bo Feng Shui Men held a kunai with the flying thunder god, seal his gaze sharp. The leader of the Akatsuki, Ujibo Ban, invites the 5 great hidden villages and their respective Kage to a gathering. Ujibo Ban. Shui Men was visibly startled at the name, then quickly recovered. The message has been delivered. Please arrive on time. Konan released a slip of paper from her fingertip, the location clearly marked as the Rain Village in the Land of Rain. The other major villages also received notifications one after another. In light of this situation, the most representative of the 5 Kage held their first meeting to discuss the matter. Bo Feng Shui Men felt deeply helpless. Why did the people of Mai always have so many troubles? And the opponent was the legendary ninja. The battlefield rose the shinobi no Shura, Ujibo Ban. What? Madara wants to start the 4th Great Ninja War. Hashirama slammed the table. This is too reckless. What a headache. Lord First Hokage, aren't you Madara's closest companion? Could you persuade her? Hiruzen Sarutobi hunched over, taking a weary puff from his pipe, his graying temples telling of his advancing age. I'll go speak with her. Hashirama stood with firm resolve, then abruptly sat back down. He had just received a call from Madara. Hello, is this Hashirama? Madara's voice suddenly came through via the mind-sensing technique. After a long exchange whispered into Hashirama's ear, he fell silent for a moment before turning to Hiruzen. Monkey, we don't need to wade into this mess. Madara has a plan, and it won't harm Konoha. Is that so? Hiruzen watched Hashirama's drastic shift in demeanor and seemed to catch on, drawing on his pipe without another word. The time for the 5 Kage Summit hosted by Madara arrived swiftly. 4th Raikage A and Killer B of Kumogakure arrived first, followed by Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage of Konoha, Yagura Karatachi, the 4th Mizukage of Kirigakure, Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage of Awagakure, Raza, the 4th Kazakage of Sunagakure, along with the Kyuzakage of Kyuzagakure and Mifune of the Land of Iron. Nearly every major power in the ninja world was present, as Madara had sent the entire Akatsuki organization to extend invitations to all factions. For certain villages, especially the hot-headed Cloud, Madara dispatched extra-strong envoys. Fortunately, only one casualty occurred. Now these gathered leaders bickered endlessly, all awaiting one person. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Suki bore a Kusanagi, sword at her waist, her 3-tomo Sharingan swirling. Beside her stood Kakashi, both clad in black robes embroidered with red clouds, ready to swiftly deal with any troublemaker. Yahiko and Konan were stationed atop the hall, providing Madara with overwatch. After a long wait, the protagonist finally made her entrance. Madara activated Kamui with her Mangekyo Sharingan, and as a vortex spun, her figure materialized before the assembled elites. She appeared to be a mere 16-year-old girl draped in a flowing black robe with crimson lining. Aside from her strikingly beautiful cold features, there was nothing extraordinary about her. Instantly, a cacophony of murmurs erupted across the hall. The assembled leaders chatted freely, showing not an ounce of regard for Madara. These fools have no manners. Uchiha Tsuki's hand flew to her sword, but Kakashi pressed it back down. Madara's expression remained unchanged. With her left eye as Mangekyo and her right as a Rinnegan with Tomo, she unleashed her chakra. Boom! An overwhelming torrent of chakra like a ravenous tautya surged from Madara. Every body in the room grew leaden, crushed beneath a terrifying pressure that threatened to devour them all. Silence. Those were Madara's first words, and the entire hall sat as if on pins and needles. What a breathtaking display of dominance. In a distant room, Hashirama and Hiruzen watched the live projection, snacking as they observed every move. Our Hokage is the dependable one. Calm and unflinching, Hiruzen remarked. In reality, Minato's hand was already gripping a kunai pre-marked with the flying thunder god seal, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Unless one had felt it firsthand, it was impossible to comprehend the crushing weight of that pressure. I have only one thing to say. Here I declare war upon the entire ninja world, the fourth great ninja war. The combatants, every shinobi in the world. And one Uchiha Madara. You may send everyone you have against me. You have one full day, and you may use any means to defeat me. A collective gasp swept the room. Even Inoki, who had once sought vengeance against Madara, was rendered speechless. Such confidence, such overwhelming dominance. If I lose, I will take my own life in atonement. And if you lose, you will all surrender to Konoha. The moment those words left her mouth, every Kage turned their gaze to Minato. Minato was utterly bewildered, sweat beginning to soak his back. It was a gamble staked on life itself. And why should we listen to you? A reckless Kage from some village dared to speak up. The next second his head tumbled to the floor, raining blood across the hall. Such speed, no one present, not even Minato, had seen her move. It was as if she had teleported. Of course, everyone has the right to choose. But if you refuse, be prepared to pay the corresponding price. Having witnessed Madara's power, the villages all accepted the challenge. Refusal meant death on the spot. Fighting offered at least a glimmer of hope. Madara knew well that these people would never heed words until they were beaten to the ground. Only raw strength could conquer this rabble. Words alone were useless. Power was the only language they understood. Hashirama had once possessed the might to overawe the villages, but he died young and had even divided the tailed beasts. Only a fool like him could have conceived such a naive plan. The summit ended quickly. The villages returned home, mustering every ounce of strength they could spare, bracing for battle. Only Konoha was grinning ear to ear. As the saying goes, the ancestor truly loves us. Having just emerged from the third great ninja war, the nations were drained. The warriors they selected were their finest elites, practically the last blood from their veins. 10,000 in total. Madara would face them all alone. The battlefield was set in the land of earth amidst swirling sands. 10,000 people. Mother won't get hurt, will she? Uchiha Tsuki worried. She had already unlocked her 3-tomo Sharingan, and combined with her wood release stood at a semi-Kage level. Yet her mother had forbidden her from joining the war, leaving her unable to help at all. Madara-sama should handle this with ease. Kakashi stated calmly, his black mask concealing his face. Since joining Akatsuki, Kakashi had come to understand Madara's purpose and chose to follow her. Freed from the burden of the Sharingan, and blessed with a superior physique, Kakashi's 5-nature chakra shone brilliantly. His mastery of jutsu elevated his combat prowess a full tier above Uchiha Tsuki. You're right. With mother's power, dealing with these rabble is a trivial matter. Uchiha Tsuki abandoned her gloomy thoughts and began to sing Madara's praises. Kakashi turned to leave. Where are you going? Uchiha Tsuki called after him. To see an old friend. Curious. We're comrades, can't I ask? Uchiha Tsuki averted her gaze. Suit yourself. The fourth great ninja war erupted at dawn. Madara stood atop a towering cliff. Below was a dense army of allied shinobi. A girl clad in heavy red armor arms crossed her eyes, emitting a faint glow. Is this all? Utterly disappointing, Madara murmured after a glance. Most of the shinobi were at the level of Jinin and Chunin, with only a few at Chunin-e. Those above weak Kage level were even rarer. Relying on these people to fight against Otsutsuki is obviously unreliable. As long as they don't cause trouble, it's fine. Next, it's time to warm up. Madara leaped down, the wind roaring in his ears. The moment he landed, dozens of fire-style techniques shot toward him, but he easily dodged them. Madara grabbed the arm of a Jonin, snapping it like a bamboo twig with ease, and flung him away. Shuriken with explosive tags flew toward him. Madara caught one, tore off the tag, and stuck it onto a ninja's chest, while the shuriken sliced the throats of several other ninja. Bong! Madara kicked aside 2 ninja, carving a bloody path through the allied forces. The allies quickly rearranged their formations, unleashing countless jutsu at Madara. Fire-style Great Fire Dragon technique. Madara inhaled and exhaled a massive fire dragon. The spiraling dragon charged forward, defeating dozens of ninja before being blocked by the Mizukage Yagura Karatachi. Strongest lightning release armor. The muscular Raikage immediately entered his strongest mode, knowing clearly that if he didn't strike now, he would have no chance. Inoki also provided assistance immediately. After the allied forces dispersed, he used Dust Release to attack, then assisted Raikage A in delivering a powerful blow. Weighted Rock, Thunderous Horizontal Thousand Dance. Lightning gathered in Raikage A's palm as he attacked Madara. A flicker of interest appeared in Madara's eyes. Uchi raised a hand and used a skeletal Susanoo, which was shattered by their combined strike. However, the reduced force gave Madara an opportunity. She grabbed the fourth Raikage's hand, surpassed him in speed and strength, and slammed him into the ground. Rasengan. A massive Rasengan exploded in Madara's palm. The fourth Raikage A, despite his lightning release armor defense, fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting. With just one strike, Madara incapacitated the Kaga-level Raikage A. However, the efforts of Inoki and Raikage A were not in vain. They broke the Susanoo, creating an opening. Magnet Release Gold Dust Great Burial. Raza, hovering in midair, seized this opportunity. Since he was fighting on home ground, a pyramid of gold dust sealed Madara. Did we get him, Mai? Sweat dripped from Raza's forehead. The next moment, the seal was shattered by Madara's Shinra Tensei. Just as Madara tore off one of Raza's arms, Inoki timely fired a dust release, forcing Madara back. That Inoki kid has improved, Madara remarked with a glance. She used a Minotaur Jikara to swap positions with a fire-style jutsu. She swiftly defeated a large group of ninja wielding the twin sword she had taken. The silver sword blossoms resembled a beautifully orchestrated dance. The girl danced amidst the crimson blood like a blood-red rose blooming in the center of the battlefield. At last, Madara Uchiha grew tired of playing. She prepared to use her true power. Madara floated in midair. A four-armed half-bodied Susanoo rose from the ground, forming four hand seals alongside her. Have you witnessed my full power? A shadow fell over the sky. A massive meteor slowly broke through the heavens, hurtling toward the earth with overwhelming force. Heavenly Obstacle Falling Star. A ninja gazing at the godlike scene let his sword fall to the ground and said in despair, "Damn it. Is this the power of a god?" Throughout the battlefield, everyone stared in shock. Raza and Inoki were the first to react. Earth-style ultra-lightweight rock technique. Inoki flew up using all his strength to hold the meteor, while Raza urgently manipulated his gold dust to support it. Seeing this, the allied shinobi dispersed in all directions to avoid massive casualties. With both men exerting their utmost, the meteor finally stopped. Just as the exhausted Inoki sighed in relief, he saw Madara smile. "I acknowledge your skill. But what about the second one?" Inoki looked up sharply to see the second heavenly obstacle falling star, following in quick succession. The combined force crushed down on Inoki. Fortunately, the recovered Raikage arrived in time and saved him. The meteor exploded on the ground, sending up a massive wave. This childish game is utterly boring. Let's end it quickly. I'm tired of it. The allied shinobi's all-out efforts were dismissed by Madara as a child's game. Madara's long black hair danced in the fierce wind as she clasped her hands to form seals. The purple chakra turned deep blue and enveloped Madara. A majestic mountain-like perfect Susanoo spread its wings, a 100-meter giant appearing before everyone. With a single slash, the ground before them was left with a chasm-like crack. Just as the allied forces were sinking into utter despair, the Myojinmen descended from the sky, suppressing the perfect Susanoo. It's Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. The allied shinobi erupted in cries. Even those who had never witnessed Hashirama's power firsthand had heard of his reputation as the god of shinobi. In the novel published by Uzumaki Kazuki, Madara and Hashirama were described as lifelong archenemies and soulmates. Now that Hashirama Senju had suddenly appeared on the battlefield for some unknown reason, no one cared how he had crawled out of his coffin, but what they truly cared about was whether he could defeat Madara Uchiha. Hashirama. Madara forcibly broke free of the Myojinmen, tearing apart the Susanoo in the process. A look of surprise crossed her face as she hadn't expected Hashirama to appear here. "Madara, we haven't fought since our battle as children. Come, let's settle this." Madara was speechless, but Hashirama had stirred her battle spirit. She was curious how much stronger Hashirama had become compared to the original story after her death. In the original story, Hashirama's strength surpassed that of the original Madara roughly at the Super Kage level. But now, Hashirama brought his hands together, and Golden Nine-Tails chakra manifested around him. It was clear that Hashirama had activated the perfect Jinchuriki mode, a far cry from his former self. "Then let's fight." A sharp grin spread across Madara's face. She instantly activated perfect Sage mode. A swirling Rasengan mixed with various chakras appeared in her palm, then was absorbed by Madara using the Preta path. Takama Masubi. This technique amplifies the power of a jutsu she uses or absorbs, then counters it, unleashing a force far greater than the original. A massive Rasengan several times enlarged appeared in Madara's palm, only slightly smaller than the heavenly obstacle falling star she had just released. Senju Hashirama dared not slacken in the slightest, swiftly activating the perfect Sage mode. Dark marks appeared on his face, and the god of shinobi bearing a scroll of techniques on his back, clasped his hands together. Sage art would style true, several thousand hands. A colossal Buddha emerged into everyone's sight. Nine-Tails chakra instantly enveloped the true, several thousand hands Buddha, turning the entire wooden statue into a resplendent golden hue, like an ancient and solemn true Buddha. Top-bound Buddha. The Buddha's thousands of hands shot forth each strike, carrying the power to shatter Susanoo. The Rasengan exploded, plunging the sky into darkness. Shockwaves roared and surged. Madara used a Meno Jikara to swap positions, evading the massive explosion. The Nine-Tails chakra on the Buddha's body had been partially blasted away, but the statue itself remained intact. Madara never expected to defeat her opponent with that single move. First she unleashed a Rinnegan clone, then expanded the almighty push to repel the enemy. The complete Susanoo appeared once more, its blade tip now coated with Amaterasu flames controlled by Kagutsuchi. Yasaka Magatama. Several Magatama along with a heaven-rending sword strike hurtled toward the Buddha. The Buddha countered. The distant allied shinobi forces watching the cataclysmic battle involuntarily swallowed. Compared to such attacks, their own efforts were child's play. Bet on it. Who will win? Deidara's eyes were glued to the earth-shattering explosions. This was the ultimate art he sought. I'll bet 500,000 on the boss. Then I'll bet on a draw. Sasori, reclining on a beach chair, sipped tea and spoke calmly. Madara was exhilarated. It had been ages since she fought with such full force. Gone was the helplessness against Otsutsuki Urashiki. Only the thrill of confronting a dear friend remained, the joy of using every tactic in battle. Madara used intangibility to dodge the thousand-handed Buddha's punch, opting not to destroy the Buddha with Susanoo's blade, but instead employing the most primal, brutal method. Susanoo seized the Buddha and slammed its head into it. Thanks to various power boosts, Madara's Susanoo was only slightly smaller than Hashirama's Buddha. The two colossal beings towering to the heavens engaged in the most savage hand-to-hand combat. In other words, Uchiha Madara was having the time of her life. Both Susanoo and the Buddha were riddled with wounds, and they resorted to a ninjutsu clash. Madara used Yada no Kagami. No, it was the 8,000 spears technique to carve a mark on Hashirama's body, rapidly absorbing his chakra. But Hashirama would not let her succeed. He sliced off the flesh bearing the brand. Wood Dragon technique. Several wood dragons attacked Madara. Hashirama used the Nine-Tails materialization to summon multiple wood clones, firing tailed beast balls at her. Under a golden radiance, the tailed beast ball was launched. Madara chose not to absorb it with the Preta path, but instead used the Uchiha Gunbai to deflect it. Uchiha Reflection. The immense force acted on Madara's hands as the tailed beast ball was sent flying back. Explosions rang out incessantly. Madara's body, torn and bloodied from failing to dodge, was rapidly healing as she licked her palm. As expected of my dear friend, Madara charged forward, engaging Hashirama in taijutsu. The great battle lasted an entire day and night. Madara punched Hashirama in the face and tackled him to the ground. They faced off with shuriken reminiscent of their childhood, sparring by the river, the carefree joy of those days. Madara drove a kunai into Hashirama's arm, blood dripping onto her face, only to be pinned down by him. A fist laced with Nine-Tails chakra was about to strike Madara's face, but halted. Because Madara's armor was now tattered and torn, large gashes at her legs and sleeves revealing patches of fair skin. The girl was pinned beneath him, her face marked with several wounds, a streak of red on her neck, and her eyes swollen. What are you waiting for? Hit me. Madara frowned in dissatisfaction, urging him. Hashirama had no choice but to punch her in the face, driving her whole body into the ground. Then Madara got up, kicked Senju Hashirama away, and hurled several explosive-tagged kunai, blasting him into the air. By the battle's end, Madara sat on Hashirama, pounding him with her fists. With no strength left, it looked more like a petulant tantrum. I won. You win. Hashirama's chakra was unexpectedly depleted. He had activated the Nine-Tails chakra mode Buddha 3 times, and had no energy, even to clap. Meanwhile, Madara still had some abilities and used and chakra to spare. So from any perspective, Madara had won. Ha ha ha. Madara collapsed onto Hashirama, then rolled off onto the ground. Hashirama looked at the girl's beautiful profile and couldn't help but smile, brushing a strand of her hair aside. She was drenched in sweat, breathless, looking especially adorable. Madara. Hashirama opened his mouth, his hand caressing her delicate cheek. Hashirama. Madara's breathing quickened. Just as Hashirama was about to speak, someone from the Akatsuki interrupted. Who won? Who won? I bet 5 million. Haiden and Kakuzu arrived on Deidara's clay bird. I bet 8 million. Kakuzu picked at his nails, wondering why he had been so impulsive. It was all Sasori and Deidara's doing. Then a crowd of Akatsuki members, including Kisame and Juzo, all followed suit. I bet 10 million. Uchiha Suki blinked, naturally betting on her mother. So, who won? Madara knew they'd all bet on her, so after a moment's thought she said, it's a draw. Huh. By the great Jashin. Haiden's smile froze and Kakuzu fell silent. How could this be? Did you throw the match, mother? Uchiha Suki was incredulous. No. Madara felt a mischievous streak. The beautiful Sasori eyes narrowed in a smile collected money from each Akatsuki member. He split the money in half. Haiden asked puzzled, "Hey, whose share is this?" "Kakashi's. He said this game would make me a fortune, so I proposed it to Deidara." Deidara shrugged. He himself had lost 3,500 yen. Well, now the Akatsuki members could go kick rocks. The gambling scam totaling 100 million yen came to an end. Madara stood up, gazing at the vast land of Earth. This absurd Fourth Great Ninja War concluded with the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The entire conflict lasted 2 days. The final outcome was Uchiha Madara's victory, and the shinobi world was forcibly unified. Having witnessed the godlike might of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, most nations in the shinobi world chose to submit to the rule of Konohagakure. Under the pressure of absolute force, the entire shinobi world was reluctantly unified, achieving an unprecedented peace. After all, the current Konoha was guarded by 2 living legends. This development, however, placed immense strain on Minato Namikaze. As the 4th Hokage, the volume of paperwork he had to handle suddenly multiplied several-fold. Even the fastest man in the shinobi world couldn't juggle both household affairs and political duties simultaneously. Moreover, Kushina was due to give birth soon, and the stress was beginning to show in the dark circles under his eyes. Perhaps I should just hand this position back to the 1st Hokage. He seems to have boundless energy. Minato let out a long sigh and began tackling the mountain of administrative work before him. Meanwhile, the very first Hokage he mentioned was leisurely sipping tea with the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi while watching live events through a crystal ball. "Thanks to your assistance, Lord, First Konoha has flourished beyond all imagination." Hiruzen couldn't help but marvel. That Konoha would become the premier shinobi village in the entire world was something Hiruzen had never dared to dream of. His weathered face broke into a radiant smile, as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum overjoyed by the village's prosperity. "Speaking of Lady Madara," Hiruzen paused then asked. Since her cataclysmic battle with Hashirama that ended the sudden Great Ninja War, Madara Uchiha had departed to investigate Kagaya's old lair. That place was the ancient ruins where Kagaya once resided. After an extensive search by Deidara and Uchiha Suki, they finally located it, the ice ruins. The only way to reach that place was by traversing a dimensional rift using the Rinnegan. Unless one possessed the Amanamanaka, even an ordinary Rinnegan user would expend a tremendous amount of dojutsu chakra to break through. Madara passed through the dimensional tunnel, indeed, consuming a significant portion of her eye power. Within the endless frozen world, she had to shroud herself in chakra just to stave off the biting frost. Perched atop the endless snow-covered peaks stood a grand palace, Kagaya's abode. It had remained untouched ever since she was sealed away by that filial son Hagoromo. Within its walls presumably lay hidden secrets about Kagaya and the tale of the Otsutsuki clan. However, the possibility of encountering Kinshiki and Momoshiki also loomed. Her black robe billowing in the fierce howling wind, Madara trekked forward, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow as she made her way toward the palace. The palace loomed grandly at the mountain's summit. As Madara stepped inside, the blizzard abruptly ceased, indicating some form of protection. However, ravaged by time, the palace was covered in dust with collapsed pillars and crumbling walls. The young woman moved through the palace, weaving between the stone columns, following the worn, dirty red carpet, until she reached the spot where Kagaya once held court. Beneath the exquisitely crafted stone throne lay scattered tables and chairs reminiscent of a gathering of feudal lords from the spring and autumn period. Madara unrolled a scroll, finding it filled with trivial records of daily life. Useless information. This is... Madara suddenly discovered a scroll detailing Kagaya and Ishiki's arrival on Earth. As she continued reading, a pink axe blade came swinging toward her in a vicious arc. She ducked low, narrowly evading the ferocious strike. Glancing upward, she saw a towering, muscular white alien wielding a massive pink axe. "I am Kinshiki Otsutsuki. Let's go." So they had arrived on Earth ahead of schedule. Madara furrowed her brow. She hadn't expected to run into the Otsutsuki duo after all. Against an Otsutsuki, Madara's available techniques were limited. Beyond her Rinnegan abilities, she had physical attacks and Sage Art Chakra. She weaved a single-hand seal, activating Sage Mode, as silver-red markings spread across her face. She kicked a Kusanagi sword out of her weapon scroll and clashed with Kinshiki in a fierce melee. To be fair, Kinshiki was formidable, capable of overpowering the one-armed Sasuke in the original timeline, placing him at a level beyond ordinary Kage. Unfortunately for him, he faced Madara Uchiha. With the added strength of her monstrous physical power, Madara easily suppressed Kinshiki. She thrust her Kusanagi toward him, but the alien raised his malleable weapon, the Boishin, to block. Capitalizing on his blind spot, Madara used a Meno Jikara to instantly swap positions, appearing behind him. A single slash severed his arm, followed by a powerful bone-crushing kick that sent him flying out of Kagaya's palace. A multi-element Rasengan infused with a vast amount of Sage Art Chakra engulfed Kinshiki, completely obliterating him in a blinding explosion of power. Yet when the dust settled, he had vanished without a trace. A pale-skinned man adorned with a headpiece resembling a bridal veil stood atop the palace roof. Momoshiki Otsutsuki. The Rinnegan. Momoshiki expressed slight surprise. Raising his hand, he fired several black rods hurtling toward Madara at tremendous speed. With a sharp clang, Madara deflected the black rods. Meanwhile, Kinshiki had regained his footing, massive axe in hand, glaring at her with fierce intent. Now Madara had to contend with two Otsutsuki at once. For a lowly creature, you possess remarkable power, Momoshiki observed with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. And you even seem to have mastery over abilities similar to mine. Kinshiki charged once more. In an instant, Madara swapped places with Momoshiki, and Kinshiki's axe whizzed past Momoshiki's nose. The Rinnegan's spatial manipulation. Momoshiki exclaimed in shock. Before he could activate his Byakugan to adapt, Madara's limbo clone sliced the horn from his head. Too fast. Kinshiki interposed to shield Momoshiki, who enraged lashed out with Bansho Tenin to pull Madara closer. Shinra Tensei. Madara countered with a repulsive force, negating Momoshiki's pull. In a few short exchanges, she had completely outmaneuvered him with her seamless combination of limbo and Ameno to Jikara, leaving him harried and overwhelmed. Although Momoshiki possessed formidable abilities, his combat experience was severely lacking and his understanding of ninjutsu was practically non-existent. In terms of raw ability, he surpassed both Urashiki and Kinshiki, potentially rivaling Ishiki. However, he was utterly outclassed by Madara's masterful ninjutsu tactics and overwhelmed in close combat. A single punch charged with Sage Art Chakra sent Momoshiki careening through the air. His Byakugan wide with disbelief, he tumbled and staggered across the ground, completely stripped of his earlier composure. You bastard. Realizing the dire situation, Kinshiki transformed himself into a blood-red chakra fruit, which Momoshiki promptly devoured. With a ravenous gulp, Momoshiki's demeanor shifted drastically. A third eye opened on his forehead. All his eyes transformed into golden Rinnegan, and two more Rinnegan appeared on his palms. Black marks spread across his face, signifying an immense surge in power. Let me end you, you insignificant lower being. Momoshiki assumed the opening stance of the 8 trigrams palm technique. Madara twirled her Kusanagi sword in a fluid flourish, her crimson Mangekyo Sharingan spinning with a sharp predatory gleam. The battle had only just begun. While the clash here raged on, Kakashi had already tracked down Obito. Obito. Kakashi, clad in a red cloud and black robe, his white hair hanging down strand by strand, appeared utterly calm as he met Uchiha Obito once more. Kakashi. Uchiha Obito was startled. Aren't you supposed to be dead? I was saved. I see. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Rin is dead. What meaning does this world hold? Obito closed his eyes in anguish, and when he opened them again, they were the Mangekyo Sharingan. Rather than doubting this lazy world, I care more about who I am. Kakashi looked at Obito and activated Sage Mode. To counter Obito, Kakashi had trained extensively at Mount Myaboku. With his talent, he mastered Sage Mode even faster than Jiraiya, achieving perfect Sage Mode. Fire Release, Great Flame Bomb. Kakashi imbibed a mouthful of oil and expelled it with his fire technique. Before Rin's grave, these former friends clashed fiercely. Obito possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan abilities of intangibility and Kamui, but Kakashi was a genius with far richer battle experience. Kakashi's Chidori struck toward Obito at high speed, but Obito phased through it, and a kunai flew from his hand. Just as Obito prepared to warp Kakashi with Kamui, an exploding tag on the kunai blasted his arm. The rolling heat sent him tumbling to the ground, but he quickly used intangibility to dodge Kakashi's subsequent ninjutsu assault. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Obito formed hand signs and spat out the Great Fireball, attempting to use Kamui to sever Kakashi's defensive route. Kakashi used Earth Flow Wall to block the view, then hurled several shuriken at Obito. Obito used Kamui to absorb the shuriken, and as Kakashi pressed forward, Obito pulled him into the Kamui dimension. Kakashi, you understand my pain, right? Killing Rin. That was not what I wanted. This false world has no reason to exist. The single scratch on Uchiha Obito's forehead protector already revealed his hesitation. No matter how much he washed his hands, he could never cleanse the sins they bore. The girl he loved most, his only love, had been destroyed by his own hands. This was never how the story should have ended. What meaning does a world that forces people to kill and forces people to die have? You're right, Obito. Kakashi's gaze was calm, both enlightened and lost. This world truly is rotten, and I do want to blame you, Obito. But I know none of this was done intentionally by you. I just want to figure out what kind of person I really am. What kind of person are you? Obito laughed. You're a genius, the son of the White Fang, the captain of Team Kakashi. Kakashi. No, none of that is me. I seek my true self. The self that hated you, the self that wanted to save you. Not deciding who I am based on others' perceptions. The battle continued within the Kamui dimension. Kakashi and Obito engaged in taijutsu combat, each strike lethal shuriken clashing. They used every skill they had, seeking only to defeat each other. Uchiha Obito stood atop Hatake Kakashi with a shuriken, slowly lowering it toward his eye. Your eye is healed, Kakashi. You're lucky to be alive. But in an instant, Kakashi struck the joint of Obito's elbow, knocking the shuriken from his hand, and kicked him in the abdomen. Cough. Obito coughed up blood. Just as the shuriken was about to pierce his chest, Obito deactivated Kimui, and the two exited the dimension. Uchiha Obito used intangibility to evade the fatal blow, then spun around and kicked Kakashi away. The shinobi world is peaceful now, but it's under the influence of absolute power. One day powerful shinobi will die, and this peace maintained by force will crumble, having no meaning. But infinite Tsukuyomi is different. That is true peace, a beautiful world with Rin. Obito halted his attack and spoke. Through the secrets of my eyes I came to know the truth of this world. Activate infinite Tsukuyomi and execute the Moon Eye plan. Then everyone can live their lives in a beautiful dream free of conflict and suffering. Facing Obito's rhetoric, Kakashi showed no sign of wavering, for his words were not enough to shake his heart. Obito, I now finally understand my feelings for the current you. Right now I despise you from the bottom of my heart. Compared to the Obito who was ambitious, threw himself into danger for his comrades, and aspired to become Hokage, what right does a delusional bastard like you have to spout nonsense here? Kakashi's words were like needles. The real Obito was one who would change the Hokage and change reality. TCH. Obito snorted coldly. I am a person who often complains arbitrarily and is cold and heartless. But Obito changed me. Even in this rotten world one must struggle painfully to live and yearn for the sun. Kakashi was still Kakashi. He did not break down as easily as Obito, for he had already endured too much pain. His mother's death, his father's death, and his own death. He could bear a little more pain. It was just that he now wanted to change this world more than ever. And to change himself. Right now all he had to do was defeat Obito. Fire released Toad Oil Flame Bomb. Kakashi summoned a toad and unleashed this powerful fire technique. No longer hesitating, Obito, realizing he would lose if he delayed, further activated Kimui, warping the flames that scorched his body. His body phased out, ultimately choosing to flee. Obito, is this your choice? Kakashi let out a long sigh, placed a bouquet of flowers before Rin's grave, and turned to leave. In Kagaya's ice dimension, every clash between Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Madara shook the entire space. Brat, there's nowhere to run. Momoshiki, having absorbed the ninjutsu, unleashed the majestic form of the Great King, discharging the absorbed techniques. The entire ruin was reduced to rubble under the bombardment. Madara used a Minotajikura to retreat, evading Momoshiki's range. After devouring Kinshiki, Momoshiki's power rose another level, approaching the upper echelons of the Six Paths tier. His Bashin was deflected by Madara's Kusanagi sword, and the Shadow Clone technique disrupted Momoshiki's vision. Majestic annihilation came sweeping in. Absorb. Momoshiki feigned raising his hand to absorb, waiting for Madara to attack. Seeing Madara surge through the flames toward him, Momoshiki revealed a triumphant smile. Got you. In the blink of an eye, Momoshiki had overlooked the existence of the Limbo clones. The Limbo strike hit Momoshiki's waist, causing its facial expression to lose control, and Madara severed one of its arms. The severed arm carried the Rinnegan along with it, and in an instant Momoshiki's advantage was greatly diminished. Enraged, Momoshiki conjured an arm made of chakra and launched a storm of attacks against Madara. Die. Momoshiki fused fire nature chakra and blasted Madara away. Madara absorbed the force with burn marks on his arm. Fortunately, Madara possessed tremendous self-healing abilities. Such minor injuries were nothing. Lowly creature, you still cannot compare to an Otsutsuki. Momoshiki arrogantly launched an assault, raining punches upon Madara's body, producing the sound of flesh colliding. The flames of Amaterasu clung to Momoshiki's form, only to be effortlessly absorbed. Yet this brief opening provided an opportunity for Madara, who stabbed and blinded the Rinnegan that Momoshiki used to absorb chakra. A Rasengan composed of mixed-natured chakra enhanced by the power of the Heavenly Noble's sacred treasure was slammed directly into Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face. Boom. The immense power engulfed Momoshiki, and everything suddenly froze. Time freeze. Momoshiki had used a time freeze at the last moment, floating before Madara, looking utterly battered. Human, do you think I've lost? How ridiculous. I will plant a karma on your body and use it to be reborn in the future. Momoshiki's expression suddenly turned calm. It could not maintain this time freeze for long, so its speech carried a natural 1.5x speed. A blue karma appeared on Madara's cheek, yet she looked utterly unconcerned. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Mission rewards have been issued. Mental power increased by 50, absolute mind domain. Not long ago Madara had received the mission, roughly around the time when Kinshiki attacked. Ding, system issuing mission. Defeat Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Mission rewards. Mental power increased by 50, absolute mind domain. Madara directly used the absolute mind domain to seize control of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's soul. Before the other party could even process what was happening, it was forcibly imprisoned, like Kurama becoming the Momoshiki Lama. Thus, under the influence of the karma, Madara could now harness the power of the Otsutsuki. And it was without requiring Momoshiki's consent, a compulsory seizure. Damned brat of a human, just let me out or else. Otsutsuki Momoshiki fumed. Madara left Kagaya's icy dimension. By now the shinobi world had gradually grown peaceful under the shadow of fear, but such deterrence could never last. She needed to find another path. With Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kanshiki dealt with, there were still Tonari and Ishiki. There was still time, but she could not afford to let her guard down. Madara used the mind perception technique to contact the members of Akatsuki to capture the tailed beasts. Whether Jinchuriki or the beasts themselves, they were all to be brought to Konoha. Except for Hashirama, Madara replied after a moment of thought. Madara then returned to Konoha village, which had undergone earth-shattering changes. The unification of the major ninja villages had made Konoha the central hub. This was true both economically and in terms of status. The common folk walking the streets always carried a hint of fear in their eyes when they saw her. There was indeed a gap between humans and those who were like gods. But one who was like a god is still human. Some still loved and cared for her as a human. That was enough. This Konoha was also the promise she had made with Hashirama. Regardless of what the real Konoha became, Madara would spiritually protect this village for the sake of their vow during the Warring States period. Now it was the village she and Hashirama had built together. Lady Madara, someone suddenly called out. It was Jiraiya with flowing white hair and 2 red lines painted on his face. He was holding a mysterious new book in his hand, sidling up to Madara and saying, Lady Madara, I've just published a new book. Could you give me your opinion? This is the fruit of my travels across all the shinobi nations. The cover of the book prominently displayed the words, Make Out Paradise, and Madara instantly understood what it was. Madara symbolically opened Make Out Paradise, scanned a few pages, and then made up nonsense with a straight face. It's excellently written. It's bound to become a huge hit in the future. However, Madara's words were not wrong. In the future, Make Out Paradise would indeed become a blockbuster sensation, sweeping through Konoha. Many famous shinobi were its fans. Even the gloomy Kakashi couldn't put it down. That's wonderful. Would you like to have a drink together, Lady Madara? Jiraiya gave a lecherous grin. Sorry, I have other matters. Madara flatly refused. But have you seen Orochimaru lately? Madara asked Jiraiya. Jiraiya paused, then shook his head and said, That guy comes and goes like a ghost. Who knows where he is now? Then never mind. Goodbye. Madara took her leave of Jiraiya and finally found Hashirama Senju. He was currently drinking tea with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Aside from that, there really wasn't much else for him to do. Madara, what brings you here? Can't I come? Madara flashed a small fawn. Haha, of course you can, of course you can. Hashirama scratched his head and asked. By the way, Hashirama, have you seen Orochimaru lately? Orochimaru. That's right. Orochimaru hasn't been responding to my mind perception technique lately. There's no news or movement from him. I wonder what he's tinkering with. As long as Orochimaru didn't end up creating a son or daughter again, that would be fine. I see. Instead of worrying about that, why not sit down for some tea? No can do, I'm very busy, Madara said. With what? Hashirama asked. I still need to collect the tailed beasts and investigate Otsutsuki Ishiki. I know about the tailed beasts, but what's Otsutsuki Ishiki? Hashirama asked in confusion. Madara explained the Otsutsuki clan to Hashirama and Hiruzen. Hashirama suddenly understood. So that's how it is. In other words, that Otsutsuki you mentioned can resurrect, right? Hashirama's expression turned serious as he looked at Madara and said, Let me go with you. You'll be in danger alone. Aside from that one time, I've never encountered danger. Madara wanted to refuse Hashirama, but he insisted on helping her. As Hashirama put it, I'm just sitting around anyway. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the god of shinobi shattered the sky. And so Madara and Hashirama set off on their journey to capture the tailed beasts and search for Jigen, the vessel of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Deidara and Tobi have recaptured the 2 tails and 1 tails in the land of water and the land of earth. Sasori and Kisame have recaptured the 5 tails in the land of earth and the land of water. The 8 tails and the 3 tails Jinchuriki are currently within the land of fire, so there's no need to capture them. The remaining ones are the 4 tails, 7 tails, and 6 tails, which have not yet been captured. However, their locations have been discovered. They are all within the land of water, a relatively remote area where tailed beasts seem to prefer dwelling. Hashirama and Madara first went to the land of water to capture the 6 tails, a slug-like creature. Having learned from past experience, they sought to avoid another encounter with an Otsutsuki. Madara intended to eliminate the 6 tails quickly to prevent complications. After all, during the last ambush, they were capturing the 6 tails, and had Madara not prepared a contingency, he would have perished. Over the familiar sea, relying on intelligence provided by Deidara, Madara and Hashirama stood atop the Yatagarasu. The ground below rapidly shrank as the wind whipped their robes. Soon they located the 6 tails. The enormous slug was coiled by the lakeside, seemingly resting. Madara leaped from the bird's back, and several golden chains soared toward the 6 tails. The 6 tails raged upon discovery, but from the heavens descended the Myojinmen, pinning it firmly to the ground. The Myojinmen possessed the ability to suppress spiritual energy and chakra. Even the 10 tails could not break free once restrained. This tailed beast, feared by countless people and possessing immense power, now lay as helpless as a small rabbit. The 2 combined forces and subdued it in mere seconds. If other ninjas heard that the tailed beasts they exhausted themselves to capture were toyed with so effortlessly, they would likely faint in anger. The titles of God of Shinobi and Shura of the Shinobi world were well-earned. Madara and Hashirama proceeded to capture the next beast, the seven-tails Komiai, which possessed the ability to fly, the only tailed beast capable of such. For ordinary ninjas, this was a devastating advantage, firing tailed beast balls from the air while remaining untouchable. Unfortunately, it encountered Madara and Hashirama. The Azure Susanoo seized the seven tails like an eagle catching a chick, and a tailed beast ball ready to be fired was shoved back into its mouth. The seven tails let out a mournful cry, plummeting from midair and crashing heavily to the ground. Sealing technique, adamant chains. The chains seized the giant beast's body. Despite its frantic struggles, it was soon wrapped in the adamantine chains. The seven tails was successfully captured. Finally, only the four-tailed son Goku remained in the land of Earth. Madara and Hashirama quickly arrived. A gigantic red ape stood atop a dormant volcano, its crater covered with a layer of rolling crimson magma. The four tails sensed danger upon seeing Madara and Hashirama. A towering pillar of molten rock erupted toward them. "Be careful." Hashirama carried Madara and landed on the crater's edge. Madara descended calmly, his tone flat, as if addressing an insignificant ant. "A mere monkey. No need for such trouble." Madara decided not to waste time. He used Shinra Tensei to fling the four tails away, then struck it down with Limbo Border Jail. "It's over." Madara sealed the final tailed beast. All nine were successfully captured. With the power of the six paths, Madara could defeat all nine tailed beasts in an instant using Limbo. After acquiring the karma, her strength had further increased. Now Madara's raw power was nearly on par with Otsutsuki Ishiki, though the opponent's ability to kick through Susanoo was indeed astonishing. Yet Madara would not lose. Because she was Uchiha Madara. "It's all your fault for distributing the tailed beasts back then. Now we have this trouble." Madara kicked Hashirama, her cute little brow furrowed. Excessive centralization leads to political corruption, or it could cause the village to collapse from within. Having external enemies keeps Konoha united. Hashirama wanted to retort, but a glare from the girl silenced him, and he hung his head. Now the nine tails resided within Hashirama, while the eight tails and three tails were inside Killer Bee and Yagura Karatachi respectively. Konoha's power had reached its peak. "Madara, we've captured all the tailed beasts. Should we go after that Otsutsuki Ishiki you mentioned?" Madara shook her head. Ishiki was still lurking inside Jigen, recovering his strength. Logically, he wouldn't emerge too soon. Moreover, Otsutsuki Ishiki's combat experience far surpassed that of Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Kenshiki. During his millennium hidden on Earth, he had gained profound understanding of ninjutsu and ninja fighting styles. And judging by the fact that Ishiki could shatter a complete Susanoo with a single kick, he was likely stronger than Momoshiki, who had consumed the chakra fruit of Kenshiki. As for Momoshiki, he was currently imprisoned inside Madara's body, confined in a black cage formed of spiritual energy. Even if Momoshiki's karma fully thawed, he would remain trapped within Madara forever. "Now let's relax a little," Madara murmured to herself. Since her resurrection, she had collaborated with Orochimaru, conducted live human experiments, founded the Akatsuki, ruled the Land of Rain, participated in the Third Shinobi World War, and manipulated Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. She had also initiated the Fourth Shinobi World War, fought Hashirama, clashed with the Otsutsuki, and finally captured the tailed beasts. In these past years, Madara had been utterly focused, exhausting every ounce of her energy. She was truly weary. "Accompany me shopping, Hashirama." Madara changed into a white cherry blossom kimono, her long jet black hair cascading to her waist, looking delicate and adorable. "You look beautiful." Hashirama offered a gentle smile. Madara, unashamed, declared generously, "Of course I look good in anything I wear. I am Uchiha Madara." Gazing at the proud girl, Hashirama couldn't help but recall the childhood contest of who could urinate farther. He sighed emotionally and reached for Madara's back. "Eek!" Madara instinctively flinched like a startled kitten lashing out. "Are you an idiot, Hashirama?" Sorry. So you're still afraid of people standing behind you." Hashirama wore an expression of "I knew it," earning a two-kick attack from Madara. Her small foot in a Geta sandal struck his cheek, causing him real pain. "I'm sorry." Hashirama surrendered immediately. The god of shinobi Senju Hashirama was defeated by the battlefield rose Uchiha Madara. The two then went to eat delicious food and stroll around. Madara bought her favorite five-colored dango, squinting her eyes with pleasure. Walking beside Hashirama, they attracted countless gazes. A paparazzo photographer captured their picture and rushed back to write the daily report. They went to a restaurant for dinner, naturally the dango shop. 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen and some dango. When the shop owner Dango served the bowls with a knowing, ant-like smile, Madara shot her a look that said, "Don't say a word." Dango returned an "I understand" expression. Madara's lips twitched in helplessness, then she buried her face in the steam, ignoring it. "By the way, Madara-sama, there's a fireworks festival tonight approved by Lord Minato to celebrate the peace among the 5 great shinobi villages. I heard it's super lively." Madara paused, lifting her head. "How come I didn't know about this?" In the 51st year of Konoha, the night sky gradually descended over the village, and the lights shone brilliantly. It was because today was the celebration of the forced unification of the shinobi world, and the fireworks festival would release magnificent fireworks at midnight tonight. Colorful fireworks would burst in the air, illuminating the pitch-black canopy. Of course, before the formal fireworks festival, there would be some interesting activities. The crowd was noisy, and the streets of Konoha were packed with people exceptionally lively. Among the crowd, a girl with messy black hair leaned against the wall wearing a white kimono like a white lotus, quietly blooming pure and untainted. "Ben, I'm here." Uchiha Ban raised her eyes. Hashirama had already changed out of his red-black armor, his shoulders draped with a green haori. His handsome tan face appeared resolute, standing out among the crowd. "You're way too late," Ban said discontentedly. Sorry. Hashirama scratched his head, and together with Ban, they joined the grand festival celebration. The roadside lights sparkled, and the distant leisurely music pierced through the gloomy weather. The dango shop had set up early. A big sign stood by the road, prominently reading "Big Eater Contest." The rule of the contest is that the guest who eats the most food within the specified time will have their bill waived and receive a coupon from the shop. It should also be mentioned that thanks to Ban's introduction, the dango shop's business had gradually improved and gained momentum. A crowd had gathered to watch, and the contest was already in full swing. To Ban's surprise, Orochimaru was also there, using the white phosphorus technique to quickly eat noodles. Beside him was a kimchi choza, and the bowls on the table kept piling up. After a fierce competition, Orochimaru won first place in the Big Eater contest, with 67 bowls, surpassing everyone. "Mr. Ban, Lord Hashirama." Orochimaru saw the two and greeted them. "Orochimaru, where have you been lately?" Ban asked, curiously watching Orochimaru receive the coupon. "I've recently acquired some new research materials, so I've been a bit busy." It's better to be more restrained." Ban reminded him after all the war had ended, so Orochimaru's experiments shouldn't be too public. "Understood." Orochimaru walked over to the two, shook hands with Hashirama and Ban in farewell. The black-haired girl took a skewer of 5-colored dango from the shop and continued walking forward. On the day of the fireworks festival, the service shops were decorated with lanterns and streamers. Ban and Hashirama pulled open a green curtain, and a rush of hot air hit them. It was a sauna room. Ban turned her gaze to Hashirama. "One or two people," Hashirama said. The hazy high-temperature steam rolled, and Ban's face flushed as her blood vessels dilated from the heat, a blush appearing on her small face. She wrapped a white towel and sat on the wooden steps while Hashirama sat across from her. The atmosphere became unexpectedly awkward. "Hashirama, I think Konoha is strong now, but it's not perfect." Ban spoke first. Upon hearing this, Hashirama looked at the girl with a thoughtful expression. "Now that the war has stopped, we should focus Konoha's efforts on economic development and technological innovation so that Konoha can continue to prosper. You know, the technology tree in the Fire Shadow world is skewed frighteningly. Some places are like the Shogunate era, while others already have things from the 1980s and 1990s. By the time of Boruto, it had advanced by leaps and bounds, taking over 10 years to enter the electronic information age." "Indeed," Hashirama nodded. "You know, in the movie, the chakra cannon of Cloud Hidden Village at full charge could shatter the moon, showing its terrifying power. Not to mention the various scientific ninja tools, although they are nothing to someone of Ban's level. But they could give an ordinary person without the strength to trust a chicken the power to destroy a small country. In this regard, Konoha must keep up and do it well and on a large scale." The two stayed in the sauna for over 10 minutes, then chose to leave. Refreshed, Ban changed clothes and set her eyes on the goldfish scooping activity not far away. It was a common mini-game at summer fireworks festivals where players use a paper net to scoop goldfish from a tank while ensuring the net doesn't break. "Hashirama, let's go play." The girl's soft little hand pulled Hashirama, and the two arrived at the goldfish scooping site. "Ding, the system has issued a special mission. Please win the goldfish scooping contest and become the first place. Mission completion reward 18 flavor lollipop. Mission failure penalty, automatically add Master Meow at the end of your speech and randomly reduce one of your resistances by 10 times for 12 hours. The system's voice sounded in her ear. Ban naturally couldn't believe she would lose. She spent 1,000 yen to get 10 paper nets and a bowl, then began the goldfish scooping game. On the white water surface were red and black goldfish. Ban carefully dipped the paper net into the water, but it broke before even touching a fish. Ban was stunned and tried again in disbelief. This time, there was some progress, but the moment it touched a fish, the paper net broke with a slight force. "What the hell?" Ban activated her scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan. She steadily dipped the net into the water, slowly enveloping the fish, but just as it was about to succeed, the little goldfish flicked its tail and escaped the net. "The quality of these nets is problematic, right?" A black line appeared on Ban's forehead. "How about I give it a try?" Hashirama said with a smile. "If I can't do it, how could you, Hashirama?" Ban puffed out her cheeks and said angrily. Hashirama took a paper net and dipped it into the water. A small goldfish swam into the net and was easily scooped up and placed into the bowl. Ban tilted her head, utterly incredulous. She tried several more times, but all ended in failure. Meanwhile, Hashirama's bowl already had over a dozen small fish swimming in the water, making him the champion of this goldfish scooping contest. Uchiha Ban utterly defeated. No. This is a joke, right? Ban gritted her teeth. Ding, host mission fail. Mission failure penalty has been issued. The system's voice sounded, but Ban didn't feel any discomfort. She tried to speak. Hashirama Master Meow. Ban was stunned. What kind of damn penalty is this, Meow? Seeing the girl standing in place holding a paper net looking dazed. Hashirama thought Ban was discouraged, so he patted her shoulder and comforted her. It's okay, try again next time. That's not what I mean, Meow. Master, are you an idiot? Meow. Ban kept saying Master Meow every sentence. Let's hurry to the fireworks festival, Ban. Hashirama thought he had been dragged into one of Ban's peculiar hobbies again, and he was already getting used to it. Okay, Master Meow. Ban's expression turned strange, her sweet voice laced with helplessness. Damn it, this awful system needs a reform. In the misty bathroom, 4 stunning beauties from various ninja villages, Shiri Hong, Zhao Mei, Ming Erwei, Yunurin, and Yuzibo Meichin, were sitting in the hot spring chatting and laughing. Among them, Hong was the youngest. Yuzibo Meichin, who had become a mother, appeared elegant and gentle, exuding the aura of a virtuous wife and mother. By the way, Kushina is about to give birth today, right? The 4th Hokage must be terribly busy. Yuzibo Meichin sighed, thinking of her good sister. Outside the bathroom, 2 sneaky figures were peeping inside. The old and the young were none other than the 3rd Hokage Yuanfei Risen and his proud disciple, the immortal of Miamu Mountain, Zilayi. Warm red blood dripped from their noses, and they let out lecherous laughs. It could only be said that, like teacher, like student, the pair were just alike. Now Risen's wife Pipa, who was assisting Kushina's delivery, so at this moment Yuanfei Risen was enjoying the most carefree time. Is it AC? Zilayi asked. At least a D17. 8 centimeters, Yuanfei Risen analyzed with authority. As expected of the teacher. Zilayi exclaimed in admiration. I've got inspiration for my new book. What a great material. The sequel to Make Out Paradise. I want to read it first. The two whispered, not realizing that the bathhouse attendant had already stood behind them. You two perverts, what are you doing? 2 screams echoed outside the women's bath, followed by miserable howls. Bang! Goju Shirtsong Ai Luo Sha and Dae-mu were playing mahjong at a table seemingly quite harmonious. 2 dead men came back to life and unified the chaotic ninja world. Who could have imagined that? Dae-mu sighed. He had originally wanted to take revenge on Yuzibo Ban, but during the 4th Shinobi World War he had already witnessed the gap between himself and Ban. So even if he fought to the death, he wouldn't cause the other party any trouble, but at most it would be the annoyance of a buzzing mosquito. His own disciple had also joined Ban's cause. The Wagakure had Kuratsuchi, and he was old now. It was better to enjoy his remaining years. Haha, I just didn't expect the legendary person to be so powerful, Luo Sha sighed. Meanwhile, the person they spoke of as a myth was now shamefully wearing cat ear accessories, uttering Master and Meow repeatedly. Master Zhujian, does this thing really look good? Meow. Ban's voice became as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She, the proud Azura of the ninja world, was so undignified. It looks great. Zhujian gave a thumbs up. He pinched the fluffy cat ears. This thing was actually a ninja tool from an unknown small country, which could connect to a person's nerves, making the cat ears truly become part of the body and transmit sensations. Stupid Master Zhujian, don't touch my ears, Meow. The bristling girl cast a resentful glance. Zhujian sheepishly withdrew his hand and shifted his gaze to the tail. Cat ears and cat tail were naturally a set. Taking advantage of Ban walking in front of him, Zhujian suddenly felt a mischievous impulse. He suddenly grabbed the cat tail. The girl in front of him visibly shuddered, her legs trembling as they closed together. A strange sound escaped Ban's lips, and a mist of water vapor spread over her cheeks. Are you asking for death? Meow. Ban endured the tingling sensation like an electric shock. Zhujian stroked the tail, and Ban squinted in comfort. Really like a little kitten, Zhujian swallowed. Ban suddenly realized something was wrong, jerked her hand away from Zhujian, and glared at him fiercely. Time flew by. With the ticking of the clock, it was nearly midnight. Ban and Zhujian had chosen their spots early, sitting on wooden steps with small planks beside them holding tiny wine cups. Zhujian poured fruit wine into the cups. The crystal clear wine with the sweet aroma of oranges shimmered. The moonlight had already emerged in the sky, casting a gentle silver veil. The two drank together. Ban was a bit tipsy. The alcohol content is low. Are you drunk from just this little? Zhujian frowned in surprise. Ban's head was dizzy. She had cursed the system 1,000 times. It turned out the resistance reduction was for alcohol resistance. How could she be knocked out by 1 cup? Was her tolerance really that bad? Although it was summer, it was already night. The slight breeze carried a chill. Ban with hazy eyes leaned closer to Zhujian. Zhujian draped his coat over the petite girl, and the two nestled together on the steps. Yushuxi Hongdo was enjoying her favorite food, Zai Bujan, and Bai were reading in a bookstore. Yueguang Jifeng and Maiyue Xian were chatting and laughing. Asama was pondering how to give Hong a surprise. The 2 gate guardians of Konoha were still miserably guarding the gates. Karabi was practicing singing, dancing, and rap. Kakashi stood with his hands in his pockets side by side with Yuzhibo. The fireworks this time would be ignited by the two of them and Daedala. The most excited was naturally Daedala. He had specially prepared a massive amount of explosives to welcome this grand firework display. Actually, Daedala's original plan was to cover the entire Konoha village with fireworks, but to avoid accidents it was restricted. But the amount this time was enough. Is it peace? Kakashi murmured, looking at the sky. Daitu, why are you so stubborn? This world is just this rotten. All we can do is accept it. Yuzhibo stared at the clock moving toward 12 and made a gesture to Daedala. Alright, a super big explosion grand opening. Huh. Daedala ignited a large batch of fireworks. Everyone's eyes turned to the sky. Streams of light streaked across the night, and the world suddenly returned to dawn. The brilliant exploding fireworks were a riot of colors like graceful dancers swirling interwoven with a grand song. Ban leaned against Zhujian, and the light reflected on her cheeks, illuminating half of her delicate, lovely face. Zhujian couldn't help but steal a few more glances, but was directly attacked. The girl's hands cupped Zhujian's face, and amid his slightly surprised expression she kissed him. Their tongues met the fresh scent of fruit wine and soft warmth rushing in. Under the magnificent fireworks they lingered together, unwilling to part. Ban hummed softly and kissed again. SSS. Zhujian felt a small canine tooth bite his tongue and couldn't help but wince. The sweet fragrance spread. Ban's head was dizzy. Finally they parted, a glistening thread hanging down. Ban held Zhujian and fell asleep. Zhujian looked at the girl in his arms and smiled. As the firework festival was underway, no one noticed that Dashyuan had quietly left the village. October 10th, 2:15 a.m., Xuanhua Mingren was born. A row of lights suddenly flickered on in the gloomy laboratory. Orochimaru pulled the switch, illuminating the entire space. Now that I have the Nine-Tails chakra, the experiment can commence immediately, Orochimaru murmured to himself. Before him stood 9 massive glass containers. 8 of them held the violent chakra of 8-tailed beasts, while the center contained a colossal white snake corpse, its head as large as a hill. With the aid of Senjutsu chakra and the white snake sage's body, there shouldn't be major mishaps. Orochimaru, his slender fingertips adorned with blue nail polish, drew a strand of orange-yellow chakra from beneath his sleeve, the Nine-Tails chakra. Under his expectant gaze, the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts was finally gathered, and the fusion began. It all had started a few weeks earlier. After entering the Ryuchi cave to train and learn sage mode, Orochimaru's ambition extended far beyond that. He yearned for deeper secrets of immortality and biological research. Through Madara's revelation, he learned that all chakra originates from the divine tree. Wouldn't it be simpler to just create the divine tree itself? Orochimaru, what are you thinking? In the Ryuchi cave, the massive Manda looked down at Orochimaru, his voice cold. Manda, take me to the White Snake Sage. The White Snake Sage? Why do you seek her? Manda asked, somewhat puzzled. Take me to her, and I'll give you 100 live sacrifices. Finding the matter dull and tempted by the tasty snacks, Manda agreed to Orochimaru's request. Under Manda's guidance, Orochimaru soon met the White Snake Sage. She had orange hair, yellow pupils, a green cat's eye gem on her chest, a purple silk band as a forehead protector adorned with a greenish-brown horn-like ornament, a pipe clenched between her lips, a slender body, and 2 golden rings on her tail as she coiled around her throne. It is Orochimaru. What brings you here? The White Snake Sage said. White Snake Sage, I have developed a medicine that allows rapid absorption of Senjutsu chakra without being corroded. Oh, is that so? The White Snake Sage was taken aback. Orochimaru produced a vial of green liquid. If you doubt me, you may try it yourself. You are cunning, who knows if there's a trick. The White Snake Sage used her tail to coil the vial and bring it to her. She controlled a small white phosphorus snake, opened the liquid, and administered a portion. A massive amount of Senjutsu chakra surged into the small snake's body. The snake rapidly grew until it was over a dozen meters thick, only slightly smaller than the largest snakes in the cave. Moreover, the snake showed no sign of discomfort, its aura was perfectly stable. The White Snake Sage was astounded by the potion's effect, and after a moment's hesitation consumed the entire vial of green liquid. She became like a vortex, swiftly absorbing Senjutsu chakra. Even her power, which had remained unchanged for 100 years, experienced a slight boost, and her chakra reserves were already at the Superkage level. A truly remarkable substance. Do you have more of this, Orochimaru? The White Snake Sage was still eager. If she could obtain such a potion, Ryuchi Cave's strength could rapidly increase, placing it above the other 2 great sacred places. Of course, as long as I have the raw materials, I can mass produce it. Heh. The White Snake Sage chuckled, but her smile froze at Orochimaru's next words. Unfortunately, each snake can only drink it once, because after drinking you will die. Orochimaru's eyes showed a hint of pity. What are you saying, Orochimaru? The White Snake Sage sensed something wrong and tried to attack, but her vast chakra felt like stagnant water, utterly immobile. The potion itself is not poisonous. It merely has a powerful chakra-absorbing effect, essentially compressing chakra molecules so tightly that you cannot mobilize your own chakra, Orochimaru explained. Realizing it was too late, the white snake sage watched as Orochimaru spat out a Kusanagi, sort of cold smile spreading across his face. The entire Ryuchi Cave's Senjutsu chakra combined with part of the nine-tailed beast chakra may not be enough to fully create that thing, but a smaller version should work. The ceiling of Ryuchi Cave shook violently and blood stained the stone steps. Orochimaru licked the wound on his hand as the dense Senjutsu chakra of the entire cave was absorbed into the containers. Though the outside world also contains Senjutsu chakra, it is too thin. Plundering Ryuchi Cave's chakra was far more efficient. Orochimaru sheathed his sword and used a summoning technique to leave Ryuchi Cave. Now all the necessary materials are complete. Orochimaru surveyed the prepared experimental materials and prepared a body cultivated from Madara's cells for soul transfer. 8 branches technique. Orochimaru entered the white snake sage's corpse. His body rapidly swelled, sprouting 8 white heads. The massive 8-headed serpent devoured the 9-tailed beast's chakra in one gulp and drank a large amount of the green potion. A colossal amount of Senjutsu chakra surged into the 8-headed serpent's body. Red veins appeared on the white serpent's skin, threatening to burst as Orochimaru let out a heart-wrenching scream. His soul was being torn apart. The green potion was infused into the 8-headed serpent's body, forcing the rampaging chakra together and solidifying it until it could not move. Weakened Orochimaru detached from the 8-headed serpent's body and transferred his soul into the prepared vessel. More chakra was absorbed by the 8-headed serpent, and its body underwent a drastic transformation. White scales gradually fell off, revealing a brownish-yellow color resembling tree bark. Eventually, a bizarre creature crawled out from the 8-headed serpent's corpse, its body covered with tree stump-like protrusions. It was the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails roared, trying to form a tailed beast ball, but in the next second it was drowned in a torrent of green potion. That was close, Orochimaru remarked. Only a hair's breadth away, his soul would have been destroyed along with the 8-headed serpent's body. But the outcome as it stood was favorable. What he desired had been achieved. The green liquid gradually sloughed off, revealing a giant tree sealed within the laboratory's glass container, its roots sprawling over the 8-headed serpent's corpse. It seems something is still missing, Orochimaru frowned. He could tell it wasn't a chakra issue, rather it seemed a certain medium was lacking, preventing the divine tree from fully emerging. Inside the cave, a massive surge of chakra stirred Ishiki from his slumber. Jigen's body, which Ishiki possessed, opened its eyes, sensing a chakra that was both familiar and foreign. It's the Ten Tails. No, it's the divine tree of chakra, Ishiki muttered to himself. An immature divine tree, why would it suddenly appear on this planet? Who is behind this? He frowned. Kagaya Otsutsuki had already been sealed away. Oh, no one in this world should have access to the divine tree's seed. Unless another Otsutsuki had arrived on this planet. But if so, how could he not have sensed it? His 1,000+ years on Earth were not spent in vain. Jigen's body was too weak, and he was still searching for a vessel capable of bearing his karma. The Ten Tails he had been cultivating was also under his control, and becoming a complete Ten Tails would require at least 100 millennia and an immense amount of chakra. The divine tree seeds that Ishiki and Kagaya had planted upon arriving on Earth were provided by the Otsutsuki High Council. For cultivating such seeds was a troublesome task. It seems I need to investigate, he said. An ant crawled onto his foot, and he picked it up gently, placing it back on the grass. Oh! In Konoha, a sharp scream pierced the morning's drowsiness from the Uchiha compound. Hashirama. Madara bolted upright, finally recalling what she had done last night. She had gotten drunk and forcibly kissed Hashirama. Maybe I should just move to another planet. Madara's gaze turned hollow, her expression that of someone utterly broken. What's wrong? Hashirama entered Madara's room carrying a bowl of porridge and looked at the girl kneeling on the bed. It's nothing. Silly Master Meow. Madara suddenly realized she was no longer under mandatory punishment, saying that was purely muscle memory. She froze her face, turning crimson. Hurry and eat some breakfast, Hashirama said, patting Madara's head. Don't pat my head. Madara growled, baring her teeth, but her intimidation was lacking. She glanced at the porridge, then at Hashirama's hand. It's not because of you that I'm drinking this porridge, so don't get the wrong idea. There it was, the ultimate Uchiha-style tsundere. Tsundere hasn't fallen out of style, as Madara Uchiha says. Alright. Hashirama nodded indulgently. Just as the tender moment enveloped them, Uchiha Tsuki walked in. Mother, father, Uchiha Tsuki greeted first. I hope I'm not interrupting. Of course not. Madara looked at Uchiha Tsuki, who had come to rescue her from the awkward situation, as if seeing a savior. Well, Uchiha Tsuki stammered, looking at them shyly. May I join you? Madara, are you saying Orochimaru created the divine tree? Madara was taken aback, but quickly suppressed her emotions. According to the message Orochimaru sent me via the mind-sensing technique, that's the case, Uchiha Tsuki nodded. No wonder he's been so elusive lately. He's been cooking up something big. Madara had nothing to say. It was true that technology changes life. Oh, by the way, Kushina Uzumaki, the 4th Hokage's wife, gave birth yesterday. The child is named Naruto Uzumaki, and both mother and child are safe. Uchiha Tsuki suddenly remembered something and mentioned, is that so? Madara pondered. The protagonist of Naruto Shippuden had already been born. Since there was no Ninetales attack or Obito's strike, Naruto Uzumaki didn't become an orphan, and he had a happy, complete family. His father was the village's hero, the Hokage, and his mother, though hot-tempered, loved him dearly. It was like a dream, like infinite Tsukuyami. Please investigate this for me, Suki. Madara said. Of course, mother. Uchiha Suki hesitated, then added. But could I have a reward? What reward, oi? Being her own daughter, Madara had little guard against Uchiha Suki. Suki was one of the few people Madara hadn't placed under Mangekyo Jinjutsu, and she was on the watch list. So if it was just a small reward, Madara could certainly give it. Moreover, Madara realized she had never given Uchiha Suki a birthday celebration in all these years, always having her run errands. Honestly, both as a parent and in conscience, she felt guilty. If Uchiha Suki wanted a country, Madara would have given it to her. Really? Thank you so much, mother. Uchiha Suki was rarely so excited. She leaned close to Madara's ear and gave her a kiss on the cheek. The reward I want is to kiss mother, and for mother to kiss me back. Just that, eh? Madara hadn't expected Suki's desired reward to be so simple. Uchiha Suki turned her cheek expectantly, and Madara gave her a peck. Is that all? Madara asked. Thank you so much. Uchiha Suki lowered her head, hiding her expression from Madara. Then she turned her gaze to Hashirama, who scratched his head. Do I have to kiss you too? No need, father. Uchiha Suki said, her voice strained. I'll go investigate Orochimaru now. She lowered her head and hurried out of the room, appearing quite eager. Suki, what's the rush? Deidara, who was passing by, was about to greet her, but saw the expression on Uchiha Suki's face and shuddered in fear. What are you? Mother, Mother. Deidara leaned back half a step, disgusted. That's creepy. Mother kissed you. Uchiha Suki whispered. She had prepared for this moment for 3 days, washing her face over 70 times. She hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. Deidara sighed. Oh, what kind of people were his comrades? One likes worshipping gods, one likes gambling, one likes going to the sea. Didn't anyone appreciate his art? Damn it. Deidara thought indignantly. After a long while, Uchiha Suki returned to her normal state and said to Deidara, Mother has instructed me to investigate Orochimaru. Would you like to come along? Sure. Deidara replied, having nothing better to do. Since coming to this boring place called Konoha, he had to be controlled by an old man all day, and his junior sister was naggy. Super annoying. Worst of all, he couldn't practice his explosive art, or he'd get blasted. The two hopped onto the giant bird Deidara had molded, then headed toward the address Orochimaru had provided. Madara withdrew her gaze from the window, stood up, and changed into a convenient short-sleeved shirt and long pants. The plan for Konoha's development has been proposed, so it should be implemented soon, right? Hashirama asked. No rush, it won't see results in less than a decade. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A tower built in an instant is prone to collapse. Madara didn't want that kind of thing. On the other side, within Mayaboka Mountain, is there something the Toad Sage wishes to see me about? Jiraiya arrived here via reverse summoning, summoned by Shima's message. The great Toad Sage had extended an invitation to Jiraiya under the cover of night, beckoning him to Mayaboka Mountain. An elderly toad, its body orange with yellow eyes, wearing a string of prayer beads around its neck inscribed with the character oil, sat upon a green chair. Its expression bore none of its usual lethargy. Instead, it regarded the approaching Jiraiya with utmost gravity. Little Jiraiya, you have come. The old toad sat upright. You must have summoned me for something of no small importance. Jiraiya speculated. Indeed, and it is not merely significant, it is monumental. The Toad Sage offered no denial. My prophecy tells me that in the near future the entire world will be struck by a cataclysm of immense proportions, one that could lead to total annihilation. At these words, Jiraiya's countenance grew stern. Is this true? It is indeed, the Toad Sage affirmed. For it was well known that the Toad Sage's prophecies were unerringly accurate. Even the legendary Sage of Six Paths had once sought its counsel regarding foresight. As a being that had endured for a millennium, its power surpassed that of the rulers of the other two sacred lands, placing it on par with the Sage of Six Paths. Though aged, its mind remained sharp and unclouded. Those from the heavens cry out in arrogance. The youth who returns to the mortal world shall sever all with fire and blade, the Toad Sage intoned somberly. Hearing this, Jiraiya sank into contemplation. Those from the heavens. Could they be beings beyond the ninja world? Fire and blade were easily understood symbols of violence and slaughter. But the youth who returns to the mortal world? Jiraiya's thoughts paused briefly, and several conjectures formed in his mind. I entrust you to convey this prophecy to all. Prepare for disaster and battle. The Toad Sage heaved a deep sigh. I am profoundly grateful for your prophecy. Jiraiya expressed his thanks, then departed Mayaboka Mountain via summoning jutsu. The power of the toads shall be bestowed upon the youth who appears at Mayaboka Mountain a century hence. The green-eyed youth laughs and calls the names of 9 beasts. He whose ocular power is supreme shall clash with the child of prophecy. Its prophecy, due to certain peculiar reasons, was in a constant state of flux. It could no longer discern what the future held. The unknown is the most terrifying of all. Amid the howling gale, Deidara, and Uchiha Yu gradually approached Orochimaru's stronghold. Beneath the earth, a hidden experiment thrummed with a powerful surge of chakra. Yet another figure arrived at the same time as they did. As long as I obtain the chakra fruit of the divine tree and find a suitable vessel, I will soon be resurrected. Jishin, or rather Otsutsuki Ishiki, appeared at the edge of the forest. Jishin's hair was gathered at the crown, trailing a long braid behind him. Beneath his left eye was tattooed the Roman numeral 4, and on his chin was the mark of the karma. He had already activated the first stage of his karma to hasten his arrival, granting him power exceeding that of a Kage-level shinobi. An enemy. Uchiha Yu drew her katana. I should think so, Deidara said, readying himself for battle as he kneaded clay in his hands. If possible, I'd rather avoid a fight. Perhaps we could sit down and talk. I'm a man who yearns for peace after all. Ishiki produced a glass of red wine from nowhere, swirled the crimson liquid, and drained it in one gulp. Then, to the astonishment of the two, he kicked the glass, shattering it. The high-speed shards of glass struck and shattered Uchiha Yu's katana. HM. Before she could react, several black rods pierced her body. When did this happen? Her Sharingan activated in an instant, yet Uchiha Yu found herself unable to manipulate her chakra. This thing has the effect of suppressing chakra. Seeing Uchiha Yu defeated in the span of a breath, Deidara understood the caliber of their opponent. There was no time to deploy C4. The only thing he could release was explosive clay, detonating bombs. Several small clay pellets were launched toward Jishin, after which Deidara molded a great clay bird, lifted Uchiha Yu into the air, and prepared C3. Ishiki simply stood still, gazing at the clay that blotted out the sun above. How utterly vexing. The clay bombs detonated upon contact with Ishiki, engulfing him in flames, but he effortlessly absorbed them. The ensuing C3 bomb erupted in a colossal blast. Deidara pulled the black rods from Uchiha Yu's body and prepared to retreat. Sukuna Hikona. Ishiki acted with nonchalance, and several black rods had already pierced Deidara's body without warning. The two tumbled from the clay bird. Just as Ishiki prepared to finish them off, a flying Kusanagi sword deflected the black rods, and then a cold kunai swiftly enlarged in Ishiki's pupil as it flew toward him. HM. Ishiki raised a hand to block with ease. The black cloak rustled, and the attacker had vanished. Swift speed, a space-time ability. Several shuriken wreathed in flames whistled through the air, accompanied by a crackling thunder dragon. Thunder Dragon Flame Technique. The two merged into a single blaze, a roaring thunder dragon that opened its gaping maw. Though its power was immense, being a ninjutsu, it was effortlessly absorbed by Ishiki. Who are you? Uchiha Yu gazed at the cloaked man standing before her. Me. The man slowly pulled back his hood, revealing a head of scattered black hair. His strikingly handsome face bore a faint scar, but most striking were the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spinning in his eyes. I am Uchiha Senna. Call it a rescue. Senna said. Uchiha Senna. Yu's pupils contracted upon hearing the name. Uchiha Senna. Is there such a person in the Uchiha clan? Deidara was puzzled. Are you mother's younger brother? Uchiha Yu asked. So my sister had a child. Uchiha Senna muttered, not denying Yu's words. We'll talk later. First we need to deal with that fellow over there. You two leave here and summon Madara. After all, that guy is terrifyingly powerful. With that, Uchiha Senna turned his gaze toward Otsutsuki Ishiki, who stood on a tree trunk. The other man, with gentlemanly poise, waited for Senna to finish speaking. He had no objection to sampling a few appetizers before the main course. Under Uchiha Senna's cover, Uchiha Yu and Deidara retreated from the scene. Though both possessed Kage-level strength, the ensuing battle was beyond their capacity to intervene. Staying would only burden Senna. From the brief exchange, Senna had gained some understanding of Otsutsuki Ishiki's abilities. First, the black rods could block chakra. Second, he could shrink objects, though it seemed ineffective against other living beings. Third, he could absorb ninjutsu. Moreover, Ishiki possessed immense physical strength. Being struck by him would be far from pleasant. At most, Senna could endure 4 hits, provided he didn't lose the ability to fight back. If ninjutsu cannot harm Ishiki, then only taijutsu will do. Uchiha Izuna confirmed this fact, throwing several shuriken, though he didn't expect them to actually damage his opponent. Ishiki picked up a black rod to deflect the shuriken, but the moment they touched, the shuriken burst apart, scattering into drifting ash. As long as it can affect Ishiki. This flower. Ishiki rubbed the ash. And white phosphorus. Uchiha Izuna added. Then a spark ignited. The white phosphorus burned rapidly, causing a dust explosion. Ishiki's vision was obscured by flames, and his skin showed slight burn marks, piquing his interest. Because it's not chakra, so it can harm me. He was still thinking, but Izuna's Kusanagi blade was already before Ishiki. Ishiki used Sukuna Kona to shrink himself, and Izuna, realizing his observation was mistaken, instinctively blocked with the Kusanagi blade at his abdomen. Enlarging again, Ishiki kicked Izuna away. High battle intelligence, let's settle this quickly. Ishiki thought he could handle Izuna without entering the second stage. Entering the second stage would consume too much chakra, and Jigen's body is too fragile. Daikokutten. Ishiki released Daikokutten and ejected black cubes. With overwhelming pressure, the cubes rained down toward Izuna. It has the ability to block perception. Izuna gained another piece of intelligence. Sparks flickered in his hand as he enhanced his speed by several levels to dodge the black cubes. The original forest was leveled to yellow earth by the battle, and Orochimaru below also sensed the fight above. In the lab, the god tree seemed excited, its roots spreading deeper underground, starlight gathering to form a crystal-clear, glowing fruit. Otsutsuki Ishiki closely followed Uchiha Izuna, a black rod piercing his left hand, which Izuna pulled out expressionlessly and kicked back. The wind howled fiercely and thunder crackled. Ishiki closed in on Izuna, launching an attack. Izuna activated his complete Susanoo, which was shattered by a kick, but it bought him some time. 5 minutes. Izuna silently counted. The clash of his Kusanagi blade and black rod rang with metallic sounds, and his fists and feet moved so fast they left afterimages. Ishiki punched Izuna back, and a black rod pierced Izuna's shoulder again. 1 minute. Izuna pulled out the rod from his shoulder, his chakra at about 60, and with a single hand sign, released the fireball technique. The dozens of meters fireball was easily absorbed by Ishiki. He used the multiple shadow clone technique to divert Ishiki's attack, and the countdown finally ended. Daijizaten. Uchiha Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan activated, and a strange atmosphere filled the air. Ishiki tried to shoot black rods from his hand, but found it impossible. Not only that, but his physical strength was also restricted. This was the ability of Uchiha Izuna's left eye, Daijizaten. It could strip the abilities of both himself and the enemy within range while also suppressing the enemy's power. Commonly known as the dual domain, it can be used once a day. However, it has a major drawback of 5-minute casting time and only lasts for 4 minutes and 44 seconds. So Izuna's goal was to, within 4 minutes and 44 seconds, beat the enemy to a bloody pulp. So this is such a troublesome ability. Then come. Ishiki took a deep breath. Thanks to Izuna's ability, Ishiki could now use the first stage without worrying about Jigen's body. All that follows will be handled by the body. Otsutsuki Ishiki lashed out a kick which struck Izuna's blocking arms with a piercing sound. So much of my strength is restricted. Izuna and Ishiki exchanged blows, each impact a clash of pure power. After over a dozen exchanges, Ishiki was hit in the abdomen and spat blood, but he naturally retaliated with a punch at Izuna. This kid has rich combat skills, Ishiki thought while taking hits. By the time the dual domain ended, Ishiki was panting and utterly disheveled. He still had traces of blood on him, and once free of Izuna's ability, the physical damage had significantly reduced his overall output. Ishiki narrowed his eyes. If this continued, Jigen's body would collapse. He released 7 or 8 black cubes to suppress Izuna, but to Ishiki's surprise, Izuna charged straight at him recklessly. Is he not afraid of death? Dozens of black rods were pulled from Dekokutten and shot at Izuna. Yet even as Izuna was pierced like a hedgehog, his chakra remained unaffected, and he stayed full of vigor. While Ishiki was stunned, Izuna's Kusanagi blade struck his arm, first sparks flying, then blood splattering. Ishiki used Sukune Kona to shrink, but was attacked by Izuna's Chidori, which he released immediately. Ishiki shrunk the Chidori as well, then enlarged himself and kicked Izuna away. Surprised, aren't you, that you can't kill me? Izuna pulled out the black rods one by one, wounds healing rapidly. I don't mind telling you. After my ability ends, if I am the victor, I gain temporary immortality for a certain period. Izuna told this to Ishiki. As for the duration, that's for me to know. Izuna fought like a suicide bomber. Even after falling, he could get back up. Ishiki was tortured beyond misery, losing all his previous elegance. He activated his Karma second form, and a horn grew from the top of his head. If this form couldn't suppress and kill the enemy, Jigen's body would collapse. Then he would be forced to reincarnate using Jigen's body. Luckily, there's still the god tree. Consuming the chakra fruit would restore him to his peak. Anyway, he had a backup plan, and this brat shouldn't last much longer. Sure enough, after a minute, Izuna's attacks weakened, indicating the invincibility period had passed. Is that all you've got, lowly creature? The slightly frustrated Otsutsuki Ishiki taunted, then, with a black rod in hand, shattered Izuna's Kusanagi blade and pierced Uchiha Izuna's abdomen. It seems enough time has passed. Izuna smiled despite the injury. Moi. Ishiki hadn't reacted yet. Your Dekokutten can block others' perception, right? What a coincidence. My Daijizaten, after successful activation, can also continuously block the enemy's perception for 15 minutes. Otsutsuki frowned, suddenly sensing something wrong. A minnow to Jikara. Izuna's position swapped with a shuriken. Above, the rain clouds split apart. A gigantic 1,000-armed Buddha covered in a chakra cloak and Susanoo armor rained down a terrifying attack. Sage art, topmost transformation, Buddha, 9 tails, Susanoo armor. Under the full force strike of the ultimate buff-stacking monster, the area where Ishiki stood had been utterly leveled. From within the vast crater, a figure clad in white soared out through the smoke and dust. Ishiki had clumsily resorted to reincarnation using Jigen's body, but due to the vessel's incompatibility, his power had diminished considerably. Still, he remained a cut above both Momoshiki and Kinshiki that Madara had encountered before. He stood at the pinnacle close to the 6 paths level, arguably even surpassing the Sage of 6 Paths himself. However, the fatal flaw was that with Jigen as the vessel, his lifespan had been reduced to merely 2 days. Thus he had to obtain the chakra fruit as soon as possible. You're still alive, Izuna. Standing atop the 1,000-armed great Buddha, Uchiha Madara gazed with mixed emotions at her younger brother, who now stood a full head and a half taller than her. Did Yuzuki not tell you? Izuna looked at his sister, whose appearance had changed little over the years, and offered a smile. That girl Yuzuki. It seems she's hidden quite a lot from me, Madara remarked. And that one beside you, Hashirama Senju. He's here too. If I had to say, would he be my brother-in-law? Izuna said. Wah. What brother-in-law? He's not worthy of that title. Madara's cheeks flushed slightly at Izuna's words. We can catch up properly later. First let's deal with the one down there, Izuna said. Ishiki Otsutsuki coming out early for the divine tree after all. Madara wasted no more words and exchanged a knowing glance with Hashirama. The hundreds of meters tall sage Art Ninetails chakra cloaked great Buddha launched a ferocious barrage of attacks at Ishiki Otsutsuki. Each punch carried the destructive force of a tailed beast ball, sending explosions rippling across the ground. Ishiki froze the great Buddha in place with his chakra rods, then unleashed Daikokutten. Madara of course knew that the stitched-together giant mech would be of no use in the ensuing battle. It was already a stroke of luck that they had managed to force Ishiki into his third form through that surprise assault. And against Otsutsuki, only taijutsu could inflict real damage. All they needed was to wear Ishiki down until he expired. Ding. System mission issued. Shame Ishiki Otsutsuki thoroughly. Make him kneel and sing Conquest. Mission reward, aim no Murakumo divine artifact. Mission failure penalty, do I even need to say it? You're done for. Madara's lips twitched. This damn system was as absurd as ever. What follows will be the climax of my Uchiha Madara's battle. Witness the legend of the demon of the shinobi world Otsutsuki. Past defeats are trampled beneath my feet. The fierce wind whipped through Madara's hair, and azure cherry patterns flowed across her face. Ishiki narrowed his eyes. That's an Otsutsuki karma mark, and a peculiar one at that. However, these circumstances leave me no room for mercy. Ishiki hurled black rods while in the distance the divine tree had already burst through the earth's confines, rising skyward to blot out the sun. He rushed toward the tree's location, but Madara and Hashirama had no intention of allowing that. The two moved in tandem, one ahead, one behind. Madara unleashed a 7-element Rasengan amplified by Takema Masubi, a kilometer-wide sphere of devastation that engulfed Ishiki. Where is he? Ishiki had shrunk himself to evade, but Madara's eyes caught him nonetheless. Seeing no way to dodge, Ishiki engaged the pair in brutal hand-to-hand combat, repeatedly piercing both their bodies with his black rods. Yet at the same time his face was constantly deforming, beaten like a rubber ball flying in every direction. In fury he clawed at the ground, tearing up rocks and debris, then kicked a massive chunk of earth toward Madara. Madara shattered the boulder midair, then wrapped her legs around Ishiki's neck, driving him bodily into the ground. A fist wreathed in sage art chakra sent blood spraying from his mouth. The combined husband and wife tag team assault of Madara and Hashirama left Ishiki Otsutsuki dazed and disoriented. In a moment of utter frustration, he kicked Madara flying, only to have Hashirama slam his head straight back into the earth. Sage art would release true several thousand hands. Top deity Buddha. A dense storm of fists rained down upon Ishiki. He evaded through Sukuna Hikona, attempting to summon Daikokutten for a counterattack, only to be caught by Madara and blasted away. Inferior humans. Ishiki roared. This so-called superior Otsutsuki was now being beaten like a stray dog by the two of them. Abandoning all dignity, he dashed toward the divine tree, shrinking his body while unleashing one Daikokutten after another to obstruct Madara and Hashirama's pursuit. If I can just reach that place. Incoming jutsu were shrunk away. Ishiki Otsutsuki opened a space-time portal and teleported directly onto the divine tree. Just as he was about to pluck the fruit, Madara suddenly dropped from the sky, their eyes locking. This is flying Raijin style, one super spiral displacement, Madara stated. Ishiki looked down at his body. A flying Raijin mark had been placed on him without his notice. An incoming Rasengan snapped the branch of the divine tree clean off. The two plummeted together, entangled in mid-air combat. Damn you. Ishiki grabbed Madara by the head. Blood trickled from Madara's forehead, but she refused to back down, striking back with equal ferocity. Realizing he was drifting further from the chakra fruit, and that his life was draining rapidly from the battle, down to only 2 hours, he kicked the divine tree apart. The massive towering trunk let out a mournful groan as it collapsed toward the ground. Meanwhile, Ishiki smashed Madara away with a black rod and pressed Daikokutten against himself, plummeting rapidly. Ninetails, let's go. Hashirama caught Madara with the Ninetails claws, then a fist formed of Ninetails chakra slammed into Ishiki. Annoying lowly creatures, will you never end? From the sky above, hundreds of black rods rained down. Hashirama released 9 wood clones to intercept the rods, then seized Ishiki and unleashed Sage Art Ninetails would dragon, hurling him into the distance. Ishiki shrank his body and appeared before the chakra fruit. This time he had learned his lesson. Swift as lightning he reached for the fruit. but a hand had already claimed it a step ahead of him. Utterly pathetic. It seems I've beaten you to it. A young figure appeared before Ishiki. Madara and Hashirama halted their movements, for the person before them was truly beyond all expectations. Uchiha Obito. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun within his eyes as he held the chakra fruit. I overheard that you need something called a karma mark for your reincarnation, right? Why don't you plant it on me? Obito said calmly, then swallowed the entire chakra fruit whole. Gulp. The air fell silent. Although the chakra fruit and divine tree created by Orochimaru were considered defective products, they would still suffice. Terrifying chakra swelled within Obito's body. With his constitution, consuming the chakra fruit would surely kill him. So it all came down to whether Ishiki Otsutsuki was willing to cooperate. Seeing himself at the end of his rope with no way out, Ishiki had no choice but to plant his karma mark within Obito's body. A smile curled at the corner of Obito's mouth as he picked up a kunai. Uchiha Obito tore open his abdomen, grasping the chakra fruit that had absorbed a considerable amount in his hand. Cough cough. A blue karma mark appeared on the side of Obito's face. Even Ishiki hadn't expected Obito to possess such resolve. Obito's physical body was being torn apart by the immense chakra, barely able to withstand the soul of the Otsutsuki clan. The black karma had transformed into a white one. Don't let him succeed, Madara said. She activated her perfect Susanoo, further amplified by the Takemimasubi no Kami. The towering Susanoo, as majestic as Mount Tai, swung its sword, a strike that could cleave the world. Hashirama also unleashed an attack using Kyubi chakra, a dense barrage like raindrops. The area where the divine tree had collapsed was engulfed in firepower, and dust rose everywhere. After a long while, ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Mission rewards have been distributed. It seems he succeeded. Madara took the sword Aim no Murakumo from the system space, learning of its special ability. The serpent-slaying seal, capable of sealing all things in the world, once wielded by Susanoo no Mikoto. However, it could only be used once. Of course, the sword itself possessed indestructible power. Obito flew out, swallowing the remaining chakra fruit, while simultaneously absorbing the collapsed divine tree. The white karma transformed into a black one after devouring the divine tree and chakra. Obito inherited everything from Otsutsuki Ishiki, including the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. I am the second Otsutsuki, the sole existence now. Obito spoke calmly, floating in the air. Madara sneered contemptuously, standing on the ground like the shinobi demigod clad in red armor. Otsutsuki Ishiki is dead. Do you want to die too? I will cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, a new infinite Tsukuyomi. From Ishiki's memories, Obito had learned of Otsutsuki Kagaya's existence and many other things. Yet he still intended to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, a variant of it to plunge all into a blissful slumber. Not to resurrect Kagaya and form the chakra fruit. The method was simple. Ishiki possessed a young Ten Tails. By rapidly cultivating it into a divine tree, projecting his 6-tomo Rinnegan Genjutsu, and then destroying the divine tree, he could envelop the entire world in his illusion. After all, he had already consumed one chakra fruit. Though incomplete, it was sufficient to radiate across the world. But first, Obito looked at the three of them and raised his hand. It was to eliminate threats. Brother-in-law, give me 5 minutes. Uchiha Izuna had already arrived beside Hashirama. Izuna decided to engage Obito in close combat to create an advantage for the two. Moreover, the Onimuchi ability could absolutely affect perception, which was crucial. Understood. Hashirama clapped his hands, activating Sage Mode alongside the Nine Tails. Madara shot a glare at Izuna. When had this little brother become so mischievous? He'd even called him brother-in-law. And Hashirama had actually agreed. Madara set aside his thoughts and stopped hesitating, buying time for Izuna to activate Onimuchi. Obito had essentially inherited everything from Ishiki, including the Kamui intangibility, and had absorbed the divine tree. His strength had nearly reached the gatekeeper level of the 6 paths, Otsutsuki. However, with Aim no Murakumo in hand, there was still a chance to fight. The opportunity would come only once and was precious. Hashirama made a feint while Madara took the lead. They coordinated swiftly, closing in on Obito. Obito fired a barrage of black rods which were severed by Aim no Murakumo. That sword is dangerous. Sensing its intense aura, Obito retreated into a dimensional rift. This rift could reach any location within 100 meters, a technique of Otsutsuki Ishiki. Uchiha Izuna unleashed the Fire Dragon Lightning technique to disrupt Obito as he emerged from the rift. Obito used intangibility to dodge, then attempted to warp Izuna with Kamui. Madara used Ameno to Jikara to swap Izuna out. Obito and Hashirama exchanged blows in taijutsu, with Obito gaining the upper hand. Madara's Ameno to Jikara forced Obito to instinctively go intangible, but the sword pierced through his body. Kamui. Madara's eyes manifested the Mangekyo, forcibly pulling Obito out despite his shocked expression. Obito sidestepped and kicked Madara away, adding a few black rods. However, such attacks were not severe for Madara. With her powerful regenerative abilities, she casually pulled the black rods out of her body. But after such a prolonged battle, her chakra had been significantly depleted. 3 minutes. Izuna's voice came from beside her. Obito hesitated for a moment, then unleashed his full power. Hundreds of black cubes rained down, pressing the trio into the ground. Madara used a Minotajikara to swap herself, and Izuna out, leaving only 1 minute remaining, but she had more black rods embedded in her. Obito knocked Hashirama away with a single blow, then pinned Madara down with black rods to prevent her from using Aim no Murakumo. What hope is there in such a world? Why are you so stubbornly stopping me? As legendary shinobi, you've reached your limit. Old relics of a bygone era go back to the earth. Madara, gripping the black rods, barely lifted herself and pressed her fingers to her own acupoints. Opening gate, opening, healing, life wound, barrier, view, wonder, death, open. A blood-red steam emanated from Madara's body, enhancing her physical strength countless times. But at the same time, her life force was rapidly draining. Madara punched Obito in the stomach, sending him flying backward before he could react. The evening elephant shattered parts of Obito's body. He used Sukune Kona to evade the damage, but Madara slammed him into the ground. The girl's eyes were bloodshot as she rained blows upon Obito. Night Guy. A roaring steam dragon, empowered by the karma, shattered Obito's left side. Madara finally released the 8 gates, and her body was racked with weakness. Blood-red cracks spread across her face. Had she not mastered Yin-Yang release, she would have died on the spot. Kid, when you weed, you must pull out the roots. Mamoshiki's voice suddenly echoed in Madara's ears. Don't let him plant a karma in someone else's body. You're both Otsutsuki, Madara said. My interests are now tied to yours. If you die, I die too. Momoshiki replied. Besides this damned cage you've trapped me in, can you let me out? No. Madara was about to say something, then paused. Maybe, but with conditions. What conditions? I'll tell you later. Right now I'm in a life or death situation, Otsutsuki. Madara said calmly. My name is Momoshiki. Is that so? But I prefer calling you Otsutsuki. Severely wounded Obito tried to retreat into the Kemui dimension, but Madara reacted. He used the 6 paths power to repair his body, but by then Izuna's Mangekyo ability was ready. Onamuchi. Onamuchi was a one-on-one combat space, so no outsider could interfere with those inside. Obito's power was suppressed, and he exchanged blows with Izuna using one arm. 3 10 strikes. Obito and Izuna were locked in battle, with Obito momentarily gaining the upper hand. Izuna landed a punch on Obito's chin, and at the same time Onamuchi shattered. Did it reduce my perception? Obito frowned. Truth be told, his combat experience was not extensive, and most of it came from Ishiki, and he hadn't fully assimilated it yet. Then I'll just use my eyes. Clang. Tian Songyun pierced through Obito's chest. He coughed up blood in disbelief. The seal gradually imprisoned him, and with his last strength Obito planted the karma within Ban's body. 3 minutes earlier, after weakening Obito's perception through Shui Muchi Ban, and Zhu Jian employed the tactic of Tian Sholi. When facing a single opponent, Obito would lose some field of vision. With the aid of Tian Sholi, they could effortlessly suppress him. Obito dodged their attacks by phasing, then severed Ban's left hand with a black rod, twisting Tian Songyun's sword, but Zhu Jian kicked him in the abdomen. Confronted with this troublesome situation, Obito decided to eliminate Ban first. The black rod was effortlessly cut through when meeting Tian Songyun. The young girl held the sword with one hand, parrying Obito's assault. Tian Ai Jinxing. 2 meteorites created distance for Ban, but Obito shattered them. Obito then unleashed Da Hei Tian, and dense black cubes suppressed the 3 of them. This is the end. Obito grabbed a black rod and thrust it toward Ban's head. Uff! The sound of a blade piercing flesh. When oi! Obito coughed up blood. Luan Mu Bienyu. Under normal circumstances, Obito could easily detect Luan Mu, but under the influence of Shui Muchi, his perception was infinitely weakened. Moreover, Ban had never used Luan Mu Bienyu in front of Obito, and he sure. This made the sneak attack by the Luan Mu clone possible. Thus Luan Mu rendered great service. Obito's body and soul were sealed by Tian Songyun. Reluctantly, he planted his karma inside Ban's body. Seeing this, Tao sure couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying coldly, interesting. As Obito's consciousness tried to enter Ban's mind through the karma, Ban crushed it into fragments. Obito's death marked the end of this Orochimaru incident. Ban, sister, Zhu Jian, and Quan Nai broke free from the suppression of Da Hei Tian and came to Ban's side. Obito is dead. The crisis is over. What a pity, Zhu Jian sighed. He had also heard of Obito. Not long ago, a hero of Konoha, now reduced to this by obsession. You died like a clown, Obito. Ban lowered her eyes. Your fantasy world is nothing more than this. Do you even lack the ability to realize it? How pathetic. Ban thought of something and looked up at Uchiha Quan Nai, her younger brother. Now can you tell me what's going on, Quan Nai? A few hours later, Ban roughly understood Quan Nai's situation. A space-time tunnel. So you're not from this time-space. Ban frowned. But I have all your memories, sister, and I also met Jieyu. Uchiha Quan Nai said. The one before Ban was Uchiha Quan Nai, yet not Uchiha Quan Nai. In this world, the original Uchiha Quan Nai had indeed died of old age, leaving behind the Mangekyo Sharingan. But this Quan Nai was from another world. To put it bluntly, it was like a movie, For instance, Naruto Road to Ninja or the Land of the Tower. This Quan Nai had exactly the same experiences as the Quan Nai in Ban's world, except that in her 30s she encountered a space-time tunnel, accidentally traveled to this world, and met Uzumaki Jieyu. For additional context, the Quan Nai in Ban's world died in her 30s, a premature death. That's why when Uzumaki Jieyu saw Quan Nai return from the dead, she thought she hadn't burned the body properly, which angered Quan Nai. When Quan Nai met Jieyu was already quite old. So now Quan Nai wasn't very old, Zhu Jian was already over 40. Speaking of which, the youngest in terms of biological age was Ban, but she preferred to calculate by mental age, making her the longest-lived old-timer. Regardless, you are still my brother. The Quan Nai before her was no different from her brother. Same blood flowing, same consciousness, the Uchiha, Quan Nai she knew well. So naturally she was her brother. By the way, where did that bastard Orochimaru run off to, causing so much trouble? Ban said. The Orochimaru she referred to, after monitoring the situation outside, chose to preserve his experimental data and various research materials. He had already fled with his assets when they started fighting. He also had an underground base in Konoha. Surely they wouldn't attack Konoha, right? He hoped to hide for a while lest Ban come looking for trouble. Now Orochimaru, carrying a tiny fragment of the chakra fruit, fled 800 miles. Hey kid, can you fulfill your promise now? The silent Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly spoke, unable to contain his excitement any longer. This young lord of the Otsutsuki clan had chosen to believe Ban's words. No problem. Once we return to Konoha, I'll release your soul. Ban revealed a smile. The system had already issued a quest when Ban was talking to Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Ding. System quest issued. Inflict an abstract dimensional strike on Otsutsuki Momoshiki, shaking his mind to the greatest extent. The host has been granted one chance to arbitrarily modify a soul. Quest completion 100 Mangekyo Sharingan, de Shui Muchi random gift pack. Quest completion 60, abstract master title visible to everyone random gift pack. Quest completion 30, 1 second teleportation device to heaven random gift pack. Quest completion below 16 counts as failure. Failure penalty ascend to heaven 100 times, sensitivity increased by 14 times. Damn, I have to make you feel what I feel. I can't be the only one like this. Ban covered her mouth, laughter squeezing out of her throat, causing Otsutsuki Momoshiki to be puzzled, not knowing what this human was doing. He had no idea yet what awaited him. Let's return to Konoha, Ban said. Uchiha Quan Nai put away the Kusanagi sword and said, I won't go back. I'm investigating some things now and need to be away for a while. Say hello to my little niece for me and be moderate. Quan Nai smiled. Ban, brother, do you realize what you're saying? But before Ban could explain, Quan Nai turned and left. The black cloak fluttered in the wind. The wanderer from the past, satisfied with the memories of reunion, plunged into the eternal darkness. Ban opened her mouth, but said nothing. Just as Quan Nai was about to disappear from sight, she suddenly turned back, her hair flowing. Goodbye, sister. Quan Nai's figure seemed to overlap with that of her childhood. Ban watched her leave. I am such a failure as an elder. Ban sighed. Let's go, Zhu Jian said. Little imp, hurry up and let me out of this damn cage. As soon as they returned to my Otsutsuki Momoshiki chattered incessantly, revealing his true nature. Alright, I'll let you out right now. Ban smiled. Inside the house of the Yuzhibo clan, Ban began to use the authority granted by the system. She pondered and deliberated, shaping the most perfect image in her mind, just like creating a character in a game. The only difference was that game characters wouldn't mock your peculiar tastes. In reality, however, the one being molded was far less predictable, especially given the nature of that certain individual. Excessive arrogance always invites retribution. Ban could only utter 2 words, serves you right. At last, with her deft hands, Ban completed her masterpiece. As expected of me, Yuzhibo Ban, truly gifted. Ban nodded with satisfaction, then turned her gaze toward the clamoring Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Momoshiki felt a chill run down his spine under Ban's stare, and his voice involuntarily lowered. Little imp, lower being. You will release my soul, won't you? Of course. I, Yuzhibo Ban, never lie. Ban's expression turned cold. Then she entered the inner world and unlocked the cage, sealing Otsutsuki Momoshiki. At last I have escaped this dark, wretched cage. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was somewhat excited, oblivious to the changes occurring within himself. Ban looked at the Otsutsuki Momoshiki before her and said, like porcelain. What, little imp? Hey, my voice. Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly sensed something amiss. Why had his voice become so sharp and slender, sounding like a little girl's? Otsutsuki Momoshiki glanced at her own hands and was utterly stunned. What met her eyes were a pair of delicate, fair little hands. What the hell, damn it? Otsutsuki Momoshiki panicked. Yuzhibo Ban took out a specially prepared mirror reflecting Momoshiki's current appearance. Otsutsuki Momoshiki now stood only about 1.45 m, with skin as pale as snow, a pair of crystalline eyes, and her original high ponytail had been transformed into twin tails. She looked like a harmless yet peculiar little loli. Though she was a member of the world-shattering Otsutsuki clan, her adorable face truly evoked a desire to protect her. And because she was generated by the system, Otsutsuki Momoshiki skin was as delicate as the finest silicone, impossibly smooth. What have you done to me, you lower being? Otsutsuki Momoshiki broke down. She pouted angrily and demanded. I don't know. Ask yourself. Ban feigned ignorance. Damn you, it must be your trick, little imp. Turn me back. First, I really don't know. Second, aren't you the little imp now? Ban sneered disdainfully. Now she stood at 1 meter 69, much taller than Otsutsuki Momoshiki. You, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, gritted her teeth, wanting to settle the score with Ban. But in the spiritual space, Ban easily defeated her by pressing a hand on her head. The pale-skinned little loli lay on the ground unwillingly, eyes vacant and expression hollow. My life is hopeless. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task 100 completed. Otsutsuki Momoshiki has begun to doubt her own existence. Task rewards have been issued. Dashue Muchi, the ability of Chuanai's eyes, a divine technique for one-on-one brawling that also greatly weakens perception. Ban had already experienced its specific effects. As for this random gift pack, Ban opened it with skepticism, but what emerged left her stunned. What the hell was this? A complete white cat girl made outfit far too revealing. It was clearly. And this cat tail? Ban shuddered, recalling unpleasant memories. Ban used her mental energy to construct a fake ice cream and handed it to Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who glanced at it and asked, What is this? Food. I don't want it. Really? Since it's an offering from a lower being like you, I'll reluctantly accept it. Otsutsuki Momoshiki took a suspicious bite of the ice cream and sat beside Ban. Is it good, Momoshiki? It's barely passable, little imp. Want more? Yes. Though her words were haughty, Momoshiki's heart was honest. When the atmosphere had calmed, Ban solemnly brought out the item from the random gift pack. Momoshiki, I think this will suit you perfectly. Huh? What? Ban grabbed Momoshiki, who was trying to flee, intending to use her to experience the feeling of Zhujian. After some fiddling, Ban looked at her achievement with satisfaction. Momoshiki hugged her flat chest, trembling, murmuring curses like, bastard, and, I'll have my revenge. Ban grabbed Momoshiki's tail, and the latter flinched violently. Just as Ban was having fun, she sensed Zhujian entering the room in the real world. She reluctantly let go of Momoshiki and left the inner world. Damn little imp, I'll kill you sooner or later, Momoshiki said viciously, clutching her tail. Ban, I have a surprise for you. Ban opened her eyes and saw Zhujian dressed casually approaching her. If you say it's a surprise, it's no longer a surprise, is it? Ban said helplessly. That's true. Zhujian smiled and scratched the back of his head. He opened his palm to reveal a string of wooden beads. This is... Ban looked at the familiar wooden bead bracelet, and her memories instantly flashed back to the Warring States period. Back then she had quarreled with Zhujian. Strictly speaking, it was more like her own one-sided emotional tantrum. Honestly, it was unreasonable, but Ban refused to admit it. Now looking back, time had flown by. When you're living through it, you don't feel it, but when you reflect on it, you realize how fleeting time is, like a river flowing endlessly. All the pain, the bitterness, the sweetness, everything you once thought was everything, can be smiled away. Such is a person's life. Ban sighed at the passage of time and slipped the bracelet onto her wrist from Zhujian's hand. As I said before, I really like it. I'm glad you like it, Zhujian said. And there's something else. For once, the straightforward Zhujian hesitated. Just say it. We have a great relationship. Right, Hashirama? Ban was curious. I think I like you. Can we date? Zhujian said, starting as boyfriend and girlfriend. The virgin god of the ninja world, Shinsho Zhujian, launched his first offensive. You said. Ban's mind went blank. You said you like me. Our battlefield rose. The shinobi world's Azura was at a loss for words. Clearly for Uchiha Madara, who had no experience in romance whatsoever, this matter was far too overwhelming. Like equals love equals boyfriend and girlfriend equals future husband and wife. Hashirama boyfriend, so Hashirama is my. Madara shook her head, casting aside these jumbled thoughts. Seeing that Madara showed no response, Hashirama thought she was unwilling and said, If you don't agree, it's fine. Just pretend nothing happened, Madara. With that, Hashirama walked toward the door, looking crestfallen. Wait! Madara suddenly called out to him. You idiot, Hashirama. How could I possibly pretend nothing happened? You confessed to me, I. Madara trailed off mid-sentence. I need more time to think. This is all too sudden. Give me 1 day. I'll give you my answer in a day. Hashirama nodded. Watching Hashirama leave the room, Madara slumped her head. The awkwardness between them was palpable, but the other two were thoroughly entertained. The Ninetales wished it had a bucket of popcorn to enjoy the show. It had been ages since it saw this Uchiha brat get flustered. The plot it wanted to see was confession rejected, striving to improve, meeting again, wanting to love again, already lost, seeking, but not obtaining some, finding happiness, others becoming losers. Meanwhile, little lowly Momoshiki was doubled over with laughter, her body curled like a shrimp, trembling uncontrollably. She had just been put in her place by Madara, and now Madara was being put in her place by someone else. This feeling was simply too satisfying. As the ultimate spectator, Momoshiki sat back waiting for the story to unfold. Fast forward to the clown phase, pop the champagne. Doing bad things brings retribution. Momoshiki laughed. Madara sat on the tatami mat looking utterly conflicted. To say she had zero feelings for Hashirama was absolutely impossible, but when did it start? From the first meeting with Hashirama, that disastrous spar, then protecting each other on the battlefield, and the promise to build a village of peace together. And the little moments of everyday life, the kiss at the fireworks festival. Unconsciously, Madara had also developed a strange feeling for Hashirama. Do I have feelings for Hashirama? Madara murmured softly. Staring blankly at the wooden bead necklace Hashirama had given her, Madara finally decided to go out and seek advice on the matter. Maruko's skewer shop was bustling. She had already hired several helpers, otherwise with the current business she couldn't keep up. But when she saw Madara walk in, she still paused her work. One must never forget friends and benefactors. Madara and Maruko found a seat. Madara ordered her usual favorites, 5-color skewers and orange fruit wine. With a troubled expression, Madara recounted the entire story to Maruko in detail, the cause, the process, and the result. What? You're going to? Maruko's exclamation of surprise drew some attention. Keep your voice down. I haven't agreed yet. Madara clamped her hand over Maruko's mouth. I just don't know how to face Hashirama or how to respond to him. Madara-sama, what do you think of the first Hokage-sama? Is he good to you or not? Of course he's very good. Then Madara-sama, how do you think you treat Hashirama-sama? Maruko asked. I have a bad temper. I've yelled at him several times and argued with him. Madara-sama, when you argue with the first Hokage-sama, how does he react? Does he shout back at you, or even get physical? Madara fidgeted, a blush creeping onto her face. He never has. I'm always the one being unreasonable, and I even hit him. Madara said sheepishly. Can that even be called an argument? It's more like one-sided domestic violence, isn't it? Maruko thought inwardly. In some ways Madara was mature, but at certain times with certain people her intelligence plummeted. Commonly known as self-inflicted stupidity. That's why they say people in love are fools and the love-struck are even worse. Then Madara-sama, what's your impression of the first Hokage-sama? Impression? Madara thought for a moment. He's a bit of a simpleton and natural airhead, but at times he's incredibly attentive. The legendary god of shinobi with unparalleled power. The most commanding person I've ever met. Madara began to ramble on, and Maruko quickly stopped her. Human life is too short. Every day people see the sun twice. Once at sunrise and once at dusk. So people often like to say goodbye or meet again during these times. Maruko said. Madara-sama, since Hashirama-sama leaves such a good impression on you, it means you must have feelings for him, right? Madara nodded without denying it. I'll forget it. Just go for it. Maruko declared her conclusion. How could I possibly do that? When two people like each other, they must seize the opportunity. I'll devise a love capture plan right now to help you escape singledom, Madara-sama. Maruko said confidently. Aren't you single yourself? And you're making a love plan? Madara teased, but Maruko dragged her out anyway. Step 1 of the love plan, you have to ask him out first. That's the only way to proceed with the next steps. That's easy. I already told him I'd give him an answer in a day. I'll just send him a message. Step 2 of the love plan, to make him like you, a beautiful makeup look is essential. Come on, I'll take you to a professional makeup artist. Konoha's new era makeup master cat. Madara was led by Maruko to a makeup shop. The owner was a young woman with dyed rainbow-colored hair, wearing bell-bottom pants. She must be the cat, Maruko mentioned. She was sitting in a chair wearing sunglasses. When she saw Maruko walk in, she greeted her. After exchanging pleasantries, Maruko introduced Madara to this master cat. This is my friend. She wants to go on a date with her boyfriend, but she's insecure about not having trendy makeup. She needs Master Cat to work her magic, make her look brand new, and captivate her boyfriend's eyes. That's easy. With Master Cat here, any makeup look is a piece of cake. Master Cat had Madara sit in the chair and brought out all sorts of cosmetics, eyebrow pencils, eyeliners, foundation, blush. After a few grueling hours, the former young lady of the Uchiha clan, now its leader Uchiha Madara, was stunned when she saw her own reflection. The girl in the mirror, accentuated by the makeup, lost some of her coldness and gained a hint of warmth. After all, under normal circumstances, Ban was beautiful, but her face always looked like someone owed her 5 million. But now the pale pink eyeshadow blended with her skin tone, her lips were a vivid, tempting red, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Her stunning face perfectly highlighted the characteristics of the Uchiha clan. Give me your thoughts, I won't be thin-skinned, said Cat-sensei. Ban's only response was to give a thumbs up. Wanzi had wanted to take Ban for a haircut, and Cat-sensei's shop also offered wash, cut, and blow-dry services, but Ban insisted on keeping her original hairstyle. Wanzi could only say it was quite cute, like a kitty with its fur ruffled. All right, now let's execute the third step of the love plan. Buy a gift to show your determination. Wanzi commanded. What gift should I give? Ban asked, troubled. Hashirama had given her a wooden bead bracelet. Though not particularly precious, its meaning was clear to both Ban and Hashirama. But when it came to choosing a gift for herself, she felt utterly lost. To express your feelings, something like jewelry would be better, right? Like rings, necklaces, or something with special significance. Ban pondered deeply but still came up with nothing. If all else fails, I'll give him my Sharingan. Ban said. Wanzi, Uchiha, are you being a bit too extreme? Forget it, just listen to me. Trust me, I'm right. Wanzi declared confidently. Ban and Wanzi arrived at a jewelry store and browsed inside. How about this? I think it's really nice, Wanzi said, holding up a blue necklace. Ban shook her head. She felt something was missing. What about this one? After nearly half an hour of selection, Ban still hadn't made up her mind. The two walked out of the store, and Wanzi complained helplessly. This one's no good, that one's no good. Why don't you make one yourself? Ban suddenly stopped in her tracks, a light bulb going off in her head. Hashirama had made his wooden bead bracelet himself, so why couldn't she make something for him? That way she would give a gift, and also express her feelings. Ban shared her idea with Wanzi, who understood. In that case, how about knitting him a scarf? Wanzi suggested. But I don't know how. Ban usually paid little attention to her daily life, let alone knitting a scarf. You can learn. Everything has a beginning. Lady Ban, if you give a gift to the first Hokage-sama, he will surely be overjoyed. Thinking about it, no matter what Ban gave, or even if she gave nothing, as long as she expressed her feelings, that fool Hashirama would definitely be delighted, right? Wanzi had a wide network in the village, as many people had eaten at her restaurant, and there were many regulars, so she naturally made many friends. Wanzi took Ban to the most famous tailor in Konoha to learn how to knit a scarf. Thread after thread passed through the silver needle. When Ban looked up again, it was already dark. The scarf in her hands was finished. Looking at it, Ban couldn't help but curl a lovely smile. Hashirama would surely love it, right? Meanwhile, inside Ban's consciousness, Otsutsuki Momoshiki lay bored on the ground, finding this utterly tedious. What kind of bland romance drama was this? It was incredibly dull. But then again, after too much intensity, an occasional light-hearted story wasn't so bad. Now that little Otsutsuki brat's daily routine was reduced to secretly watching Ban's life. The horizon merged with the fiery clouds, red flames intertwined with the blue sky, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Ban sat in the park of Konoha while Wanzi hid in the shadows, observing. The terrain was perfect, an ideal spot for a confession. When Hashirama appeared later, it would be time for her strategist to shine. At this moment, the park was sparsely populated, everyone was hurrying home for dinner. The maiden, full of anticipation, waited for her beloved to appear. Ban waited nervously for Hashirama's arrival. A few hours earlier, she had used a summoning beast to send a message to him, as using the mind connection technique directly would have been too awkward. Soon Hashirama appeared in the distance. Under the sunset, the locks of hair at his temples fluttered as he walked step by step toward her. Get ready. Success or failure depends on this moment, Wanzi said. Ban gathered her courage and said, Hashirama, you're here. Yes, I'm here, Hashirama nodded. Just the first sentence plunged the atmosphere into an awkward silence. Truly, this was Uchiha Ban. Boss, can you please follow my instructions? Wanzi said, exasperated. Ban, I've given it serious thought, Hashirama began. What happened this morning was too impulsive of me. I completely failed to consider your feelings. So, I want to apologize to you for putting you in an awkward position. Meanwhile, Ban was communicating with Wanzi in her mind. Just say, do you notice any change in me right now? Wanzi directed. Are you sure this will work? Ban asked, flustered. Absolutely. Trust me, the strategist, Wanzi declared with an air of confidence. Hashirama, what do you think of me now? Any change? Ban asked. What change? Hashirama was momentarily stunned, then carefully studied Ban. Under the twilight, the maiden, bathed in light, seemed like a figure from a painting. You're very beautiful. You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen, Hashirama said sincerely. Really? A small joy blossomed in Ban's heart. Okay, now say, I have a gift for you, Wanzi instructed. Wouldn't that be too direct? Are you an idiot? He confessed to you this morning, which means he likes you. You just didn't accept it. At least until now, he still likes you in his heart, Wanzi said. Hearing this, Ban hesitated no longer and spoke. Hashirama, thank you for the gift you gave me this morning. I have something for you too. Under his slightly surprised gaze, she presented the scarf she had knitted herself, a red scarf. On the scarf was embroidered a small figure riding a chibi-style wooden dragon, clearly representing Hashirama. Is this for me? Hashirama looked at the scarf and the childish pattern, his eyes softening. Hashirama, about this morning. It was just too sudden. I wasn't ready. Wanzi popped a soldier pill into her mouth and continued directing, seize the moment. The time, place, and people are all aligned. If not now, when? Now that I've thought it over carefully, and I've come to understand your feelings. Go for it. Go for it, Wanzi encouraged. Ban opened her mouth, then spoke with a sense of casting all caution to the wind. I like you too, Hashirama, Madara said through gritted teeth. Hashirama paused for a moment, looking at the young woman beside him. He reached out and embraced her, wrapping his arms around her waist. That is why I have never hated you. I like you. Me too. Hashirama kissed Madara's soft lips. The young woman trembled slightly, then stopped struggling. They held each other tightly, kissing amidst the crowd at sunset, feeling each other's hearts as the sun went down. They indulged in each other's warmth without restraint, as if time had frozen in that moment. A love that crossed 100 years of the warring states period meeting again. From their first encounter, each other's image was etched forever in their hearts. Shared experiences, broken and lonely souls, both harboring a longing for beautiful hope. Speaking of a bright future while living in the darkest era. Ruthless fate pitted orphans against each other, but they temporarily survived the hardships. Cold blades clashed, yet they could not sever the chains of destiny. Blood and hatred could not burn away their most sincere feelings. When I sank into despair, you reached out your hand. Countless struggles, countless moments together, and unconsciously in their hearts, they had already become each other's everything. The raging flames of the Warring States period could not stop every secret rendezvous. Who cared who ruled the springs and autumns? When did it start that my lips could only speak your name? Even until death, I never loved anyone else again. Because you had already occupied my entire being. I like you. Me too. The two kissed again softly, their tongues meeting. Far away, Maruko picked up the camera and captured this beautiful moment. Of course, in this joyous occasion, there were two who found it unbearable. One was Kurama, who boredly watched humans' disgusting behavior only to find it far less thrilling than he had imagined. The other was Momoshiki, who gritted his teeth watching the two, never expecting Madara to actually succeed. The two sealed beings lamented that heaven had no eyes. This confession came to an end in the night. Evening had arrived, and the people of Konoha had all become night owls. Because of Hashirama's proposal and various events over the past, while this young Hokage had also realized the importance of technological development. So Konoha proposed a 5-year plan to transform the village into Konoha City within 5 years. This might be impossible in the normal world, but here in the world of Naruto, with shinobi and chakra existing, building a developed city with advanced technology was not difficult at all. And Minato Namikaze, of course, also relaxed nighttime business regulations according to the proposal, allowing street stalls to exist. The scope of Konoha village continued to expand, and to provide the best service to outsiders, the number of inns was increased. At the same time, accommodation fees were reduced with corresponding subsidies provided. This policy could greatly increase Konoha's population growth rate and avoid aging. We won't go back tonight, right? Fine, we won't go back. Let's stay at the inn. Madara and Hashirama both found it hard to calm down. After all, they were both blank slates when it came to romantic experience. Their emotions were still unsettled today, and they had little desire to return. So Madara and Hashirama simply booked a double room at an inn. I'm going to take a bath. Don't you dare peek, you idiot, Hashirama. Madara said, holding her clothes. Do you really need to remind me of that? Hashirama smiled. TCH, idiot. Madara drawled out the word. An incredibly long drawl, and then she slammed the door shut with a bang. Kid, your behavior makes me feel sick, physically uncomfortable. Otsutsuki Momoshiki complained. I strongly protest. Don't make me watch this. Shall I lock you up again? Madara took off her clothes and began showering. Absolutely not. Otsutsuki Momoshiki shivered. She had had enough of that feeling of her soul being bound. Moreover, she discovered that the karma seal she had branded onto Madara was completely useless. However, Uchiha Obito's karma also seemed unremarkable, and everything belonging to Obito and Otsutsuki Ishiki had been inherited by Madara. In a certain sense, Madara at this moment had remarkably become an Otsutsuki. Fine, Momoshiki admitted that Madara was no longer a lowly creature. After all, insulting Madara further would be like insulting herself. Kid, just how strong are you? Momoshiki suddenly asked. The trump cards Madara displayed in battle surprised her. Many things appeared out of nowhere, suggesting the other party might possess spatial temporal abilities, such as the Kimui-like dimension. Spatial temporal abilities come in many types, such as the flying thunder god Kimui and Yomi no Kuni no Sakahoko. Among them, Kimui has relatively low priority, as seen in the battle between Minato and Obito. Even after being distorted, Minato could still leave via the flying thunder god and counterattack, while Yomi no Kuni no Sakahoko is like a Pro-Max version of Kimui, with equally high priority. Madara was also curious about what stage his current strength had reached, so he opened the system panel. Host Uchiha Madara. Age 22 years old, frozen. Identity reincarnation of Indra Otsutsuki. Kekei Genkai Kekei Mora Mangekyo Sharingan Amaterasu Kagetsuchi Gata no Kagami Kimi Intangibility Onamuchi Rinnegan Rinnabone Boundary Prison Takemamasubi no Makoto Ama no Tenawa Daikiten Sukunabikona would release. Special forms: Perfect Sage Mode, Perfect Jinchuriki Mode. Ninja Tools Uchiha Fan Amaterasu. Comprehensive Evaluation Otsutsuki Rikudo. Ding, congratulations on the host strength reaching the highest level within the Earth-Moon system. Higher levels have been unlocked. Evaluation tiers added: Otsutsuki Otsutsuki Cocoon, Demigod Otsutsuki God. Madara looked at the 4 tiers behind and realized that Otsutsuki God should correspond to the level of Otsutsuki Shirbai. A light wave of the arm could summon a great storm. A single roar could trigger violent lightning, possessing the ability to destroy planets at will. And the power of Ada, that is omnipotence, is Otsutsuki Shirbai's ability. Its specific effect can completely alter a person's memories. Boruto was treated as a missing nin for this reason. Even if the bewitched could recall through certain things and sense something was wrong, it would soon be repaired by omnipotence, and they would continue to believe Kiwami was Naruto's son. This is a divine technique. Ding, to reward the host for reaching Otsutsuki Rikudo level, the system grants the host basic divine techniques. Divine technique: Black Rods. Divine technique / Divine technique word. Divine Technique Creation. Based on the system's introduction, Madara roughly understood the functions of these 4 divine techniques. First is the divine technique black rods, the same type used by Otsutsuki Ishiki, which can block the flow of chakra. For those with strong strength, the black rods can be pulled out. For the weak, they are pinned in place, unable to move. Divine technique, slash, a simple and brutal ability, hurls blade-like attacks at the enemy. However, this slash is not condensed from chakra, but rather a physical attack akin to taijutsu, which cannot be absorbed by the Rinnegan. It holds an advantage against the Otsutsuki clan, as they are immune to chakra-based damage. Unless the opponent fails to react, it would merely replenish their chakra and health. Divine Technique word, a bug-like ability, surprisingly turns out to be a basic divine technique of the Otsutsuki clan. It consumes chakra to manipulate others through language, and can alter the environment, though it heavily drains chakra. For Madara's chakra reserves, if she wished to cause the earth to explode using the word technique, she would need at least 2 more of herself. As for Madara taking action herself, summoning the complete Susanoo, and using Takamagara to cut the moon, would consume less than half of her chakra, roughly 1/3. Moreover, controlling a person depends on their strength. Thus, this ability is only suitable for Otsutsuki, who have devoured a chakra fruit, as the chakra of an entire planet resides within them. However, Madara could still use this technique if she wished, for she possesses an ability called 8,000 Spears inherited from an elder named Uchiha Wooming, which allows her to absorb others' chakra through inscriptions. But inscribing takes too much time. The last divine technique is creation. As the name implies, it can create life. Kaguya Otsutsuki was capable of this. Simply creating something with Yin-Yang release cannot replicate something like Black Zetsu. Creation can generate new life using one's own personality and life force, and it can also be used for physical restoration. Its effects far surpass the 100 healings technique. Regrowing lost limbs and nullifying the side effects of the 8 gates are trivial. However, it consumes a vast amount of chakra. Madara dried her hair with a towel, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and let her damp hair fall loosely over her shoulders. Her makeup washed away. "Do you want to take a bath?" Madara asked. Hashirama nodded and stepped into the bathroom. Madara changed into her underwear, measured her chest, and found no change. She turned off the light, slipped into the futon, and rested. She pondered the levels unlocked by the system. Since the system had presented these levels, someone must exist at that level. That someone was the Otsutsuki clan. However, based on Ishiki Otsutsuki's memories, Madara realized they did not know much about the Otsutsuki higher-ups. This was strange. Although Ishiki Otsutsuki knew of the existence of the Otsutsuki higher-ups, his memories of them were not very distinct. The same was true for Momoshiki's memories. It might be due to the influence of a divine technique, or that the Otsutsuki higher-ups did not want Ishiki to remember their appearance. Alternatively, they might have transcended dimensions, just like the great head stage play existing in the third-dimensional world without a physical body. Regardless, it proves the power of the Otsutsuki higher-ups. Ishiki, Kaguya, Momoshiki, and others are merely branches of the Otsutsuki clan. However, Madara's chances of encountering an Otsutsuki were slim given the vast universe. Momoshiki and Kinshiki were sent by the Otsutsuki higher-ups to inspect the divine tree's condition, which brought them to Earth. Still, Madara had to be prepared, for preparedness ensures security. As she drifted into thought, drowsiness began to claim her, and just as she was about to close her eyes, a pair of large hands caressed her waist. The girl trembled, her heart racing involuntarily. "Huh, Hashirama." Madara's mind burned as she felt someone pressing down on her. "Wait, I'm not ready yet." "No, don't." "What's in my bed?" Hashirama pulled back the blanket with a puzzled expression. Beneath him, the girl was flushed crimson, her clothes disheveled, her fair skin exposed with a faint fragrance. It was Madara. "Madara, why are you in my bed?" Madara realized she had climbed into the wrong bed and silently cursed herself for being a fool. Seeing Hashirama before her, she snatched the blanket and covered herself. "Get lost." The girl's voice came from under the blanket. Hashirama sighed helplessly and prepared to sleep in the other bed. "Wait, I told you to leave, and you actually went. What should I do then, sleep on the floor?" Hashirama looked at Madara, who was buried in the blanket. "Stupid Hashirama. Can't you understand me?" Madara said angrily. She poked her head out and used Amaterasu to burn the other bed. The black flames consumed the wood until nothing but ashes remained. "Now it's a single room," Madara said. "We'll have to pay for that, won't we?" Hashirama's mouth twitched. "Do you have to make me say things like, 'I'm cold and scared' before you understand?" Madara gritted her teeth. "What are you up to, little girl?" Momoshiki laughed heartily, enjoying the sight of Madara's fury. Hashirama sat beside Madara, and she blushed, moving away from him. "Don't be so close." The quintessential stubbornness of the Uchiha clan revealed itself. If this were written down, it might win a Mao Dun Literature Prize. Hashirama stroked Madara's head, sighing with emotion. Once they were brothers, and now she had become his girlfriend. "Just like this, don't leave," Madara whispered. "I will never leave you, Madara." They nestled together, the double room turned into a single. Madara gripped Hashirama's hand as the long night stretched on. Momoshiki switched channels in boredom. She wanted to see bloodshed. Hashirama sat beside Madara and slept through the night. When he woke, he was entangled by a black-haired octopus. The drowsy Miss Madara yawned and released Hashirama. Morning sunlight spilled in. Madara walked down the street and picked up a newspaper, but the headline nearly made her vomit her breakfast. The front page featured bold, enlarged characters, the immortal love of the ancestor. When fiction becomes reality, so sweet. A picture was printed on the newspaper, Madara and Hashirama kissing deeply under the setting sun, a fiery sun behind them. Truly picturesque. Wanzi, just you wait. Madara's face darkened. What had she done to deserve this? That girl had actually taken a photo of her. At over 30 years old, still so childish. Meanwhile, Wanzi had already received the payment. She had also written her restaurant's address at the bottom of the report. It's working hours now. Hashirama saw the same newspaper while drinking tea and playing chess with Sarutobi. He simply smiled faintly and took a sip of tea. The entire village now knew that Madara and Hashirama were together. Damn it, this information-convenient ninja world needs reform. Miss Madara gnashed her teeth. Now let us convene the first development symposium of Konohagakure. Within the expanded and renovated Hokage's office, the overhead lamps cast a bright radiance, and Minato Namake's voice resonated throughout the room, encircling the entire round table. Minato, now a father and a blonde-haired handsome man, exuded the composed maturity befitting a Hokage. Madara, Uchiha, and Hashirama Senju were invited as special consultants for this meeting. The 12 chairs were occupied by the most prominent figures of Konohagakure. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namake's, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan Fugaku Uchiha, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan Hayashi Hyuga, and the heads of the Ino Shikacho clans, among others. Having weathered the war, Konoha now embraces a peaceful era. Therefore, our focus should shift to economic development and construction. To this end, we have introduced a 5-year plan. Over the course of 5 years, we aim to perfect Konoha's industrial system, construct railways to enhance transportation, and invest in scientific and technological research and development, striving to become a leader across the entire shinobi world. Minato Namake spoke, holding a prepared speech. Thus, I have invited everyone here to discuss the development direction of the 5-year plan and to formulate a reasonable blueprint. In the Hokage's view, a ninja cannot simply be a ninja, otherwise they would suffer from technological backwardness. In the Boruto series, Naruto and Sasuke were weakened. The 5 Kage became mere cannon fodder, yet only Orochimaru, who mastered core technology, remained formidable. Backwardness means being beaten. Konoha naturally would not be the one to suffer, it aimed to be the one delivering the blows. The Hokage's office fell silent for a moment. Madara prepared to speak first, for it was always wise to seize the moment to impress. I have a few suggestions and opinions regarding Konoha's development. All eyes in the room turned to Madara. The young lady cleared her throat and began to speak. First, I believe vigorously advancing Konoha's transportation infrastructure is absolutely necessary. This not only alleviates the population burden on Konoha, but also strengthens economic exchange and management with the other 4 shinobi villages, enhancing Konoha's autonomy. Under Madara's influence, Konoha had become the dominant power, incorporating the other 4 villages into its sphere. However, this did not mean Konoha would always remain the leader. For Konoha to develop, its capacity for material transportation must be greatly improved. Goods from other villages should be brought to Konoha to improve its economy and strengthen its construction capabilities. Only then can Konoha better develop its power and remain the leader. Of course, while developing the economy, we must also consider the feelings of Konoha's citizens. Therefore, we should optimize benefits for the villagers, introduce social insurance to provide a safety net for both ninjas and civilians, thereby fostering a sense of belonging. Of course, while developing the economy, we must also consider the feelings of Konoha's citizens. Therefore, we should optimize benefits for the villagers, introduce social insurance to provide a safety net for both ninjas and civilians, thereby fostering a sense of belonging. After all, who would willingly abandon a place with excellent welfare for a backward, blood-soaked land? The attendees in the room expressed unanimous agreement, for it also served their interests. Who would not appreciate something beneficial to themselves? After all, who would willingly abandon a place with excellent welfare for a backward, blood-soaked land? The attendees in the room expressed unanimous agreement, for it also served their interests. Who would not appreciate something beneficial to themselves? Finally, I wish to address the internal layout of Konoha. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. The clan heads all wore solemn expressions. Currently, the most powerful clans in Konoha were the Uchiha, the Senju, and the Hyuga. Due to Madara Uchiha's influence and the Konoha military police force, the Uchiha status in the village was at its zenith. As the saying goes, when one man attains enlightenment, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. This was not without reason. Yet this was not what Madara wished to see. She had spent a sleepless night in Hashirama's arms, pondering deeply. The most critical point is the location of the Hokage's office and the administrative district. The location of Konoha's Hokage office was utterly foolish. In the original story, when pain invaded, the entire main urban area of Konoha was wiped out. Moreover, Madara believed that the bustling city center would be better utilized as a commercial district to accelerate economic growth. Madara voiced her thoughts and also proposed suggestions regarding the positions of various clans. For example, those that obstructed railway lines or prime transportation routes should be relocated. Under Madara's amiable demeanor, the clan heads smiled and indicated they would consider the matter. After Madara's speech, the remaining clan heads, as well as Hiruzen and others, expressed their opinions. Finally, it was Hashirama Senju's turn to speak. I believe that the village's education is of utmost importance, Hashirama said thoughtfully. The educational institution of Konoha was established under Tobirama's arrangements, but it has seen little change over the years. It only teaches the most basic ninjutsu, and it is largely optional for ordinary people. This is extremely unfair to civilian ninjas, and also stifles the talent of gifted ones. Therefore, I propose adding courses on ninjutsu study and further advancing academy levels. Educational resources in Konoha were monopolized by the prominent clans, especially various ninjutsu, causing ordinary ninjas to become mere cannon fodder. The Hyuga clan head hesitated, as if wanting to say something. Makes sense. I agree. Madara suddenly spoke up in support of Hashirama. Furthermore, I intend to personally visit the Ninja Academy and serve as a temporary instructor for a while, caring for the future blossoms of our Konoha. Any objections? Madara narrowed her eyes, causing the Hyuga clan head opposite her to break into a cold sweat and dare not speak further. The meeting continued. By the time the meeting ended, dusk had gradually fallen. Madara, with her hands in her pockets, walked out of the Hokage's office alongside Hashirama. Overall, the meeting had set the direction for Konoha's future development and established laws and regulations concerning ninja misconduct. Incidentally, Madara's ninja rank in Konoha had reached Elite Jonin, and it seemed that was the highest attainable. At this time, the Ninja Academy likely consisted of young ninjas around Itachi's age or slightly younger. I want some dango, Madara thought, and as she saw a roadside stall, she suddenly spoke. Hashirama naturally was generous enough to buy dango for Madara. After all, one must take care of one's girlfriend. Madara watched Hashirama run off, then fixed her gaze on the direction ahead, bathed in the setting sun. It was Konoha's memorial hall for heroes, a place where the living mourned the dead. Kakashi stood alone before two low graves offering purple flowers. They were the tombstones of Rin and Obito. The young boy's cloak fluttered in the wind, his eyes revealing neither joy nor sorrow. After offering his prayers for the departed, he turned and vanished into the twilight. He seemed to have made a certain resolve, never looking back again. Your dango. Hashirama, seeing Madara standing still, waved a hand in front of her face. Feed me, Madara said simply. Ban and Zhujian spent the night recuperating together. Zhujian was going to participate in the construction activities of Konoha, which were in full swing. Ban, on the other hand, planned to go to the Ninja Academy, having already submitted an application and received approval. At that time, the school wanted to organize a welcome party to invite Uchiha Ban, but she coldly refused. She came to be a teacher, not a leader inspecting the school. Moreover, Ban disliked wasting time on such superficial things. On her way here, she encountered Uchiha Yu and invited her to come to the school together so they could test the students' abilities. Uchiha Yu naturally agreed, without hesitation, upon receiving her mother's invitation. I am your instructor, Uchiha Ban. The young girl, dressed in a wide robe with long sleeves, walked into the classroom. A great fireball came flying straight at her. Pong! Ban absorbed the great fireball expressionlessly and looked at the provoking student. A single Tomo Sharingan proved he was a member of the Uchiha clan. The young man appeared quite handsome, having inherited the excellent genes of the Uchiha clan. You must be that legendary ninja. I am Uchiha. In the future, I will surpass you. Don't you dare disrespect mother. Uchiha Yu saw Ban being attacked and was about to draw her katana. Ban glanced at Yue, and she sheathed her katana. Uchiha, I'll remember you. I hope your performance in the test later will be enough to impress me. Ban was not the kind of person to get angry at children. In other words, what adult would get angry at a child? Especially since he was from the Uchiha clan. Ban swept her gaze across the entire classroom, roughly understanding which students were present. In the classroom, there were Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, a white-haired girl from the Senju clan, a boy from the Sarutobi clan, the closely united Inoshikacho trio, a red-haired person obviously from the Uzumaki clan, and finally 2 civilians and a boy from the Hozuki clan. Ban activated her Sharingan to observe. Each student's chakra level was not bad. It seemed that the best students from the entire school had been gathered together and entrusted to her. Itachi and Izumi were sitting together, chatting and laughing surprisingly close. Ban stood on the platform and listened to each student's self-introduction. The young girl pondered for a moment and decided to test the students' abilities to better tailor her teaching. She divided the students into groups. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, and Sarutobi Ruri of the Sarutobi clan formed one group. Inoshikacho formed one group. Uchiha Senju Yen of the Senju clan and a civilian ninja formed one group. Finally, Uzumaki Heifong of the Uzumaki clan, a boy from the Hozuki clan, and a civilian girl formed one group. Ban decided to use the traditional technique of the Ninja Academy, the bell snatching exercise, to test their abilities. However, Ban added a twist, since merely snatching bells would be too boring. She would be counterattacking. She created 3 with clones, setting their chakra levels to around that of a special jonin, and assigned one group to Uchiha Yu. You two better not hold me back. Uchiha looked at his 2 teammates coldly. You're way too arrogant. The civilian boy from the same clan as Uchiha gritted his teeth, but he knew his own strength was indeed inferior to Uchiha's. Fine. Fine. The cute white-haired Senju Yen spoke softly, looking timid. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi took out a small cake and looked at Uchiha Izumi. Want some? Thank you, Itachi-kun. Izumi's face flushed with a layer of blush as she quickly accepted the cake. Sarutobi Ruri, standing nearby, twitched his mouth, feeling like he was being force-fed dog food. Let's begin. I'll count to 3 and then start. Uchiha Ban said calmly. 3. As soon as Ban's voice fell, before any student could react, they were kicked away by Uchiha Ban's wood clone. Damn it, you cheated. Uchiha rubbed his sore arm, grimacing. On the battlefield, there's no time to prepare. You can be attacked at any moment. Ban stood above, arms crossed, looking down at them with an utterly calm expression, as if stating the most ordinary fact. Based on just now, if it were an enemy, you would all be dead. Ban's voice was like a sharp blade, carrying a strong sense of oppression. Continue. The battle officially began, or as long as they could snatch the bell from Ban's wood clone, they would pass the test. The first to act was Uchiha. He formed hand seals and launched a great fireball technique to cover his teammates. Ban's clone dodged the fireball, revealing an opening. He quickly shouted loudly. Good opportunity, grab the bell. However, Senju Yen tripped due to nervousness and accidentally knocked over the civilian ninja as well. Thus they successfully lost the best chance to snatch the bell and rolled to the side. Uchiha was furious. The Inoshikicho trio coordinated flawlessly, restraining the movement of Ban's clone. The Nara girl used the shadow imitation technique to control the clone's actions, while the Akimichi boy grabbed the clone's hands, buying time for the Yamanaka boy. Just as the bell was about to be snatched, Ban's clone broke free from the trio's restraints, attacked the Nara girl with a shuriken to distract the other 2, and then knocked the Akimichi boy away. The most intense battle was in Itachi's group. Uchiha limited her chakra level, holding a katana, to fight against the 3. Itachi threw shuriken imbued with fire, released the Phoenix Sage fire technique, attacking Uchiha, sealing off her movement paths. Uchiha Izumi, holding a kunai, approached Uchiha for close quarters combat. How troublesome. Uchiha activated her 3-tomo Sharingan and easily dodged the attacks. She swung her katana to drive back Uchiha Izumi, then launched a great fireball at Sarutobi Ruri. A puff of smoke dispersed. Sarutobi Ruri used the substitution technique to evade the fireball, but Uchiha seized the opportunity and stabbed her katana toward his lower ribs. Clang. Itachi's shuriken deflected Uchiha katana. Right side. Uchiha Izumi grabbed Yu's left hand and stabbed toward Uchiha neck. Itachi meanwhile reached for the bell. Clone technique. Uchiha threw her katana away, formed a single-handed seal, and used a clone to repel Itachi. Gray mist. Just as he was about to disable Izumi with a single strike, a sudden gray smoke rose, obscuring her vision, and Itachi's shuriken grazed Yu's cheek, leaving a thin trail of blood. Uchiha remained silent, but her eyes turned cold. She stabbed her katana toward Izumi, with full force, waiting for the other 2 to appear. Sure enough, at the moment Uchiha Izumi was about to be struck, Itachi's kunai clashed with the katana. Fire released dragon fire technique. Uchiha spat a dragon of fire toward Itachi. Don't be too harsh, Madara warned. At these words, Uchiha hesitated for a moment, and Izumi broke free from her grasp. Itachi dodged the fire-style suppression and snatched the small bell from her waist. The team of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi, and Sarutobi Ruri had successfully passed the test. Uchiha face darkened as she sheathed her blade. We won. Uchiha Itachi said to Uchiha Izumi, holding the bell. Itachi-kun is amazing. Izumi's face flushed red. Uchiha glanced at Madara's clone battle, then turned and vanished into the treetops, her mood evidently sour. The team of Uchiha Ori and Senju Yen were locked in a contest with Madara's wood clone. 3 shurikens sealed the clone's movements as Senju Yen, clutching a kunai, used a water style as a feint to strike at the clone. Substitution jutsu. The clone formed hand seals, evading the attack, but the civilian ninja seized its left arm. Fire style great flame flower. The flames struck Madara's clone, which broke free at the cost of an arm. Joy flickered on Uchiha Ori's face as he reached for the bell on Madara's body. Bang! A deafening roar drew his attention. Madara's clone had torn down a nearby tree and hurled it towards Senju Yen. Damn it! Uchiha Ori cursed through gritted teeth, his gaze wavering between the bell and Senju Yen. Boom! The tree crashed down. As the dust cleared, Uchiha Ori was holding Senju Yen, having dodged the falling tree. A glint of approval appeared in Madara's eyes. Though not exceptionally gifted, the boy's character was commendable. You damned Senju. It's all because of you. Sorry. Senju Yen, pinned beneath him, whispered weakly, her long white hair splayed out, pitifully vulnerable. Cough. Uchiha Ori felt a pang of awkwardness. Face reddening, he released Senju Yen, only to be kicked to the ground by Madara's clone and sent rolling. The civilian ninja also collapsed, clearly out of combat. The Uchiha Ori team had failed the bell-snatching mission. The Inoshikicho team, through impeccable coordination and a bitter struggle, finally snagged Madara's bell with a clever diversion and successfully passed the trial. The other team, consisting of Uzumaki Kagaya and a civilian, also passed. At last the bell-snatching contest came to an end. Only Uchiha Ori's team failed. The others completed the test smoothly. Kyuso, you two idiots have been dragging me down. If I'd gone alone, I'd have gotten the bell long ago. Uchiha Oro stomped the ground, seething with indignation. I'm sorry, said the civilian ninja. Go Ori-kun. Clap, clap, clap. Senju Yen applauded. Hey. Uchiha Ori stared at the two, his mouth twitching. Are you even listening to me? Yes, we are. Senju Yen replied earnestly. You, Madara observed the students, gaining a rough understanding of everyone's abilities. Uchiha Itachi was the most outstanding, followed by the Uzumaki boy, then Uchiha Ori. On the whole, none were weak. All would likely become the village's backbone. Special Jonin, even elite Jonin. Though there was a straggler like Senju Yen. Next I'll teach you a few jutsus, Madara said after a moment's thought. Jutsus? A civilian ninja exclaimed in surprise. After all, no matter where jutsus were not easily obtained, everyone hoarded their secrets. Not everyone could be like Naruto Uzumaki and casually steal the forbidden scroll. An ordinary ninja who dared to touch forbidden techniques would be reduced to ash by the Umbu. Create their own jutsu. Don't be ridiculous. Geniuses like Kakashi and Minato Namikaze were not comparable to ordinary people. But for Madara, jutsus were more of a luxury. Her opponents were at least Kage level, even 6 paths level. Jutsus were quite handy against Kage level foes, but against 6 paths tier Otsutsuki, they could only serve as support. Unless you fired point blank. After all, the ninja world was all about high offense and low defense. First, you must choose a jutsu that suits you based on your chakra nature and reserves. For example, an A-rank jutsu is generally more powerful than a C-rank one, but it also consumes far more chakra. So sometimes an A-rank jutsu is not as effective as a C-rank one. And the jutsu you learn must match your chakra nature. I, for instance, have all chakra natures, so I can use any jutsu. Madara said. All chakra natures. That's like the professor, the third Hokage. Senju Yan's small face lit up with excitement. Kids, I'll only teach these simple jutsus once. Whether you can learn them is up to your own fortune. The girl stood in the center of the meadow with a vast lush forest in the distance. Madara's hair whipped wildly as her immense chakra surged forth, nearly solidifying. So powerful. Uchiha Ori's pupils contracted sharply. The other students were also taken aback. Madara's purpose was not solely to show off, but she also wanted them to better sense the chakra flow during jutsu execution. This almost immersive teaching was a privilege even the clan prodigies couldn't enjoy. After all, no one else had such immense chakra reserves. They all learned jutsus from clan scrolls. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Madara broke down the hand seals of this B-rank jutsu into 32, weakening its power, but lowering the learning difficulty. A massive compressed fireball spat from Madara's mouth, hurtling straight toward the distant forest. With a towering blaze, a scorching wave nearly swept the students off their feet. A horrifying sea of fire devoured the forest, engulfing everything. This is... Uchiha Ori was stunned, his Sharingan spinning as he sensed the chakra flow. Uchiha Madara is like a god, murmured the Uzumaki boy. You're kidding, right? Senju Yen stared blankly at the forest reduced to ashes. This is great fire annihilation, a B-rank jutsu. Madara said, arms crossed. A B-rank jutsu is this powerful, eh? A civilian ninja's heart leaped with excitement. Following Madara's chakra flow, he attempted to unleash great fire annihilation. But with his chakra reserves, he could only muster a small fireball a few meters across. The power of a jutsu doesn't depend on its rank. Only the learning difficulty differs. I'll say it again, choose a jutsu you can handle. Then Madara taught a few more jutsus, mostly B-rank or C-rank. That's all for today's lesson. Madara glanced at the sky. She planned to find Uchiha Yue, that girl. To leave without a word was a bit worrying. Beneath the dim street lamp, Uchiha Suki sat on the bench, the area around her completely deserted. The murky moonlight mingled with the artificial glow fell upon her face. A visage of ethereal beauty, drained of all color, bearing an expression of profound stillness. Have I disappointed, mother? How pathetic you are, Uchiha Suki, she murmured to herself. She was far too weak. Battles at the level of Ishiki and Obito, fights touching the realm of the 6 paths, were entirely beyond her ability to influence. Watching mother suffer harm while being utterly powerless to help was a torment. I am too weak, completely unable to assist mother. Uchiha Suki tightened her grip on the sword's hilt. High above, the moon hung in the heavens, its pure gentle light carrying a soft whisper that reached Uchiha Suki's ears. You are called Uchiha Suki, aren't you? Startled by the voice, Uchiha Suki turned her head toward the person who had spoken. He had pure white, slightly wavy hair, and his eyes were for some reason tightly shut. Dressed in a long white robe that accentuated his youthful aura, his voice was gentle as his presence came to rest beside Uchiha Suki. How adorable, the white-robed figure said involuntarily. Who are you? Uchiha Suki furrowed her brow. As she frowned, a soft silver glow settled upon her cool, delicate features. My name is Otsutsuki Tonari. You don't seem very happy. Would you like to talk about it? Tonari sat down beside Uchiha Suki, uninvited, his eyes still closed, a faint smile playing on his lips. You're an Otsutsuki. In an instant, Uchiha Suki drew her katana and held it against Tonari's neck. Don't be upset. I mean you no harm. Tonari raised his hands, his eyes still shut. I merely wish to understand you. Then I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I have no interest in you. Under the street lamp, Uchiha Suki rose to her feet. Uchiha Suki, you are truly special, Tonari said from the bench. Within you there are 3 distinct powers, including the Byakugan, am I correct? Uchiha Suki halted her departure, her crimson Sharingan eyes widening as she fixed her gaze upon him. A Byakugan bloodline of remarkable purity. Are you an artificial human? Tonari inquired. Uchiha Suki drew her blade, her Sharingan shifting into the Byakugan. Fine dense veins spread across her pale skin, and her pure white pupils radiated hostility. How did you know? Ever since she was saved and brought into existence by Orochimaru, she had never revealed her possession of the Byakugan to anyone. Yet this Otsutsuki before her could easily discern that very fact. As a former test subject of Orochimaru, Uchiha Suki's body possessed a unique characteristic, making it a perfect vessel. Suki's body could accommodate not only the cells of Madara and Hashirama and the wood release, but had even integrated the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. In other words, her body could withstand the bloodline limits of all natures. Because I am a descendant of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, I can sense your Byakugan. Suki, may I call you that? Tonari looked at Uchiha Suki. A beautiful name. Suki, does it symbolize the moon? And I am its guardian. That would make you the thing I am destined to protect. Listening to his words, Uchiha Suki frowned slightly. She hadn't expected him to be somewhat handsome, yet so utterly dense. I reside on the moon. I came down this time to find a wife. Suki, will you become my wife? Not now, but in the future. Uchiha Suki glanced at him and said flatly, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I have no interest in such a foolish notion as becoming your wife. So please just leave. This? Tonari frowned. I cannot leave unless you agree to be my wife. Impossible. Deciding not to waste any more time with him, Uchiha Suki spat out a small fire release technique. Tonari evaded the attack and followed behind her. Perhaps we can get to know each other. I believe these things can be taken slowly. Uchiha Suki, seeing his persistence, thrust her sword towards him. The katana grazed past Tonari's hair with eerie ease, severing a few white strands. He retreated a few steps, stopping under the streetlight. I have already chosen you. He pointed at Uchiha Suki. As the words left his mouth, Tonari vanished from her sight. Things were already frustrating enough, and now there's someone like this. Mother, what am I supposed to do? Uchiha Suki muttered to herself before also taking her leave. Meanwhile, the mother Uchiha Suki was thinking about was playing cards with Hashirama in the hot spring. Straight. Can't beat that. Madara slapped her last card, a 3, onto the table, looking somewhat irritated. I'm done playing. Hashirama scratched his head and said, I already let you win. Shut up, you idiot, Hashirama, Madara retorted. The young woman, wrapped in a white towel, leaned against the edge of the spring. Her figure was sleek and graceful with a hint of fair skin at her chest. I'm not playing with you again. I've lost 3 million yen. By the way, have you found the girl Suki? Hashirama asked. Not yet. She hasn't even answered my telepathic call. But given her strength, she shouldn't be in any real danger, Madara said. Hey idiot Hashirama, you still have abs? Madara's gaze drifted to Hashirama, her curiosity piqued. She scooted closer to look. 8 firm abdominal muscles etched into his bronze skin. Madara couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Back in the day, Madara reached out a hand to poke his abs, but her foot slipped. Losing her balance, she tumbled forward, pushing him down into the water. Water splashed and bubbles erupted. Blub, blub. Caught off guard, and without channeling her chakra, Madara swallowed a mouthful of water and landed squarely on Hashirama's face. Gee, get off. Hashirama's voice was muffled as he was pressed beneath her, bubbling in the water. Flustered, Madara scrambled off him and adjusted her towel. Sorry about that, Hashirama. It's fine. Hashirama bent over as he surfaced. What's wrong? Madara was puzzled. It's nothing really, it's nothing. Hashirama's expression was odd. Huh. Madara paused, then her gaze traveled downwards. When I fell earlier, my towel came off, and I ended up sitting on his face. Which means, go die, you idiot, Hashirama. Blushing furiously, Madara swung her smooth pale leg, kicking Hashirama squarely in the face. Steam filled the bathhouse as Madara sat sulking opposite him, while Momoshiki's voice echoed mockingly in her mind. Girlfriend is angry. What should I do? Asking urgently online. The streets of Konoha were thriving with prosperity. 2.5 months had passed since the first Konoha discussion meeting concluded. It was undeniable that ninja efficiency was remarkable. One person could rival the productivity of 10, and they could work for extended hours. In Konoha, towering buildings gradually rose, and the commercial center glowed with brilliant lights, even during the day, bustling with traffic. Hi Kushina. Inside the restaurant, Uzumaki Kushina, who was with her son Naruto, turned her head upon hearing the voice. With flowing black hair and beautiful eyes exuding the virtuous charm of a mature woman stood Uchiha Makoto. She held a child who had already grown a few strands of black hair. Makoto, you brought Sasuke out. Kushina was somewhat surprised. Yes, I brought my little daughter out for a stroll. Uchiha Makoto held Sasuke, a gentle smile on her face. Naruto, this is Sasuke. Say hello. Uzumaki Kushina waved Naruto's little hand. The golden-haired baby widened his curious eyes, gazing at the black-haired girl in Makoto's arms. Their eyes met, both seemingly fascinated by each other. Look, they're getting along well. Uchiha Makoto said in surprise. Usually whenever someone looks at my Sasuke, she starts crying. I didn't expect she wouldn't cry when looking at Naruto. Those two will surely become good friends later. Kushina, holding Naruto with one arm, chuckled behind her hand. That's called childhood sweethearts. Uchiha Makoto teased. After all, Sasuke is a girl and Naruto is a boy, so it's impossible for them not to get along. That's right, childhood sweethearts, innocent companions. The two close friends laughed and chatted unknowingly, placing the future upon a predetermined wheel. The reincarnations of Ashura's and Indra's chakra were destined to meet once more through the bonds of fate. I see you next time. Uzumaki Kushina waved goodbye to Uchiha Makoto and headed home with little Naruto. Despite being the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze and Kushina's home was not extravagant. Like any ordinary family, it was warm and cozy. As Kushina entered the house, she saw two people sitting in the living room deep in conversation. She was surprised to see one of them and spoke up. Kakashi. In the living room sat Minato Namikaze and Kakashi facing each other on the sofa. Hearing Kushina's voice, Kakashi turned around. His eyes were calm as he nodded in greeting. Mistress, it's been a while. Kushina looked at Kakashi, hesitating, as if wanting to say something. Alas, it was still my mistake. I failed to arrive in time, putting you in danger, leading to this current fault. Minato sighed. Even the fastest man in the ninja world had moments of helplessness. It wasn't your fault, teacher. Death is common on the battlefield. We cannot change the past, only strive to prevent such tragedies from happening again. So, teacher, I have never resented you. Kakashi said. Is that so? Minato gave a bitter smile. Kushina went to the kitchen to prepare food, while Minato picked up Naruto. Wah wah wah. Naruto reached out his small hand and grasped Minato's finger. Kakashi looked at Naruto. This is the child of me and your mistress named Uzumaki Naruto. He will definitely become a splendid ninja in the future, don't you think so, Naruto? Minato cooed at Naruto. Kakashi, I would like to invite you to become Naruto's teacher. Minato suddenly said, his tone sincere. Is that so? I will consider it. Kakashi took a deep look at Minato and Naruto, then stood up. I'll be going now. With that, Kakashi left the house. That Kakashi. Kushina watched him leave, letting out a sigh. I hope Naruto and Kakashi will get along well in the future. Minato said. They surely will. Kushina set down the fruit tray. Would release 3-bedroom, 1 living room jutsu. At the construction site, Hashirama clasped his hands together, precisely manipulating his wood release. Combining earth release and water release, a towering building rapidly rose under the control of his chakra, using blueprints as a template. It had to be said ninjutsu was quite handy. This was already the 60th building Hashirama had constructed today, or it could be used after some interior decoration or modifications. According to the 5-year plan, while achieving economic goals, social welfare also needed improvement. So Hashirama had been constantly building welfare institutions and various public facilities. Because of these actions, Hashirama unsurprisingly took first place in Konoha's first image ambassador contest. He became the president of Konoha's Charity and Publicity Association. The first Hokage-sama is truly amazing. The first Hokage-sama is so benevolent, everyone is very grateful to you. Amidst the crowd's grateful surrounds, Hashirama noticed Madara approaching from a distance. The girl wore a pure white kimono, appearing as dignified as the goddess Amaterasu, carrying a lunchbox in her hand. Hashirama. The girl shouted, shattering the sacred atmosphere. Madara. Hashirama waved, and Madara walked over. I brought you something to eat. Madara handed Hashirama the carefully prepared lunchbox. Hashirama opened it and took a bite under Madara's expectant gaze. Hiss. His chakra rapidly circulated, expelling toxins. How is it? Madara stared at Hashirama, asking. It's pretty good, but there's one thing. Muh. The beautiful girl tilted her head, speaking in a calm tone. It's just that. You didn't feed it to me. Hashirama said, sweating profusely. TCH, who would feed you? Don't you have hands? How about I feed you with my feet? Madara turned her face away, but seemed satisfied with the answer. Now hurry up and eat. Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief, having passed this difficult trial. Madara looked at Hashirama and opened the system panel. Currently, a romance quest was in progress. The abstract system had been upgraded to the romantic abstract system. Quest 1: Deliver bento boxes 100 times 2. Reward upon completion, guess. Punishment upon failure: ascend to heaven in place every 10 seconds for 1 day. Quest 2: Kiss 100 times 5. Reward upon completion: succubus potion. Punishment upon failure: ascension resistance decreases by 10 times, sensitivity increases by 100 times. Quest 3: Engage in deep communication once. Reward upon completion, Yamatsu Hirasaka. Punishment upon failure, guess. Ban's lips twitched. What absurd tasks these were. Could you be any more insane, my dear abstract love quest system? As if hearing Ban's thoughts, the system immediately fulfilled her unreasonable demand. Ding system issuing quest. Engage in 100 deep exchanges with Senju Hashirama in one night. Quest completion reward, obtain the title XA-shaped, queen visible to all. Quest failure, penalty none. System, go to hell. Ban couldn't help but curse. 100 times. How could you not die? Even the Otsutsuki clan couldn't endure that. It would be too much. Ban shuddered, banishing the terrible thoughts and images from her mind. Her consciousness returned to the real world, watching Hashirama choke down all the food. Ban was stunned for a moment, then delighted. Could it be that my cooking was so delicious it made Hashirama cry? Hashirama, if you like it, I'll cook for you again next time. Okay. Hashirama squeezed out a single word in silence. Why aren't you talking? Ban frowned with slight dissatisfaction. Because it's so delicious I can't speak. That answer I Uchiha Ban acknowledge. Ban laughed like a wind chime ringing with crisp clarity. The two left the place and had lunch at a dumpling shop, where they spotted Uchiha Yu not far away. Ban was about to call out to her, but Yu disappeared at the crossroads. That girl, I wonder what she's thinking. Ban took a bite of the 5-colored dumpling, pondering. Ban, look at this, it's 50 off. Hashirama held up an advertisement flyer showing it to Ban. It must be fake, you idiot, Hashirama. How could such a discount exist in the world? Ban said indifferently. Speaking of money, I recently saw my head on the black market. Valued at 2 billion yen, but no one dares to claim it. You mean someone is still plotting trouble? Hashirama frowned. It's nothing, just a bunch of small fry. They can't stir up any big waves. As long as we control the major nations and the 4 hidden villages, it's fine. Ban stood at the intersection. And the girl suddenly stopped speaking, leaving Hashirama puzzled. What's wrong? Uchiha Ban ignored Hashirama's question, extending her hand as a drop of water slid from her sleeve. Sweat. Suddenly dark clouds gathered in the sky, turning into a gloomy downpour that soaked Ban's hair. Rain. The girl said somberly. The storm raged as Ban stood in the rain, her expression unreadable. The celestial Tao puppet I deployed in the land of rain was destroyed. Just a flash, I couldn't see clearly. Ban looked up, letting the rain slide down her fair neck. I'll check it out when I get a chance. Boom. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. White electric lights streaked across the sky like spears, piercing the heavens, roaring with irresistible might. A gray mist diffused, and the streets were empty, leaving only Ban and Hashirama. You'll catch cold. Hashirama stepped forward and draped his coat over Ban to shield her from the rain. Ban was about to say something, but Hashirama gently silenced her. He lifted the girl into his arms and smiled. Shall we go back? Ban closed her eyes and nodded, focusing her spiritual sense to contact the Akatsuki in the land of rain. At the corner of the street, Otsutsuki Tonari stood holding an umbrella beside Uchiha Yu, his eyes now open. The Tensigan, as brilliant as a sapphire, was etched in his pupils. Is spying like this still interesting you? Otsutsuki Tonari asked. At least it's more interesting than being with you. I only need to watch mother from afar. Uchiha Yu leaned against the wall with one hand, speaking indifferently. Your words make me uncomfortable, Yu. Otsutsuki Tonari blinked. He had been too naive back then, choosing Yu as his wife. But since he had made his choice, Tonari had no intention of changing his mind. A word is a bond. One day, I will destroy this world and create a new one with you. Otsutsuki Tonari thought, turning to look at Uchiha Yu. But she was already gone. She had walked away on her own. She had no desire to communicate with Otsutsuki Tonari at all, as if she didn't care about his existence. Tonari clenched his fist, and the umbrella fell to the ground. When must it be like this? Then I have no choice but to take you away by force. Otsutsuki Tonari mercilessly crushed the umbrella, his eyes filled with anger. He had been tenderly devoted for 2 whole months, turning winter into summer, yet you had given no response, and remained infatuated with someone else. He didn't want to be a doormat anymore. No matter what, I will take you away, you. You must be my wife. Inside the land of rain, raindrops fell like swords. A white-haired woman in a hooded cloak stepped under the eaves, her hands stained with blood as it dripped onto the floor. Behind her lay the Akatsuki headquarters, a wreckage reduced to rubble. Kakuzu's head was severed and rolling on the ground. Haiden's body was pierced with black rods and torn apart. Konan's paper flowers were soaked in blood, and Yahiko's eyes were closed for good. Kisame was left with only half a body. Zetsu's corpse was blown into fragments, a gruesome, bloody river. Every member present at the Akatsuki headquarters had been killed, none spared. Crimson blood splattered on the walls. They hadn't even had time to react before they were beheaded. There are several powerful chakra sources on this planet. It's time to collect them. The white-haired woman raised her palm, and a circular tunnel appeared before her. The impact of crossing the galaxy is still too great. To recover, I need to devour all the chakra on this planet. Weak beings' death will come for you. First, collect the tailed beasts. That will be the fastest way to gather chakra. The woman stepped into the tunnel, leaving only one sentence. That brat Mamashiki and his group have caused me no end of trouble. Behind a distant stone wall, Sasori, who had been observing the battle and preparing to relay information to Ban, felt a flawless hand pierce through his chest. Another annoying little mouse. Sasori collapsed to the ground lifeless. But after the woman had completely left, his finger twitched. Want some? Daetong Yusharin stood beside Yuzhibo Yu holding out an ice cream cone he had bought on the streets of Mai. Why are you here again? Yuzhibo Yu frowned, her expression tinged with irritation. Because I intend to make you my wife. Daetong Yusharin spoke as if stating the most ordinary of facts, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Yuzhibo Yu. The katana pierced through the ice cream cone, its tip halting before Daetong Yusharin's face. Leave or die. Do you despise me that much? You. Daetong Yusharin closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, a cold glint flickered within his emerald-like pupils. Regardless, I will take you back with me. Disgusting. Yuzhibo Yu thrust her sword forward. I simply wish to waste no more time. Call it disgusting if you will. Daetong Yusharin activated his Tensigan chakra mode, his entire body enveloped in a green aura. Immense chakra. Formidable. Yuzhibo Yu retreated several steps, her scarlet Sharingan wide open, scrutinizing every movement of Daetong Yusharin. Daetong Yusharin ascended into the air, and the buildings of Mai erupted in a cascade of explosions, adding a brilliant burst of fireworks to the night. The tremendous commotion drew the attention of the Mai village security force, a squad of gray-skinned shinobi wearing masks who blocked their path. These figures were Daetong Yu puppets, minions of Daetong Yusharin. Several yellow orbs of light shot forth, driving back the approaching reinforcements. The puppets extended multiple arms, their mechanical bodies springing forth blades, poison needles, and other weaponry, engaging the supporting shinobi in battle. Beneath the rubble of a collapsed building, Daetong Yusharin gripped Yuzhibo Yu by the collar. She panted heavily. Cease these futile struggles, you. I have no time to waste here. Yuzhibo Yu kicked toward Daetong Yusharin's groin, only to have her ankle caught. Truly troublesome. Seeing Yuzhibo Yu's fierce demeanor, Daetong Yusharin sighed and released a spirit orb, subduing her with mind control. The young woman trembled faintly, her eyes turning vacant. Let us depart, you. If not necessary, he would not have resorted to such means to take her away. Daetong Yusharin released Yuzhibo Yu's collar, and she nodded unconsciously. He wrapped an arm around her and soared toward the sky. But suddenly a summoning call reached Daetong Yusharin's ears, and a colossal toad crushed him into the ground. Bunta! Yuzhibo Yu had swapped positions with a red-skinned toad, followed by a fervent combination attack. Fire released toad, oil flame bullet. Fire and burning oil intertwined, forming a long blaze that engulfed Daetong Yusharin. Beneath the moon, the sage of Mount Mayaboku Jiraiya made his entrance. Wearing a headband with the character oil, his white hair flowing to his waist, he stood atop toad Bunta with a dashing air. He formed hand seals and dispelled the genjutsu that held Yuzhibo Yu. How vexing! Daetong Yusharin watched the steadily approaching shinobi in the distance. His puppets were clearly on the verge of being overwhelmed. Thus, he must hasten his actions lest reinforcements complicate matters. Yet with Yuzhibo Yu in Jiraiya's hands, he could not employ the silver wheel reincarnation explosion lest he harm her. Daetong Yusharin conjured several black rods and hurled them at Jiraiya, who evaded them. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had completed absorbing the chakra required for Sage Mode and activated it. Master Fukasaku. Jiraiya summoned his trusted ally, and the toad's chant momentarily stunned Daetong Yusharin. He needed only to buy time. A flicker of urgency crossed Daetong Yusharin's eyes. He seized Jiraiya at an inconceivable speed. Pum! A puff of smoke dispersed, and Daetong Yusharin's Tensigan widened in shock. Before him, multiple Yuzhibo Yus twisted into alluring poses, their pale skin and tantalizingly revealed silhouettes. In that momentary daze, Jiraiya had already launched his attack, sending Daetong Yusharin flying with a sage art great ball Rasengan. Jiraiya-san, you are truly disgusting. This is the ultimate technique of the great Jiraiya, the sexy jutsu. Yuzhibo Yu weakly complained to Jiraiya. Jiraiya declared with pride, showing no sign of remorse. The title of the pervy sage echoed through the women's bathhouses of Mai. You wretch, using such vulgar tactics against me. Daetong Yusharin wiped away a trickle of nosebleed. In a breath, the enraged Daetong Yusharin appeared before Jiraiya and slammed him into the ground. Jiraiya coughed up blood. His hair ensnared Daetong Yusharin, but was easily broken free. Reinforcements had arrived, and the distance band stood atop the Hokage rock, wind whipping around her. Daetong Yusharin had no time to waste. He seized Yuzhibo Yu and flew toward the horizon, vanishing from sight. Are you alright, Jiraiya? Yuzhibo Ban leaped to Jiraiya's side and used her chakra to heal him. Cough. I'm fine. Jiraiya rose, gazing after the departing Daetong Yusharin. Unexpected that he escaped. Ban had been too focused on the situation in the Rain Country. Only after the battle began did she notice the confrontation between Jiraiya and Sharon. While Ban was analyzing the signals of powerful enemy and danger sent by Xie, the explosion startled her. By the time she arrived, she saw Sharon battling Jiraiya and then fleeing with you. No need to pursue, I've already placed a marker. Jiraiya panted, raising a thumbs up. These Otsutsuki are such a headache, troublesome to the extreme. Yuzhibo Ban gazed in the direction Sharon had fled. Fortunately Daetongmu Sharon harbored feelings for Yue, so her life was not in danger. The next step was to retrieve Yu. Ding system has issued a mission. Retrieve Yuzibo Yu. Defeat Daetongmu Sharon. Mission completion reward Tensigan ability. Mission failure penalty mother-daughter bowl of rice. Yuzibo Ban stood bathed in moonlight pondering. Daetongmu Sharon's strength was not weak. He could fight evenly with the strongest Naruto and had a record of destroying the moon, placing him at the 6 paths level. But he would face Yuzibo Ban. Divine Technique Genesis. Ban created a clone using would release, imbuing it with a portion of her own personality and thoughts to guard Mai. Then following the marker left by Jiraiya, she departed from Mai, tracking the direction of the fleeing Daetongmu Sharon. Following Jiraiya's mark under the moonlight, Ban arrived before a pool of green water. Before Konoha could catch its breath, a colossal meteor appeared in the sky along with the other hidden villages. The enormous meteor rapidly plummeted toward the ground. If it struck directly, the entire Konoha village would be reduced to ruins. Firelight illuminated the sky. Minato Namikaze watched the falling meteor, his hand resting on a kunai marked with the flying thunder god seal. The colossal meteor drew closer, and Konoha Killer Bee had already entered tailed beast mode, firing a charged tailed beast ball. An explosion rang out, but only a portion of the meteor was destroyed. What to do? What to do? Minato's thoughts raced. The meteor nearly swallowed the view until a voice resounded over Konoha. Kurama. Got it. Golden Nine-Tails chakra spread out like a vast net, slowing the meteor's descent. Then dozens of meters-long wooden spears coated in golden light pierced through the meteor, and white light bloomed in the sky. The entire Konoha village was illuminated. It was a figure with disheveled black hair and a red armor sweeping through the heat waves, majestic beyond compare. Is it the first Hokage? The legendary god of shinobi, master of inconceivable ninjutsu, the supreme being who ended the era of chaos. What does it mean to be the strongest? The comparison was clear. Is this the pool leading to the moon? Ban gazed at the pool of green water, hesitated not a moment, and leaped in. The green liquid enveloped her entire body, pulsing like a giant hand. Ban's chakra surged, and the pool water churned. It's an illusion. Ban closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the scene before her had already begun to change. Lady Ban. Uzumaki Yuzuki bit into a dumpling, the red-haired girl, showing a silly smile. Yuzuki. Ban was startled. Fine snowflakes were falling from the sky, and behind her was the Uchiha clan's compound. What are you talking about? Uzumaki Yuzuki looked puzzled. Ban, are you still wasting time? Another voice came from behind Ban. She turned to see Uchiha Taijima. Today is your big day for marriage, don't waste time. Marriage. Ban, still recovering from the shock of seeing Taijima, was confused by the two words he uttered. This illusion is a bit strange. It's the wedding of you and that Hashirama Senju fellow, Uchiha Taijima said. Everyone is already here, don't keep everyone waiting for you, the protagonist. Ban was thus dragged without understanding to the Uchiha clan grounds. The entire Uchiha clan compound was bustling with excitement, like every clan member who saw her offered congratulations. Ban also saw Izuna leaning against the wall outside a door, apparently waiting for her. Sister, you're here. Izuna smiled. Come in quickly. Ban was changed into a wedding dress and walked into the room. The room was filled with familiar faces: Tobarama Senju, Butsuma Senju, Orochimaru Momoshiki, Otsutsuki, and others all seated. Seeing Ban enter, they all applauded. At the far end of the room was naturally Hashirama Senju in a well-fitted suit, a faint smile on his firm and handsome face. Ban, you're here, Hashirama said softly. Outside the window, snow was falling heavily, bitingly cold. Ban walked forward step by step, applause like thunder. We have gone through hardships, carried countless burdens together, Ban. Hashirama took Ban's slender wrist, knelt on one knee, and took out a ring from a small box. I love you, Ban. Will you marry me? But before Ban could say anything, a loud explosion suddenly sounded from outside. What's happening? Hashirama frowned. Everyone also went outside to see what was going on, but as they went out one by one, none returned. A sense of panic suddenly rose in Ban's heart, as if something terrifying was approaching. Don't be afraid, I'll go check. No. Ban grabbed Hashirama sharply. Hashirama smiled, cupped Ban's face, and kissed her on the forehead. I'll be back soon, wait for me here, Ban. I will return safely. With that, Hashirama walked outside, and Ban watched his figure disappear into the vast snow. Half a minute later, a head flew into the room. Ban shuddered, suddenly feeling nauseous, and tears fell. It was Hashirama's head. He did return, but not safely. Ban stiffly lifted her head and looked toward the door. A person covered in blood walked in. Left eye Eternal Mangekyo, right eye Rinnegan. Uchiha Ban stood expressionless at the door, wiping his blade and looking down arrogantly. The last one. Their eyes met. Ban's mind went blank. Moments later, she saw her own body reflecting mirror light. Boom! The lake water exploded. Ban woke with a start, gasping heavily. That dream just now. Uchiha Ban stood up, feeling a chill around her neck, and calmed herself. I killed myself. Absurdly terrifying. Ban forced herself to calm down, realizing how absurd the illusion just now was. I must hurry and find you. If we wait any longer, the moon will fall from the sky. Ban had naturally also received the transmission of the mind link technique, learning that Konoha had been attacked by a meteor. They observed that in about 10 days the moon would shatter and destroy all life on Earth. Ban used fire release combined with Takamasubi no Mikoto to blast open the ceiling, revealing outer space. Tonari Otsutsuki was in the palace sitting together with Uchiha Yu. He looked at the stubborn Uchiha Yu and told her about the ancestral message to destroy Earth and create new life. You want to harm Mother? Uchiha Yu grabbed Tonari's collar, her scarlet eyes filled with killing intent. Yue, this is necessary. I must do this. Tonari broke free from Uchiha Yu's grip, speaking irrefutably. Uchiha Yu tried to resist further, but was bound by chains transformed from truth-seeking balls. Rest well, Yu. I'll go out first. As the door closed, Tonari also noticed the astonishing chakra on the moon. Clearly an uninvited guest had arrived, and their strength was not weak. Tonari naturally intended to entertain those who disturbed his plan, reducing them to ashes under the silver wheel reincarnation explosion. Even if he couldn't win, it didn't matter. As long as the reincarnation eye inside the palace remained undamaged, he could still complete his ancestors' mission and live a wonderful life with Uchiha Yu. Then let me come and meet you. Tonari flew out, heading toward the location of the chakra. Uchiha Madara erupted with his chakra, seeking the whereabouts of Suki. Immense volumes of chakra extended like countless tendrils, spreading outward in every direction. This tremendous surge of chakra naturally drew the attention of Otsutsuki Tonari. Hovering in midair, he activated his Tensigen chakra mode. Emerald chakra enveloped his body, flowing like seaweed drifting in water, with several green truth-seeking orbs materializing around him. Suki. Otsutsuki Tonari froze for a moment upon seeing Uchiha Madara, but quickly dismissed his initial thought. He had seen Madara before. So you are Suki's mother, the mother she has longed for so dearly. Tonari's words carried a sour, almost bitter tone, like lemon water. Madara did not deny it, standing there in silence. I apologize, but I cannot return Suki to you, for she is my wife now, explained Tonari. Is that so? Madara's fingers twitched slightly, and in the next instant she appeared right before Otsutsuki Tonari. So fast. When did she? Tonari's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could even react, he could only summon his truth-seeking orbs to defend. With a thunderous crash, Tonari was kicked deep into the lunar regolith by Madara. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the ground as his truth-seeking orbs were shattered by sheer brute force. Formidable power. Tonari regarded Madara with caution. The battle ignited as Madara manifested her complete Susanoo, and with the blessing of Takamasubi, she swung her blade. Cracks fissured across the moon's surface as dust and debris filled the air. Tonari barely managed to retreat, unleashing the silver wheel rebirth explosion. Several truth-seeking orbs spun violently, whipping up a ferocious gale that carved into the Susanoo. Madara dispelled her Susanoo in an instant, having swapped positions with Tonari. The Otsutsuki was sent flying by his own attack. A position-swapping ability. Tonari realized with sudden clarity, only to be struck in the abdomen by another kick from Madara. Shockwaves rippled outward as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He grabbed Madara's ankle and hurled her into the ground. Amano to Wazu. Madara once again exchanged positions with Tonari. Tonari stabilized himself midair and unleashed multiple silver wheel rebirth explosions in rapid succession. The moon's surface was battered into a pockmarked ruin, while Kagaya watched on in speechless exasperation. Damn it, too fast, and that ability is a nightmare. Tonari gritted his teeth. He threw a punch at Uchiha Madara, his fist touching her body, only to pass clean through. Tonari's body phased through Madara, and he found himself staring into those eternal Mangekyo eyes. Kamui. Madara had become intangible. Spatial distorting flames intertwined with would release ensnared Tonari, dealing devastating damage. Madara drew the Kusanagi blade, ran her palm across it, and the screeching Chidori surged as black flames coated the sword. Kagutsuchi. Madara coated Tonari with Amaterasu flames. As he extinguished them, she was already before him, slashing a deep gash across his chest. Since direct hits are impossible, I have no choice but to use. Tonari's heart was in disarray. He condensed his truth-seeking orbs into a golden longsword. Golden wheel rebirth explosion. A colossal blade spanning the moon radiated golden light, descending straight toward Madara. Under its terrifying might, cracks ran across the lunar surface, and the moon was split cleanly in two. Sukuna Hikona. Madara raised her hand, invoking the power of Ishiki. The incoming golden wheel rebirth explosion shrank down, and the long-unseen Uchiha war fan was grasped in her palm as she swung it forth. Violent sparks erupted the instant the fan met the golden wheel rebirth explosion, and Madara completed her counter. Uchiha reflection. The woman's lips moved softly. In the next moment, an overwhelming tide of light was reflected back manifold by Madara. The portion of the moon that the golden wheel rebirth explosion had passed through was ground into ash, scattering into cosmic dust. Otsutsuki Tonari was in tatters, his robes torn apart, exposing his muscular upper body wreathed in wisps of black smoke. He retreated toward the palace, and Madara attempted to use a Monotawazu, but the distance was too great, so she gave chase instead. Tonari flew into the palace gasping for breath and headed straight for the location of the Tensigen. The golden Tensigen spun, manipulating the moon to plummet toward the earth at tremendous speed. Just as Tonari was about to absorb the Tensigen, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen. Uchiha Suki had driven a katana straight through Otsutsuki Tonari's abdomen. He turned back in disbelief, his truth-seeking orb ready to strike at her. You should not have threatened, mother. But in the end, Tonari forced himself to calm down. He kicked Suki away, clutching his bleeding wound as he absorbed the golden Tensigen. The moon accelerated its descent toward the ground. In Konoha, people could already see the moon growing larger and larger in their field of vision. Some fell to their knees in despair, children wept, a wave of panic swept through the village. Hashirama stood atop the Hokage's office, prepared to use every ounce of his strength to catch the falling moon. Meanwhile, countless ninja channeled their chakra into barrier techniques, layering barrier after barrier above Konoha in the hope of weakening the moon's impact. Otsutsuki Tonari, however, was making his way with Uchiha Suki toward the Tensigen chamber. Uchiha Madara smashed through the palace walls, unleashing Izuna's ability. She forcibly dragged Tonari into a one-on-one combat space. Caught completely off guard, Tonari was battered senseless until the barrier finally dissipated. Tonari used the Golden Wheel Rebirth explosion to force Madara back, but through a Monotawazu, she swapped positions with Suki. Mother! Uchiha Suki looked at Madara with a mix of surprise and joy. Seeing this, Tonari's fury surged, and he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Madara deflected the truth-seeking orbs with her Uchiha War Fan. The moon was plunging at terrifying speed, its crushing gravitational force pressing all three of them onto its surface. Madara knew that if she didn't stop the moon now, the earth was doomed. She launched a feint with a Monotawazu, then struck Tonari from behind with Limbo Border Jail. The final blow landed squarely on Tonari's chest, sending him crashing deep into the moon. The Tensigen dispersed. My eyes. Madara prepared to deal with the moon crisis, first the phantom comma mark appearing on her cheek. Ready to go, brat. Momoshiki said indifferently. Catch the moon, Madara commanded. Then let's go. Transformed into her Otsutsuki mode, she could wield divine techniques. She unleashed divine art Kotoamatsukami. Ancient words flowed from Madara's lips, their literal meaning. Let this object stop. Her chakra drained rapidly as she contended against the Tensigen's power, nearly reaching empty. The moon's descent slowed progressively, and Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan spun. Yachihoko. Yasenkian, a formidable ability. It allows one to absorb another's chakra by placing a mark on them, and it is the power of Uchiha Wooming. Madara had not spent her time in Konoha idly to be safe. She had left a backup plan, for it was wise to act with caution. Madara's chakra was rapidly replenished, and the entire moon came to a complete halt. Planetary devastation. Clasping her hands together, Madara reconstructed the entire moon. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. On the ground, when the people saw the moon stop moving and begin to return to its original position, they cheered and rejoiced. Hashirama also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the mission on the moon had succeeded. On the moon's surface, Tonari Otsutsuki lay on the ground with Uchiha Yu standing before him, holding a katana. Have you come to kill me? I suppose so. After all, I was going to harm your mother. Tonari Otsutsuki looked at Uchiha Yu with a complex gaze, yet he could not bring himself to hate her. After all, he had truly fallen for Uchiha Yu, and even if she despised him, he could not bring himself to hurt her. Before I die, I only want to ask one question, Yu. What do you truly think of me? I don't want a simple answer like disgusting. At least tell me what kind of person I am before I die. Tonari Otsutsuki spoke solemnly, but still received no response from Uchiha Yu. Sigh. Tonari Otsutsuki let out a long sigh, resigned to awaiting death. But after a long while, the death he had anticipated did not come. When he opened his eyes again, Uchiha Yu had already left his side. Disgusting. Uchiha Yu gave Tonari Otsutsuki a simple two-word reply. After Madara informed Tonari Otsutsuki about the so-called will of his ancestor, she prepared to leave with Uchiha Yu. Tonari Otsutsuki stood frozen in place, watching Uchiha Yu fly toward the earth. After a moment of thought, he reached a conclusion. Yu had chosen not to kill him, which meant she didn't hate him too much. Despite all the terrible things he had done, she still chose to forgive him. What did that mean? It meant she loved him. Tonari Otsutsuki stood up, feeling a surge of excitement, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. It turned out that Yu's coldness toward him was just her being tsundere. Deep down she loved him dearly, but simply didn't know how to express it. As Tonari Otsutsuki thought about this, his mood grew increasingly cheerful. Yu, one day I will make everyone know that you are my chosen wife. Tonari Otsutsuki stood on the moon shouting toward the departing Uchiha Yu. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara frowned at the shouts behind her. What is he shouting about? Uchiha Yu shook her head and said, I don't know. That guy is actually very childish. Like an idiot. Is that so? Madara glanced at Yu. After a while, the two returned to the ground in Konoha village, where the entire village was filled with cheers. Madara prepared to go back to sleep, while Uchiha Yu walked alone to his secluded spot. Pong. A street lamp was bent out of shape. Her gaze dropped, and her crimson, three-tomo Sharingan spun. I can't do anything at all. I've only been a burden to mother. Night deepened and dawn broke. After the crisis, Konoha welcomed a long-standing tradition, the Chunin exams. This was the Chunin exam system established by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, which was the examination for promotion from Chunin to Chunin. It was held twice a year. The Chunin exam consisted of a written test and a practical test. The written test had 9 extremely difficult questions, and cheating in a crude manner was not allowed. This was to test the students' reconnaissance abilities. The practical test consisted of sparring matches, including team battles and individual battles. This year they wouldn't be going to the Forest of Death to steal scrolls because the Forest of Death had been leveled by a falling meteorite. So they would proceed directly to the practical combat drills. The practical test involved a system of 80 down to 40, 40 down to 20, and 20 down to 10. The top 5 ninjas would be promoted to Chunin. Of course, those with particularly outstanding performances could also be promoted to Chunin. As a teacher, Madara was naturally invited to be one of the examiners for the Chunin exams. As soon as she entered the written exam classroom, she spotted several familiar students. Uchiha Senju Yen and Uchiha Quan. Itachi did not appear because he was already a Chunin. The exam consists of 9 questions. You have 50 minutes. You may use any method to solve the questions as long as you don't get caught by me. Madara said from the podium, her eternal Mangekyo spinning in her eyes. As soon as she said that, all the students in the exam hall broke into a cold sweat. With an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, who could possibly avoid being caught by her? Then the exam begins. As soon as Madara finished speaking, the students began writing furiously. Inside this exam hall there were 2 Chunin who held the correct answers. It all depended on whether the students could copy them. However, Madara pondered that testing only ninja skills was insufficient. In the future, after further development, they would also need to add cultural subjects, because Konoha's technological advancement also required talent. Those without the aptitude to become ninjas would have other paths. Before long, the cheating had already begun. Uchiha activated his Sharingan and copied the answers of a distant examinee. The Aburame clan used small insects to peek at others' exam papers. A Hyuga boy used his Byakugan to see through the body and look at another's paper. It was a dazzling array of methods, each more creative than the last. Madara warned a few examinees whose cheating methods were too crude and blatant, then turned her attention to Senju Yen. This girl, who had the same hair color as that old man Tobirama, looked like a female version of Tobirama. Surprisingly, she was solving the exam paper on her own, which was a rare sight. Although she was a dead last, she was still hard-working and earnest. On the other side, Uchiha Quan had written the answers on her thigh using a very precise method controlled by threads. Soon the Chunin written exam was over. Out of 20 examinees, 8 were not eliminated and 3 had not given up and took the bonus questions. A total of 11 people passed the written exam. That is, they qualified to continue taking the exam. This Chunin exam was not so simple. The upcoming practical test would eliminate most of the students. Moreover, there would be examinees from other ninja villages participating in this Chunin exam. Without knowing their abilities, the difficulty of the matches would increase dramatically. The troublesome part was that Madara had been invited again to be the chief examiner for the practical test. What a hassle. I wanted to go eat with Hashirama. Madara rested her chin in boredom. But getting to know the situation of the other ninja villages in this session is also a good thing. Now the 4 great ninja villages could travel to Konoha very conveniently, as a transportation route had been established. It had been built day and night, consuming considerable time and effort. Thus the examinees from other ninja villages had arrived early. Ban let his gaze linger on Senju Yen for a moment. After all, she was his own student. She looked very nervous, standing on the edge of the exam field in a tense posture. Relax, Ban said, stepping forward to comfort Senju Yen, patting her head. Teacher, it doesn't matter what ninjutsu I use in this exam, right? Senju Yen asked weakly. As long as you don't cheat or break the rules, you can use any ninjutsu, Ban replied. Ban thought to himself that this little girl didn't know many ninjutsu anyway, or at least she wouldn't pull out a dead demon-consuming seal to kill herself along with the enemy, so he said that. I understand, teacher. I will do my best, Senju Yen encouraged herself. The Chunin exam practical test soon began, and Ban sat on the viewing platform watching the matches. The first match was Uchiha taking the lead, facing off against the Hyuga clan boy Hyuga Ifan. Uchiha's strength was not weak. He possessed the abilities of a Chunin. He first used his Sharingan to throw 3 shuriken from his hand, then performed a fire style to block the path. The Hyuga boy realized that mid to long range was unfavorable, so he prepared to close in for close quarters combat with Uchiha. But Uchiha kept his distance, leaving several bloody cuts on the Hyuga boy's body. Finally, the Hyuga boy seized an opportunity to get close and struck Uchiha with gentle fist, but Uchiha countered by grabbing his hand and unleashing fire style, great fireball technique. With a puff of black smoke, Uchiha won the match. The subsequent matches proceeded rapidly, and many of Ban's students were promoted, including Uzumaki helping Uchiha Izumi, the Inoshikacho trio, and a civilian girl. They all quickly passed the first round of the Chunin exam practical, and then it was Senju Yan's turn to appear. She possessed the bloodline of the Senju clan, but her strength was not great. Ban watched the white-haired girl holding a kunai in her hand wearing a Jinin headband looking tense and ready. Her opponent was a ninja from the Hidden Mist village, a pale-skinned purple-haired youth. I won't go easy on you, the youth said to Senju Yan. Please, bring it on. Senju Yan hesitated for a moment, but soon steeled herself, gathered her courage, and took a deep breath. The match began. The purple-haired youth drew a short sword from his waist and performed the water mist technique. Senju Yan's vision was obscured, and the purple-haired youth smiled as he approached her. Fire-style great fireball technique. Senju Yan formed hand seals and used flames to disperse the mist. But the purple-haired youth had already silently arrived in front of her and slashed at her arm, which she barely dodged. Give up. You're really weak, the purple-haired youth taunted. I won't give up, Senju Yan said. Uchiha, who had returned to the audience, was stunned. This dead lass, she'll get hurt like this. Is she an idiot? Fine, let's continue then. The purple-haired youth continuously attacked Senju Yan with his short sword, forcing the girl back step by step. Senju Yan was panting, drenched in sweat. If this continues, I'll lose, she thought to herself. It seems I have to use that technique. What technique? The purple-haired youth was taken aback, but thought that with Senju Yan's strength, she couldn't possibly have anything impressive. Perhaps. Clone technique. Senju Yan formed hand seals. Just a clone technique. The purple-haired youth's suspense eased. Sexy technique. Senju Yan completed the hand seals. Smoke exploded and a large group of alluring, voluptuous beauties appeared on the exam field. The exam field erupted in uproar, and even Ban was momentarily stunned, never expecting Senju Yan to have such a trump card. This was the ultimate technique that once controlled Kagaya Otsutsuki. For such a young girl to master it to this extent was really a sign of talent. What? You? The purple-haired youth stepped back a few steps, blood gushing from his nose. He was knocked down by Senju Yan, who had dispelled the sexy technique, and a kunai was placed at his neck. Senju Yan wins. The presiding examiner wiped his warm nosebleed and announced the result of the match. Senju Yan, your technique is too indecent. When Senju Yan returned to the audience, Uchiha pointed at her, stammering, looking like an innocent Uchiha. Senju Yan scratched her hair sheepishly and said softly, "This is a technique I've been practicing for a long time." Uchiha gritted his teeth, hesitated repeatedly, then whispered something in Senju Yan's ear. Senju Yan's face turned bright red, and she became incoherent. "Jikuin, please." Uchiha turned his head away. "If it's Jikuin, I suppose it's okay," Senju Yan said weakly. The matches were proceeding rapidly. The round of 80 to 40 ended, and the round of 40 to 20 ended. Senju Yan lost in the round of 40 to 20 due to her lack of raw strength. Meanwhile, Uchiha, Hyuga, Haimai, Uzumaki, Hepping, and 10 ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village were selected. These were the best among all the contestants, and also the luckier ones. After all, some people, the moment they entered the exam match, faced the strongest candidate. They might have had strength, but they lost. Therefore, the Chunin exam didn't just look at the rankings, it paid more attention to performance in the matches. Some students who performed well, even if they lost in the first round, could still be promoted to Chunin. The first match was Hyuga Haimai versus Uzumaki Hepping. One was a member of the Hyuga main family, the other from the Uzumaki clan. Both were not weak. The battle began as soon as they met. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques were used with superb skill. Uzumaki Hepping threw several shuriken to probe. Hyuga Haimai used rotation, deflecting all the shuriken. The match was heating up when Ban suddenly received bad news. Sasori, who had survived thanks to his mechanical modifications, sent a message to Ban. "A very powerful woman destroyed the Akatsuki headquarters, and only I survived. She seems to be capturing tailed beasts and absorbing chakra." Ban frowned and asked, "What does that woman look like?" "She wears white clothes and her skin is also white, making her easy to distinguish. During battle, a pair of wings spreads from her back." Ban stroked his chin. Below, the Chunin exam was still ongoing. "No need to describe. I already know," Ben suddenly said. Because he had already seen her. "A big trouble is coming." A woman entirely white stood in the air, looking down from above. Just from her appearance, one could tell she was an Otsutsuki. "Otsutsuki Lei!" Mamashiki suddenly exclaimed. "Otsutsuki Lei!" Ban was stunned. "Mamashiki, you know this person?" Ben asked. "More than just know, this guy is essentially my superior. I never expected her to appear on Earth." Otsutsuki Mamashiki's voice was serious. "Is that guy really that strong?" Ben asked. "Unbelievably strong. I had absolutely no power to resist her, at least in the past." Otsutsuki Mamashiki said. "However, according to intelligence, it seems this one has expended a great deal of energy to reach Earth. Her strength should have diminished considerably. There is still a chance. But this is the Chunin exam grounds, so I cannot hide." Ban frowned. What she hated was this. When Otsutsuki fought, mortals suffered. If the battle broke out in Konoha village, the entire village would be razed to the ground. No more than 10 people would survive. A system notification appeared. "Host, please defeat the weakened Otsutsuki Lei and protect 30 of Konoha's integrity. Completion reward, all attributes increased by 30, 1 grace blessing. Failure penalty death, turned into a puppet. Just as the system issued the mission and Ban was conversing with Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki lay in the sky, had already moved. Lowly creature, offer up the tailed beast chakra. She said softly, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. And the Rinnegan in her palm opened its golden eye, emitting a beam of light. Ban felt her own chakra rapidly draining away. She isn't giving us a chance to wait. Then it's time to engage. Ban stood up. The karma seal appeared on Ban's face. If facing this enemy, Uchiha Ban would go all out. Sage mode activated. 8 gates released Susanoo as armor. Amino to Jikara. Ban swapped positions with Otsutsuki lay. The other was slightly surprised and merely shot out several black rods. The extremely fast black rods were deflected by the Uchiha war fan. Ban used Kimyui to seal the opponent's path, and the distorted space-time sucked half of Otsutsuki lay's body inside. But the next moment Otsutsuki lay appeared behind Ban. It was the ability of Yamatsu Hirasaka, which Ban knew all too well. Descend. Otsutsuki lay said softly. Immense pressure drove Ban into the ground. The girl swapped positions with Otsutsuki lay. A troublesome ability. Otsutsuki lay frowned. She reached out and pulled a ninja toward her, absorbing all his chakra. The wind and lightning chakra natures shifted in her palm. A light sphere hundreds of meters in diameter was held in Otsutsuki lay's palm, like a natural disaster, descending thunder and lightning. This one can only be endured head-on. Ban summoned the Rim Souls, and the colossal complete body, Susanoo, swung, its twin blades colliding with the light sphere. The explosion swept across the sky above Konoha, and Ban carried Otsutsuki lay out of the village. Along the way, Ban also saw Uchiha pinned to the ground, black rods piercing her body. Clearly the work of Otsutsuki lay. Half a day earlier, Otsutsuki lay had destroyed the Akatsuki base, seized the One Tail and Sunagakure, and along the way to Konoha taken the chakra of the 6 tails, 3 tails, and 5 tails. She instantly killed Killer Bee and took the 8 tails chakra, but what puzzled her was that the 8 tails chakra was scarce. Nevertheless, she paid no heed and headed to Konoha to seize the tailed beast with the greatest chakra volume. Uchiha was patrolling outside Konoha when she spotted Otsutsuki lay in the sky. She launched an attack immediately while trying to send a signal to Ban. But black rods falling from the sky pierced her body, leaving no room for resistance. Uchiha was pinned to the ground, her face pressed into the dirt, twisted with pain. She forced herself to break free from the black rods, tearing her body bloody. This surprised Otsutsuki lay, though her emotions had long grown faint. Having traversed the galaxy for over 8,000 years, her energy was nearly depleted. Every time she reached a suitable planet, she would sow the seeds of the divine tree. These divine tree seeds would serve as nutrients for her future emergence from the cocoon. Uchiha shot a fireball at Otsutsuki lay, which was crushed in her grasp. Successive black rods pinned her to the ground again. Uchiha was now powerless to resist. Fortunately, Otsutsuki lay's target was not her. Dozens of miles from Konoha, Ban sent a message to Hashirama telling him to protect the village while she confronted Otsutsuki lay. Otsutsuki lay's palm pierced Ban's chest, but it passed through via intangibility. Slash. Dense physical slashes carved Otsutsuki lay's body into tatters. Chakra surged, and Otsutsuki lay's body rapidly regenerated. Divine art creation. Ban could now confirm that Otsutsuki lay could use 4 basic divine arts, but whether she had an exclusive divine art of her own, Ban did not know. Moreover, while fighting Otsutsuki lay, Ban could sense a very strange aura that was modifying her movements and her chakra. It was as if when Ban's Ameno to Jikara tried to swap positions with Otsutsuki lay, she ended up teleported elsewhere. When Ban's Ama no Murakumo was about to pierce Otsutsuki lay's body, it would deflect slightly. This kind of reality-altering correction was likely Otsutsuki lay's ability. She placed the mark of 8,000 spears on Otsutsuki lay, rapidly absorbing her chakra. My chakra is draining. Was it your doing? Otsutsuki lay looked at Ban. Naturally, she recognized whose karma seal was on Ban's face. It seems Momoshiki has been taken down by you as well. A gray bone shot from Otsutsuki lay's palm. The bone of fatal ash pierced through Susanoo, but was absorbed by Kimyui. Had it touched her, Ban's body would have turned to ash. Ban gathered a Rasengan and struck Otsutsuki lay's body, but it was absorbed by the Rinnegan. However, this also aligned with Ban's plan. While she placed the 8,000 spears mark on Otsutsuki lay, she also increased the output frequency of the Rasengan. The Rasengan was absorbed by Otsutsuki lay, while Otsutsuki lay's chakra was absorbed by the 8,000 spears. This high-frequency chakra conversion soon reached a critical point, but it was the 8,000 spears ability that prevailed. Otsutsuki lay was struck by the Rasengan. Ban's Rasengan, infused with 7 chakra natures, pierced through her body. Simultaneously, Ban used Ama no Murakumo to pierce the Rinnegan in Otsutsuki lay's hand. Do you think you will win? Otsutsuki lay retreated a distance. Ban looked at Otsutsuki lay. She was the one standing above, with gale winds sweeping around and her black hair dancing like flames. I will win. Is that so? Then let me shatter the illusions of an insect. Otsutsuki lay said indifferently as strange patterns appeared on her face, 2 horn-like protrusions grew on her forehead, and a cyan rinnegan with 12 tomo opened. Behind the woman, peculiar wings unfurled as if carved from marble. Danger. Ban sensed the signal of an impending attack. Ban had been pondering what the so-called Otsutsuki cocoon in the system's unlocked levels meant. Now she roughly understood. Emerging from the cocoon like a butterfly one step away from a demigod. That was the Otsutsuki cocoon. In other words, this Otsutsuki Rue was previously on par with Otsutsuki Mayu. However, due to prolonged time-space travel, her chakra was insufficient and her strength had diminished. This gave Madara an opportunity. She took a deep breath. Since her opponent had already unleashed their ultimate move, she had no choice but to dance as well. The title of Konoha's Dance King and Shinobi World's Rose was not earned in vain. Onamuchi. Madara activated her Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a technique she had been preparing ever since the fight with Otsutsuki Rue began. Madara intended to test the waters with this form of Otsutsuki Rue, probing her limits. Otsutsuki Rue was pulled into a one-on-one space, her abilities restricted, forcing her to exchange blows with Madara. Among her abilities were those that could interfere with reality and correct it, but under the restriction of Onamuchi, she could not unleash them. Thus every strike from Madara landed precisely on Otsutsuki Rue. Until the domain shattered, Madara repaired her broken arm bones. With the aid of her monstrous strength and the one-on-one space, she barely gained the upper hand in the exchange with Otsutsuki Rue. But that was enough. Madara shook her wrist. She had already created an information gap. Now it was time for the relentless carnival of immortality. Abandoning the battle of wits, Madara coated her hands with Rasengan and struck Otsutsuki Rue repeatedly. Because of her immortality, Madara would not die, and her body rapidly regenerated even under Otsutsuki Rue's attacks. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Otsutsuki Rue attempted to use space-time ninjutsu to create distance. But Madara had prior experience dealing with Otsutsuki. Kamui severed the black hole extended by Yamatsu Hirasaka. Madara slashed Otsutsuki Rue's body in two with Aim no Murakumo, while simultaneously using Yashiori to absorb her chakra, thereby depleting Otsutsuki Rue's power. Sojio no Tenshu. Otsutsuki Rue used the Rinnegan's ability. Sojio no Tenshu could restore Otsutsuki Rue's state to that of 1 second ago, once every 10 seconds. Her shattered body regenerated, but it still cost her greatly. Her chakra reserves were nearly depleted. The slashes and black rod stabs also took a toll on Madara. The ground beneath them had been shattered by their battle, the earth groaning in agony. Finally, Madara seized the perfect opportunity, plunging Aim no Murakumo into the Rinnegan on Otsutsuki Rue's forehead, engulfed in black flames. The black flames consumed Otsutsuki Rue, and when she tried to rewind, she was pierced again. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Rue's slash only managed to sever one of Madara's arms. The battle came to an end. Otsutsuki Rue was sent flying, her chakra nearly depleted, on the verge of death. Yet her face remained composed, and she flew in the opposite direction from Madara. Behind her, the detonated Rasengan exploded in rapid succession. Destruction was only a matter of time for Otsutsuki Rue. With prolonged time travel and her body shattered multiple times, she could no longer use creation. Otsutsuki Rue flew toward Konoha, the scenery below whizzing past. Madara attempted to use a Minotaur Jikara to swap positions, but Rue dodged by hiding within Yamatsu Hirasaka. With her wings, Otsutsuki Rue's speed far surpassed Madara's, quickly leaving her behind. She stopped in a small forest, and the person she came to see was none other than Uchiha Suki. At this moment, Uchiha Suki was on the verge of death. Her chakra restricted, her abdomen pierced, barely clinging to life. As long as she received timely treatment, she would not die. Otsutsuki Rue folded her wings. The surrounding leaves dappled sunlight through the gaps. She placed her palm on Uchiha Suki's forehead. A comma mark was imprinted, and the white-robed figure stood before her. The black rods dissipated, and Uchiha Suki's body gradually healed to its original state. Otsutsuki, do not truly die. In the distant starry beyond, I hold an unchanging comma. If we meet again, you shall inherit my gift and become my guardian. Otsutsuki Rue's body began to dissipate, her Byakugan pupils twisting. I grant thee the divine art to modify reality. Then a crack appeared across Otsutsuki Rue's body, and it finally shattered. Using this body as a price and her vast life force as the condition for activating the divine art, she provided Uchiha Suki with one chance to alter reality. This was a trivial matter for the Otsutsuki god, but Otsutsuki Rue was clearly not yet at that level. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Mission rewards have been distributed. Yamatsu Hirasaka is an ability of Kagaya and Urashiki. It can be used to travel through space. Madara entered her own Yamatsu Hirasaka, a pitch-black space where nothing existed. She reached out and used creation. The dark space opened with flames. Countless wooden spears appeared in the sky. A massive Senju stood within, wielding a Susanoo sword, and thorns overgrew. This space was not connected to Kagaya's, but Madara could also use this ability to enter Kagaya's Shirbaku Tenkai space. Like a child doodling, she created things she controlled, and after toying around she exited the space. However, a red fishhook pierced her body as Amatsukaboshi no Mikatorigu came attacking. Madara was slammed into the ground where above Hashirama was locked in combat with Otsutsuki Urashiki. Clearly Urashiki had taken advantage of Madara's absence to ambush Konoha. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. Madara used a Meno Jikara to swap positions with Hashirama grabbing Otsutsuki Urashiki's head. Before Otsutsuki Urashiki could react, his body was turned to ash. It was a magnificent one-shot kill. All of Madara's attributes were enhanced by a full 30, a terrifying boost. System, what is that grace blessing you gave me? Madara checked her status panel. Host Uchiha Madara. Age 22 frozen. Identity Indra's reincarnation Otsutsuki. Kekii Genkai Kekii Mora Mangekyo Sharingan Amaterasu Kagetsuya Shirikuni Intangibility Onamuchi Rinnegan's Limbo Border Jail Takema Masubi no Kami Aminoto Jikara Dekokuten Sonakuna Yamatsu Hirasaka would release. Special forms Perfect Sage Mode Perfect Jinchuriki Mode. Weapons Uchiha Gunbai Aim no Murakumo. Grace Count Once Grace Target None. Comprehensive Evaluation Otsutsuki 6 Paths. Ding Grace means the host can bestow grace upon someone to share your power without reducing your own power. Those who receive grace can be heart-to-heart with the host sharing souls. Even if the host dies, the soul can reside in the graced person. I see. Madara looked thoughtful, which meant she could grant this grace to someone she liked. System, does it share all power? The host can choose the degree of grace up to 60 of the host's power. Madara suddenly had an object of grace in mind. So-called soul sharing allows one to feel the other's bodily sensations, asked Uchiha Madara abruptly. Host, please do not harbor lewd thoughts. This is a proper grace, so. Wait, I was just asking. Uchiha Madara said somewhat guiltily. Just a simple question, nothing more. It's you, the system, who is overthinking. Ding, yes. Really? Madara was delighted. Ding replied, a host, yes my ass. No. Uchiha Madara's pretty face fell, and her mouth twitched. System, are you messing with me? Ding replied, a host, a proper system has no such thoughts. The system loves to speak the truth. Fine, you win. Seeing she couldn't argue with the system, Madara promptly closed the system panel. Hashirama. Madara. After the warm exchange of greetings, Madara approached Hashirama. Idiot Hashirama, Madara said, drawing out the syllables. What's wrong? Want to see something good? What good thing? Ahem. Madara cleared her throat. Hashirama, will you share my honor and disgrace in life and death? Haven't we always been like that? Hashirama said, somewhat puzzled. Madara was taken aback. As the saying goes, sincerity is the ultimate trump card. Madara admitted she was a little moved, even though this guy was a bit dense. Then will you be with me day and night sharing the same feelings? Madara, are you acting a bit strange? Forget it. Madara bared her teeth. Senju Hashirama, I, Uchiha Madara, wish to bestow a blessing upon you. Will you accept? Madara looked into Hashirama's eyes, very serious. I do. Although Hashirama didn't know what trick Madara was up to, he still agreed. System, how do I grant this grace? Madara asked the system, but the answer she got almost made her swear. My dear host, of course, through deep communication. That way you can truly feel each other's soul and body, the system replied. Go to hell. I'll F your grandmother. Madara felt extremely awkward. What else could she do? Have a deep communication in the bushes. Wasn't that called military jungle invasion, field operation? And she wasn't ready at all for those things. Are you kidding me? What do I do now? Madara was so embarrassed she could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Hashirama watched her blankly, not knowing what to do. Madara, is there anything else you need to do? Clearly Hashirama thought the grace Madara mentioned was just a childish whim. That's how the Uchiha clan was, he was used to it. After all, a wife though silly should still be spoiled. You don't believe me? I will definitely give you the grace. Madara said, though without much confidence. It's just that the weather is bad now, so we'll do it another day, she prevaricated. All right. Hashirama fondly ruffled Madara's hair, only to be attacked by the black, bristling kitten. Hashirama, don't touch my head. How many times have I told you? They bickered and played, and Madara, upon receiving a system notification of Otsutsuki Lei's death, overlooked one thing. Although Konoha was attacked on average every so often with world-ending bosses coming to destroy the village, Konoha still tenaciously survived. Uchiha Suki felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. A black mark given to her by Otsutsuki Lei. A parting gift. It possessed the power of a divine technique that could alter reality once. The surrounding crowd was jubilant, filled with joy, but Uchiha Suki's face was gloomy, standing out starkly. Exploding tags, pain, flesh modification, mother. Uchiha Suki felt her head throbbing, a swarm of flies buzzing in her ears. She needed to find a place to calm down. On the park bench there was no one. The park was to be demolished in a few days to build new houses. The bench Uchiha Suki often sat on was also to be removed. Every night, when it was quiet, Uchiha Suki would come to this bench to rest, gazing at the huge moon and imagining her past. The streetlight would cast a serene glow, and only then could she feel at ease. She often recalled her relationship with her mother, her own direction determined by her mother's joys and sorrows. Mother's direction was her own path. Mother, what exactly am I in your heart? Uchiha Suki couldn't quite figure out. Did her mother ever care about her? What did she mean to her mother? A tool? A discardable piece of trash? Did she truly love her mother? Uchiha Suki had once believed this was certain, that her mother had given her everything. So even if it meant sacrificing her own life for her mother's smile, or anything else, she deemed it worth it. Anything. But now she didn't know what she could bring to her mother. Because her mother already had everything. She had people she cared about, immense power, a warm life, and even if trouble came, she could handle it herself. Even if she herself gained enough power to protect her mother, it was still useless. So what meaning did her existence have? Uchiha Suki buried her head in her knees in pain. Twilight was gradually swallowed by darkness, and the noise had ceased. Uchiha Suki woke from a nightmare, her hair disheveled, sitting on the bench. 7 or 8 passers-by walked behind her, chatting and laughing. That Uchiha Madara looks really strong, a legendary ninja. Strong? What's the use? Isn't she just a slut? Behind closed doors she must. Before the man could finish, he stopped in shock, for before his eyes loomed a crimson Sharingan. What did you just say? The streetlight flickered. On the ground lay 7 or 8 corpses, their faces mutilated by kunai, intestines spilling out. Uchiha Suki held a forehead protector and carved a straight line across it with a kunai. Beneath the moon, Suki stood on a telephone pole, her eyes emitting an eerie light. At dawn, Madara woke up to bad news. Suki defected and killed several ninja. She sat at the table holding her forehead, rubbing her temples, her head aching. One thing after another, endless. But why did Suki defect? Madara tried to use the heart connection technique, expecting no connection, but Suki actually answered. Suki, you. The voice of you on the other end of the mental link was flat, merely stating a fact. I will arrive at Konoha tomorrow at noon, and by then I will destroy everything. You? Before Madara could finish, Uchiha, you had already severed the mental link. Is you going through puberty? Madara felt a hint of helplessness. That obedient you was now planning such a stunt. It was something Madara had never anticipated. The only possibility was perhaps adolescence, the arrival of rebellious phase. Destroy everything, huh? Madara chuckled. Kids, what can you do? Madara pondered for a moment and decided to buy you a cake, since tomorrow seemed to be her birthday. As a mother, she needed to care for her child. She had indeed been too lenient with Uchiha Yu. When Madara stepped out of the Uchiha compound, she immediately spotted Mariko at the entrance. Madara-sama, you. Mariko started, and Madara knew what she was going to say, so she explained, kids, they always have their moments of temper. But Mariko was still uneasy. You understand what I mean, don't you, Mariko? Madara's expression suddenly turned calm as she patted Mariko's shoulder. I'll handle these matters, so please don't interfere. Mariko, since you're here, help me recommend some cakes. I want to give one as a gift tomorrow. Madara returned to her normal expression, offering a slight smile to Mariko. She was well aware of the crimes Uchiha Yu had committed, killing 7 or 8 people within Konoha's territory, including a scion of the Hyuga clan. And she had defected, becoming a rogue ninja. Under normal circumstances, Madara wouldn't care about such a person's life. A rogue ninja, dead or alive, pursued or not, was irrelevant. But that person was Yue, her daughter. That changed everything. No matter what, she would protect you and make her apologize. No one would dare to object, because her strength, Uchiha Madara's strength, stood here. Alright, I happen to have a few good cakes in mind. Mariko understood Madara's intent and obediently fell silent. The two walked to the cake shop, where various cakes were displayed on the shelves. Yu was already 14 this year, and after her birthday, she would be 15, so should there be 15 candles. While the reality was a candle shaped like 1 and another shaped like 5. Madara hadn't celebrated her own birthday in ages, and she felt a bit awkward. With Mariko's help and selection, Madara picked a chocolate cream cake, and even had the baker inscribe a chibi version of Yu based on a picture. Will she like it? Madara murmured, holding the cake. When she returned to the Uchiha compound, she saw Hashirama already sitting there. Madara, you're back. Hashirama turned around. He wore a light green haori with a scarf handmade by Madara around his neck, sipping tea. Madara slipped into wooden clogs and sat beside the table. That little girl, Yue, aren't you going to bring her back? Hashirama sighed. No need. She said she'll come back tomorrow, something about declaring war. That's not the big issue, it's her behavior that's troublesome. Madara said. Hashirama, you're popular in the village. Yu is also your daughter, so you'll have to help her. I understand. Hashirama replied. But what's with this cake? It's for that little girl. Madara shrugged. It's getting dark. Will you stay for dinner? Madara glanced at the sky outside, already growing dusky. She still wanted to finish her mission, so she casually invited Hashirama for dinner. I just remembered I have something to do. I'll be going. A bead of sweat dropped from Hashirama's forehead. All right. Madara didn't insist. But as Hashirama left, she gave him a quick peck on the lips, like a wife seeing off her husband on a journey. Gone bear. Hashirama practically fled from the Uchiha compound. The only outsider who could come and go freely from the Uchiha compound on a daily basis was probably Senju Hashirama alone. He sure runs fast. Am I that scary? Madara muttered. After eating, she cleaned up and prepared to sleep. Beyond the window, the Uchiha compound stretched out a sea of brilliant lights with the Hokage rock standing tall. Madara had been in this Naruto world for a long time, building bonds, finding people she cared about, and doing what she wanted. Although the system occasionally issued extremely abstract tasks, it also provided great support. If things could continue like this, it wouldn't be so bad. I've really grown soft. The girl, her hair loose, her clothes disheveled, moonlight falling on the white lines on her chest, closed her eyes. Well, it's time to come. At Konoha's gate, Madara yawned. Speak of the devil. At the edge of her vision, Uchiha Yu walked step by step, a deep blue mark appearing on her face. This stunned Madara, but in that moment of hesitation, Yu had already launched an attack. Super, Shinra Tensei. A distorted voice rang out, followed by a rolling wave of air destroying Konoha's gate in a devastating sweep. Madara activated Susanoo to shield the village behind her, the half-body, Susanoo, sliding back a distance. Mother, I figured it out. If I destroy everything else, you'll have no choice but to rely on me, won't you? Without giving Madara time to speak, Uchiha Yu instantly appeared above Konoha, gathering a ball of chakra combining fire, lightning, and wind in her hand. She hurled the condensed chakra sphere toward the ground, but Madara used Flying Thunder God to redirect it, simultaneously swapping positions with a Minotaur Jikara. Uchiha Yu was sent flying by the explosion, thrown out of Konoha's range. If that attack had landed, Yu would have had no chance of redemption in Konoha, so Madara couldn't let her destroy the village. Kids of all things are the most annoying. Madara looked at Yue, ready to teach her a lesson. The girl twirled the aim no Murakumo, tracing a sword flower. Madara struck Yu's shoulder, but that was exactly what you wanted. She rewound time to the previous second, and several black rods pierced through Madara's body. A Shinra Tensei sent Madara flying. Yu flew into the village of Konoha, collapsing buildings everywhere with civilians wailing. Madara's pupils contracted. Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun, forcibly freezing Yu from a distance, then used the one-on-one domain to pull her in. Do you know what you're doing, Yu? Madara grabbed Uchiha Yu and twisted her arm behind her back. I'm doing what's right, mother. Yu kicked Madara in the abdomen, pinning her to the ground. Clearly, Uchiha Yu was no longer listening to Madara's words. Madara had no choice but to beat her into submission. Madara pressed down on Suki's head, causing the ground to crack beneath them. Stop this, Suki, Madara said. Uchiha Suki pulled back her body, remaining silent, but her fingers met to form a gesture. She hooked her ring finger and pressed her thumb down. In an instant, time came to a standstill. A beam of light engulfed Madara and Uchiha Suki. The radiance spread into the sky, pierced the atmosphere, and finally radiated across every land through the sunlight. Divine art alteration. Madara released Uchiha Suki. Many places in Konoha had already been reduced to ruins, with people trapped beneath rubble, while medical ninjas rescued the wounded. The ninjas of Konoha had also arrived. Uchiha Suki now stood alone on the opposing side. Suki, does this really have any meaning? Madara asked. I just want to have mother all to myself, Uchiha Suki said with utter indifference. Madara was momentarily at a loss for words. The child's values seemed to have skewed to Siberia. Just as Madara was about to reason with Uchiha Suki, several fireballs suddenly came crashing toward her. She instinctively froze. An ordinary ninja had released them, staring at Madara with eyes full of hatred. You bastard, my wife and children died because of you. Go to hell. The ninja charged at Madara. No one stopped him. He was kicked to the ground by Madara. Damn it, The ninja curled up, clutching his stomach, gripping Madara's foot. Before Madara could make sense of it, thorns erupted from the ground and bound her limbs, pinning her to the earth. You fool. Hashirama. Madara shouted in disbelief. But at that moment, Hashirama's eyes were filled with estrangement and coldness, as if he did not recognize Madara. Mother, you are puzzled, aren't you? Uchiha Suki stood before Madara, using several black rods to seal Madara's chakra. Now I am the hero who saved Konoha countless times, the supreme ruler of Konoha. And you, mother, are the villain who killed countless people in Konoha, branded an S-rank missing mean. This is the divine art that alters reality. At Uchiha Suki's explanation, Madara roughly understood her meaning. Good grief. Did she think she was Boruto? To give her Ida's power and make her a missing mean. Mamashiki, Madara called inwardly. Trashy brat, I haven't been affected by that divine art after all. I'm already dead. Otsutsuki, Mamashiki said lazily. Is there any way to counter the divine art Suki used? I don't know. Madara used a Minotaur Jikara to break free from Hashirama's thorns. Behind her, ninjutsu continuously flew toward her, which she absorbed with her Rinnegan. Now the situation had become delicate. They were chasing her. She couldn't just wipe them all out, could she? Would release with dragon technique. Madara retreated outside Konoha with Hashirama in pursuit. A massive wooden dragon roared and attacked Madara. The girl leaped high, and a fire release engulfed everything in sight. Mother, now no one knows you anymore. Whatever you do, everyone will only see you as a merciless demon. Uchiha Suki caught up, her eyes brimming with possessiveness. Only I am willing to accept you, mother. The aim no Murakumo stopped in front of Uchiha Suki. She stood motionless, staring intently at Uchiha Madara. See, mother, you still love me, don't you? You won't kill me. Madara frowned at the audacious child. Undo this technique now. Mother, once this technique is cast, it cannot be undone. Don't you know that? Uchiha Suki said. So mother, please listen to me obediently. I will protect you, for everyone listens to me. Suki, does this amuse you? Madara sighed. Of course it does. Why won't you look at me more, mother? Ding, system mission issued. The greatest crisis in history is approaching. The danger is far from over, something lurking beneath the surface. Host, please survive. Mission completion reward, all attributes increased by 40. Mission failure penalty, death. Madara listened to the voice in her ear, puzzled. Although the altered divine art was troublesome, given Konoha's current strength, it shouldn't put her life at risk. Had she overlooked something? Before Madara could ponder further, Uchiha Suki's black rods pierced through her body. Behind her, Konoha's ninjas kept pursuing, and Hashirama summoned would release to attack Madara. Seeing this situation, Madara decided to retreat temporarily. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Madara pulled out the black rods, kicked Uchiha Suki away, and set the forest ablaze with a fire release, then vanished at the edge of sight. Uchiha Suki watched her mother's distant figure and decided not to pursue. She would come back anyway. She hoped mother would change her mind. The reason she didn't directly use the divine art to alter mother's cognition was that such a mother would no longer be mother. Mother's love would become false. That was not what Uchiha Suki wanted. She wanted mother's genuine love. As for others, she didn't care. The land of rain, the Akatsuki's old hideout. You're that S-rank missing nin, right? Escaping from Konoha unscathed is impressive. Madara looked at Sasori, confirming that he had forgotten his past self. In Sasori's eyes now, Madara was just a missing nin. Rather than forgetting, it was as if the memory had been corrected. Even if he noticed something off, he would be corrected to believe Madara was a missing nin and Uchiha Suki a Konoha hero. This was the terror of the divine art of alteration. It fundamentally changed cognition, like seeing a photo of Madara and Hashirama together. The subconscious would automatically correct itself. However, at this level, aside from making things a bit more troublesome, it didn't seem too serious. Madara was more concerned about the danger the system mentioned, a danger that could threaten her life. And on the moon, the unfortunate Otsutsuki Tonari encountered the greatest calamity the system had foretold. Beneath the palace, Otsutsuki Tonari stood on the lunar surface, where the rough 1,000-year-old soil revealed a silvery glow. This ancient land now welcomed an uninvited guest, one that Otsutsuki Tonari knew all too well. In fact, they had parted ways not long ago. Surprise flickered in Otsutsuki Tonari's eyes as he looked at the person who had landed on the moon in disbelief. Suki, he exclaimed in shock. Uchiha Suki sat in the room where Madara had once stayed. A kimono soft and flowing like a tide lay on the tatami. She had been in the room for a whole day. Everywhere carried mother's scent, the sheets slightly damp with the moon's humidity. Some noise came from outside the room. Uchiha Suki looked up, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Otsutsuki Tonari. At the same time, in different places, the two encountered each other. A colossal lone moon stood in the dark, curtain majestically piercing the clouds, evoking an uncanny chill. It was the third day since Uchiha Madara had left Konoha. The weather in the rain country was perpetually gloomy, with rain pouring down like knives striking the ground. A young girl draped in a haori, her delicate form silhouetted in the rain, carried at her waist the legendary sword Kusanagi, the divine artifact taken by Susanoo after slaying the eight-headed serpent. Madara furrowed her elegant brows, a trace of unease flickering across her strikingly beautiful face, yet she suppressed it. She had a vague premonition of danger, though the threat the system had warned of had not yet materialized, leaving her feeling as if a sword of Damocles hung over her head. And she knew not when that deadly blade would fall. The moist raindrops wet Madara's cheeks, trickling down her delicate smooth skin. The entire rain country was now under her control. The rain tiger at will technique allowed her to sense anyone who entered the land at any moment. These past few days Madara had remained vigilant, pouring all her attention into defense. An immense amount of chakra was infused into the rain without reservation. Every corner of the rain country, every creature, every location was fully mapped within her mind. All things were dissected and presented in their most primal essence. Yet prolonged total perception wearied even Madara. The girl massaged her temples, her long pale fingers as delicate as the finest silk, and halted the rain tiger at will technique for a moment. Perhaps only a fraction of a second. Madara instinctively sidestepped. There was no time to draw Kusanagi. She summoned the Uchiha War Fan from her system space and thrust it backward. A sharp clang rang out, the chain of the Uchiha War Fan colliding with a sickle like a blade scraping across a whetstone with sparks flying. The force akin to the roar of a primordial beast startled Madara for an instant. In that brief breath, the red and black patterned war fan was knocked from her hand. The fan flew backward and lodged between wooden doors, its sharp edge slicing through the old purple bamboo curtain with a tearing sound like cloth ripping. Raindrops reflected the scarlet spinning Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Madara's eyes, deep, beautiful pupils like pearls now filled with confusion, bewilderment, and astonishment. A long cold blade effortlessly pierced Madara's abdomen. It was the finest divine artifact in the world, Kusanagi, Madara's own sword. And now that blade driven by murderous intent sank into the girl's delicate body greedily and fiercely drinking her blood. Who are you? Madara forced out the words through clenched teeth, for the sight before her was truly terrifying. She finally understood what the system had meant. A sudden thunderclap split the sky over the rain country, a flash of white light raging, illuminating the face of the other. The one who had impaled Madara possessed a pair of purple Rinnegan and a face identical to Madara's. Yet she was draped entirely in black cloth with dark iron chains around her wrists, and Kusanagi, halted in her hand intimately close to Madara. Uchiha Madara. Another Uchiha Madara stood before her, eyes as cold as a wolf's with Kusanagi as her fangs. And now that wolf had opened its gaping maw, tearing into the prey that had let down its guard. She had waited long for this moment. The instant Madara deactivated the Rain Tiger at will technique, this girl, bearing a striking resemblance to Madara, used the Flying Thunder God technique to pierce through her. Divine art creation. Madara grabbed the blade of Kusanagi and pulled it forward, flesh being cut open, bones being severed. But under the healing power of creation, Madara barely managed to grasp the cold black hilt in the girl's soft icy hand. Divine art slash. Countless wounds appeared on the other Uchiha Madara's hand, as if invisible blades were slicing it. Boom. The aerial pavilion where the two Madaras stood collapsed, with chips flying like frenzied butterflies circling a tree. The view was blocked by the falling structure. Madara reclaimed Kusanagi and plummeted rapidly under gravity. Daikokutten. Madara invoked the Rinnegan's ability. The second stage of the karma seal appeared on her left cheek, spreading across her smooth forehead, as gorgeous as a blue datura twisting seductively in the night, blooming with dark blue light. A black cube-shaped Daikokutten descended with immense force, the air shrieking under supersonic pressure, writhing in agony, engulfing the other Uchiha Madara. Can't see. Where is she? Madara's eternal Mangekyo scanned through the dust, her pupils shifting left and right, stopping behind the Daikokutten. The collapse of the Rain Country Pavilion caused a great commotion, but no one approached. This was the old base of the Akatsuki, a desolate area within a kilometer where no birds or beasts roamed. It wasn't that the Akatsuki were particularly malicious, though their reputation was indeed poor, but they simply disliked being disturbed, and not everyone stayed at the Akatsuki headquarters every day. It was just bad luck that they happened to gather once, and were wiped out by Otsutsuki Ishiki. Madara's hand clenched the indestructible Kusanagi, but her heart wavered for a moment. The expression on that face was cold, resembling her own, yet not quite. A sudden baseless nightmare flashed before Madara's eyes, causing her to pause briefly. The next second her position suddenly shifted beside the Daikokutten. Madara twisted her body in midair, a feat impossible even for the finest ballerina, but she was a shinobi. Kusanagi had already slashed the other's cheek. Once the cold blade sank into that Madara's skull, the battle would be over. Amenominaka. Madara's position swapped again. She finally understood that her opponent possessed all the same abilities, including Amenominaka. Who are you? Why are you disguised as me? Madara demanded, her voice as clear as a falling wild goose, her stance steady. The girl, wrapped in black cloth, tilted her head. Her Rinnegan were eerily powerful, and her voice was crystal clear. I am Jura, the Divine Tree. I have come to devour you. Uchiha Madara. Madara stood frozen, instinctively raising Kusanagi to block a shower of sparks from shurikens. When did? Her mind raced through every detail of her memories. Divine Tree. Rasengan. Jura appeared before Madara like a demon, using the Flying Thunder God mark. A black Rasengan was continuously compressed, amplified by the Takema Masubi no Kami, then infinitely condensed. The entire Rasengan exuded a terrifying aura. Madara only then reacted, attempting to swap positions with Amenominaka. But Jura had anticipated this. She was an utterly calm killer, wielding the same abilities as Madara. The compressed seven-element Rasengan tore through Madara's flesh with irresistible force, accompanied by the urgent call of Momoshiki exploding. A deafening roar swept away everything on the ground, leaving only lightning and flame writhing like dragons and serpents. Madara coughed up blood. Half of her body had vanished. Due to the seven-element Rasengan combined with yin-yang release, her physical recovery was somewhat slow. Madara could now roughly confirm that this Jura before her, who looked like her, possessed all of her abilities except for the system, and perhaps even more. The Divine Tree is a creature of the Otsutsuki clan used to absorb the natural energy of a planet. Its base form, the Ten Tails, after continuous nurturing grows into a divine tree, then devours the Otsutsuki to bear a perfect chakra fruit. But occasionally small accidents occur. For instance, a divine tree that has gained self-awareness. Madara's slender arm was restrained by the Limbo clone, and as the Rasengan exploded, it was submerged in water. A white line surged across the lake of the Land of Rain. A magnificent spectacle formed by splashing waves. The tide crashed ferociously, yet before Jura's Sukune Kona, it instantly became insignificant. The scent of blood permeated the damp mist, and the icy waves caressed Madara's wounded body like 1,000 hands. Whether in close combat or ninjutsu duels, Madara had no chance to counterattack. In other words, the opponent knew him too well and possessed skills surpassing his own. Most importantly, Jura's emotions appeared extremely thin. Every strike was aimed solely at killing the opponent, wrapped in immense malice, as precise as the most perfect machine. Sage mode activate. Madara took a deep breath, seawater flooding his lungs. Water-style hidden mist technique. A vast amount of seawater condensed into mist, spreading out explosively, turning the area within several kilometers into a kingdom of fog. Jura glanced around, her vision blocked. She leaped high into the air. Sage Art En released lightning dispatch. Madara formed a single hand seal, and slender purple lightning coiled like a venomous snake around Jura's arm, but she evaded it using a Minotaur Jikara. Of course, Madara would not allow her to act freely. Kamui responded. Warped space. Madara watched Jura being drawn into the Kamui dimension, but suddenly realized a troubling problem. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. Jura whispered softly in Madara's ear. She could also enter and exit the Kamui dimension freely. The firelight reflected in Madara's pupils, engulfing her. From the blazing sea of flames, Madara emerged, her clothes tattered, revealing large patches of snow-white skin. Though she had activated Susanoo, Jura's fire-style attack was merely a feint. The true damage came from the miniaturized seven-natured Raisin Shuriken. En-yang release destroyed her heart. To avoid complete death, Madara had to pour all of her divine technique creation into the task of repairing her heart. This meant that in the ensuing battle, if she did not fight for real, she would die. And her fight with Jura was a battle to the death. Either Madara killed Jura, or Jura killed Madara, and completed the devouring evolution. Speaking of ancient times, there was a tyrant named Xiang Yu. Didn't he do something? Madara murmured to herself. It was called burning one's boats and crossing the Rubicon. With a clang of the blade, the Kusanagi tore through the air, howling. The girl marked with the karma gripped the sword with both hands, her entire body tensed. My prey is about to resist. A flicker of interest finally appeared in Jura's eyes. She looked at Uchiha Madara with amusement. The possessor of chakra, the very target she had been born to devour. The rain in the land of rain had finally ceased. The clouds parted to reveal sunlight that was neither hot nor dry, listlessly spilling over the shattered rocks, illuminating the dark crevices, but bringing no warmth of light. Madara initiated the charge. With the divine sword Kusanagi in hand, even the great gate of heaven was easily sliced apart. She momentarily gained the upper hand. Wherever the blade pointed, it was as if a king had issued a death sentence. Everything in its path was cut and diced like tofu. One of Jura's arms flew off, and she lost her balance. I generally have no fondness for imposters, Madara said coldly. With the aid of divine technique creation, Madara was difficult to kill. However, if her brain's neural pathways were destroyed, she would be unable to think and use the divine technique. In other words, Madara's only weakness was her head. Jura seemed to have noticed this as well. She initiated a one-on-one solo battle with Madara. Izuna's single combat domain restricted Madara's performance, and the situation returned to a 50-50 balance. Both aimed fatal strikes at each other's heads. In fighting, the two seemed to have an uncanny synergy, fists and shadows intertwining. Madara could use the divine technique, and Jura could as well. If one fell into the disadvantage, death awaited the other. The buildings of the land of rain whistled past their ears as Madara and Jura weaved through the streets and alleys. After a backflip, Madara released a fireball, the steam hissing as it evaporated the rain. She wrapped her legs around an iron railing and vaulted up. Shadow clone technique. Madara created dozens of shadow clones to confuse Jura's sight, but Jura's gaze remained fixed on her. Limbo border jail clashed incessantly as Madara hovered in the air. Flying thunder god technique. Both spoke simultaneously. With a flash of black light, Madara and Jura swapped positions. Their minds were in sync, leaving no openings. If this drags on any longer, I will be the one to lose. Madara was trapped in a predicament. Her last defeat was decades ago against Otsutsuki Urashiki. Now Urashiki was no longer even worthy of being Madara's stepping stone. Whether it was Ashiki Obito or Otsutsuki Rue, no one had ever made her this tense. The opponent was a divine tree, also a monster fused with everything she had. Another Uchiha Madara. The only way to calm her heart again was to kill that imposter. Madara was proud, but not foolish. Her long battle experience gave her an intuition that ordinary people could hardly match. For instance, now, a black rod was inches away, sliding past her cheek. Only a fraction away from seeing brains splatter, blood obscured her vision. Madara did not dodge, instead she charged toward the black rod. Large chunks of flesh were scraped off along with the rod, leaving her fair cheek a bloody mess. The spattered blood successfully blocked Jura's eyes. This was a game of the brave, and Madara was the brave one. The Kusanagi calmly pierced Jura's temple. The blade was like a mirror, resembling an elegant gentleman stepping onto the execution platform. But it was not the one being executed, it was a bloodthirsty demon, holding a guillotine ready to chop off a head. Jura's movements halted, her eyes vacant. Her thoughts could no longer function, for her head was severed from her body. Finally, it's over. Madara's back was drenched in sweat. Yet the familiar voice in her heart had not sounded. Jura was not dead. A shuriken flew straight at Madara's face. Wood-style wood dragon technique. The shuriken enlarged infinitely before Ban's eyes, a hair's breadth from piercing her skull. Under ordinary circumstances, Ban would have easily evaded it. But now she had no room to dodge, nor time to defend. Ban unconsciously loosened her grip slightly. Would release wood dragon technique. A ferocious, massive wooden dragon twisted its long body, its golden majestic pupils like an emperor, and now it was guarding its beloved consort. Ban felt a warm embrace as firm as forged iron with a pleasant scent rushing toward her. The girl fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes, gazing at the hero who had descended from the sky. Her pupils held a hint of grievance and disbelief. Idiot. Hashirama. She hadn't expected Hashirama to come. Logically, under the influence of the altered divine art, he should have regarded her as an enemy. But now he had come to her rescue, indicating that Hashirama had learned of Ban's identity. I'm sorry I'm late. Hashirama's eyes were full of apology. He gently kissed Ban's forehead, the moist touch making her face blush. You Uchiha, brat, you should be grateful to me. The Ninetales' voice interrupted their conversation, shattering the ambiguous atmosphere. Ban suddenly realized that the Ninetales, like Momoshiki, had not been affected by the divine art, which was why it had reminded Hashirama of the truth. Shoryang sat at the top of an attic barefoot on rough thatch, her fair, delicate toes pressing into the gaps between the wooden planks. Her Rinnegan betrayed no emotion. In her hand, she condensed a 7-element spiral shuriken. This thing was far more powerful than a tailed beast ball. The fiery blast scorched bones and viscera. White smoke rose into the sky, and the terrifying impact snapped the backbone of the earth. When the wood splinters flew and the dust settled, Ban and Hashirama had vanished from the spot without a trace. Shoryang's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly a figure appeared beside her, draped in black cloth with a cold, sinister face. A serpentine, icy aura brewed around him, filled with cunning. It was Orochimaru. But this was not an ordinary Orochimaru. He was the divine tree. The divine tree, Fulyuashing. Fulyuashing revealed his purple Rinnegan, gazing toward the direction where Ban and Hashirama had fled, and then a torrential rain poured from the sky. Divine art Ai Luo Meng Chi. He murmured. A purple barrier spread across the sky, spanning more than 10 kilometers, enveloping everything, then dispersing. A tremor ran through the earth. Blackened arms burst from the ground, the earth collapsed, and hideous monsters like hounds opened their 10 pairs of lantern-sized eyes. Its chakra aura was chaotic, yet possessed a peculiar order, for it was a creature created by Yin-Yang release. It resembled Black Zetsu, but was far stronger. It was named Fuxing Wang. Its Rinnegan rotated, brewing a terrifying aura. In a desolate, uninhabited hut, brown wood bleached and cracked from long exposure, Ban and Hashirama sat beside a campfire. The low house even leaked a little, but it didn't matter. Warm sparks burst, crackling on the damp firewood, radiating warmth. Ban leaned against Hashirama, her breathing uneven. After the battle with Shoryang, she felt something was wrong with her body. Or rather, she was sick. The girl curled up like a frightened kitten in Hashirama's arms, her clothes tattered, her eyes hazy. Rest. Hashirama draped his own clothes over Ban. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes dazed, her cheeks flushed, her hands sliding toward his waist and lower. Ban. Hashirama caught her hand. You're sick. You're pressing on my sword. Ban said softly. The hilt of Taikanjian was pinned behind Hashirama, and Ban couldn't pull it out. She looked at him. Sorry. Hashirama awkwardly shifted his position. What are you thinking? Ban looked at Hashirama's embarrassment, a faint smile curling at her lips. She clasped her hands around his neck, her pink lips breathing softly. Idiot. Ban almost kissed Hashirama. Then they really kissed. Is this all you've got? Ban gasped, provoking. The campfire flickered. Minutes later, the girl's soft body glowed, with fair, radiant skin appearing pink and translucent in the firelight. A subtle line emerged on her chest. Ban's bust was not large, but not small either. That was a redundant statement. Hashirama released Ban. Though he wished to experience the fire of 40 degrees, he wasn't the type to take advantage of someone in need. Hashirama fetched a basin of water to clean Ban's body, wiping the bloodstain on her face. The wound was already healing, sprouting fresh red tissue. Ban had already fallen asleep, her lithe figure rising and falling gently with each breath, looking serene and obedient. Yet her hand clung tightly to Hashirama, refusing to let go, as if nailed there. Hashirama sighed. The girl's delicate body was fully exposed to his sight, even revealing the southern hemisphere. Ban's sleeping posture was far from good. She squirmed and rubbed against him occasionally, letting out soft gasps, probably an effect of her illness. Her smooth, fair thigh was exposed to the air, made all the softer by the warm breeze. Hashirama touched her thigh, and Ban instinctively clamped her legs around his head, granting him a view. How could he fall asleep? So Hashirama, with dark circles under his eyes, sat until the next morning when Ban woke up. Hashirama, what happened to your eyes? Ban rubbed her sleepy face, her smooth skin feeling nice. She looked at Hashirama with confusion. She even thought he had activated Sage Mode with such thick dark circles under his eyes. And nothing. Hashirama yawned. He had fought against his own will all night. How could he not be tired? Fortunately, his willpower was strong, so he had done nothing improper. Had it been anyone else, they would have turned the place into a bloodbath. In Ban's inner world, Momoshiki lazily bit her nails. Watching someone endure like that last night was amusing no matter how she looked at it. Trash, she said disdainfully. Buzz, buzz, suddenly a vibrating sound came from somewhere. Momoshiki immediately covered her skirt. Brat, will you die if you hold grudges? Momoshiki gritted her teeth. Momoshiki, do you know what that divine tree earlier was all about? Ban approached Momoshiki, pressing the remote again to spare her. Those guys I don't understand either. It seems they devoured something which gave the divine tree self-awareness. The little girl Otsutsuki Momoshiki swung her white feet, stroking her chin in thought, frowning as she spoke. Is that so? The divine tree devoured my chakra from somewhere, but I'm not sure when. Ban said. The towering branches of the divine tree rose majestically, casting an indescribable shadow beneath the sky. Standing atop the divine tree were 4 figures wrapped entirely in black cloth, each with mysterious purple Rinnegan eyes turning slowly. A black cube hovered above the divine tree, and a pale-faced man, with exceedingly graceful demeanor, held a book in his hands. He gazed at the book with eyes full of thirst for knowledge, like an elegant gentleman beholding a dignified princess. Juro, the divine tree clone of Ishiki. Seated atop his head, a girl with bare fair ankles stared with infinite coldness, her supple body leaning against the iron-hard trunk. Juro, the divine tree clone of Madara Uchiha. On his left scapula was attached a black armor-like object, and black patterns surfaced on his face. This was the clone of Tonari Otsutsuki. A faint smile played at the corner of his lips, but his right arm had already been severed at some point. The one-armed youth stood on the tree, his sleeve fluttering in the fierce wind. Dealing with Uchiha Suki is quite troublesome, so I've decided to make her my target for devouring. The divine tree clone of Tonari Otsutsuki, or rather Roshana, muttered to himself. The last one was the clone of Uchiha Suki, with silver 4-leaf clover pendants adorning her ears and lightly outlined eyeliner. Her voice was utterly seductive, so coquettish that it seemed to melt one's bones, a style completely opposite to that of Uchiha Suki. Then my target for devouring is Tonari Otsutsuki. Ming happily decided on this idea, and she would act upon it. As the divine tree clone of Uchiha Suki, she had successfully encountered Tonari Otsutsuki on the moon, but he had managed to escape. But next time he wouldn't be so lucky. What a ruckus. The book contains so much that I've benefited greatly. Knowledge is something that can never be fully absorbed. As the newly born offspring of the divine tree, we shall advance toward our eternal goal. Juro gently closed the book. As divine tree clones, although they had been born less than a month ago, their power already stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, or rather the pinnacle of this planet. Their purpose was to devour others to complete their own evolution and condense the chakra fruit, to strip this planet bare and consume it entirely. A shuriken pierced the surface of the divine tree, bearing a wanted poster of Madara, thrown by Juro. You are my prey. Madara Uchiha, you cannot escape. Juro said expressionlessly, then leaped down from the divine tree. The air whistled as he descended, and below the tree were humans wrapped in vines. At the same time, countless divine tree clones appeared. If one observed closely, these clones bore an exact resemblance to the humans entangled in the vines. Their bodies were wrapped in black cloth with pale faces and bizarre beast-like movements. Standing directly beneath the divine tree was a man with purple eyeshadow, clad in a brown robe and wrapped in black cloth. Furishin. And before Furishin was Orochimaru, trapped by the divine tree, his eyes closed. Geniuses always appreciate one another. Science and wisdom are truly endless. I will take your place to research even greater things. Furishin spoke calmly, his Rinnegan glaring. This mess was Orochimaru's doing, but it had brought him undeserved calamity. During the battle between Madara Hashirama Uchiha Izuna and Ishiki Otsutsuki, Orochimaru had long slipped away. Before leaving, he had taken the incomplete chakra fruit and absorbed an immense amount of natural energy. Naturally, this was something worth studying. After hiding from Madara for a while, Orochimaru began researching the chakra fruit. Although only devouring an Otsutsuki could produce a perfect fruit, it was still valuable. Because Orochimaru found something new at Ten Tails. This was originally Ishiki's legacy, used to absorb chakra and evolve the divine tree's fruit, but Orochimaru had discovered it. Faced with this colossal biological specimen, Orochimaru naturally could not resist studying it. In half a month, he gained a clear understanding of the Ten Tails properties. The Ten Tails he had previously created was incomplete and had not been properly nurtured, so it lacked valuable research data. But the 10 tails left by Ishiki gave Orochimaru's techniques a proper subject. He eagerly tested various reagents and cells on it, including ninjutsu and chakra elemental techniques. In his research, Orochimaru discovered that the 10 tails instinctively absorbed all chakra without discrimination. The 10 tails was like a bottle with infinite capacity, ceaselessly absorbing chakra until it evolved into the divine tree and condensed the chakra fruit. Orochimaru conceived a wild idea to extract the incomplete chakra fruit, which was sealed in a special solvent. He intended to feed this fruit, filled with natural energy, to the 10 tails and observe its reaction. The 10 tails successfully devoured the chakra fruit, but something unexpected happened. A creature wrapped entirely in black cloth crawled out from within the 10 tails' body. Without giving Orochimaru any time to react, that black-wrapped creature pierced through his body. The sky darkened and Orochimaru was enveloped by trees, his body imprisoned within the thick branches. And thus the black-wrapped Furishin was born. The divine tree had gained sentience, and Furishin claimed all of Orochimaru's experimental materials and data. Whether it was Madara's chakra, Hashirama's chakra, or Orochimaru's test subjects, this divine tree located in a remote area devoured all humans nearby, transforming them into black cloth monsters. Unlike Furishin, the black cloth beings lacked his high intelligence, yet the faintly glowing Rinnegan in their eyes proved their power. And such black cloth beings numbered in the thousands, an unparalleled catastrophe for the ninja world. The divine tree had become a graveyard for the living. If Madara were here, he would understand what the system meant by the greatest crisis, since crossing over every single black cloth being could activate Sage Mode. Hashirama. Madara murmured, her hand pressed against her flushed cheek, strange whimpers escaping her lips. I'm already looking, you know. Hashirama panted heavily, his hand steadying himself on Madara's supple waist. Wait, you idiot. Madara scolded. I'll be gentle. They were currently located within the ventilation ducts of the Hokage's office in Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. Madara clutched at the hem of her kimono, acutely aware she wore the pristine white one lacking the wild patterns of a rose. Sometimes she went commando, but that was reserved for the privacy of home. In this current predicament, however, the slightest glance upward from Hashirama would grant him an unobstructed view of everything. The smooth expanse of her inner thigh. Idiot Hashirama, don't you dare look up. Madara threatened fiercely. All right. From behind her, Hashirama stole a quick glance before obediently averting his eyes. Yet the delicate little foot before him kept swaying, small enough to be encompassed by a single hand. Her pale toes curled inward, resembling the finest, most supple jade. Hashirama turned his head away with a sigh. Their objective in returning to Konoha was to deal with Uchiha Tsuki, and the situation was now critical. The truly troublesome entity was the Juryo. Madara had encountered an opponent possessing abilities identical to her own. If such beings existed in numbers, it would be catastrophic. Thus Madara decided they would first return to Konoha to neutralize Uchiha Tsuki before confronting Juryo. While they could have stormed through the main gates of Konoha with overwhelming force, they couldn't guarantee that no innocents would be harmed. So Madara devised Infiltration Plan 1.0. The two concealed their chakra, scurrying through Konoha's ventilation shafts like a pair of vermin. Up until now, Madara was confident they'd complete this mission swiftly. After all, they were the most elite shinobi. Assassination, stealth, and capture were nothing more than a walk in the park. However, they had encountered a slight snag. Their target was the Uchiha compound, yet here they were at the Hokage's office. In other words, they were utterly lost. Using chakra sensing would risk detection, a factor Madara had analyzed during Plan 1.0's creation. But by following her own instincts, they were sure to find the right path. Chakra sensing. No. Follow Madara's lead. Yes. Lost in thought, the young woman slammed her head directly into the ventilation duct, producing a resonant clang. Damn it. I'm done waiting. I'm going straight to the Uchiha compound to grab Tsuki. The Hokage's office was silent for a moment. Minato Namikaze looked up in confusion as a blue slash of light carved through the ceiling above his head. The entire upper structure of the building shattered apart, revealing the clear sky. At least the weather was pleasant. Rumble. Madara activated Susanu's second form and soared off towards the Uchiha compound. Hashirama exchanged a brief apologetic glance with Minato before helplessly following in Madara's wake. This. Staring at the massive hole in his ceiling, Minato Namikaze struggled to process what had just transpired. But understanding soon dawned on him. You two in front. Halt immediately, or we will be forced to engage. Behind Madara and Hashirama, a squad of shinobi pursued them, shouting through a megaphone. Scram. Madara shot them a glare over her shoulder, instantly ensnaring the shinobi in Jinjutsu. Within the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Tsuki sat, her hand bearing a ghastly bleeding wound inflicted by Yin-Yang release. That individual, so similar to Tonari Otsutsuki, was immensely powerful and possessed his abilities. Yet the true issue was that wounds he inflicted refused to heal. Had it not been for her own ability to rewind time, she might have perished at his hands. Such was the thought occupying Uchiha Tsuki. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted from above, and the next second, she was slammed face first into the ground, utterly bewildered. That was too rough, Madara. Hashirama caught up, wiping the sweat from his brow. Mother. You've returned after all. Uchiha Tsuki's initial confusion morphed into delight upon seeing Madara. It was clear she believed Madara had no other recourse, and had come to seek her protection. Of course, Uchiha Tsuki conveniently ignored her own precarious situation. Madara bound Tsuki's hands, and surveyed the room. It was mostly as she had left it, save for the rumpled bedsheets, a strange odor lingering in the air, and a framed photograph of her resting on the floor. What the hell? Having urges is fine, but why be so utterly undisciplined? Madara's brow furrowed, a flicker of hesitation passing through her eyes, and then the Tsuki she held in her grasp exploded into a puff of smoke. Black rods materialized, forming a cage that impaled both Madara and Hashirama. The figure Madara had grabbed was merely a clone. Mother, there is no escape for you now. Uchiha Suki approached Madara, gently caressing her face. Madara's body was held fast by the black rods, and Suki wore the expression of one who had already won. That's precisely why I despise brats. A little lesson is in order, wouldn't you say? Madara whispered in an almost inaudible murmur. Mother, what was that? Uchiha Suki tilted her head inquisitively as she watched her mother mutter. Ding. System mission issued. Discipline your disobedient daughter and instill in her the truth of the matter. Reward upon completion mysterious elixir capable of enhancing any single ability for an indefinite duration. Penalty for failure, be disciplined by your daughter. Madara forcibly wrenched herself free from the black rods, her right hand being sliced open and blood spraying, yet her expression remained utterly calm, as if she felt no pain. In the instant Suki was stunned, no Murakumo was already unsheathed, slicing through the cage, as if it were mere illusion. In a single breath the tables had turned completely. Simultaneously comma marks spread across both their faces. Madara suppressed Suki in the blink of an eye. Using the divine art creation, she healed her arm before delivering a side kick that sent Uchiha Suki flying. The young woman's silhouette vanished at the far end of the Uchiha compound. Madara utilized the flying thunder god technique to swap positions, lightning crackling around her hand. The roaring thunder halted just before Uchiha Suki's face, the air charged dry and static, yet a bead of sweat traced down Suki's cheek. Not because of Madara, but because. In the sky above, over 100 figures cloaked in black stood suspended in midair, opening innumerable Rinnegan across their forms. Watch out! Madara grabbed Suki and rolled back into the building, a series of explosions erupting behind them. Cries and wails echoed through the Uchiha compound amidst the billowing smoke. Madara helped Hashirama remove the black rods before they evacuated the collapsing ruins. Suki clung to Madara's leg while Madara grabbed Suki's head, causing the attacks from the black-clad figures to miss their mark. Ding! Congratulations, host, mission complete. Rewards have been distributed. Madara had no time to bother with the system's reward as the black-clad figures had already reached her. Only now could she clearly see their faces marked with intricate black patterns. Madara recognized them instantly. It was Sage Mode. Not just any Sage Mode, but Perfect Sage Mode. And there were over 100 of these Perfect Sage Mode users floating in the sky above. Dozens of figures in black cloth activated the Sage Mode, all of them Perfect Sage Mode. Black patterns clung to their eyes and bodies enveloped in a mysterious aura. The sight was utterly breathtaking as a dense storm of ninjutsu amplified by Sage Chakra descended from the heavens in overwhelming waves. Konoha was engulfed in explosions, flames soaring like giant dragons. Buildings crumbled with devastating force, the village utterly defenseless against the assault. Before the shinobi could even react, they lost their lives in the blasts. Minato Namikaze used Flying Thunder God to swiftly evacuate the fleeing crowd, while several black-clad figures seemed sluggish before the yellow flash's speed. A condensed Rasengan shattered two black-clad figures, but Minato's own arm was deeply gashed. His gaze darted around. Rooftops, alleys, and streets were all swarming with black-clad figures. Countless eyes locked onto him like wolves. Without a doubt, Minato was surrounded. The shop of Maru was in chaos. All the customers had fled except for Senju Yen, who had stumbled and fallen. Help! Senju Yen was slammed against the wall like a broken doll, tears welling in her eyes. Crack! A long blade pierced the black-clad figure who was about to unleash a jutsu. It was Uchiha. He was punched in the face by another black-clad figure, blood and saliva splattering, collapsing, as if his bones had shattered. But the katana had also pierced the black-clad figure's body, splitting its lower half apart with Uchiha's roar. Blood splattered across his face, scorching like fire. They were lucky to have encountered the weakest black-clad figure. He struggled to his feet and pulled up Senju Yen, her cheeks flushed red. Yet danger was far from over. A fire-release jutsu came hurtling toward them. Shikuen, look out! Senju Yan's pupils shrank. Boom. No scorching heat washed over them. Uchiha turned to see a youth with 3 Tomo Sharingan. Konoha's genius, Shinobi Shursui of the body flicker. Uchiha expressed his gratitude, then took Senju Yan's hand and led her to safety. Uchiha Shursui faced the black-clad figures, not daring to let his guard down. Although the black-clad figures varied in strength, the weakest were at least special Jonin level. And there were several Kaga-level fighters comparable to Sage Naruto, which was an utterly terrifying concept. Here I go, Uchiha Shursui murmured. Several shuriken became the sharpest judgment as Kakashi Hitaki, wielding a katana, severed the arm of a black-clad figure. With his high Kaga-level strength, surviving this battle was not difficult for him, unless he encountered powerhouses like the God Tree F4. But now he had Kushina and young Naruto with him. Kushina was formidable, but they still needed to protect the child. One hand holding Aika Paradise, the other wielding a sword, he led the mother and son through the encirclement. Like a priest holding the Bible, offering prayers with a cross, annihilating demons guilty of sin. Though the Bible was far from pure. If Kakashi believed in any religion, he might have believed in the call of succubi. That would be amusing. He scanned the surroundings and noticed many people were sealed by resilient growing trees. And black-clad figures kept appearing. Without a doubt, if this continued, Konoha would be completely annihilated. Perhaps taking Kushina and Naruto safely out of the village was all he could do. Kakashi thought pessimistically, casually summoning a dog-headed earth-style wall to block the pursuing black-clad figures. A wooden dragon rampaged through the black-clad figures. Hashirama activated the Nine-Tails Sage Mode, a golden dragon coiling and crushing the enemies. But then a dozen more black-clad figures attacked. The wooden dragon was shattered and Hashirama had to temporarily retreat using the wood release cutting technique to pin down several enemies. After all, his large-scale AoE skills could not be unleashed within Konoha. Universal Pull. Madara and his Limbo clones simultaneously unleashed Universal Pull, binding a large number of black-clad figures and pulling them toward him. What awaited them was a 7-element Rasengan enhanced by Takamagara. The 7-element Rasengan collapsed into a black sphere, piercing through countless black-clad figures, finally absorbing them all. Fireworks bloomed in the sky. 3 high Kaga-level black-clad figures surrounded Madara, shattering rooftops and pavilions like fragile ceramics. Madara abruptly drew the aim no Murakumo, unleashing black flames controlled by Kagutsuchi. The blazing black inferno engulfed the enemies. But the 3-pronged sage art nearly swallowed the girl. Predapath. Madara raised his hand to absorb the sage art. The wood release rose from the ground, encircling the entire Konoha. Standing atop the grotesque tree trunk was Rosanna, the clone of Otsutsuki Tonari's divine technique. Sitting beside him, a barefoot black-haired girl with pale skin, was Jura. A wooden ring adorned her delicate ankle with clear bells hanging from it. Uchiha Madara, I hope you won't disappoint me. I will personally devour you, but before that. Jura paused, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Let's have some fun. The girl Jura jumped onto the sandy ground, stepping onto the railway tracks, entering the village. A cool sensation spread from the soles of her feet. A small black cube formed at her fingertip, then shot forward, rapidly expanding into a massive gate that pierced through Konoha's main entrance. Their gazes crossed the distance, clashing like swords. The first time Madara faced Jura, he had been utterly defeated, a crushing loss. But now she had understood all her opponent's information. That meant she would fight against herself. Defeat the self. Madara grew, and so did Jura, preparing to counter this version of herself. Now it was a moment of life and death. Only one could survive, and that one would be her Uchiha Madara. With the same thought, Jura drew a short, sharp blade, 3 inches long. Mamashiki, Madara whispered. The karma seal blazed like fire, appearing on the girl's snow-like skin. Clang. The next moment after the karma appeared, Madara flashed before Jura, aim no Murakumo, unstoppable. Jura switched to offense, dropping low and kicking the sword, forcing Madara to abandon the idea of ending the fight in one blow. Black lightning flickered. Though Jura repelled Madara's aim no Murakumo, her counterattack exposed a flaw. The surging Chidori combined with black flames struck Jura. The moment it hit, the amplification of Takamagara appeared, and a myriad of crackling lightning covered the sky, dazzling, yet dangerous. The Predapath could absorb ninjutsu, but only if it could react in time. Master Shinzwa, Master Jima. Zillai shouted, flinging his white hair to entangle the 2 black-clad men. The 2-toed sages of Nyamu Mountain immediately coordinated with Zillai. The high-frequency sound waves capable of distorting time and space, and known as the strongest Jinjutsu demonic illusion, Toad Confrontation, chant, overwhelmed the black-clad men. Fire release engulfed the 2 men. Zillai rescued the civilian boy and looked up at Mai. Now the entire Mai was illuminated by firelight, echoing the saying that wherever Mai thrives, fire burns everlastingly. On a thick tree trunk, Fuyuashing watched the scene below like a hellscape with keen interest. He stood with folded hands, his feminine and sinister face revealing no expression. He extended his hand and cast divine technique Uomenki, a thin purple barrier expanding outward at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant the earth shook. Fuyuashing formed hand seals. Summoning technique. 3 Fushingguang emerged from the ground, their fangs like knives, their tens of meters long bodies, as agile as leopards. 10 Rinnegan glowed with a purple aura, staring fixedly. In the distance, Ban and Shirliang fought from the sky to the ground. Ban grabbed Shirliang's head and smashed it violently into the ground. Instantly the lust was covered in dense cracks with earth and rocks flying. Sage Art Storm released Light Fawn. Ban's cheeks puffed up and a purple beam shattered several black rods about to pierce Shirliang's head. But at the critical moment, a katana bought her a moment of respite. The blade snapped, and Susanoo swung its sword. The complete Susanoo appeared only briefly before being shattered, but Ban grew fiercer with each battle. The Flying Thunder God mark had already been placed the moment she touched the opponent. A Rasengan condensed in Ban's palm. Seeing this, Shirliang tensed her body, and an identical Rasengan coalesced in her palm. At the instant the Flying Thunder God activated, Ban's figure did not appear where Shirliang had predicted. Boom. The Rasengan directly smashed Shirliang's physical body. The Rinnegan looked upward. Ban had already appeared above Shirliang. This was the second stage of Flying Thunder God. The seven-element Rasengan pressed Shirleyong into the ground. Under these circumstances, there was no chance to use divine technique creation. And Shirleyong, this divine technique clone, would also meet its death. Roar! Fushingwang shook Ban off. Undaunted, she summoned a rhinoceros which charged forward like an unstoppable tank. However, Fushingwang was clearly stronger. It grabbed the rhinoceros's horn, flipped it over, and disemboweled it. White smoke rose and Ban floated upward. Countless black rods rained down, covering Fushingwang and Shirleyong on the ground. With a single command, like a monarch wielding the power of life and death, drawing his sword, divine punishment descended. Go! A purple shield rose from Fushingwang, deflecting the first wave of black rods, but it was shattered, and its body was pierced like a hedgehog. Something's off. Ban suddenly stopped attacking. She hesitated for a moment, looking at the back of her hand where a thin cut appeared, blood continuously oozing out. Ban attempted to use divine technique creation, but the wound showed no sign of healing. Even the Uzumaki clan's constitution and wood release had no effect. Suppressed. Ban traced the source. Standing atop the giant tree trunk, Fulyuashing's expression was calm, their gazes clashing in midair like sparks. Clearly it was his doing. The heavenly hand power was out of range, but she had Flying Thunder God. She was behind Fushingwang, ready to react at any moment. Shirleyong had recovered during the brief respite. Ban noticed that the opponent's wounds were healing rapidly, unaffected by the purple barrier's suppression. That meant the purple barrier could selectively target individuals, and its range was enormous. The entire Mai was enveloped within it. Alternatively, there was another possibility: the wound on Ban's hand was caused by Fushingwang, or Fushingwang was preventing Ban from healing. Whichever it was, being unable to use divine technique creation greatly reduced Ban's margin for error. Lightning released Kirin. Lightning crackled around Ban's hands, white light flickering. The galloping black flame, Kirin trampled through the clouds. For a moment the lightning was blinding, engulfing Shirleyong and Fushingwang. However, Shirleyong, with the power of the Rinnegan, effortlessly absorbed the Kirin, using the Preta path. But a chameleon hidden on the broken rocks grabbed her ankle and pulled her over. Rasengan. Ban did not use the seven-element Rasengan on Shirleyong. Instead, she extinguished it the moment before contact. Shirleyong's eyes showed surprise. Ban used Almighty Push to blast Fushingwang away. Zhu Jian. Ban shouted. A wooden dragon shot out. Zhu Jian had dealt with the black-clad men. A giant Buddha rose from the ground, pressing Shirleyong, who was about to chase Ban, back into the earth. Ninetail's chakra coated the wooden giant, suppressing Shirleyong, who had activated Susanoo, until a super almighty push repelled the wooden giant's attack. Zhu Jian bought Ban 3 seconds. Using heavenly hand power to swap positions, Shirleyong was too late. Flying Thunder God technique. The black-haired girl appeared beside Fulyuashing like a bolt of lightning, arriving at the same time as Fushingwang. A purple shield enveloped Fulyuashing, and he stepped back. However, the Ama no Murakumo was indestructible. After a brief obstruction, it shattered Fulyuashing's shield, severed one of his arms, and then cut through half his body. Is he dead? He will die, but not now. Fulyuashing's voice whispered sinisterly in Ban's ear. Fulyuashing was cloned from Orochimaru's chakra, so naturally inherited Orochimaru's abilities. After being cut, his body split into 2 snakes that scattered. One coiled around Ban, and a Fushingwang swallowed Ban. Fulyuashing certainly did not expect this to kill Ban. He once again cast divine technique, Ilomeki. This time the purple barrier materialized as a physical entity. Ban felt her body slow for a moment, but she still swung the Ama no Murakumo again, tearing open Fushingwang. A single slash decapitated it. Surely it was dead now. Sure enough, the barrier in the sky gradually faded, and Ban's wound began to heal. The bleeding gash had become smooth and fair as before. She turned her gaze to Shirleyong, but then blocked the Ama no Murakumo behind her. A metallic clash rang out, sparks flying. Fulyuashing was somewhat surprised. Half his body had been destroyed by a 7-element Rasengan. The girl's kimono fluttered in the wind, her black hair wild. She revealed a faint smile and said, "I'm quite sensitive to things behind me." Shirleyong had already arrived in front of Ban, while Fulyuashing stood behind her pincer attack, seemingly no way to retreat. "My boyfriend is a pretty good person," Ban suddenly said. Sage art would release true several thousand hands. A violent tremor came from beneath the 3. The entire massive tree collapsed, and in its place a 100-meter-tall golden Buddha appeared. Bye-bye. Yuzhibo Yu now found herself in a predicament. She casually dispatched several black-clad figures while a blaze of fire illuminated Konoha. It seemed that the will of fire, once ignited, burned with exceptional ferocity. Universal pull. Yu hovered in the air, drawing dozens of black-clad men toward her before decapitating them with a black rod. The swarms of black-clad figures only multiplied in endless tide. Die. Yu parted her lips, invoking the divine art of word. The second stage karma seal materialized on her cheek, while a layer of white down sprouted across her palms and smoothed back. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the black-clad men exploded in succession, leaving an eerie silence punctuated only by cries of anguish. The shinobi and elite forces of Konoha had been utterly routed. Reinforcements from other villages were likewise annihilated effortlessly by the black-clad figures. Yuzhibo panted heavily, her chakra reserves severely depleted. A figure staggered into view before her. It was a replica of Daitamu Sharon Luoshana. This lady doesn't look too well. Need some rest. I can send you to heaven, Luoshana said with a confident smirk. That's not even a funny joke. Yu's expression hardened. Oh, why must this beautiful face always wear such a cold mask? No one enjoys being met with indifference, do they? Yu was about to launch an attack, but then halted. Indeed, few appreciate my cold demeanor. After all, everyone has their limits of tolerance. There was once a fool who pursued me for 3 months before suddenly letting go. You looked up at the sky, there was no moon, but the golden wheel reincarnation explosion loomed overhead. What? Luoshana gasped, too late to dodge as he was blasted into the ground. You seized the opportunity, unleashing the divine art of slash to envelop him. With a final KO blow, Luoshana was reduced to ashes. A powerless villain dies from too much chatter, scum. You said coldly. So, I was the fool. Muttered Daitong Sharon in the sky, lost in thought. Hey, long time no see you. But when you turned to look at him, Daitong Sharon couldn't help but greet her. Seems like he was just speaking in jest, Daitong Sharon thought. Meanwhile, at the far end of the battlefield, the couple Ban and Zhu Jian stood back to back, their summon Fuxing Wang being dealt with one by one. A stubborn resistance, but that's all it amounts to, Shi Liang said calmly, gripping her longsword. Huh, you seem to have misunderstood something. A black-haired girl in a kimono extended a finger, a smile curling at her lips. You are the challenger. TCH. Rasengan. Shi Liang condensed a Rasengan and hurled it at Ban. Ban countered with her own Rasengan, their exchange blending Flying Thunder God and a Minotajikara, evolving into a Dragon Ball-esque battle. Ban's half-body Susanoo blocked Shi Liang's fist, but cracks spread across the azure, shell shattering with a roar. The two clashed as swarms of black-clad men surged forward. It's over. A Rasengan pressed against Ban's cheek, carving fine knife-like cuts as wind chakra currents lashed her face. Smalification. The Rasengan shrank as Ban invoked the divine art of word. A torrent of chakra drained away, coalescing into a single command. Don't move. Shi Liang's body stiffened, the Rinnegan in her pupils dilated as she struggled, attempting to use a Minotajikara to evade. But the surrounding space had been locked. Kim Yui's intangibility was seized by Ban, using Yamatsu Hirasaka, and the black-clad men's blades closed in. Ban could only gamble everything. Don't hesitate. The black rod locked onto Shi Liang's chakra. Ban reversed her leg to immobilize her entirely. Ama no Murakumo descended like a blade of judgment. A single unadorned stroke of execution. Shi Liang twisted her head, but Ban pressed her forehead against hers, their eyes locked. Ama no Murakumo severed Shi Liang's head. Blood splattered across Ban's face. The 7 attribute Rasengan Shi Liang had been forming never released, falling to the ground. It detonated, engulfing the black-clad men in an explosion with no survivors. Just as Ban let out a sigh of relief, Zhu Jian's voice came from behind. Watch out. Ban spun around. A Fuxing Wang was thrusting a katana at her. At the critical moment, Zhu Jian embraced her, the wood release and his flesh pierced by the blade. Blood gushed and purple light flickered. Zhu Jian. Ban panicked. Seeing his sneak attack failed, Fuxing Wang retreated swiftly, his body dissolving into several small snakes that slithered into a drain. I'm fine. Go clear them out, protect the others. I'll recover soon, Zhu Jian said. Ban cast a worried glance, thinking he had the sage body and would release, so he should be fine. So the girl soared into the sky, launching a counterattack against the black-clad men. Countless black rods materialized out of thin air, intercepting and slaughtering the rampaging foes. Several weaker black-clad men had their faces covered in dense black patterns before being blown to pieces by Ban before they could react. Swathes of black-clad figures were swiftly suppressed by Ban with thunderous force. Among them were many familiar faces, but this was no time for sentimentality. Ban, blade in hand, became a tiger on the battlefield. Chidori crackled, and the tide of black-clad men receded rapidly. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The yellow pollen, mixed with flames, triggered a chemical reaction sweeping through the army of divine art replicas. Flying Thunder God turned her into a black lightning bolt among the crowd. The battlefield rose, bloomed, blood blossomed, until the battlefield fell utterly silent. Ban stepped on a black-clad man and mercilessly swung her blade. Before absolute power, these calamitous foes had no resistance, becoming lambs for slaughter. 60% of Konoha had been reduced to rubble with grievous losses, a hellish tableau. Without the salvation of Rinne rebirth, at least a third of the villagers had perished in the attack. The dead wailed. Miles away, Ming crouched by a rocky outcrop, watching the scene with astonishment. Shi Liang is dead. Unexpected. I found my target, but I'll wait for another time. She wore flared trousers, silver four-leaf clover earrings, a crop top, and had skin as white as snow. A trendy, Ikimoto-esque outfit. Wanzi slumped within the refuge camp, marveling at her narrow escape, while gazing at the fire-engulfed Konoha village. The realization that all her years of hard work had been reduced to nothing sent a pang of anguish through her. At the same time, she couldn't help but worry about Madara. After all, having been card-playing and gossip-sharing confidants for so long, there was still a bond of friendship between them. The shinobi of Konoha had not a single moment of rest. Their chakra was nearly drained, yet they still exerted their last reserves to release water-style techniques to quench the flames. Every medical ninja was exhausted, bearing dark circles beneath their eyes. One by one, bandage-wrapped casualties were carried out of Konoha for emergency treatment. Cries and shouts rose and fell in succession, while the ruins were stained with blood. Hiruzen Sarutobi conjured a water dragon to extinguish the fires. At his advanced age, the retired former Hokage had once again taken up arms, having already fought off several black-cloaked figures, leaving him utterly disheveled. Minato Namikaze, the fastest shinobi alive, rushed to confirm the safety of his wife and child before immediately rejoining the fray, undertaking clearing and rescue operations. The Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Senju clan, despite suffering heavy losses, all threw themselves into disaster relief efforts without hesitation. There was no choice. After all, everyone's roots were in Konoha. Even if they schemed against each other in the shadows on ordinary days, they had to stand united when enemies invaded. Madara let out a sigh. The prolonged battle had drained her chakra, leaving her lightheaded. Yet the system's mission was only a third complete. Eliminating all the black-cloaked figures and Juro's death had only fulfilled 1/3 of the objective. And Konoha could no longer bear the burden. The girl walked through the ruined streets of the village, and no one dared to stop her. Madara's gaze met that of Uchiha Tsuki and Otsutsuki Tonari in the distance, their eyes locking for a moment. Surprisingly, without any obstruction from Uchiha Tsuki, Madara departed from Konoha. On a half-slope, faint traces of blood seeped out, dyeing the black soil a dark crimson. Madara froze for a moment, then rushed over at her fastest speed. Hashirama leaned against a great tree, his face pale, blood streaming continuously from his chest and soaking his clothes. Hashirama. Madara's pace quickened, and she knelt before him to examine his condition. She parted his garments, revealing a penetrating wound across his bronzed chest, merely a hair's breadth from his heart. Madara placed her hand over the wound, attempting to heal it with the divine art of Genesis. Yet blood continued to flow unabated, with no sign of being suppressed. A certain force was resisting her healing. Suddenly Madara recalled Furoshang's sneak attack. That violet barrier possessed the power to sever healing abilities. The blade that had struck her had been imbued with the barrier's power, which was why Hashirama's wound refused to close. Although Hashirama possessed formidable vitality, he was still human after all, mortal flesh and bone. If the bleeding continued, he would die. What should I do? Panic crept into Madara's voice. System, is there any way to counteract this? Asking that white-haired little imp was utterly futile, as she could offer nothing useful. With no other recourse, Madara turned to the system. Ding! The system is searching for a solution. Ding! A solution has been formulated. Hearing that the system had a solution, Madara couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The system first brought up Madara's status panel. Host Uchiha Madara. Age 22, frozen. Identity Indra's reincarnation, Otsutsuki. Kekkei Genkai Kekkei Mora Mangekyo Sharingan Amaterasu. O Rinnegan Limbo Border Jail. Wood release. Special forms: Perfect Sage Mode, Perfect Jinchuriki Mode. Ninja Tools Uchiha War, Fan, Aim no Habakiri. Grace Opportunity 1 Use No Designated Recipient. Comprehensive Assessment Otsutsuki 6 Paths. Reply to host: you possess 1 opportunity to bestow grace, which can be applied to Senju Hashirama. The plan is viable and can be executed. Grace. The girl bit her lip. Madara looked at Senju Hashirama, who was bleeding profusely. The latter reached out and patted her head, managing to offer a smile, even in such dire circumstances, comforting her. I'm fine. I'm fine. Madara seemed to have made a certain resolution, lifting Hashirama onto her back. I understand. She spoke in an extremely faint voice. What a pity. Am I going to die? You should just put me down, Madara. Hashirama's voice carried exhaustion and weakness. It's just that I haven't had the chance to truly spend time with you, haven't. Hashirama's words paused, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. The scarf you knitted for me is wonderful. Thank you. Only then did Madara notice the scarf around Hashirama's neck, one she had made with her own hands. Its quality was mediocre. If sold, no one would likely want it. Yet Hashirama treasured that scarf as if it were a precious gem. Senju Hashirama. Madara's voice trembled as she spoke. Without my permission, I will never let you die so easily. So you must live on for me. Do you understand? I understand. Hashirama caressed the girl's cheek. His hand was large and warm, soothing Madara's restless heart. Hashirama, I once promised you a blessing. Now I must honor my words. Are you willing to accept my grace? Madara had already brought Hashirama to a deserted inn. The owner had fled during the earlier cataclysmic battle. Thus the now empty inn housed only the two of them. Sunlight cascaded upon the girl's ethereal profile, seemingly freezing time itself. Her eyes were no longer the Sharingan or Rinnegan, but a pair of crystal-clear orbs. Those lowered, jet-black pupils. The Sharingan is a divine eye that pierces the three realms, yet it is also a shield for hiding oneself and evading the truth within. But those black pupils, they were so beautiful. Even the most resplendent crystal pearls could not rival their allure. Madara slipped her hand beneath her kimono, her fair smooth skin gradually meeting the sunlight. By the bedside, she loosened her kimono, the garment folding into cascading layers of wrinkles, revealing the girl's supple body fully to the air. Her black hair slid smoothly across her chest, ears, and thighs. A perfect form that would put even Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, to shame. Madara. Hashirama stared dumbfounded at the girl before him. Madara locked her gaze directly onto Hashirama's eyes, her voice calm and solemn, like a saintess in prayer, a girl in devotion. Senju Hashirama, are you willing to forge a covenant with me and accept this blessing? From this moment forth we shall never abandon each other, never betray each other, until the end of death itself. Her soft words rang out like a resonant bell. She awaited a vow reply. Hashirama propped up his wounded body and spoke each word with utmost seriousness. I, Senju Hashirama, am willing to forge a covenant with Uchiha Madara and accept this blessing. From this moment forth we shall never abandon each other, never betray each other, until the end of death itself. Inside the inn, grace has been bestowed. Recipient Senju Hashirama. The girl rubbed the pristine white sheets stained with the crimson of roses. A faint blush tinted the pallor of her fingertips. The gentle glow of blessing clung to her delicate cheeks, meandering across her skin and gliding over every strand of silk black hair. The battlefield rose bloodied by the sword. Night fell over the western mountains. Dusk descended through the window, flooding the room with crimson light. Madara seized his merciless exploitation. She stretched her waist, revealing an exquisite form, and a faint smile graced her lips. The sheets traced the beautiful contours of her body. Madara grasped Hashirama's palm, feeling its warmth, and a satisfied curve lifted the corner of his mouth. One more time. Madara looked at Hashirama. The other had recovered, yet seemed not fully so. He looked like a corpse, and Madara thought his wounds hadn't healed. Next time for sure. Hashirama unusually refused Madara, his voice tinged with weakness. I think we can continue, Madara said, tossing his hair and sitting beside him, tilting his head. Shall we continue? Night deepened. Madara and Hashirama still hadn't slept. Continue, 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 Madara commanded repeatedly, an adorable expression blooming on his exquisite face. Madara and Hashirama fell into a deep sleep until dawn broke. Madara checked the system panel. Mission 1, deliver 100 bento boxes. 2. Mission completion, reward guess. Mission failure, penalty, ascend to the heavens every 10 seconds for 1 day. Mission 2, kiss 100 times 5. Mission completion, reward succubus potion. Mission failure, reward heaven ascending, resistance reduced by 10 times, sensitivity increased by 100 times. Mission 3, engage in deep communication, completed. Number of deep communications 10. Madara's face flushed, aware of his own greed, and felt a bit embarrassed. Stupid Hashirama, I'll make something for you to eat. The girl unexpectedly turned virtuous. Wait, you don't have to trouble yourself. Hashirama, recalling Madara's cooking skills, quickly pulled her back. I'll just eat a soldier pill. Hashirama was already barely alive. Tasting Madara's cooking might send him straight to the afterlife. Although Madara's grilled fish was quite tasty, for some reason the rice was lethally toxic. Madara looked at Hashirama, whose face bore the signs of exhaustion, and rubbed his chin, pondering whether to cook something nourishing to restore his vigor so he could fight even more fiercely. She entered the bathroom. Water cascaded over her body, clearing her mind. Damn, that's some serious skill. Hatsutsuki Momoshike's sly voice suddenly sounded in Madara's ear. Zhao Zilong. Momoshiki praised. Madara, expressionless, listened to the white-haired brat's taunts and used some electronic device. Ah, you little brat. Momoshiki's voice trembled, and he obediently fell silent. After all, his weakness was in Madara's hands, so he had to swallow his anger. A gentleman seeks revenge. Even after 10 years, Gojin endured sleeping on brushwood and tasting gall. Though she was an alien, she had now decided to become a ninja. To be a ninja, one must endure. Endure. Uchiha Madara, just you wait. Otsutsuki Momoshiki gritted his teeth. Madara draped on his clothes, buttoned the black buttons, fastened the belt, and put on the outer robe. Uchiha Madara's summer kimono made his official debut. Classic hairstyle, long black hair, a wooden bead necklace gifted by Hashirama on his wrist. Although the attacks of the black cloth men had ceased, the hidden danger lurking in the shadows had not yet been dispelled. Madara set out to find the god tree and resolve the trouble. Otherwise, as time passed, hidden calamities would surely arise. Many in Konoha were attacked by the black cloth men and turned into wooden stakes, becoming black cloth monsters like a plague spreading. The god tree, this parasite, ceaselessly drained the earth's natural energy to nourish its own growth. Now Hashirama had formed a contract with him, bestowing grace. He had gained a significant portion of Madara's power, which greatly aided him. As the saying goes, when husband and wife are of one mind, they can break metal. Even if they were not yet husband and wife, it was only a matter of time. No one dared to lay a hand on what belonged to Uchiha Madara. If anyone dared, they had better reserve their coffin in advance. The whole family should be neatly arranged. Stupid Hashirama. Madara suddenly leaned forward and bit Hashirama's ear, speaking in a gentle voice. If you ever have any improper dealings with other girls, humph. Madara's eternal Mangekyo spun, more eloquent than words. How could I? Hashirama looked at Madara, whose calm demeanor radiated a terrifying aura. Even the somewhat obtuse Hashirama could easily read her meaning, shaking his head frantically like a rattle drum. That's wonderful. Madara smiled. He lightly kissed Hashirama on the cheek. The Uchiha clan was innately pure-hearted, and she looked like a little girl who had received a gift. Even the coldest and most heartless person could have a tender side reserved for those they loved. But when the one they loved, or the things they cherished, betrayed them, they would suffer sorrow and pain beyond the ordinary. Hence the Uchiha clan was also prone to turning love into hatred. Yet, I will love you forever and ever. Haven't we already made a pact? Hashirama said with a smile, striking the girl's heartstrings. Tch, stupid Hashirama, who would? Madara couldn't finish. His mouth was sealed, his body went limp, and his face flushed. As everyone knows, the Uchiha clan's only hard part is their mouth. Everything else is soft. Pervert idiot, Madara said shamefully, looking at the silvery thread pulled from their lips. The girl turned away, pushed Hashirama away, and said, let's hurry and take care of business. The danger hasn't been eliminated yet. Straightening her disheveled clothes, Madara told Hashirama about the god tree. I've noticed it too. Hashirama's expression turned serious as he looked at his girlfriend and asked, so now we're going to tear down their base and wipe them all out? In simple terms, yes. It's better to deal with it early, lest it cause more trouble later. Madara pondered. They had no way to locate the god tree now. They could only search using chakra. Madara also released his summoning beast to track the god tree. With its immense chakra reserve, the god tree couldn't be hidden, and it should be in Ishiki's lair. Madara slapped the ground with one hand, summoning a small Konin and Nagato. These two puppets had been damaged and almost completely destroyed after Otsutsuki Lui's attack, but under Madara's Hell Path repair, they were fully reborn. Wrapped in paper, the two advanced forward to scout. They were now at the border of the Wind Country, and Madara could faintly sense a massive amount of chakra, though the direction was unclear. Dusk was approaching. Madara first sent the two puppets to investigate, then halted in place. Meanwhile, Hashirama was searching for traces of the divine art in the river country near the Wind Country, for the chakra emanating from the divine tree was immense. Madara shared vision with the Nagato and Konin puppets, so every movement within their sight was captured. Crack! Madara's steps suddenly halted. Because in her vision the Konin puppet had attacked the Nagato puppet and her eyes were abruptly severed. It seemed the enemy was restless near the divine tree. Multiple shadow clone technique. Madara formed a single hand seal, releasing hundreds of shadow clones that spread out in all directions. But soon these clones began fighting each other, annihilating themselves in bursts of smoke. Seeing this, Madara frowned, and with a single slash disposed of a clone that attempted to attack her. A peculiar ability that severs my connection to my clones. Come out, Madara said coldly. Oh, found out. A soft, seductive voice whispered in Madara's ear. The newcomer smiled, dressed like a flashy young girl. A crop-top, silver four-leaf clover earrings, and faint eyeshadow. Madara was stunned. The person bore the appearance of Suki. But unlike the reserved Uchiha Suki, this one was bright and graceful. A divine art replica. Madara confirmed her identity. Nice to meet you, I'm Ming. As the replica, named Ming, finished speaking, a blood trace appeared on Madara's neck, just a hair's breadth from slitting her throat. Madara smiled silently. Ming tilted her head, clearly confused. Since you're a replica of Suki, I can't beat Suki to death, but you, I can. Madara drew the aim no Murakumo, her scarlet pupils spinning black flames guarding the blade, thunder roaring. So hot-tempered isn't this, Ming tried to spout some villainous lines, but in her infinitely dilating pupils Madara appeared before her in an instant. Long before Ming had approached to slit her throat, Madara had already placed a Flying Thunder God mark on her. Ordinary users might have a casting delay with Flying Thunder God, but Madara's mastery over her chakra and understanding of space-time ninjutsu allowed her to cast it with zero delay. True divine speed. Just as the aim no Murakumo was about to sever Ming's head, the blade veered slightly, narrowly missing. Madara was surprised, but the next second she understood Ming's ability. Identical to Otsutsuki Lui's ability, to interfere with minor reality, bending fortune in one's favor. Previously Madara might have had no way to deal with her, but now. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Madara reached out and grabbed Ming's body, startling her slightly. Otsutsuki Lui's ability could not evade space-time techniques like Kimui Yamatsu Hirasaka or Aimanamanaka. Raisin Shuriken. Madara's voice was utterly flat. A tiny raisin shuriken gradually formed in her palm, distorting the surrounding air. Empowered by Takama Masubi, the seven-element raisin shuriken approached Ming slowly. Ming's expression changed, for the space before her was unexpectedly locked. She decisively chose to sever her arm to escape, but how could Madara allow that? Would release cutting technique. Several wooden spikes descending from the sky pinned Ming's form, but that was only a delay, for black rods had already pierced her body, and the seven-element raisin shuriken disrupted her chakra, collapsing the moment it touched Ming. The explosion originated from an area several miles around Ming, with flames soaring to the sky. This blast was no weaker than Sasuke Uchiha Indra's arrow, and even a tier more terrifying. The Raisin Shuriken imbued with the inevitable hit, attribute by divine art, was like a scythe of death. When it fell, someone would die. Still not dead, Madara already hovered in the air. At the center of the explosion, time flowed backward bit by bit, and Ming stood there bedraggled. Time rewind. Madara saw the cause at a glance. In that case, I'll reduce you to nothing. Madara dove down, lightning crackling in her hand, closing in rapidly. Kaiten. Rapid chakra flow appeared around Ming, and the 8 trigrams 64 palms were unleashed in an instant. If the Hyuga clan had knew that the 64 palms could be executed in 1 second, he might have called her a monster. Madara's chakra was sealed, and with a high kick, she slammed Ming into the ground. Her vast chakra forcibly broke the seal blood beads oozing from Madara's skin, followed by divine art slash. With the blade's whistle, it was as if countless swords were flaying Ming. Her body slashed to a bloody pulp, her clothes in tatters. Can't we fight more elegantly? Ming used time rewind, but was pressed into the ground by Madara. Susanoo. Boom. Susanoo manifested around Madara, and the strength in her hands multiplied dozens of times. The Susanoo blade spewed a celestial tail flame, and Kamui twisted the space around Ming. This attack lasted a full 10 seconds. Ming lay on the ground like a broken doll. Divine Art Sumeru, the shattered Ming, spoke. The surrounding space continually expanded and contracted. A crystal-clear water droplet appeared before Madara's eyes, and she felt a crisis from within, instantly recoiling in horror, with Yamatsu Hirasaka opening behind her. Shatter, Ming said. The droplet expanded outward at an imperceptible speed, destroying Yamatsu Hirasaka, with devastating force, forcing Madara to use Kamui's intangibility. But Kamui's intangibility lasted only 5 minutes. Madara had to rely on those 5 minutes to evade this attack. The ground collapsed and melted upon contact with the expanding droplet. Though the droplet was tiny, its density and mass were terrifyingly high. As the ancients said, Sumeru contains a mustard seed, and a mustard seed contains Sumeru. Within a mustard seed, the weight of Mount Sumeru can be held. Finally, the droplet completed its expansion, enveloping 100 miles in all directions. A spark ignited suddenly, setting the entire droplet ablaze. A terrifying explosion soared into the sky. If Deidara were here, he would probably faint from happiness. Because this was the ultimate explosion art he had always pursued, all his previous explosions paled like an infant before this one. A great flaming sword stretched across heaven and earth. The mustard seed fell to the ground, and a second sun appeared on the earth. Madara's intangibility time ticked away, yet the flames continued to release unabated. A drop of sweat slid from her forehead. Madara had prepared every defensive measure. Once the intangibility ended, she would have to endure a devastating blow. As for Ming, who had cast this divine art Sumeru, she had likely long been reduced to nothing, turned into a pile of atoms. As the flames dissipated, the epicenter was reduced to rubble. A charred figure staggered out with a bottomless abyss of a crater behind her. Layers of fragile skin peeled off, revealing fresh red flesh, which then rapidly regrew into skin as delicate as a newborn's. Ban had survived the attack of the divine art Sumeru and stood victorious. 1,000 miles away, Hashirama connected to Ban through the grace, sensed her heart, and rushed toward her direction. Ban saw the divine tree. A colossal tree thousands of meters tall, its roots entrenched and branches sprawling across the ground. Her eyesight was sharp enough to see even tens of kilometers away. Hashirama was already on his way, and Ban levitated, flying swiftly toward the divine tree. Beneath the divine tree, countless people were entangled by branches, their fates unknown. They resembled those trapped in the infinite Tsukuyami, their life force draining away, turning into white Zetsu, or perishing. As Ban approached the divine tree, a violet barrier materialized before her. She instantly recognized who had conjured that purple space. Fu Luotian. Ban's face turned icy. Anyone who dared to touch her man would be lucky to leave even bones behind. Of course not yet, but it was only a matter of time. The girl's gaze shifted upward. A man wrapped in black cloth, pale-faced and graceful, sat on a branch reading a book. He resembled someone Ban had met before, Otsutsuki Ishiki. In fact, the two were almost identical, save for one having a grotesque horn like a dragon man, and the other sporting a mature, well-coiffed hairstyle. What an astonishing amount of chakra, truly overwhelming. Shi Luo slowly set down his book, met Ban's gaze, and applauded in admiration. Only then did Ban learn that the divine tree clone that had nearly killed her was named Ming. "What's your name?" the girl asked, arms crossed. "A pleasure to meet you. I am Shi Luo." He rose to show respect. "So you are the Uchiha Ban who killed Shi Liang and Ming?" "Yes, but not entirely accurate, because in a moment she will be the Uchiha Ban who killed Shi Liang, Ming, and Shi Luo." Ban's tone was calm yet steeped in lethal intent. No, not merely steeped. The murderous aura in the air had condensed into a tangible, cold, sinister force. A forest of evil ghosts, a sky-obscuring calamity. A godlike Susanoo rose from the ground. the complete Susanoo. With the blessing of Takama Masubi, the blue giant, a being that pierced heaven and earth, clasped its hands in four seals, rending the sky and earth apart. 300-meter meteors descended from the heavens, slowly falling with majestic momentum, trailing long tails of flame. This was merely Ban's probing attack. The very sky-obscuring calamity that would drive the Shinobi Alliance to despair was nothing but a test. Now that the divine tree stood here, Shirluo could not evade. Sukune Hikona. He remained rooted, unleashing Sukune Hikona, repeatedly, silently neutralizing the three colossal meteors. Ban observed Shirluo. These divine tree clones should possess the abilities of the original. That was beyond doubt. Shirliang, Shirluo, and the army of black-cloaked figures all proved it. And the source lay in the divine tree. To eliminate these clones, she must first destroy the tree standing before her. Otherwise, like wildfire, it would spring up again with the next breeze. Though I would love to fight you, now is not the time. Someone else knows you better than I do. Shirluo said this, but the knowing was in quotation marks. Ban considered dissecting someone as a form of knowing too. Fu Luoxing, wielding a katana, pressed the blade against Ban's back. A sinister smile flickered across his pale face. Got you. A violet glow emanated from Fu Luoxing's blade. Celebrating too early, Ban said, appearing above him. It was the flying thunder god technique. The Rasengan struck his body, and Fu Luoxing dispersed into small snakes. When he reformed, his left arm was gone. I told you I'm very sensitive about my back, didn't I? Even when doing something fun with Hashirama, she disliked being on all fours. Let alone against an enemy. Don't ask. Sensitive skin, that's all. I was planning to find you, but since you came to me, don't think of leaving. Ban faced the two opponents without a trace of fear, because her teammate had arrived. Hashirama. The divine tree trembled and began to topple. Hashirama's nine-tailed golden dragon smashed through the divine tree's branches, engulfing Shirluo. Several hands of Ninetail's chakra stretched out inside the dragon's mouth, gripping Shirluo tightly, trying to kill him. Thud! Shirluo's Dazatian crushed the golden dragon, and Hashirama kicked him away. If this is all you've got, you can't kill me, Shirluo said, calmly, shooting several black rods from his hand. Kemui. The distorted Kemui space twisted behind Shirluo, instantly severing one of his arms. This caught Shirluo off guard, for in his memory, only the Sharingan could perform this technique, like Uchiha Ban's. But he hadn't accounted for the system's existence. Thanks to the system, Hashirama could use Ban's dojutsu even without the Sharingan. The contest was decided in an instant. A moment's miscalculation could bring death. Ban seized the opportunity, using a Minodojikara to swap places with Hashirama, aiming to sever Shirluo's head. Beheading was the most convenient and effective method. Unfortunately, Fu Luoxing intervened, using his white snake to bite the sword. Entering sage mode, white scales grew on his body, forcing Ban back. Grab, swap, control, kill. Ban and Hashirama communicated in their encrypted code, exchanging glances and understanding. Hashirama faced Shirluo, while Ban confronted Fu Luoxing. Wood release surged like a mighty river, ceaselessly growing majestic. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Vines split the battlefield and pollen obscured vision. Fu Luoxing hissed, his violet divine barrier expanding. Biting the hook, Ban smiled. Huh. Because of the deep forest emergence, the battlefield was divided, so Fu Luoxing couldn't see the other side. But Ban could, for they were connected in heart and soul. Their synergy was flawless. Shirluo was firmly caught by Hashirama. The golden dragon rammed into him, and after he used Sukune Hikona to shrink the dragon, he was met by Ban's Amano Murakumo. What a... Shirluo didn't react. He hadn't anticipated that they could swap positions with a Minodojikara without seeing each other. He struggled to twist his body. Kimui twisted off one of his hands, and the Amano Murakumo grazed past him. Close one. Before Shirluo could breathe easy, Hashirama kicked him in the abdomen. Bastard, you're asking for death. Shirluo repeatedly struck, roared in fury, clearly rattled. Only losers bark. Is that all you've got, scum? Madara kicked Juro into the ground while launching verbal attacks. Under the dual buff of verbal and physical attacks, Juro had no means to parry. He could neither fight nor rebuke. Raisin Shuriken. The seven-natured Raisin Shuriken was released. Madara and Hashirama exchanged positions again, and the Shuriken struck Juro directly in the chest. He had just used his ability and couldn't absorb such energy, so he had to take it head-on. Juro's body disintegrated into ashes under the Yin-Yang release. He tried to struggle one last time, but Madara finished him off with the Aim no Murakumo, sending him to the afterlife. A 6 pads level enemy was annihilated without any resistance under the combined efforts of Madara and Hashirama. After all, Madara's strength was only one step away from Otsutsuki Jien. After all, it was only a matter of becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki or not. Madara had the perfect Jinchuriki form, but had never used it. If he captured a Ten Tails and became its Jinchuriki, his power would increase greatly. And Hashirama's strength was already formidable at the level of Super Kage, or even near 6 paths. After receiving 60 of Madara's grace, he even reached the Otsutsuki 6 paths level. Together, they were like Susanoo clad in the great Buddha, capable of destroying 4 nations with 2 people. In less than a day they could reduce the entire world to ruins. Now that Juro had been dealt with, only Furison remained. The other party showed no sign of panic, with hands resting on his chest, white snakes coiling around his fingertips. A cold smile lingered on his face, as if he had everything under control. Usually villains in such situations have a trump card. Madara did not take it lightly, his hand on the aim no Murakumo. At the slightest movement from the opponent, his head would be severed. Hidden shadow snake hands. Several dozen-meter-long snakes sprang from Furison's sleeve, only to be cut down by Madara one by one. Under their watch, Furison performed an unbelievable act. He summoned a Fushing Wong. The ten-eyed monster roared and devoured Furison. Madara was taken aback for a moment, then swung the Raisin Shuriken, blasting it apart. Vines snapped. The Tin Rinnegan transformed into Golden Rinnegan. Hundreds of bone spikes protruded. Furison's chakra was absorbed, and Fushing Wong began to rapidly expand. This colossal monster gathered a tailed beast ball in its mouth, a pitch-black aura brewing. A destructive beam pierced through the ground. Amino Tejikara. Madara pulled Hashirama, and they narrowly dodged the tailed beast ball. 10 tails. Madara landed on a distant hill. The ferocious behemoth let out a deafening roar. Having devoured Furison, Fushing Wong's body was over 100 meters tall, with 10 thick tails extending like dragon wings. Its layered, withered skin was as impenetrable as steel. Susanoo. Madara controlled Susanoo to slash with a sword, but it only left a shallow white mark on Fushing Wong's surface. Divine Technique, Era Monkey. A purple barrier spread out, enveloping Madara and Hashirama. Enough already. Does the boss have a second phase? Madara's mouth twitched in annoyance. Sage Art Super Raisin Shuriken. Madara formed a Raisin Shuriken, activating both the Karma and Sage mode simultaneously, and hurled it straight at Fushing Wong. But a bizarre scene occurred. The Raisin Shuriken was absorbed upon touching Fushing Wong's skin. Can it absorb Yin-Yang Release and Sage Chakra too? Madara pondered. Fushing Wong raised its 10 tails, and its Golden Rinnegan gathered 10-tailed beast balls which rained down like a storm. Under the purple barrier, even the Divine Technique creation could not heal wounds. So once hit by a tailed beast ball, death was certain. But the more critical the crisis, the clearer Madara's mind became. He calmly strategized. In that case, I'll crush it in one go. Madara used Flying Thunder God to weave between the tailed beast balls, while the 1,000-armed nine-tailed Buddha blocked the incoming ones, buying him time. Madara had already reached Fushing Wong, placing his hand on the beast's rough skin and using the Divine Technique slash. Countless wounds appeared on Fushing Wong's body. Madara poured all his chakra into the attack, and the beast's flesh was shredded, with 4 or 5 tails falling to the ground. Fushing Wong shot out a bone spike. Madara's pupils contracted as he barely dodged it across his chest. It was the all-killing ash bones. If touched, Madara would have turned to ash. In just a moment's respite, Fushing Wong's body had completely regenerated. Its terrifying recovery caught Madara off guard, and one of his hands was destroyed. The slashes continued to rain down, but Fushing Wong seemed immortal, reviving endlessly. At this rate, Madara and Hashirama would be the ones left behind. Unhanging Mumatorai. Madara, watching the indestructible Fushing Wong, began to form hand seals, with one hand murmuring. Countless adamantine chains shot out, firmly binding Fushing Wong. Dead Demon Consuming Seal. A supremely powerful sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan, which sells one's own soul to the death god to seal the enemy. It was once recorded in the Scroll of Seals. Madara had spent an entire night memorizing the entire contents of the Scroll of Seals. The death god slowly appeared behind Madara, biting a sword, wearing a loose robe with white hair and a ferocious expression. The death god pulled out Fushing Wong's soul, which was Furison's soul. He stared at Madara, and Madara's soul was also pulled out. A mutual destruction technique. You really have guts. Furison's voice was hoarse, like a demon crawling out of hell. You seem to have misunderstood something. I am now an Otsutsuki. Madara said calmly. With the karma, I cannot die. Madara had long imprinted the karma given by the system. This karma had no side effects and could perfectly control the soul of the one it was engraved on. As for the one on whom the karma was engraved, Madara's face was calm, his Sharingan icy cold. It was unprecedented indifference, as if a god was watching an ant. Farewell, Madara said calmly. You are more of a villain than I am. I look forward to your future. Furison showed no fear of death, instead smiling. Is that so? But I will never go to hell, Madara said. As soon as he finished, both souls were swallowed by the death god, vanishing without a trace. And Fushing Wong, having lost its controlling soul, began to petrify. Its 10 tails shattered piece by piece, falling as stones from the sky. Watching Madara and Furison perish together, Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief. Madara had already communicated with him, and he knew about the resurrection. But now his expression was somewhat serious. Uchiha Madara stood atop the mountain, leaves swirling in the wind. Her loose black robe contrasted sharply with her snow-white garments, while the gale wildly tangled her jet-black hair, each strand as dark as ink. She turned around and smiled at Senju Hashirama below. So we won. We won. The soul of Furoshang was ultimately sealed away by the dead demon consuming seal, and the physical body of Fushing Wong crumbled into stone fragments. In the end, it was Uchiha Madara who stood victorious through the power of the Karma Seal. Hashirama, you'll always be on my side, won't you? Madara suddenly asked. Her gaze fell upon Senju Hashirama. Without activating the Rinnegan or the Sharingan, her brownish-black pupils looked down upon him, a bewitching smile gracing her exquisite face. Yes, Hashirama replied. Is that so? That's wonderful. After all, we've signed a contract. Uchiha Madara said. The divine tree has been destroyed, and the Karma Seal I planted has been used. So everything is over. Next I will become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and cocoon myself. Uchiha Madara clenched her hand, as if grasping the entire planet in her palm. So sudden. Hashirama looked at Madara and asked. Many years ago you said the same about me, that I was too extreme, too hasty, right? But if you aren't extreme and stubborn, you'll never reach your goal, never protect anything. That personality of yours will bring you trouble, Hashirama. Madara, you think too, absolutely. Besides, we are lovers, I will always support you. Is that so? Madara stared straight at Hashirama. Then show me your skills tonight, and see if you can make me change my mind. I will give it my all. Hashirama closed his eyes, and the atmosphere in the air seemed to turn strange. But for now, protect me, Madara said. Understood. Sometimes that snake Orochimaru always causes trouble, but when useful he's truly invaluable. No exaggeration. Summoning Gedo Statue. With the Rinnegan summoning the Gedo Statue was no challenge for Madara. The colossal tree-like demon rose from the earth, letting out a harrowing roar toward the sky. Gloomy clouds wept and sparse rain began to fall. In the land of wind, perpetually shrouded in sandstorms, it was raining. This was the result of chaotic chakra currents caused by the appearance of the Gedo Statue. Madara took a bottle of liquid from her pocket. The entire bottle was sealed with green soul gel, and the chakra signatures of the nine-tailed beasts surged within. This is... The nine tails inside Hashirama's body was slightly startled, its crimson form tensing, amber eyes filled with surprise. The bottle contained the chakra of the one tail through nine tails. With the divine tree, extracting the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts was not difficult. The extracted chakra had been sealed in the bottle by Orochimaru and stored in his laboratory in the old lair of Konoha. Madara swallowed the solution containing the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, then sprayed it onto the Gedo Statue. The chakra began to stir, and the Gedo Statue absorbed the chakra of the nine beasts, its body starting to undergo a transformation. The Gedo Statue came to life, roaring and howling, its voice splitting the sky. Uchiha Madara stood before the Gedo Statue, or rather the 10 tails, gazing up at the colossal being, and said simply, "Too tall. Kneel." With a resonant boom, immense pressure bore down on the 10 tails, forcing its 10 tails and entire body to the ground. The earth cracked into a dense web of fissures, and even the 10 tails could not move. Now Madara could look down upon the 10 tails. The ugly, monstrous creature glared at Uchiha Madara, its foul breath stirring the hem of her clothes. A single blood-red eye and a mouth full of jagged fangs made it utterly terrifying. Heaven and earth reversal. Under the influence of the 10 tails, chakra natural energy became violent, and disasters followed one after another. A fierce wind raged like an unstoppable lion. Tornadoes swept across the ground. Flames rained from the sky, igniting the earth. Alongside came earthquakes, tsunamis, and thunderbolts. The heavens were stained with an aura of death, and the entire world seemed to be heading toward its end. The 10 tails' form rapidly changed as Madara continuously fed it chakra. The 10 tails stood up, its 10 tails like 10 sharp swords erected. Muscles bulged with formidable power. A flower bud-like protrusion floated above its head, and it loomed like a mountain. Tiger, boar, rat, horse, ox, rabbit, dog. The 10-tail seal was engraved onto the body of the 10 tails by Madara, who then raised her hand and absorbed it. A truth-seeking ball rapidly expanded, engulfing Madara and the 10 tails, obscuring the situation inside. To become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, one must possess sufficient strength and an unwavering will. Obviously Madara possessed both. So, the truth-seeking ball suddenly shattered, and Madara stepped out, having become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Her jet-black hair turned snow-white like ice and frost, straight as sharp needles falling to her waist. Madara's expression was calm. A horn similar to that of the Otsutsuki appeared on her forehead. She held the six-path staff, and truth-seeking balls floated behind her. The eternal Mangekyo transformed into the Rinnegan, and both Rinnegan evolved into the Nine-Tomo Rinnegan, emitting a faint purple glow, mysterious and powerful. The 10 tails Jinchuriki, and a perfect one at that, surpassing the Sage of Six Paths, becoming the sole existence. Six Paths Sage Mode. Madara observed the panel given by the system. Host Uchiha Madara. Age 22, frozen. Identity Indra's reincarnation. 10 tails Jinchuriki Otsutsuki. Bloodline limits. Bloodline net Inyang release Yamatsu Hirasaka infinite Tsukuyami Rinne Sharingan. Special forms perfect Sage mode, perfect Jinchuriki mode, Karma Seal mode. Ninja tools Uchiha Gunbai Ama no Hoko 6 paths tools 3. Overall evaluation Otsutsuki Cocoon. After completing the task of destroying the divine tree, Madara received a comprehensive boost in both chakra volume and physical abilities. After becoming a perfect 10 tails Jinchuriki, Madara's power reached another level. Ding, congratulations, host has reached a new level. The system is now integrating and upgrading. The system's prompt fell, and Madara saw many new options and functions appear on the interface. Shop map. Madara first opened the shop where a dazzling array of goods was displayed. Madara could sell or buy, selling mint exchanging items she already possessed for points to purchase other things, including cosmetic eyes like the Sharingan, Byakugan, Tenseigan, and Rinnegan. She could also purchase various ninjutsu and chakra natures, even things like Amenominaka and 80 Gods Vacuum Fist. There was also a pink category on the shop interface. Curious, Madara clicked on it, and then she froze. So many toys. All kinds of interesting items. Different styles, sizes, dimensions, types. Some Madara had seen, some she hadn't, some she knew, some she didn't. All were here. Madara casually sold off her miscellaneous ninjutsu and useless dojutsu. Techniques like Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi didn't provide much enhancement, so she sold them too. Seeing her 9-digit point balance, she purchased Amenominaka, a space-time ability, and then with lightning speed also bought everything in that pink category. She was nothing if not diligent and inquisitive, always eager to explore new things. Moreover, with a 6 paths body, no matter how she played, she wouldn't be broken, would she? And with the Divine Art Genesis as a safety net, any kind of play could be attempted. Ban was a person who enjoyed trying new things. Ban abruptly closed the shop interface, her face unexpectedly flushing red. Ban calmed her mind and turned her attention to the last item in the system's new features. Evolution. Ban opened an option, and a colossal tree greeted her eyes. The colossal tree stretched through heaven and earth as if standing at the center of the universe. She quickly understood what this was. It was the source of her inner being, the origin of the Otsutsuki clan. As her strength grew, the colossal tree would continuously expand. The evolution of the divine tree required several steps: cocoon formation, cocoon maturation, and cocoon emergence. Each step was immensely arduous, demanding countless time and energy. Upon completing these 3 steps and emerging from the cocoon, the first evolution would be fully accomplished, reaching the demigod realm. Commanding nature, altering reality, and destroying planets were merely a wave of the hand. Moreover, she would possess infinite longevity and an immortal soul. Every evolution required the divine art chakra fruit to provide sufficient energy or elixirs refined by the Otsutsuki clan. That was why the Otsutsuki ceaselessly planted divine trees and harvested chakra fruits. Each chakra fruit took a millennium to grow. Of course, that was for ordinary Otsutsuki, but Ban had the system. Although the system was abstract and rogue, it still came in handy at critical moments. Through the system's evolution, Ban used her chakra to nurture the divine tree in her inner world, and every 10 years the tree would bloom and bear fruit looking like ant forest. Undoubtedly, Ban had no need to destroy the earth or spend that much time planting divine trees and waiting. Idle evolution. One might think she was playing legend while other Otsutsuki would be weeping. Moreover, having evolved to the Otsutsuki cocoon level, Ban could alter certain aspects of reality, such as canceling someone's reality-altering divine art. A disobedient brat deserves a good lesson, don't you think? You. Moi. Just as Ban's consciousness was in the system space, she suddenly felt a tickle on her forehead. She opened her eyes and found Hashirama poking her horn. The white horn looked like a bony growth, but in reality it felt like skin, soft, bouncy, and pleasant to the touch. Seeing Hashirama holding her horn with a curious expression, Ban beamed a radiant smile and tilted her head. Stupid Hashirama, what are you doing? Nothing. Hashirama, realizing he had been caught, withdrew his hand somewhat awkwardly. You dare touch my horn? I'll touch yours. Ban kicked Hashirama hard, causing him to wince in pain. I'm sorry. Hashirama bowed 90 degrees in apology. I forgive you. Ban unleashed her chakra, and a beam of light spread from the ground into the sky, casting the reality-altering divine art. People's perceptions began to change, and of course Ban made a few minor adjustments. For instance, she erased what Uchiha Suki had done. Household matters must be handled personally. Though a fly could be killed with a single slap, its buzzing near the ear was still irritating. Thus Ban simply eliminated all the flies at once. She was no bloodthirsty executioner, but she didn't consider herself a good person either. That was the way of the Uchiha clan. For those they cherished, they would give their all regardless of the cost. But those they despised, I'll slaughter your entire family. The Uchiha were that extreme. Treating people differently. Just get over it, you know what I mean. Stop talking when you know. Now that the ninja world was temporarily at peace, Ban set up a barrier over the earth's surface, a warning bell that would alert her the moment an enemy invaded. Ban turned to Hashirama and said, let's go. Time to return to the village. Hashirama nodded. Konoha. All was silent. When they entered the village, they were not attacked by fire-style or water-style jutsu, but the current Konoha lay in ruins, reduced to rubble by the Black Cloak's assault. Mother. Uchiha Suki stood at the intersection of Konoha's main road behind a half-broken utility pole, her eyes complex. Suki. Ban looked at her. Uchiha Suki drew her katana. I am willing to atone with my death, mother. No need, but death may be avoided, yet punishment cannot be escaped. Ban walked up to Uchiha Suki. Her white hair was like snow, as if she were a lofty deity. With a gesture, a wood-style cage trapped the two, obscuring the view inside. From the cage came sounds of slap and faint muffled groans seeming to tremble. Half a minute later the wood-style cage dissolved. Uchiha Suki collapsed to the ground sitting in a seiza position, her face flushed and clothes disheveled. I'm sorry, mother. I won't do this again. Good that you know. Ban glanced at Uchiha Suki. The other quickly lowered her eyes and covered her bottom. This time she was much more docile. Indeed, a spanking is necessary to make one obedient. Don't misunderstand. Ban only spanked Suki's bottom. Ban's appearance had changed greatly, but she was still recognizable. Her staff tapped the ground, making it tremble. She prepared to restore Konoha. Chakra fluctuated and 3 truth-seeking balls floated behind Ban, transforming into a black water surface according to her memories. Truth-seeking balls were composed of the 7 chakra natures containing all phenomena and possessing infinite variability. Thus, to the astonishment of all, buildings appeared on the surface formed by the truth-seeking balls, the very structures destroyed by the black cloak. The entire Konoha rapidly restored to its original form under Ban's hands. The collapsed Hokage rock reappeared, and Ban added her own face to Hashirama's, declaring her sovereignty. The ruined Hokage office, the railway tracks, the Uchiha clan compound, and the Hyuga clan compound were all rebuilt. Finally, the entire Konoha emerged anew. This was the true founder of Konoha, Ban. Uchiha Ban stopped. Everyone was still frozen in disbelief at this incredible sight. She grabbed Hashirama's hand and vanished, disappearing from the spot. Because it was already late, they had to hurry. Got any? Ban hefted her chest, looking displeased. Night deepens, no sleep. Wood style, wood spikes jutsu. Wood style. Water style. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Harem jutsu. Has it been 54 years since Mu Yi was established? Time flies so fast. Zhu Jian sighed with emotion. He recalled a rebellious child who used to skip stones with him, and now that same child had grown into his graceful girlfriend. Also, the Hokage speaks about the will of fire, Ban said, blinking. Every year on this day, the 3rd Hokage used to expound the will of fire, but now it was the 4th Hokage's turn. The 4th Hokage was handsome and approachable, being a commoner by birth, so more people would likely listen when he conveyed the will of fire. Shall we go and see? Ban suggested. She suddenly remembered that someone had proposed reforming the will of fire at a Mu Yi conference to keep pace with the new era. Unaware of what would happen later, Ban had changed into the black-red lace dress she bought from the clothing store adorned with light black stockings. Zhu Jian silently gave a thumbs up. They became the center of attention in the crowd, but being too conspicuous wasn't always beneficial. Ban activated her Rinnegan, casting Jinjutsu on those she encountered, making them subconsciously overlook her. They were affectionate and soon reached the grand stage for the will of fire. Bo Feng Shui Min stood on the podium, delivering his speech. Along the way, Ban bought a skewer of dumplings and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Young people are the hope of the future. The older generation must trust and protect them. The sacrifices of the older generation are not meaningless, but they inspire the young to become the pillars of the future. And in this new era, we must implement this philosophy and improve upon it, ensuring it is reflected in welfare. Bo Feng Shui Min stood on the podium speaking, transmitting the will of fire. She and Zhu Jian stood among the crowd, and Ban unexpectedly spotted a familiar, yet unfamiliar person. A golden-haired child was squeezed in the crowd, desperately trying to push out, but was bounced back by the dense sea of people. That golden-haired child was Xian Wamingren, with hair exactly like his Hokage father and quite handsome. As the protagonist of Ji Feng Chuan, Xian Wamingren embodied perseverance. Now he was repeatedly attempting to break through the surging crowd to catch a breath of relief. Ban walked over and lifted Xian Wamingren. Who let me go? Naruto, realizing his feet had left the ground, struggled. You can't get out like this, Ban said. Xian Wamingren then noticed that the one holding him was a beautiful white-haired elder sister and quickly spoke. Can you take me out? Big sister, I want to find Zhuizhu. Ban was surprised. Did Zhuizhu and Mingren already know each other at this point? But since he had said so, Ban used the body flicker technique to whisk Xian Wamingren away from the crowded throng. Relieved, Xian Wamingren sighed and thanked the kind elder sister. Thank you, big sister. I'm Xian Wamingren, the son of the 4th Hokage, and I'll become someone like my father in the future. Xian Wamingren showed a sunny smile, and Ban ruffled his hair. Really? Then I believe you can become Hokage. This was indeed true. Mingren, despite having no relatives, grew stronger step by step through his own efforts, eventually becoming the 7th Hokage, the great Huang Yuan. Alas, I don't know any ninjutsu yet, and it'll take a long time to become Hokage, Xian Wamingren suddenly said, feeling a bit dejected. Then let me teach you a ninjutsu, Ban said, intrigued. Really, big sister? Xian Wamingren's face lit up with surprise. His excitement was visible as he stared at Ban. Remember, I'll only teach once. Ban whispered a few words into Xian Wamingren's ear, teaching him the hand seals. Try it yourself at home. Okay, big sister. Mingren. Suddenly a childish voice called from afar. Ban and Mingren looked over. It was a black-haired little girl with big, beautiful eyes and a cute face, with the Uchiha clan's fan symbol on her back. Zhuizhu. Xian Wamingren was excited when he saw the girl and waved. Sazwa. Ban was taken aback. Oh, was this pretty little girl that guy? Big sister, see you next time. I'm off now. Xian Wamingren bid farewell to Ban and dashed toward Yuzhubuazhuazhu. Ban shook her head and returned to Zhujian. The fourth Hokage's speech was nearing its end, and Bo Fengshui Min was making his concluding remarks. Where did you just go? Zhujian asked. Nothing, just ran into two familiar kids. Ban waited for the speech to finish and left with Zhujian. At sunset, Xian Wamingren said goodbye to Yuzhubuazhuazhu and ran home. Next to the bookstore, a white-haired man buried his head in a book with the cover boldly bearing the title Qin Tian Tian Tang. Zilai Yi had now become a renowned author across the 5 great nations, publishing many books, the most famous being the Qin Tian Tian Tang series, selling millions of copies and gaining popularity in all ninja villages. The one reading this book was clearly Chi Mu Kakashi. Though his face was hidden by a black mask, the lecherous look in his eyes was almost palpable. Not bad. Kakashi sighed at the exciting part. Kakashi-sensei. Hearing the call, Kakashi slowly put down the book, and the one who disturbed him was Xian Wamingren. At that moment, Xian Wamingren's face radiated joy, as if he had obtained a precious treasure, and he called out to Kakashi. By the way, Kakashi had now become Xian Wamingren's private tutor under Bo Fengshui Min's invitation, teaching him taijutsu to build a foundation for future chakra. What's up? I've learned a new ninjutsu, it's amazing. Zhuazhu was scared, blushed, and ran away, crying after seeing the ninjutsu I learned. What ninjutsu? Show me. Kakashi was curious what ninjutsu Mingren could have learned, probably something basic, like a substitution technique. Kakashi-sensei, I'm afraid I might hurt you, Xian Wamingren said seriously. It's fine if I get hurt, I wouldn't be worthy of being your teacher. Kakashi didn't believe a kid barely 4 years old could learn a powerful ninjutsu. Even if he did, he couldn't release it with his current skills. Alright, I'm going. Xian Wamingren's eyes turned serious, and he began forming hand seals as the elder sister had taught him. Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath and shouted, Shadow Clone Technique. 3 shadow clones materialized beside him. Kakashi's eager gaze faded, replaced by a deadpan look. Even though it's only this level, it's still impressive considering most people his age haven't even mastered the substitution technique. But the next second, Kakashi regretted his miscalculation, admitting he had underestimated Naruto. Naruto then formed 2 more clones, and said, panting, Sexy technique, harem technique. With a puff of white smoke, a variety of stunning beauties appeared before Kakashi, disheveled, and revealing everything they should, standing unabashedly before him. Kakashi was stunned at first, then felt a warmth in his nose. Though a devoted reader of Ika Paradise, he was still an innocent young man who had never seen anything like this. With a geyser of red blood, Kakashi collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Kakashi-sensei! Kakashi-sensei! Naruto rushed over, looking at the stricken Kakashi. Such an evil technique. Wa, Kakashi-sensei, do you have any last words? Though I'm not dead yet, my advice is to make them bigger next time. I prefer big ones, Kakashi said weakly. Kakashi-sensei, I'll definitely improve next time, and make this technique even better. Ahem, who taught you this technique? Kakashi sat up with difficulty. A pretty lady with white hair, Naruto answered honestly. A lady with white hair. Kakashi was stunned. He searched his memory for who would be so irresponsible as to teach a kid such a jutsu. Kakashi naturally wouldn't think of Madara because during the masked man's attack, he had fled with Naruto and Kushina Uzumaki, then gone on long missions, and later become Naruto's tutor. And when Madara restored Konoha, Kakashi was still out on a mission, so he certainly didn't suspect Madara. Meanwhile, Madara was soaking in a hot spring, but sadly her chest didn't float. Were those anime scenes all fake? Because she couldn't achieve it herself, Madara chose to doubt. Madara-sama, what a coincidence. I never expected to find you here in the hot spring. Madara looked up at the voice. It was Maruko, wrapped in a blue towel. The bosom hidden beneath her work clothes was surprisingly ample, almost overflowing. Madara watched as Maruko entered the water, and certain parts naturally floated upward. Madara. Fake right, she muttered in disbelief, poking Maruko's chest. What are you doing, Madara-sama? That tickles, Maruko laughed. Why are you so big? Madara looked at her, as if she were a monster, disdain practically dripping from her expression. Of course, beneath the disguise was hidden envy and jealousy. But there was no way Uchiha Madara would show that openly. She didn't want it at all. Really? Really? Fine, Maruko, I've sentenced you to death in my heart, Madara thought resentfully. Criminal Maruko. Crime, big bosom. Judge Uchiha Madara. Verdict, death penalty. Madara sulkily submerged herself up to the neck, leaving only her head above the water, her face flushed pink from the steam, delicate veins, and smooth skin visible. By the way, Madara-sama, how are things between you and Hashirama-sama lately? Maruko asked gossipily, very curious. Well, Madara thought for a moment. Pretty good. Stupid Hashirama may be a bit dense, but he's a decent person, honest, sincere, and listens to me. Have you too done that thing? You know. Maruko looked innocent, making a fist with one hand and extending a finger with the other. Why are you asking? If I must say. Madara blushed, recalling her glorious record, 19 kills in one night, each time a victory. Sort of, as she murmured. Really? Maruko covered her mouth, eagerly pressing on. When will you two get married? I want to drink at your wedding. You absolutely have to let me be the bridesmaid. And marriage? That's not even in consideration yet. Isn't it too early? Madara was startled, stammering. Not early at all. You've already done that. He's a man, he has to take responsibility. If he doesn't step up, what then? That definitely won't happen. I trust stupid Hashirama. Madara dismissed the possibility. They had made a pact, and she would always believe in him. Did I say something wrong? But this shows how much you trust him. So since you love each other, give him a stance of promise. So it's just a matter of time. Get on it. Maruko urged. If you're too shy to bring it up, I can help you. Maruko winked. She was once Madara's best strategist, masterminding victories from afar. A little marriage. Easy as pie. Don't talk about me. When are you getting married? You're not young anymore. Madara struck back. Well, Maruko immediately deflated. A strategist. Doesn't go to the battlefield. Though Maruko was over 30, she was still very beautiful, ranking among the top 10 in Konoha's looks. And she was quite wealthy, though finding a boyfriend would be a breeze. Yet she remained unmarried. Hey, do you remember what I told you? Maruko said. Madara suddenly recalled what Maruko had once said and sighed, patting her shoulder. May you find your ideal type soon. Good luck. Madara didn't know what else to say because Maruko's idea was simply too strange. Madara packed up her things, dried her jade-like body, draped her clothes, and tied her sash. She had a lifetime membership at the village's hot spring shop, enough for at least until the current owner died. Maybe even for the next generation. With chakra, Madara's life was immortal. For the Otsutsuki, even time travel had taken thousands of years. In the end, they ran out of chakra and lost power, and Madara took them down. When Ban returned to the house, dusk had already begun to settle. Her residence stood apart from the other Uchiha clansmen, isolated in a remote corner of the Uchiha compound. The room was laid with tatami mats, and a pair of matching wooden clogs sat by the entrance. A framed photograph of Ban and Hashirama sharing a kiss hung upon the wall. In an unassuming corner rested a battered suit of armor, scarred and weathered by the passage of time, worn and broken. Only the dried bloodstains remained to bear witness to its former majesty. The crimson armor had once accompanied Ban through countless battles, commanding the battlefield with unparalleled dominance. It was how the title Rose of the Battlefield had been forged. Now it served as mere decoration, for her strength had long since surpassed any need for protection. You're an old relic now, aren't you? Ban murmured, tracing her fingers over the rusted surface of the armor with a touch of nostalgia. So many years had passed since she had traversed into this world, fleeting like a dream. She had once hoped to find a beautiful kunoichi as a wife, yet now she was on the verge of becoming someone else's. A sudden impulse stirred within Ban to don the armor once more. She slipped off her outer garments, changed into a black, form-fitting suit layered on the chainmail, and finally draped the heavy armor over her shoulders. In the mirror, the white-haired young woman stood clad in crimson heavy armor, her visage exuding an added air of authority. Ding! A limited-time quest has appeared. Recall the past. The host is granted the opportunity to traverse to another timeline beginning at the onset of the Fourth Great Ninja War to assist another version of yourself in fulfilling her dream for a duration of 1 month. While the host undertakes this mission, the present timeline will be paused. For the sake of gameplay balance, the host's power will be restricted to the 6 paths level. Death within the game will have no repercussions on reality. Does the host wish to participate in this game? Silence fell so profound that the drop of a pin could be heard within the room. Ban let out a silent laugh. Interesting. Allow me to truly experience this game. I accept. Ban retrieved the Uchiha War fan and its attached scythe from the system's spatial storage. Since she was returning to the past for battle, it was only fitting to use some old implements. It was time to stretch her limbs once more. After all, in this main world, she had no equal, unless an even higher-tiered Otsutsuki were to appear. With a chance to rekindle her fighting spirit, she naturally chose to participate. Wherever she stood, she was confident in her position atop the summit, gazing down upon all others. Ban's figure vanished from the Uchiha compound. Hashirama had just bought her some dumplings and walked in only to find the room empty. Huh. The big man scratched his head in confusion. Where did she go? Within a gloomy cavern of towering bones, the white-masked figure stood alongside Sage Kabuto. At last this moment has arrived. Kabuto's expression remained calm as he exchanged a glance with Obito, summoning impure world reincarnation. In an instant, rows of wooden coffins burst forth from the earth, rising one after another. First, the former Akatsuki members Itachi, Deidara, Sasori, Kukazu, and Nagato Plus. Kabuto introduced each one in turn, but when his gaze swept over one particular corpse, he faltered. A young woman with long white hair, eyes tightly shut, her cheeks marked with the cracks of the impure world reincarnation, clad in crimson armor. Was this being among those I summoned? Kabuto was puzzled for a moment, reasoning that perhaps he had simply overlooked it given the sheer number of resurrected souls. So he lingered only briefly before moving on to introduce the other ninja. Using Yamato's Hashirama cells for cultivation, the results are unexpectedly excellent. Coupled with the 100,000 white Zetsu reinforced by renowned ninja of past generations. A faint smile crept across Kabuto's face. Truly magnificent. Enough. Time to set out. The white-masked Obito spoke coldly, his silhouette appearing lean and stark. Ban abruptly opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings before fixing her gaze on Obito and Kabuto as they prepared to exit the cave. So I've truly arrived in another timeline. In this impure world reincarnated body. Ban clenched her fist tightly. The other resurrected figures were already moving forward, Deidara, Haku, Zabuza, and more. It seems I've arrived at the very beginning of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Ban confirmed her position in the timeline of the Great War. Within 1 month, I must help this world's Ban fulfill her dream, to create a beautiful world without war. Without using the infinite Tsukuyomi, that will be somewhat challenging. But before that I might as well enjoy myself. A smile curled at the corner of Ban's lips as she silently undid the impure world reincarnation. Even with her strength diminished, she could operate completely undetected by Kabuto. The Fourth Great Ninja War unfolded in 3 phases. The first was the White Zetsu army clashing with the allied shinobi forces until Naruto, awakened in Ninetales chakra mode, defeated them one by one. The second was the resurrection of Madara Uchiha, forcing the 5 Kage to unite. The third saw Obito and Madara activate the Tentales Jinchuriki mode to battle the alliance. At the war's conclusion, the Tentales Jinchuriki Madara was struck through the heart by Black Zetsu, who summoned the progenitor of chakra, Kaguya. With Naruto and Sasuke joining forces, Kaguya was ultimately sealed once more, bringing the war to an end. Though the original Fourth Great Ninja War spanned over 200 episodes, it lasted merely 3 days within the timeline. Thus Ban could accomplish only a limited number of things, but the most critical ones had to be done. For instance, eliminating Black Zetsu. Ban assessed her current state: unlimited chakra, a boon for others, but a hindrance for her. Her own chakra reserves were so vast that she could obliterate the planet itself without ever running dry. Her Rinnegan abilities, however, remained fully accessible, including the Eternal Mangekyo. The true weakness lay in her base attributes, which had dropped by roughly 75%, placing her at the 6 paths level. Ban was hardly concerned, for a game without challenge held no enjoyment. Only strategic battles could add true stakes and excitement. Everyone prepare yourselves to face the presence of a god. She picked up her old companion, the Uchiha War fan, appearing in her hand, and made no effort to conceal her appearance. After all, no one here would recognize her. Ban phased out of existence, vanishing from the spot, and thus the Fourth Great Ninja War began. On the battlefield, the first to engage were the reincarnated Deidara and Sasori, soaring through the sky atop Deidara's clay bird. Kankuro and Sai, having lain in ambush, launched their attack against the pair. The 100,000 White Zetsu army clashed with the allied shinobi forces in brutal combat, the constant surge of chakra allowing the White Zetsu to learn new transformations. Disguising themselves as various ninja, the White Zetsu's mimicry abilities made them nearly impossible to distinguish. The allied forces suffered heavy losses and were forced to form defensive circles, locked in a stalemate against the White Zetsu. With Killer Bee's assistance, Naruto learned to master the chakra cloak mode with greater control. Determined to join the battle alongside Killer Bee, they were initially obstructed by Tsunade and the Reikage, but Naruto's Ninetales chakra mode and lightning-fast persuasion swayed the Reikage, allowing them to enter the fray. The pair then faced the weakened enemy combination, with Naruto defeating the third Reikage on the battlefield. The white-masked Obito led the reincarnated Jinchuriki to the front lines, where they engaged Naruto and Killer Bee in combat. In the lush forest, Naruto and Killer Bee were hurrying along until several figures blocked their path. The Rinnegan gleamed between the treetops, and the Edo Tensei Jinchuriki appeared. A dreamlike bubble struck Ninetales Naruto, bursting and sending him plummeting to the ground. Water release bubble technique. Foam's face was icy as he launched the jutsu. Instantly, countless bubbles in the air exploded with a thunderous roar, raising waves of shock. Killer Bee reacted swiftly, grabbing Naruto and using an octopus tentacle to latch onto a tree. Thank you, Killer Bee. Before Naruto could finish the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, Fu used her secret technique, Scale Powder. Their vision was filled with light as Yujito, Ni, and Han attacked. Fortunately, Killer Bee unsheathed his twin swords and repelled them both. These glasses have top-notch shading. The 5 Jinchuriki stood on a tree trunk, glaring menacingly at the duo. Samahata let out a greedy roar. Killer Bee wasted no time rapping as he bit his sword and charged in. He moved with agility, first striking at Fu in midair, repelling her with Samahata. In that instant, he had already circled behind her, hurling shuriken, but unexpectedly she dodged them. Dodging without sight, Killer Bee was startled. It's the same as Nagato's technique. The vision of all 6 is linked. Naruto was about to speak when he was scorched by Rashi, who had activated his lava-release chakra mode. Meanwhile, Yujito Ni's rat jutsu scattered across the trees, transforming into dozens of tracking mini rats that pursued them. Killer Bee swiftly dodged, with Naruto explosions echoing behind them. Yujito swiped at them with her claws, sending them flying. Killer Bee took the opportunity to lead Naruto into the bushes. Yujito's movements are different from before. Yujito had a Rinnegan in her left eye and a Sharingan in her right, with the clothes on her chest torn by Killer Bee. Her pale chest was exposed, a black blade wound expanding, and a black nail was embedded in the center between her breasts. With each breath, Yujito's wound healed, a testament to the advantage of the Edo Tensei body. Too obvious, no sensation, exposure is exciting. Seeing this sight, before him Killer Bee wriggled excitedly, and the Eight Tails was speechless. Naruto remained in Nine Tails mode, and upon seeing the black nail in Yujito's chest he immediately charged forward only to be met by Rashi, who had activated lava release. If attacking head-on won't work, then I won't dodge. I'll get close and grab them. A Rasengan formed in Naruto's hand and struck Rashi with force. Sure enough, Rashi also had a black nail in his chest. Naruto prepared to shatter it in one go, but was kicked away by Han. Killer Bee, this terrain is unfavorable for us. You know what I mean, right? The Eight Tails said to Killer Bee. Then let's flatten this place and let the sand brat shine, yo. Killer Bee decisively entered tailed beast mode, and the Eight Tails let out a mighty roar. Hey, a strangely captivating cry. Killer Bee and the Eight Tails unleashed a passionate combination technique, with Eight Tails' tentacles extending from underground, knocking down the Jinchuriki one after another. How crude and spectacular, but now I have no place to hide. A stunning young girl with white hair wrapped in a red armor stood coldly on a cliff, arms crossed like an iceberg. Behind her back were an Uchiha war fan and a sickle. From the very beginning of Naruto and Killer Bee's battle with the Jinchuriki, Madara had been watching from here until Killer Bee and the Eight Tails leveled the terrain. It seems I have nowhere to hide, Madara said indifferently. Who is that white-haired big sister? Naruto, with his keen perception, was the first to sense Madara's presence. Killer Bee's strongman lock technique had already restrained the 5 Jinchuriki. Following Naruto's voice, Killer Bee also looked over. Madara stood above, showing no intention of moving. The cracks on her face also proved her identity as an Edo Tensei body. The 5 Jinchuriki struggled, causing Killer Bee's grip to falter as Obito, behind him, also felt puzzled. An Edo Tensei body. Who is this? He tried to contact Kabuto, only to learn that the latter had not sent any Edo Tensei ninja to his location. An uncontrollable factor, Obito murmured. Meanwhile, Killer Bee's sealing technique was sealing the Jinchuriki. Naruto dared not act rashly, but a look of joy crossed his face. Killer Bee's sealing technique is amazing. Did the seal succeed? The Eight Tails looked grim, drenched in sweat. No, the enemy's power has increased magnificently. The 5-tailed beast Ifid Jinchuriki broke free from the seal. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Obito could no longer sit still. He emerged from underground looking like a dancer zombie. Madara slowly lowered her gaze, and their eyes met. She now had the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated. Her crimson eyes were as sharp as a wolf's claws, seemingly piercing through the mask on Obito's face. Direct line Sharingan. Who are you? Obito, holding his white mask, demanded. Me. Madara suddenly sneered. I am Uchiha Madara. Her words were brief, but they shocked the 3 beings with independent thought and the 2-tailed beasts present. She's Uchiha Madara. No way, yo. Killer Bee couldn't believe it. If this woman was Uchiha Madara, then who was the white-masked man who claimed to be Madara? Who is Uchiha Madara? Naruto asked curiously. Killer Bee quickly explained to Naruto, while controlling the 8 Tails to battle the tailed beast Ifid Jinchuriki. Your lie is truly boring. Even if you're going to make something up, at least make it convincing. Obito suddenly spoke calmly. The person before him couldn't be Uchiha Madara. Not only had Kabuto not released Madara yet, but he had also seen Madara before. He was just an old man long dead. Since that's the case, it seems none of you believe me, Madara said. She slowly drew the war fan from behind, identical to the white masks, and the bloodstained sickle. Flame war fan. Obito was stunned again. Since you don't believe me, I'll have to prove it to you. Madara's figure vanished. Huh. Obito instinctively used intangibility. In combat, it was a reflex for him. Although the person was certainly not Uchiha Madara, he dared not let his guard down against an Uchiha with a direct line Sharingan. The sickle passed through Obito's head. Madara deliberately slowed the sickle's speed so Obito couldn't attack her either. If he used Kamui again. Madara's Sharingan flickered, and a bloodstain appeared on Obito's shoulder. Space-time ninjutsu that can counter my intangibility. Obito leaped back, distancing himself from Madara. The eerie ability she had shown in appearing before him, combined with her ability to suppress his intangibility, made Obito cautious. She had the same type of Sharingan as his. Was there such a figure among the ancestors of the Uchiha clan? What Obito did not know was that the person standing before him was indeed Uchiha Madara, albeit from another dimension. Uchiha Madara is attacking Uchiha Madara. Is she here to help us? Naruto, in his 9 Tails mode, was utterly bewildered by the situation. The 5 Tails Kokuo, a massive white bull, rammed into the 8 Tails, and with a mighty heave sent it flying. Naruto focused on the battle at hand. Seeing Naruto lost in thought, Killer Bee quickly reminded him. After all, their opponents were 5 Jinchuriki, each at least of Kage-level strength. And they were up against 5 Kage-level foes. We have no quarrel, do we? Obito raised his gun by fan to block Madara's attack. Ever since he realized she could nullify his intangibility, he had become extremely vigilant. One careless move, and he would die. Of course we have no grudge. If anything, I owe you something. But right now I'm curious about the face behind that mask. Whose is it? Madara said deliberately. She had long known it was Obito, but she said this just to make him nervous. As expected, upon hearing Madara's words, Obito's body instinctively tensed. He spat out a fire release which, under the influence of his intangibility, became a spiraling tongue of flame. Madara deflected the flames with her Uchiha gunbai. Obito appeared before her, extending a chakra chain from his hand. Has no one taught you the proper way to use that fan? As Obito's chains bound Madara, the girl revealed a faint smile, and Obito sensed something was wrong. Uchiha reflection. The fire release that struck the fan was absorbed, and in the same instant Madara swung a massive fire tornado back at him. The white-masked figure was engulfed in flames. When he reappeared, his clothes were scorched and torn, and he was panting heavily. Is that all you've got? Keep going, keep going. Madara encouraged Obito, but everyone could see it was nothing but mockery. The Uchiha Madara who had made the allied shinobi forces tremble, the mysterious masked man, was now in such a pathetic state. Meanwhile, Naruto and Killer Bee were being overwhelmed by the 5 Jinchuriki, unable to fight back. Just as Rashi's lava release was about to swallow Naruto, 2 figures appeared and saved him. Leaf Hurricane. A green leotard and outrageously unfashionable bowl cut a sunny smile, and a pose that could sear the eyes. Might Guy, the green beast of Konoha, made his entrance. With him came Kakashi, his single Sharingan spinning in Kamui. With their help, Naruto used shadow clones to restrain the four-tailed Son Goku, and managed to pull out the black receiver from its body. Damn it! Obito frowned, blocked by Madara. He had no choice but to summon chakra chains from afar, pulling all the Jinchuriki and their tailed beasts toward him. The controlled Jinchuriki condensed tailed beast balls. 5 orbs of destruction hurtled toward Madara and straight at her. The rock before Madara quaked as the massive orbs approached. She formed a 7-element raisin shuriken in her hand and gently tossed it. It collided with the tailed beast balls, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Nearby, Naruto and Kurama achieved perfect synchronization, entering Sage of 6 Paths mode. In the instant of the explosion, Madara slipped into Kamui's dimension. As expected, Obito was there too. Before he could even express his shock, Madara's fist sank into his abdomen. How is this possible? Obito coughed up blood, his face contorted in agony beneath his mask. What's so hard to understand? I possess the same abilities you do. Madara said. What is your true objective? Obito clutched a kunai, his voice cold. Objective? Just to enjoy this game that brings me pleasure. Well then, farewell. Madara raised her gunbai, about to kill Obito, but the moment before she touched him, her body shattered. This clone's chakra is running low. Oh well, killing you now would be pointless. I can use you later to revive my real body. Madara muttered to herself in a barely audible voice, then withdrew her fan. Finally, her body turned into a mere log. Just a clone. Cold sweat dripped from Obito's forehead. He barely managed to stand. Damn the tailed beasts. Ignoring his injuries, Obito left Kamui's dimension. Naruto, relying on half of Kurama's power, was surprisingly holding his own against 5 tailed beasts. He summoned the demonic statue of the outer path and pulled all the tailed beasts into it. In his current state, dealing with 2 perfect Jinchuriki plus Guy and Kakashi was too difficult. But he had to keep up appearances. Obito spoke casually, as if nothing had happened. That person was your ally. I've already dealt with him. Give up on this boring reality. Chakra chains extended from the demonic statue, inhaling the 5-tailed beasts like a gale. You've unlocked the perfect Jinchuriki mode, but it won't last long, will it? Still the same as before. But in the consciousness space, Naruto had already connected with all the tailed beasts. How could it be the same as before? Someone told me a lot of hard-to-remember names. Kurama linked Naruto, clapped his hands together, a golden chakra claw grabbing Kakashi, and Guy ready to fight the masked man. On another battlefield, sand swirled. Gaara had dealt with his reanimated father and now encountered the second Mizukage, who was lazily directing the allied shinobi forces to attack him. Inoki, who had just defeated Mu, fought alongside Gaara. Together they sealed the second Mizukage with the sand burial of the Great Desert. The third Raikage had already been taken down by Naruto during his earlier journey. Madara's wood clone on the main battlefield also had a significant impact, causing Naruto to skip Madara's actual appearance. The story goes back to the group of the weak and infirm. The pale, emaciated, reanimated Nagato and the frail, sickly, reanimated Itachi supported each other, barely able to walk, as if they might die from a single breath. On their way to the battlefield, Naruto and Killer Bee encountered these two. Under Kabuto's control, Itachi and Nagato attacked them. Itachi formed hand seals, gathering a fireball in his mouth, and shot it at them. Killer Bee swung Samahata, cleaving the flames. While fighting, reanimated Itachi chatted with Naruto, never stopping his attacks, but clearly showing goodwill. Where is Sasuke? Itachi was most concerned about his younger brother. Upon learning that Sasuke had become a rogue ninja, and even planned to destroy Konoha, Itachi was shocked. The four fought. Under Kabuto's control, Nagato fought fiercely, but he kept revealing his weaknesses to Naruto, and Killer Bee and Itachi did the same. Summoning Jutsu. Nagato slammed his hand on the ground. A puff of smoke burst forth, and the 3-headed hellhound, and the Yada no Karasu appeared on the water's surface. Killer Bee and the reanimated Itachi weaved across the water as fire-style Phoenix Flower Jutsu, with claws shot toward Killer Bee. Several shuriken wrapped in flames were deflected by Samahata. Killer Bee wrapping summoned the Eight Tails tentacle to grab Itachi. You fool fool fool. Nagato meanwhile continuously instructed Naruto on how to attack, revealing all his weaknesses, yet even so Naruto found it somewhat troublesome to deal with him. Nagato on the Yada no Karasu unleashed Shinra Tensei, causing ripples of air to surge around. Naruto extended a fox claw to form a Rasengan with shadow clones appearing beside him. Take this. Naruto's Rasengan exploded near Nagato, who absorbed it using the Preta path. The reanimated Itachi prepared to use his dojutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, the strongest jinjutsu capable of altering a person's consciousness. Itachi had transplanted Shirsui's eye into a crow originally intended for Sasuke, but by a twist of fate, it was used on himself, freeing him from Kabuto's control. A black crow flew out from Naruto's mouth, its right eye being the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was about to use Kodo Amatsukami on Itachi, but a sudden gust of wind from afar blew the crow away. At the same time, a vine grabbed the reanimated Itachi's ankle, and a strange sensation spread through his body. Impure world reincarnation. Is it undone? Itachi was astonished. His mind became clear, completely breaking free from Kabuto's control. Meanwhile, Kabuto was equally baffled, unaware that Itachi could use impure world reincarnation release. Who was it that freed him? The crow was blown into the forest, and Itachi tried to recall it only to find his connection with the crow severed. Before he could figure out what was happening, Naruto charged at him with a Rasengan. Itachi turned into crows to evade the attack. Naruto, I've broken free from control, Itachi said, leaping into the air. Huh. Naruto was baffled, not understanding the situation. Nagato and Itachi exchanged a glance, comprehending each other's intent. The next moment, Itachi used Amaterasu. To Naruto and Killer Bee's shock, the black flames fell upon Nagato instead. The black flames engulfed the three-headed Hellhound. Nagato hastily maneuvered the Yada no Karasu to evade the black flames, while the Hellhound was already burned to near death. This is troublesome. Kabuto, controlling Nagato from behind, was sweating profusely. The situation had clearly exceeded his expectations, and he had to devote all his focus to manipulating the reanimated Nagato. Hell Path. The King of Hell was summoned by Nagato, extending its long tongue to lash out at Naruto. Naruto couldn't react in time. As he was grabbed and dragged into the King of Hell's belly, a crimson flame cut through Nagato's body, interrupting his technique. Bang! Nagato used a substitution technique, but his left arm had been severed, slowly regenerating due to his reanimated body. He turned his gaze and saw that someone had activated Susanoo. A skeletal Susanoo materialized around the reanimated Itachi. Since he was reanimated, he needn't worry about losing his eyesight. This was the strongest stage of his combat power. Azura Path. A blue cannonball condensed in Nagato's palm and fired. Two more followed, with a blue beam piercing through one side of the forest, slicing down large trees. Yet this devastating attack couldn't touch his opponents. Naruto and Killer Bee closed in quickly, and Nagato barely managed to repel them with Shinra Tensei. 3 against 1, Nagato was undoubtedly on the defensive. Eventually, Nagato unleashed Chibaku Tensei, colliding with the jutsu of Naruto, Itachi, and Killer Bee. After a violent explosion, Itachi's Susanoo's Tatsuka blade pierced through Nagato's body, sealing him completely. After a brief exchange, Itachi decided to go after Kabuto and capture him. Meanwhile, Naruto and Killer Bee continued toward the battlefield. In the forest, Sasuke Uchiha, with a sword at his side and a handsome cold face, was on his way to the battlefield when a passing shinobi made his pupils contract sharply. Itachi. Sasuke looked again, confirming he wasn't mistaken. Stop. Are you Itachi? Sasuke activated Susanoo and gave chase, the younger brother pursuing the elder. Madara appeared on a treetop, watching the two brothers in pursuit. A crow affectionately landed on his shoulder, its right eye being a Mangekyo Sharingan, with the sealed jutsu of Kodo Amatsukami. It seems the plan is progressing steadily. Madara's body transformed into a tree trunk and fell to the ground, while the crow vanished from the spot. On the main battlefield, after defeating the Mizukage Raikage and Kazekage, the allied shinobi forces breathed a sigh of relief. But clearly fate didn't intend to let them rest long. Mu appeared on a cliff, and Gaara stared at him in shock. Mu the second Tsuchikage mastered Dust Release and the Split Technique. He had escaped Gaara's sealing through his Split Technique, thus freeing himself from restraint. Following behind him was Madara Uchiha. Naruto, after defeating the third Raikage and Killer Bee, had gone to fight the masked man, missing the chance to meet Madara. That was why he was surprised upon hearing the name Madara, for he had never seen him. Yellow sand rolled and a bead of sweat slid down Inoki's forehead as memories of his childhood surfaced. Madara, quarreling with Hashirama's wife and preparing to leave home, encountered Inoki, who had come to negotiate. At that time, Inoki was young and arrogant, unaware of his own limits. But after witnessing Madara's Susanoo, he had no courage to fight him. That stain and fear had remained in his heart ever since. On the rock pillar, Madara Uchiha stood with black hair reaching his waist, sharp eyes, and a red armor draped over him. It seems that Guy's plan isn't going smoothly. There have been errors. The reanimated Madara was of course referring to Obito. He turned his gaze to Mu and asked, "Who is the caster of this impure world reincarnation?" "I don't know." After answering, Mu's body was taken over by Kabuto. "I am Kabuto, the operator of the impure world reincarnation. Communicating with me through impure world reincarnation. Quite sneaky," the reanimated Madara said coldly. "This body was specially customized for you, possessing power surpassing your prime," Kabuto said. Madara's face remained calm, his three Tomo eyes spinning. "You? Have you witnessed my prime?" "No, so please let me see it," Kabuto said with a smile. "After holding back for so long, it's time to stretch my limbs." Among the tens of thousands of shinobi in the Allied forces band blended in like a fish in water, her hair tied back and clad in a ninja uniform. Apart from her unusually colored hair and striking features, she was utterly unremarkable. Leaning against a rock pillar, she went completely unnoticed by those around her. Ban summoned a crow and retrieved the Mangekyo Sharingan from its eye. "The ultimate Jinjutsu. I wonder if it can change you," Ban murmured to herself, then let out a laugh. She removed one of her own eyes and replaced it with the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, even if she died, it wouldn't matter. The probability of her technique hitting its mark would be higher. Meanwhile, the Edo Tensei Band on the front lines had already carved a path through the Allied forces, dancing amidst their attacks. Edo Tensei Band's crimson figure darted among the shinobi like a rose blooming with blood. Amidst the clash of blades and flashes of light, the Allied forces stood no chance. With a flurry of fists and feet, he unleashed fire-style Great Fire Annihilation, his dance-like steps intimidating the nearby shinobi. None dared advance, watching him warily. "Do you want to dance too?" Edo Tensei Band grabbed a shinobi by the neck and hurled him away. The explosions of detonating tags echoed in succession, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. The combat effectiveness of the Allied forces was pitiful. Aside from Gaara, no one was of any use. Thus the battle became a personal showcase for Edo Tensei Band. The legendary shinobi of the underworld displayed his power to its fullest. Gaara manipulated his sand into several giant claws, reaching for Edo Tensei Band before finally entrapping him. Several shinobi hurled sealing tags attempting to seal Ban away. Unsurprisingly, it was futile. Blue chakra burst through Gaara's sand, and the Susanu's blade cleaved through the dense sand. The four-armed blue skeletal structure held weapons enveloping Edo Tensei Band. The Allied forces could barely breach Edo Tensei Band's defenses, and all their jutsus were absorbed by him. "What's going on?" Gaara's pupils contracted. At some point, Band's eyes had transformed into purple Rinnegan. "Just as I thought. The peak of the Sharingan's ocular powers is the Rinnegan." Mu, controlled by Kabuto Yakushi, watched Edo Tensei Band's splendid performance and couldn't help but applaud. "Did you tamper with my body?" Ban retreated back to the rock pillar and looked at Mu. "Didn't I tell you? This body will make you surpass your prime. A rat like you who can't even decipher the Uchiha stone tablet dares to interpret my body. This is merely a hypothesis I built based on the data I've collected with Lord Orochimaru over the years. And now you've confirmed it, Sage of Six Paths. Finally, with the power—" "Don't misunderstand. This is not the power you created," Edo Tensei Band said calmly. He formed a single hand seal and a massive Susanoo materialized behind him. Two smaller Susanoo copies also formed hand seals in sync with his movements. Heavenly obstruction of the stars. Something big is coming. The white-haired young woman gazed at the sky and activated her Susanoo in advance. Edo Tensei Band noticed the Susanoo emerging among the crowd, surprise flashing in his eyes. But he couldn't stop his technique, so he continued summoning the heavenly obstruction of the stars. The ground and sky rumbled with thunderous roars. At first, the Allied forces had no idea what was happening, until a meteor pierced through the clouds. A scorching wave of heat rushed toward them, and countless shinobi collapsed in despair, their weapons clattering to the ground. This was not something ordinary people could achieve. It was a miracle that only a god's power could manifest. "Bastard. No way. We're not even on the same level. The power of a god." Hanoki was the first to react. As the workhorse of the Allied forces, he flew into the sky and used the super lightweight rock technique. At the same time, he dispersed the nearby shinobi to reduce casualties. "A shinobi who can fly. Is that Inoki?" Edo Tensei Band crossed his arms, watching the little potato soar into the sky. With Inoki's efforts, the weight of the entire meteor rapidly decreased, even seeming to slow its descent. Seeing this, Gaara lent his support. Sand hands rose from the ground and coalesced, lifting the entire meteor. For a moment, Band's first meteor was halted. It stopped. "Who are you?" A shinobi noticed him. Inoki, Gaara, Temari, and others looked over as well. The white-haired young woman simply raised her Mangekyo and said calmly, "Don't celebrate too soon. It's not a good thing to pop the champagne halfway. Because there's a second one." Another thunderous roar came from the heavens, presenting a scene of despair. Another heavenly obstruction of the stars fell from the sky, crashing into the first meteor and propelling it forward. The meteor shattered, and the explosion swept across the entire field. "Lady Tsunade, if this continues, we might." In the command tent, Shikamaru looked worriedly at the blonde, buxom woman seated in the chair. Tsunade's expression was grim. I'll go myself. The explosion subsided, revealing a scene of utter devastation. Countless shinobi lay dead. Gaara was undoubtedly the MVP, doing his best to save a few, but that was all. Sweat dripped and blood covered the ground. Under the power of the heavenly obstruction of the stars, the 4th Division of the Allied forces lost nearly all its members. Ban Susanoo was also battered from the meteor, but she herself remained unharmed. Above Edo Tensei Ban and Mu's bodies gradually regenerated. On the ground only one figure stood, a white-haired girl in red armor, her Susanoo still flickering, standing out like a crane among chickens. Edo Tensei Ban spotted her immediately. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, and he frowned. You? Who are you? Edo Tensei Ban asked. Many people have asked me this question, and now I'm too lazy to explain. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Edo Tensei Ban looked at her Mangekyo, and eternal Mangekyo, his eyes filled with admiration. To have awakened such a level of eyes at such a young age. She must be a genius among Uchiha prodigies. But her armor and the gunbai and sickle, those were items he himself had left behind in his lifetime. Had they been passed down? Edo Tensei Ban could only guess in that direction. Because he could. Edo Tensei Ban grew interested, a beautiful curve forming on his lips. Ban didn't bother to explain, as she simply drew her gunbai as a signal. The eyes of the surviving shinobi all converged on the two figures. Edo Madara was the first to make a probing move. Would release deep forest emergence. Thick branches and vines sprouted from the ground, surging towards Madara's position like a tidal wave, almost swallowing the young girl's entire body. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Madara casually formed a hand seal. Flames latched onto the vines, igniting the pollen, which detonated before ever reaching him. The explosion's blaze engulfed them both, also providing cover. Is she here? Edo Madara's eyes widened, focusing on the figure within the smoke. The skeletal Susanoo lifted its fist and smashed down, aiming squarely at the figure, but hit nothing. Wood clone. Edo Madara first realized she could use wood release, and also noted he'd been deceived. The Rinnegan and Sharingan cannot see through the shadow clone technique, especially wood clones, as the technique was specifically created by Tobirama to counter the Uchiha clan disrupting chakra, so they can't distinguish real from fake. The sound of a sickle clashing with chains came from behind Edo Madara. He manifested his Susanoo to block, but it was shattered by a single blow. The immense strength of the white-haired girl startled Edo Madara. With the power of the Byakugo seal and her physical prowess, her strength far surpassed Tsunade's. Edo Madara's left arm was severed. He dodged away, using Shinra Tensei to repel her. What an excellent junior. The Uchiha clan has produced such talent, what a pity though. Edo Madara naturally noticed the cracks on the white-haired girl's face, indicating she too was summoned via Edo Tensei. After witnessing her strength, Edo Madara decided not to hold back. His full-body Susanoo appeared before everyone. Tsunade and the Reikage, who had just arrived, witnessed a 100-meter-tall blue giant standing in the sky. Blue wings and armor materialized on the full-body Susanoo, eventually evolving into the complete-body Susanoo. It stood on the battlefield like a majestic giant supporting the heavens and earth. Junior of the Uchiha witnessed my power. Edo Madara still believed she was some exceptional young member of the Uchiha clan. Is that so? Then let me show you mine. The long-silent Madara finally spoke, her calm, cool voice reaching the ears of everyone present. She too activated her Susanoo, also in its complete body form, the same blue color, and even a head taller than Edo Madara's. Shock appeared in Edo Madara's eyes once more. This was the second time he felt curiosity towards the person before him. Her fighting style so similar to his own, favoring decisive gambles. Her Susanoo identical to his. And that Uchiha gunbai and sickle. Could she truly be me? This bizarre thought flickered through Edo Madara's mind, but was quickly dismissed. Unless he conceived an even more bizarre idea. Could they have collected his emissions and used them to cultivate offspring? Is this girl before him perhaps his daughter? A torrent of thoughts surged within Madara's mind. The two towering Susanoo clashed, their blades meeting. The sword energy released from the strikes split mountain peaks, as if gods and demons were descending upon the world. The remaining shinobi were immersed in this unbelievable scene. The area was dead silent, broken only by the continuous explosions. What the hell is going on here? Tsunade asked Inoki. Inoki shook his head. Their group standing here on high alert seemed rather redundant. After all, it was a battle of gods before them. Possessing this level of chakra and power, I, Madara, acknowledge you. Edo Madara's lips curled into a smile as he attacked wildly. The Susanoo blade rent the sky, pierced mountains, and tore the earth. Each collision sent waves of dust and roared like thunder. Previously, only Hashirama could provide him with this exhilarating feeling. Now this white-haired girl could fight him to a standstill, neither gaining the upper hand. Madara channeled Takamikazuchi into her Susanoo blade. The amplified sword energy cleanly sliced through Edo Madara's Susanoo, pierced his body, and then pierced a mountain peak beyond. Paper fragments flew through the air. It took a moment for Edo Madara to reform. He couldn't win. Edo Madara perceived the gap between them. Reluctantly, he had to admit he was outmatched. His strongest current jutsu had been used, and still he couldn't defeat her. There was no point in struggling further. Could you tell me your name? Edo Madara looked at the white-haired girl with admiration. She wore red armor identical to his own. Only her snow-white pure hair and gentle features proved their difference. In fact, their facial features were somewhat similar. Edo Madara still held on to his absurd speculation. Didn't I already tell you? My name is Uchiha Madara, Madara answered truthfully. If you're Uchiha Madara, then who am I? Edo Madara thought she was still joking, a cat-like grin spreading across his face. I truly am Uchiha Madara. If you insist on an explanation, I can't give a good one. Just think of me as Uchiha Madara from another time-space. Madara stated. Another me from a different time-space. How interesting. Edo Madara was startled, but more so curious. So me from another world, what is Hashirama like in your world? This was what Edo Madara wanted to know most. Madara suddenly faltered. What's wrong? Edo Madara noticed something was off. A beautiful yet awkward and polite smile appeared on the white-haired girl's face as she spoke. What if I told you we're about to get married? Would you believe me? Edo Madara froze, his mind going blank. It took him a long moment to react. As expected of Hashirama, to be capable of such a feat. That's why he's the rival I admire for life. A strange expression crossed Edo Madara's face, realizing that another version of himself being married to his best friend and rival was a very odd situation. But being Hashirama's biggest fanboy, Edo Madara quickly began to praise him. As a powerful individual, he never stinted on compliments. What kind of reaction is that? Madara's mouth twitched. In the distance, Tsunade and her group were still observing. They had rushed over to save the day, ready to leap into action, only to have their moment stolen by a mysterious white-haired girl. The mysterious girl and Madara were fighting, a breathtaking spectacle. Then mid-fight they just stopped and started chatting. They seemed to be getting along quite well. What the heck is this? Here we are just gawking. Tsunade smashed her fist into the ground. Maybe they found a kindred spirit in each other, like meeting another self, and turned hostility into friendship. Shikamaru said. Due to the change in circumstances, even Shikamaru, who had been stationed at the Allied Shinobi Forces HQ, had come to the front lines. Who knows? Amidst the dust and mist, Edo Tensei Ban roughly understood Ban's situation. I see. So what is your purpose after coming to this world? The white-haired girl carelessly twirled her hair, speaking in a flat tone. Actually nothing much. Just to stop you from creating a garbage world, and then dying meaninglessly. Edo Tensei Ban was taken aback, and said, a garbage world? Are you referring to the world of the endless moon reading? Ban did not deny it, fixing his scarlet eyes upon her. Aren't you another me? You should have seen the Uchiha stone tablet, right? The world of the endless moon reading is a beautiful world without any conflict. How could it be a garbage world, as you claim? Or perhaps you have already initiated the endless moon reading. Edo Tensei Ban's tone turned cold. Endless moon reading. Ban pondered for a moment. It seemed that the endless moon reading had never been activated in his own world since he had killed Heijua himself. There is no need to activate such a thing. Then, setting that aside, you have never seen the world of the endless moon reading. On what grounds do you deny it? Edo Tensei Ban stared intently at Ban, the reincarnation eyes in his sockets emitting a faint purple glow. Because that kind of world is utterly meaningless, so I have no need to initiate it. Don't you understand? Yet another. Me. Ban's eyes widened as the power of the kaleidoscope copy wheel I was unleashed. The Baishinshin hailed as the ultimate illusion activated. In terms of eye power, Ban had always suppressed Edo Tensei Ban. Under the manipulation of Baishinshin, Edo Tensei Ban's will began to change. Scenes flooded into his mind, summoning the Ten Tails, the reincarnation life resurrection, becoming the Ten Tails, host the battle with Maite Kai, the duel with Mingren and Zhuozhu, and the initiation of the endless moon reading. The final image was him holding the six-path staff, his reincarnation eyes fully gathered the wheel-tomb border prison, enveloping Mingren and Zhuozhu from all sides. Seeing victory within reach, joy flickered across Lu Dao Ban's face. But a single figure shattered all his beautiful illusions. A black arm pierced through Lu Dao Ban's chest. It was the will he trusted most, his own will, Heijua. Heijua had betrayed him because Heijua was never his will, but the will of a woman named Datong Yuhui. All his years of scheming, all his efforts had been paving the way for someone else. Until that woman, Datong Yuhui, was sealed by Mingren and Zhuozhu, while he lay dying on the ground, blind, his life fading away. His lifelong friend and nemesis Qinsho Zhujin sat with him in a heart-to-heart talk, making their final farewell. In his dying moments, the once arrogant man ended in such misery. After seeing all the memories, Edo Tensei Ban fell silent. How do you know all this? He turned his gaze to the girl who claimed to be called Yuzhibo Ban. The scenes Ban had shown him were too vivid, as if they had truly happened, accurately predicting his future. A future as ridiculous as a clown's. That is the truth. As for how I obtained these things, does it still matter? Ban said. So I am here to help you. Our goal is the same, to create a peaceful ninja world. But you have strayed from the path, and quite far at that. You saw it too, didn't you? The endless moon reading cannot create a beautiful future. It only brings calamity, and that is the Otsutsuki. Everything you've done is nothing but wasted effort. Ban looked at the contemplative Edo Tensei Ban, turning everyone in the world into white Jew. That's not the world you hoped for, is it? If that's really the case, my power alone might not be enough to deal with these things. Edo Tensei Ban frowned. What Ban had shown him clearly exceeded his grasp. Not to mention Hui, even Mingren and Zhuazhu, who had obtained the power of the Six Paths Laoding, were beyond his ability to handle. This is why I came to this world, another me. I will help you create a beautiful world. Although no one can guarantee a world without darkness, for wherever the fire of my burned shadows will surely follow. But at least we can stop the wars and bring peace to this world. Ban stood before Edo Tensei Ban and extended his hand. So another me join me in pursuing our dream. A smile curled at the corner of Edo Tensei Ban's lips as he reached out and grasped Ban's hand. At that moment, the two Bans from different worlds reached a shared understanding. The alliance between Ban and Ban was successfully formed. By the way, how are things going with Hashirama? What's the progress? Edo Tensei Ban suddenly asked Ban. The girl replied shyly. We've done what needs to be done, I suppose. Ha ha ha. Edo Tensei Ban laughed. Zhu Jian is a very good person, isn't he, another me? It's strange to hear another me liking Hashirama. His only flaw is being too humble and slow-witted. Ban unreservedly agreed with Edo Tensei Ban. Then I wish you a happy life together. What will you name your future child? Edo Tensei Ban's train of thought took a leap. Well, we're not married yet, so we haven't thought about it. Ban clutched the Uchiha war fan as she spoke. How about naming a boy Yuzhibo Lien and a girl Yuzhibo Feiyue? Thank you, I'll consider it. Ban nodded. Enough small talk. You've sensed someone approaching, haven't you? Edo Tensei Ban looked beyond the mist where several indistinct figures swayed amidst the spreading vines and dust. Yes. Ban also looked outward. Lady Gansho, should we really advance? Might it be dangerous? Luan asked worriedly. We've come all this way. Are we supposed to retreat just because we've witnessed his terror? We're here to deal with Yuzhibo Ban. The wavy-haired blonde vixen Gansho declared fiercely, we are the 5 Kage. It's rare for all 5 of us to be gathered, ready to go. Daimu floating in the air reminded them. 2 figures had already emerged from the chaotic battlefield, clearly having ceased their fight and seemingly joined forces. Now they would have to face 2 monsters. Is there any need for this? They're nothing but ants. The girl's cool voice came from the mist. Even knowing the outcome, I still want to play. The immortal body on your chest. It's Chinsho Zhujian's, obvious at a glance. This Edo Tensei body is like that. Quite exquisite. Of course. Upon seeing the 2 figures emerge, the 5 Kage heightened their vigilance, ready for battle at any moment. That girl, is she also from the Uchiha clan? Tsunade stared at Ban, her mind filled with doubt. She had never seen anyone like Ban before, and the cracks of impure world reincarnation on her face indicated that she too had been revived. She was likely a predecessor of the Uchiha clan, yet if she possessed such immense power, she should not have been forgotten by the world. Perfect, then I'll join in the fun too. Ban stretched her body. Uchiha Ban. The legendary shinobi. The 4th Raikage stared at the reanimated Ban with a grave expression. That blonde woman, is she Hashirama's granddaughter? Her name? Tsunade. The reanimated Ban, possessing memories of the future, could naturally recognize Tsunade at a glance, for every Ban instinctively seeks out anything related to Hashirama. Regardless of gender or age, it was always the same. Ask why, and it was simply the bond of Konoha. One would be overwhelmed by the sincerity of that bond. So these are the current 5 Kage. Show me your true strength. The reanimated Ban amplified his voice with chakra so that Tsunade and the others could hear clearly. If you don't take this seriously, you'll die. A blue skeletal armor materialized around the reanimated Ban, and he wielded 2 Susanoo blades. Seeing this, the 5 Kage dared not relax. They all prepared to unleash their full power. Meitarumi was the first to spit out a torrent of lava release. A massive wave of acid surged toward Ban's Susanoo, hissing and corroding it, revealing the immense potency of the technique. At the same time, Tsunade's fist slammed heavily onto the Susanoo. In an instant, a crack appeared on the Susanoo, which then shattered. The reanimated Ban was completely engulfed by the lava release. Ban, holding the Uchiha war fan, was blocked by Raikage A and Tsuchikage Inoki. Who are you? Why are you colluding with Ban? Inoki demanded. To be honest, I detest fools, and you are no exception. Ban ignored the 2. She swung the chain and sickle in her hand, aiming at Raikage A. The lightning release armor enveloped her. He grabbed the chain, intending to pull Ban toward him, as she did not appear particularly robust. However, the immense force transmitted through the chain made Raikage A's expression change drastically. He was yanked off his feet by Ban's overwhelming strength and sent flying into the air. Dust released detachment of the primitive world technique. Inoki seized the opening after Ban's attack, intending to deliver a devastating blow. But he clearly underestimated his opponent. Just as Inoki was about to release the dust release from his hands, Ban's position suddenly swapped with Raikage A's. Inoki had to forcibly redirect the technique to avoid reducing A to a pile of molecules. Damn it, what kind of ability is this? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Inoki's forehead. Ban's power was too bizarre. Instantaneous movement, and the ability to swap positions with others. This ability, known as a Meno de Jikara, which even the Otsutsuki considered troublesome, was naturally overwhelming for the 5 Kage. Fire Release Great Fire Dragon Technique. Ban spat out 3 dragon-shaped fireballs, each over 10 meters long, engulfing the two. However, Mei Terumi's water release neutralized them. Ban had not expected this technique to kill Inoki and Reikage. Her true aim was to force Mei Terumi to use her water release. The clash between the intense fire and water created a vast cloud of white mist. Ban's figure was once again concealed while the reanimated Ban stood before the 5 Kage. His Susanoo activated. Gaara summoned a massive amount of sand to form a defensive shield protecting the others from a potential ambush by Ban emerging from the mist. Moi. The reanimated Ban looked at the tense 5 Kage, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. I didn't expect the other me to know so many ninjutsu. Are these the techniques developed by Tobirama? The reanimated Ban's words left the 5 Kage bewildered. Tsunade, however, suddenly understood upon hearing the mention of Tobirama Senju's techniques. She looked at the 4th Reikage, A's neck, and her pupils constricted sharply. There, engraved on A's neck, was a flying thunder god mark. Ban had used the fire release to create a white mist, not to launch a surprise attack, but to divert the 5 Kage's attention. During the exchange with the Reikage, she had already planted the flying thunder god mark on his neck. Before Tsunade could shout, Ban's figure appeared before the Reikage, accompanied by her flowing white hair. A sage art Rasengan formed in her hand, and crimson markings appeared at the corners of her eyes, signifying that she had entered perfect sage mode. The Reikage tried to react, activating his lightning release armor and preparing a one-finger nukite to counter. But he had fallen into Ban's battle prediction once more. As the Reikage lunged forward to clash with Ban, the second Flying Thunder God's second step, teleported Ban behind Reikage. The Rasengan spun and struck him squarely in the back. A massive explosion erupted. The lightning armor on Reikage dissipated, and his back was a bloody mess, clearly leaving him without the strength to continue fighting. So fast. Such power. Inoki formed a dust release technique, forcing Ban to retreat. Impressive combat experience. Truly worthy of being me. The reanimated Ban had observed the entire fight, and couldn't help but praise. After all, if speaking strictly, Ban was him, and he was Ban. So praising oneself was only natural, wasn't it? The reanimated Ban was skilled at praising others, and equally adept at praising himself. Tsunade rushed to the Reikage side to treat his wounds. In just a few minutes, one of the Kage had fallen, demonstrating the overwhelming power of Ban and the reanimated Ban. Alright, it's about time to end this game. The reanimated Ban felt a hint of boredom. He clapped his hands together, and wood release began to spread. Countless vines and trees grew, and a flower bud appeared at the top of the canopy. Wood release, deep forest emergence. The wood release enveloped the 5 Kage, and the reanimated Ban unleashed a great fire annihilation. The moment the flames touched the pollen from the wood release, a violent explosion occurred. The 5 Kage were trapped inside, with thick smoke mercilessly depriving them of breathable air, while the impenetrable wood release proved difficult to break. Mei Terumi, Tsunade, and Gaara had already collapsed from lack of oxygen, while Inoki was barely standing. At the critical moment, he recalled the humiliating scene of being defeated by Ban and rekindled his fighting spirit. Inoki concentrated dust release in his hands, and this time the technique was larger than any he had ever used. Dust release detachment of the boundary world technique. The wood release above the 5 Kage was decomposed into molecules by the dust release, allowing fresh air to rush in. They barely managed to recover. Tsunade activated the Een seal and used the 100 healings technique, preparing to charge forward. Ban decided against wasting more time. She raised her hand and unleashed a massive Shinra Tensei. A colossal shockwave radiated outward from Madara, sending the 5 Kage flying. Already gravely wounded, they were now utterly powerless to continue the fight. They could only watch helplessly as the two departed. To achieve true peace, is it absolute military deterrence or a just system? The reanimated Madara mused as he sprinted forward. The key to achieving peace lies within people, doesn't it? Madara said. Only when people realize this can they bring about true peace. Overwhelming strength was a significant factor, but not sufficient on its own. For instance, in the Boruto era, the shinobi world was restored to peace through the efforts of Naruto and Sasuke. But that was built upon their power. As soon as Kurama was extracted from Naruto, he was immediately subjected to criticism from the other 4 Kage. If not for their good relations and Sasuke's presence, the other villages might have seized the opportunity to strike at Konoha. Therefore, a just system, amicable relations, and absolute power are all indispensable. Only then can the shinobi world truly avoid war and achieve lasting peace. Madara communicated with his reanimated self, who came to agree with his perspective. His previous idea of initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi had been too idealistic and unrealistic. Utopias exist only in fantasy. At that moment, Kakashi, Naruto, Killer Bee, and Guy were confronting Obito. Obito's mask had been destroyed by the combined efforts of Kakashi and Naruto, revealing the pale face beneath. The intangible Obito stood upon the cliff, faced the war era Obito, making his entrance. He held the gunby fan flanked by the chakra constructs of the 9 tails and the 8 tails. That's Madara Uchiha. Naruto, linked with Kurama, exclaimed in surprise as the white-haired girl arrived. After all, he only knew Madara. As for the reanimated Madara, he had never seen him, so how could he recognize him? Seeing both Madara and the reanimated Madara appear simultaneously, Obito was first shocked, then wary. He had witnessed Madara's power, and she possessed the exact same Mangekyo abilities as his own. This meant his greatest trump card, intangibility, was useless against Madara. Madara, what are you doing with that guy? Obito asked the reanimated Madara. The reanimated Madara looked at Obito. This pitiful fool had been manipulated his entire life, yet ultimately became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, exceeding expectations. In the end, he was won over by talk no jutsu, and became a supporter of Naruto and Sasuke. Obito, you are of no further use to me now. The only thing I ask is that you leave your eyes and perform the Rinne rebirth. The reanimated Madara's tone was icy, showing no intention of using him further. Obito was taken aback. He knew Madara's intentions, and knew he would eventually break with her. Just as Madara wanted to use him, he too wanted to use Madara. However, Obito didn't expect her to sever ties so soon. The others present were completely confused, having initially thought they were allies only to see them now quarreling. Just as the reanimated Madara prepared to act, white ash began to form on his body. White ash also appeared on the girl Madara's body, signaling that the impure world reincarnation was about to be undone. Has Kabuto been dealt with by the Uchiha brothers? Madara muttered to herself. Indeed, Sage Kabuto had been caught in Itachi's Izanami, thus undoing the impure world reincarnation. But this minor interruption couldn't stop them because impure world reincarnation release. Both Madara and the reanimated Madara were well versed in the technique, so they effortlessly nullified it. Well then, let's continue. The reanimated Madara said coldly. Madara, would you be my enemy? Obito, though puzzled, prepared himself for battle. The demonic statue of the outer path that had been summoned had already absorbed some chakra from the 9 tails and 8 tails. Though not much, it was barely enough to be usable. He had no choice but to stake everything on a single move. Just as Obito was about to mount the 10 tails for battle, Kakashi's Kamui suddenly pulled him into the Kamui dimension. Madara glanced over, and with a single look sent Kakashi in as well. Boring. The reanimated Madara lost interest upon seeing this. He had initially planned to deal with Obito first, but he ended up in the Kamui dimension. There was no rush, he could take care of him later. The priority now was to gain control of the 10 tails. Hey, what exactly are you guys trying to do? Though still bewildered, Naruto decided to play his role as the protagonist and shouted. Moi. Madara tilted her head. Naruto Uzumaki, the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Let's extract the 9 tails from him. The reanimated Madara said. In his memories, Naruto had caused him immense trouble, and Naruto, who had gained the 6 paths power, proved even more troublesome. So it was better to eliminate potential threats early. He was about to make a move when Madara stopped him. Wait, a swarm of flies is coming. The girl raised her crimson eyes, and the allied shinobi forces had arrived. They are quite annoying. The reanimated Madara agreed. Madara and the reanimated Madara jumped onto the head of the 10 tails, and Madara cautioned. Hold back as much as possible. We're not here to kill. Killing holds no meaning for our dream. Just scare them a little. Madara swept her gaze across the crowd, searching for Black Setsu. Understood, the reanimated Madara said. A tailed beast ball condensed in the 10 tails' mouth. Empowered by Madara's chakra and her Otsutsuki constitution, the 10 tails was abnormally excited, and its tailed beast ball was several times larger than usual. An aura of despair gathered. The 9 tails and 8 tails combined their efforts to form their own tailed beast ball, but it was several times smaller than the 10 tails. After the collision, the 10 tails' tailed beast ball overwhelmed theirs. It was about to soar past everyone's heads when it was suddenly teleported away. A golden figure appeared before them. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Am I late? The airhead flashed a gentle smile. Dad! Naruto shouted joyfully at his father. Madara and the reanimated Madara exchanged glances, knowing that person was coming. A wooden dragon descended. A man clad in red armor with long black hair, having activated perfect sage mode, arrived. The god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Though the girl Madara wanted to say a few words, she remembered she already had a Hashirama of her own, so she decided to leave this one to her male counterpart. Hashirama. The reanimated Madara was visibly excited at his arrival. Madara. You're dead, why are you causing trouble again? The reanimated Hashirama pointed at the reanimated Madara. The radiant smile on the reanimated Madara's face vanished, replaced by a tch looking like a sulking kitten feeling the chill of being scolded by his master. Come fight me. Seeing the reanimated Hashirama appear, the reanimated Madara, who had intended to complete his mission first, was now equally interested. As for his mission had already been completed. Character status sheet: Uchiha Madara, female, height 167 centimeters, born December 24th, Capricorn, age frozen, at 22, appearance, permanently youthful, leading to annoyance about her chest size. Appearance: as a child she had spiky black hair and a cute little face, the standard beautiful little girl archetype. In her prime, her appearance was akin to a normal adult, possessing a stunningly beautiful face and a curvaceous figure. Her expression was usually cold, only breaking into a smile when meeting Hashirama. In Six Paths Sage Mode, her hair turns snow white. She wears the Six Paths Haori and possesses white horns that look like keratin but are actually soft. Due to floating, she doesn't need to wear shoes revealing pale skin and small delicate white feet. The Six Paths Madara carries a divine sanctity absent in her normal form. In Karma Mode, karma marks appear on her face and horns emerge from her head. In Byakugan Mode, deep black patterns appear on her face, even spreading across her arms. In Perfect Sage Mode, crimson patterns appear on her cheeks, carrying a faint fluorescent glow, eerie, yet filled with natural energy, like an ancient shrine maiden serving the gods. Personality: solitary, proud, aloof, occasionally gentle, kind, extreme, stubborn, easily jealous, slightly Yandere. Hobbies: her favorite food is multicolored dango, which she eats almost every day, though she sometimes changes it up with tonkatsu ramen. She also enjoys bathing and playing cards, as bathing helps her relax both mind and body. Playing poker with Hashirama is of course also a favorite pastime. Sticks out tongue. Romance: met her rival Hashirama Senju by a stream in childhood, forging a bond of destiny. They communicated constantly, faced enemies together, and shared a good relationship. After meeting again post-Impure World reincarnation, through long battles and daily life together, a kiss at the fireworks festival, a confession, and love, they made an eternal pact. In relationships, Uchiha Madara often likes to dominate, appearing assertive. Also true in intimate moments. At times, though, she gets turned the tables, completely overpowered, especially at the peak of passion. She is extreme in her emotions, never letting go once she's set her heart on someone. She becomes uncomfortable with verbal or physical interactions between her beloved and others, manifesting as sulking or increased aggression. She is absolutely cold and ruthless towards enemies, yet displays extraordinary tenderness, even meekness, towards her beloved. She may also feel wronged, anxious, or even suspicious due to her partner's actions. Beloved Hashirama Senju. Relationship: count 1. Intimate encounters: 39 times. Relations: Hashirama Senju. Lover: Tsukuyumi Uchiha. Daughter: Tobarama Senju. Annoying white-haired Taijima Uchiha. Father: Izuna Uchiha. My loyal little brother Yuki Uzumaki. Best friend. Realm: Otsutsuki Cocoon. Kekii Genkai. Kekii Morris. Six Paths. Power: Aminamanaka. Sharingan Rinnegan. Various natures. Eternal Mangekyo. Sharingan Yasakani. Rinnegan Ameno Tajikara. Weapons: Aim no Habakiri Uchiha Gunbai. Chakra: natures: fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, yin-yang. Identity: Indra's reincarnation. Perfect Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Of course, to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, to wield absolute power, and then to forge a new world of peace. Naturally, this new peaceful world must be led and ruled by him. Obito had already emerged from the Kimui dimension, looking utterly battered, with a hole pierced through his chest as he collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Edo Madara knew of Obito's unwavering will, yet still intended to have Black Zetsu take control of him. For he also intended to force Black Zetsu into the open and eliminate that treacherous schemer lurking in the shadows. Black Zetsu rose from beneath the earth, seized control of Obito, and parasitically fused with half of his body. Edo Madara stepped forward to seize control of both Black Zetsu and Obito, but the others standing on the battlefield naturally would not allow Madara to be revived so easily. Edo Hashirama manipulated his wooden dragon to coil around Edo Madara, only to be blocked by a colossal Susanoo. You? Edo Hashirama gazed at Madara within the Susanoo. An acquaintance, I suppose. Madara tilted his head and smiled. And behind her 50 wooden clones stood in formation, each manifesting their own Susanoo. This apocalyptic spectacle resembled the Valley of the Wind from Miyazaki's Nausicaa, where hundreds of god warriors capable of annihilating the world descended, wielding colossal Susanoo swords that could split heaven and earth, unleashing torrents of blue chakra. Everyone was astounded by Madara's terrifying chakra, but resigning to death was not an option. The allied shinobi forces had no choice but to steel themselves and engage Madara's wooden clones in battle, while Madara in his perfect Susanoo clashed with Edo Hashirama. Honestly, Edo Hashirama's strength did not match that of the Hashirama from her own world, leaving Madara feeling somewhat bored. She couldn't help but think of her boyfriend, musing silently to herself. I'll definitely drain that idiot Hashirama dry when I get back. Edo Madara had already arrived before Obito and Black Zetsu. Before Black Zetsu could claim credit, Edo Madara's hand seized Obito's face, plucking out his Mangekyo Sharingan to prevent him from escaping into the Kamui dimension. Black Zetsu now, Edo Madara urged. Black Zetsu hesitated briefly before manipulating Obito to perform the Rinne rebirth. With the Rinne rebirth technique, Edo Madara regained a physical body. His robust physique was exposed to the air, black hair flowing in the wind as he stood atop the mountain peak. Edo Hashirama had been impaled into the ground by Madara, pinned beneath her soft foot. Glancing at his own arm, he noticed the Edo Tensei body beginning to crumble as new flesh was reconstructed. It seems it worked. She looked up at the living Madara standing at the summit. The revived Madara now possessed Rinnegan and used Limbo Border Jail to strike down the tailed beasts, extracting the Nine Tails from Naruto's body. However, thanks to the E9 Tails sealed within Minato Namikaze, Naruto was revived. But by this moment no one could stand against the living Madara as he stood atop the Ten Tails' head. The Ten Tails will began to resist Madara's control, but was suppressed within moments, and the beast's consciousness faded as it merged into Madara's body. What just happened? It all unfolded so rapidly that even the allied shinobi forces still locked in battle with Madara's clones failed to react. Dressed in a white robe with snow-white hair, and wielding the six-paths staff, Six Paths Madara appeared. It was then that he understood why this Madara's hair was white. She had attained the power of the Sage of Six Paths, her body resembling the Sage's own. This proved that this Madara was on the Six Paths level, and was also a Ten Tails Jinchuriki, which made Six Paths Madara more convinced that she truly came from another time and space. Standing at the pinnacle of the battlefield, he surveyed the scene. The allied shinobi forces had been overwhelmed by Madara's 50 Susanoo clones. The only ones left with notable fighting strength were Naruto along with Sasuke, who had just arrived, and the resurrected 3rd, 2nd, and 4th Hokage. It seemed that Naruto and Sasuke truly were the protagonists of Shippuden, for after a fierce battle with Six Paths Madara, they managed to activate Six Paths Sage Mode. Surrender now? Continuing to fight serves no purpose. Six Paths Madara coldly stared at Naruto and Sasuke, gripping his staff. As if we'd just watch you initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, you bastard. Six Paths Naruto retorted passionately, holding his black rod. Who told you I was going to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi? Six Paths Madara stated calmly. Huh. Naruto was taken aback. My goal is to use absolute power to create a world where no one wages war, a world of eternal peace. A world ruled by absolute force is meaningless. True peace can only be achieved through love and the bonds between people. Abandon this idea, Uchiha Madara. Naruto employed his signature talk no jutsu. The last person who sought to create peace through absolute power was Nagato with his Six Paths of Pain. And Nagato's end came at the hands of Naruto's talk no jutsu. But Six Paths Madara was not Nagato. He was the type to see things through to the bitter, and no matter the cost. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent his entire life fixated on achieving the infinite Tsukuyomi, even executing it after his death. It wasn't entirely baseless to say that the Uchiha clan were stubborn fanatics. A clan that derives strength from love. Their tenacity and obsession far exceed that of ordinary people. Naruto naturally couldn't accept Six Paths Madara's ideals, as the protagonist draws power from bonds. However, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes flickered, showing a hint of receptiveness to the philosophy Madara was proclaiming. For he somewhat agreed with Madara's views, eliminating the 5 Kage, executing the tailed beasts, and establishing a unified nation. Your childish notions are truly laughable. Six Paths Madara scoffed disdainfully. I offer all of you in the shinobi world a chance to submit. Listen carefully. I will create a unified shinobi world, not one like this fragmented and divided state. The villages created by Hashirama. That ideology is meaningless. It only brings slaughter, war, and death. Wars between nations and the darkness within them will all become nothing but hollow specters under my power. Six Paths Madara hovered in the air, the 8 truth-seeking orbs arranged neatly behind him. The white-haired girl sat on a rock poking at Edo Hashirama, who had been skewered like a pincushion by black rods. That Madara. Edo Hashirama grumbled, having been stabbed for no reason. A smile curved at the corner of Madara's lips. It seemed Six Paths Madara's ideals coincided perfectly with hers. Truly they were the same person. Even across different times and individuals, their thoughts and will were aligned. I find no fault in your views, but the purifier should not be a dead man like you. Six Paths. Sasuke stepped forward. You relic of a bygone era, stop embarrassing yourself. Sasuke. Naruto was shocked. It truly was said that one doesn't enter the Uchiha household without being Uchiha. How is it that all of you share these same ideas? Naruto felt helpless. At a loss for a moment, he could only look at Six Paths Sasuke with a pleading gaze. Sasuke. You. Naruto. I will settle things with you afterward, but first let's take care of that guy. Art fine. Naruto hung his head in defeat. He would just have to deal with Six Paths Madara first, then give Sasuke a good beating to bring him back to his senses. Is that so? Then let's see you try. Six Paths Madara said. 2 against 1. Do you really think you stand a chance? Six Paths Sasuke sneered, exuding an aura of overwhelming arrogance. The sun shines, the rain stops, and the second pillar is back in his prime. But Six Paths Sasuke indeed had the right to be arrogant. After receiving the Six Paths Old Man's gift, Sasuke awakened the Rinnegan, gained Six Paths power, and unlocked the broken ability of a Minotaur Chakra. His raw power was undoubtedly at the Six Paths level. But 2 against 1. No. Six Paths Madara, holding his staff, smiled and pointed at Six Paths Sasuke. It's 2 against 2. Both Six Paths Sasuke and Six Paths Naruto stood at the Six Paths level, making them the greatest threats to the current Six Paths Madara. Moreover, they wielded the Six Paths sealing technique, a power that filled him with profound unease. But where others had allies, he had himself. Before Sasuke could react, the Seven Nature Rasengan struck him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward. Cough cough. Sasuke used his Ameno Chakra to steady himself. Sasuke, are you alright? Naruto asked, his gaze filled with concern. Be careful. He commands the flying Raijin technique. Sasuke, warned for a flying Raijin mark, had been carved into his neck. With a casual gesture, he erased the seal using Inyang release and drew his Kusanagi blade. The black flames controlled by Kagutsuchi merged with the Chidori, and the two split up, engaging both Madara and Six Paths Madara in battle. Sorry, white-haired lady, but I have to stop you now. A Rasengan materialized in Naruto's hand as his shadow clones burst into existence around him, meant to confound Madara's vision. Can't see through it. Then I'll just take you all down. Madara had already activated his Rinnegan, a Rasengan forming in his palm as well. It was said that the shadow clone technique was truly Tobirama's crafty counter against the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan could not discern the true from the false. Yet Madara had no need to discern, for she was powerful enough. Boom! The Rasengans collided, and one of Naruto's shadow clones shattered into fragments. Behind Madara, Naruto had already formed a miniature-tailed beast ball and fired it. The explosion swallowed the battlefield, yet Madara's figure suddenly appeared outside its reach. She had swapped positions with Naruto. Through the smoke, a golden Ninetales claw reached toward Madara. Naruto, now a convergence of Six Paths mode, Sage mode, and Ninetales chakra mode, wielded the greatest power he possessed before Baryon mode. Naruto knew few techniques, and the two he relied upon most were the multi-shadow clone technique and an array of Rasengan variations. Naruto hurled a Rasen Shuriken, while twin Ninetales claws lashed out from both sides. Madara had nowhere to flee, and activating a Minotaur Jikara was no longer an option, so she decided not to evade at all. The deep blue comma mark appeared on Madara's cheek, her cloak rippling in the gale, stirred by the Rasen Shuriken. Absorb. Madara raised her hand, and the entire Rasen Shuriken was effortlessly absorbed. What awaited Naruto in return was that very blade amplified countless fold. For Madara had invoked her Rinnegan's power, the Takamimyubi no Kami. It could amplify absorbed chakra techniques manifold and return them upon the caster. A Rasen Shuriken hundreds of meters wide materialized upon the field. Minato Namikaze had already teleported the Shinobi Alliance away, for they were linked to Ninetales chakra, and Naruto too had been spirited from the site. The Rasen Shuriken crashed into the ground, reducing the very stones to molecular particles, scattering them into nothingness. They fled quickly. Madara murmured to herself. Meanwhile, the battle between Six Paths Madara and Six Paths Sasuke had reached a fever pitch. Sasuke, clutching the Kusanagi blade, closed in relentlessly on Six Paths Madara, unleashing Kagutsuchi and lightning release in volley. Thunder crackled, and the Chidori screamed. SCZZ. Sasuke used a Minotaur Jikara to swap positions with one of Six Paths Madara's truth-seeking orbs, ready to pierce him through with lightning cutter. But something solid impeded his strike. Sasuke focused his dojutsu and saw a figure identical to Madara standing before him, having blocked the blow. Limbo Border Jail, the power of Six Paths Madara's Rinnegan. And with both eyes as Rinnegan's Six Paths Madara commanded for Limbo clones, each possessing abilities equal to his own. Sage Art Lightning Jail Border was unleashed from the bodies of the 4 Limbo clones. Madara swapped places with one of them, and Sasuke was seized by the Limbo. A grim premonition gripped his heart as he summoned his complete body Susanoo to withstand the coming strike. Limbo Susanoo, Shinra Tensei. The 3 Limbo clones, together with Six Paths Madara's true body, manifested their Susanoo and simultaneously invoked the Rinnegan's power Shinra Tensei. Shinra Tensei converged from 4 directions, crushing Sasuke's Susanoo. It held for a moment, then shattered into fragments, collapsing entirely. At the critical juncture, Sasuke unleashed a Minotaur Jikara to narrowly escape. Damn it, at this rate, I'm no match for him. Sasuke frowned, entirely heedless of what loomed behind him. A blade pierced through his abdomen. Sasuke turned his head in disbelief, and beheld a cascade of snow-white hair and the flawless, icy visage of the girl. When Sasuke was incredulous. Kamui, Madara explained, taking pity on him. Within Madara's eyes dwelled the power of Kamui. Sasuke had fallen. He plummeted from the sky and struck the ground. Madara did not kill him, for, as she had said, she had not come to this world for slaughter. She had already absorbed the Six Paths power from Sasuke's body, and the power within Naruto was likewise stripped away. This Six Paths energy would nurture the divine tree, further elevating her own strength. Before the entire shinobi world, only one path remains. Lay down your weapons. Six Paths Madara declared her independence through her chakra. Her voice now reached every corner of the shinobi world, and the victory of this war was unmistakably Madara's. Nothing could stand in Madara's way. She walked to the front of the reanimated Hashirama and declared from on high, "Do you see now, Hashirama? I am the sole victor. Madara, you are far too extreme." The reanimated Hashirama shook his head. Six Paths Madara's face contorted, a hint of anger rising as she argued with him. She vanished from the spot, leaving the rest to Six Paths Madara. Far from the battlefield, in a secluded corner, Black Zetsu emerged from beneath the earth. "Damn it, these bastards. Damn you, Madara." Black Zetsu cursed bitterly. He had believed that through Madara's power he could resurrect his mother, and with success so tantalizingly close, someone had come to ruin everything. Now his plan was shattered, and the only recourse was to wait another 1,000 years. Long time no see, Black Zetsu. Madara stepped before him. You. Heiju's eyes were filled with terror. It hastily fled underground, attempting to escape Ban's side, while its style jutsu extended from the ground to obstruct Ban's view. It had a deep impression of Ban, for it was Ban who had ruined its plans and instigated Six Paths Ban to kill it. If it hadn't fled quickly, it would have truly died. And now Ban could track it here, and even detect its exceptional stealth ability, proving that Ban's power far surpassed its own. If not running now, when would it? Long ago you stabbed me in the back, and I have always remembered that. Now it's my turn to stab you. Ban looked down at Heiju, who was like a pool of mud, her tone icy and devoid of any ripple. Ban was like a sovereign wielding the power of life and death, issuing a command. The white-haired girl hovered in midair, her hair wildly flying. Her delicate fair feet stepped on air, and her stunning face was cold and ruthless. A raisin shuriken composed of 7 natures, imbued with chakra, fell heavily from the sky. The instant the raisin shuriken touched the ground, a massive mushroom cloud rose. Ban witnessed Heiju completely reduced to ashes under the influence of yin-yang release, and she chose to leave. But moments later Ban turned abruptly and fired one raisin shuriken after another at the ground, ensuring that everything within several miles was reduced to nothing. Only then did she leave with peace of mind. What could she do? She was a bit paranoid. As someone who had been stabbed in the back, it would be strange if Ban weren't paranoid. Ban's task in this world was nearly complete. Although a little time remained, she had no intention of staying any longer. After all, Zhujian was still waiting for her to eat, and Ban was also waiting to devour everything of Zhujian's. The girl licked her pink tongue, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth, humming a pleasant tune. A distant song traveled through the air, a light aura scattered in the wind. A beam of light descended from the sky, space rippled, and Ban's figure vanished from the spot, completely leaving this world. Yo Madala, I bought you some dango. The moment Ban opened her eyes, she saw the simple-minded Zhujian walking over with the same demeanor, holding her favorite food in his hand. You're here, you idiot, Zhujian. Ban grabbed Zhujian's neck, pulled him down, her eyes filled with love. She rubbed her fair thighs, licked her pink lips, and looked at him, as if he were a delicious meal. I'm back. Zhujian rubbed the girl's head. Soft lips touched, clothes flew and hung on the corridor, and the door was locked by Limbo Border Jail, making it impossible for anyone to enter. From the room came rhythmic sounds along with the sound of slurping soup. A few hours later, the girl with disheveled hair had clearly bathed. Her skin was smooth, clear, and pink. Ban's hair was damp, carrying a pleasant scent. Her body exuded a faint sacred aura, as mysterious as a shrine maiden serving the gods. Humph, humph, humph. It could only be said that women were like wolves and tigers. Zhujian took a deep breath, held the girl's soft waist, and massaged the soles of her feet. Ban's feet could be easily held in one hand, soft and small with fair delicate skin like a newborn's. Her round cute toes interlocked and wiggled slightly. A little harder. Ban lay on her side in Zhujian's warm embrace, eyes half closed, saying lazily, "Indeed, dango is delicious." Ban took a bite of the dango, her cheeks puffing out, looking adorable. Zhujian's heart skipped a beat, and he carefully massaged Ban's feet. His gaze fell on Ban's wrist, where she wore a bracelet, a wooden bead necklace he had given her as a birthday gift. He hadn't expected Ban to still keep it. Zhujian's eyes were gentle. The girl before him was the one he would spend his whole life protecting. No matter what she was like, even if she stood against the world, Zhujian would follow her in her antics and indulge her every action. Because Ban deserved it, she deserved such love. Who wouldn't like an adorable tsundere white-haired cat? Zhujian smiled softly, and Ban saw it. Idiot, Zhujian, kiss me. The girl's voice was extremely domineering, demanding. You're too arrogant. I have a way to subdue you. Humph, baka. Ban snorted. But the next second, she let out a gasp as Zhujian pulled her into his arms and kissed her. Ban's eyes became dazed, her hands loosened from grasping Zhujian's clothes, and her body softened. When it ended, the girl's cheeks flushed, and her voice grew much softer, completely losing her arrogance. Idiot. Do you think? Before Ban could finish, Zhujian kissed her again. This time Ban had no resistance at all, even her Sharingan and Rinnegan closed. I love you. Zhujian brushed aside Ban's hair, revealing her smooth forehead, and left a gentle kiss. Then I like you too, idiot, Zhujian. Ban revealed a smile as brilliant as a little girl's, because she had obtained the best toy in the world, the one who would protect her for a lifetime. I've thought about it for a long time. Let's get married. I want to give you a formal promise. A hint of tentativeness appeared on Zhujian's resolute face. Idiot, Zhujian. Ban looked at Zhujian's cautious manner and burst out laughing. She gently lifted his chin and said, My body and soul have long belonged to you. Of course I can. Do you even need to ask? I allow it. Ban laughed and wrapped her arms around Zhujian's neck, feeling each other's warmth. That's wonderful. Qinsho, Zhujian said softly. A smile spread across his face, and he tightly embraced his girl. The moonlight was like a candle dimly shining on the two. They hugged each other tightly, curling up in the same quilt to keep each other warm. The girl's eyes were tightly closed, breathing steady. Zhujian gently caressed her beautiful profile. Good night, Zhujian said. The girl murmured in her dream, calling his name. Good night, Zhujian. Wake up, you idiot, Hashirama. A girl's crisp voice came from beside his ear. Hashirama Senju slowly opened his eyes only to be met with a pretty face so close that her breath carried a tantalizing warmth. A faint blush crept onto Ban's face. As he stood up, Hashirama noticed she was wearing a white apron, her well-proportioned figure accentuated by the tightly cinched waistband with curves that were both alluring and graceful. "I made you breakfast, so get up, okay?" Ban stared at Hashirama, and before he could even process what was happening, she yanked him out of bed. A variety of dishes were arranged on a small wooden table. The girl knelt beside it, her posture graceful, and extended an invitation to dine. Hashirama initially wanted to refuse because aside from grilled fish, Ban's cooking was notoriously appalling, making him hesitant. But looking at the food on the table, which seemed decent in appearance, Hashirama hesitated before finally deciding to sit down. Ban was watching him as if she were trying to see a flower bloom, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Then I'll start." Hashirama clasped his hands together, silently praying to the Buddha for protection. "This is a dish I prepared with great care, so go ahead and eat." Ban propped her cheek on her arm, as fair and slender as a lotus root, and said expectantly. Hashirama picked up a piece of scrambled egg with his chopsticks, carefully placed it in his mouth, and savored it slowly. "Moi." Hashirama frowned slightly, sensing something was off. He picked up another piece and put it in his mouth. Ban immediately asked, "How is it, Hashirama?" "It's delicious," Hashirama answered reflexively. "This is a dish I prepared with great care, using the Mangekyo Sharingan to fry the eggs," Ban said triumphantly, wrapping her arms around Hashirama's left hand and leaning against his shoulder. Hashirama's expression turned strange, but he refused to believe it, and took another bite. Ban, thinking he liked it, said, "There's plenty more, eat slowly. If it's not enough, I'll make more for you." "What? Was there no taste?" Hashirama first wondered if his taste buds were malfunctioning. He had eaten Ban's cooking so often that he had practically developed max-level poison resistance, and Ban's most famous and commonly used lethal weapon was the Salt King's salt. Large chunks of unmelted salt were dumped into the dishes because the salt content in the food was already saturated, leaving behind excess salt. Crystalline white salt was evenly spread over every leaf of vegetable and every slice of meat, even accumulating in piles, exuding an unbearable saltiness. But today Ban's cooking had accidentally not included any salt. Had she changed her ways? Although it was tasteless, it was still better than taking a bite that sent your soul to heaven, right? But Hashirama soon regretted his wishful thinking. As he was wolfing down the food, trying to finish quickly, his chopsticks froze in midair, and his whole body trembled violently. A strange sensation shot straight to the top of his head. Spiciness, bitterness, sourness, sweetness, coolness. All kinds of flavors exploded in his mouth, and his brain went into standby mode. "Why aren't you eating anymore? Are you full?" Ban tilted her head, a hint of puzzlement in her voice. On her system panel, the task of preparing 100 meals for Hashirama had been completed. She had specially prepared a variety of Ban-style specialty dishes with different flavors for him. She had also added special cooking packages purchased from the system store. CS Cooking Package 150 points. A special cooking package containing a variety of flavors, sweet, sour, mildly spicy, delicious to the point of death. Can be used for everyday cooking. A legendary ultimate cooking package that brings tears to one's eyes. Ban naturally interpreted the CS as Chef God, so it was a Chef God cooking package which must taste amazing. Thus she bought 10 packs and put them all into the dishes. Determined to make Hashirama experience the happiest meal made by the best woman in the world. Now, a confident and joyful smile curled at the corners of Ban's lips. The effect is pretty good. In Ban's sight, Hashirama was clenching his fists tightly, tears streaming down his face. Clearly he was moved to tears by her delicious food. "Take your time, there's more," Ban hummed. Hashirama felt as if he had understood everything at that moment. His mind was blank, his tongue was numb, and his body was yet to react. Hashirama swore that he would never eat anything made by Ban again, not even a single bite. This was deadly. Even with the strongest poison immunity, Hashirama was stunned for a long time, contemplating the meaning of life. Chio, the puppet master, possessed unparalleled skills in detoxification and poison making. But even her proud techniques were helpless against Ban's cooking. If Chio ever tasted Ban's dishes, she would likely call them the ultimate poison. Hashirama silently activated his sage body and used wood release to heal himself. Inside him, Kurama had already been knocked unconscious by the poison, so he couldn't borrow tailed beast chakra. "Ban." Hashirama propped himself up to speak. "What is it, you idiot, Hashirama?" The girl was as docile as a kitten, tilting her head and waiting for him to continue. "Promise me. Never enter the kitchen again." Hashirama gritted his teeth, saying each word distinctly. Inside the Konoha hospital, the notable figure Hashirama Senju had unexpectedly appeared in a hospital bed. The reason for his admission was domestic violence and being poisoned. "I'm sorry, forgive me, Hashirama." Ban lowered her head and apologized softly to him. The girl looked at him with a hurt expression, not realizing that her cooking had caused him such trouble. "Will you forgive me?" Ban coaxed. Hashirama stared weakly at the ceiling, fixing his gaze on the glaringly bright light bulb, and uttered a single word, "Okay. Great. I love you the most." Ban hugged Hashirama tightly, almost sending him to the afterlife. What you said last night, does it still count? Ban suddenly released him and asked softly. Hashirama was taken aback, then smiled, caressing the girl's soft hand and her smooth, delicate skin. It counts, of course it counts. If you want, we can do it tomorrow, Hashirama said. That's wonderful. Ban threw herself into his arms, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes shyly. Ouch! Hashirama sucked in a sharp breath. Sorry, I got too excited. Ban acted like a little girl. She took Hashirama's hand, which was larger and warmer than hers with a rough texture, and interlaced their fingers. The sunset glow streamed through the window, blindingly bright. Hashirama couldn't help but recall the afternoon when they had made their pact. The girl's perfect body had been exposed before him, giving everything to him without reservation. From this day forward, we will not abandon nor betray each other until the end of death. Hashirama's voice was gentle. From this day forward, we will not abandon nor betray each other until the end of death. Ban's voice was soft. Hashirama leaned against the head of the hospital bed, and Ban snuggled beside him. They leaned on each other, whispering sweet nothings with soft laughter echoing. Ban, will you marry me? Hashirama asked. Even though it's a bit half-hearted, I accept, Ban said with its undertone. That's really wonderful. I'll give you the best wedding, Hashirama said. The moonlight descended, and Konoha was at peace. In the early morning of Konoha, sunlight pierced through the gray haze, sweeping aside the clouds to reveal a vast expanse of azure sky, pristine and clear. With ninjas serving as highly efficient laborers, Konoha's construction advanced by leaps and bounds, transforming with each passing day. As the overall economy flourished, Konoha's service industry thrived with vigor. Bustling morning markets and the high-rise dominated main district had already established land routes connecting to other hidden villages. Railways extended along the paths of ninjas to the 5 great nations and various smaller countries, greatly increasing the flow of travelers. Inside Maruko's gourmet ramen, every day the shop was packed to capacity, earning tens of millions of yen daily. Franchises had even spread across all 5 great nations, receiving rave reviews. Yet despite such explosive popularity, the most central seat in the entire establishment remained perpetually vacant. No one could reserve it. Even the most lavish spenders could only leave in disappointment. Welcome, sir. The doorbell chimed, and a beautiful maid bowed to the incoming guest, her voice carrying a silky, alluring tone. The visitor wore a forehead protector bearing the character oil, his spiky white hair cascading to his waist, 2 red markings on his cheeks, and wooden sandals on his feet. A maid glanced at the guest, then gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Are you Lord Jiraiya? Jiraiya, who had been leering at the maid's fair full bosom with a lecherous grin, chuckling inwardly with lascivious delight. Startled by her question, he cleared his throat a few times, his expression immediately turning solemn and dignified. Jiraiya spoke with utmost seriousness. I'm impressed you recognize me, young lady. Indeed, I am the sage of Mount Mayaboku, Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, could I have your autograph? The maid pressed herself against him, her soft fullness brushing against Jiraiya's arm, sending a ripple of excitement through him as he chuckled gleefully. Of course. Just as Jiraiya was signing autographs for his wavy-haired admirer, a clear, melodious voice came from behind him. Lord Jiraiya, what are you up to? Don't go charming away my little shop assistant. The speaker was a woman with sleek black bangs, a stunning figure clad in a red cheapao, her beautiful face radiating the full charm of a mature woman. Yo, Miss Maruko. Jiraiya greeted with a smile, then suddenly recalled the purpose of his visit. Let's sit down and talk. On the sofa in a private booth, Maruko and Jiraiya sat together. As he ate, Jiraiya handed over a letter. What's this? Maruko reached out and took the letter, asking curiously. Why not open it and find out? Jiraiya winked. I see. Maruko glanced at the contents, and a faint smile crept across her face. Honestly, not coming to tell me in person, how heartbreakingly sad. Can't help it. The lovebirds are currently enjoying their enviable honeymoon, inseparable as glue. Jiraiya waved his hands helplessly. Looks like I can pull off another big scoop. Maruko winked cunningly. By the way, why did Madara send you to deliver the message? Jiraiya said, scratching the back of his head. It's still early. Won't you stay for a drink? Maruko asked with narrowed eyes. No. I still have other letters to deliver. Jiraiya turned and left while Maruko continued tending to the shop. A wedding between Lord Madara and Hashirama Senju. I'll be there. Kakashi, standing by the roadside holding little Naruto while reading his beloved Make-Out Paradise, nodded and accepted the invitation, then promptly buried his head back into the boundless ocean of knowledge, utterly absorbed. Kakashi-sensei, I want to read your Make-Out Paradise too. Naruto shouted loudly. His shout drew the attention of many passers-by. Several young ninjas cast looks of admiration, clearly praising Kakashi's excellent taste. Meanwhile, middle-aged and elderly women shot disdainful glares at the Aya. Naruto shot into the air, clutching his rear. He came crashing down and knocked someone over. A small figure with long black hair, a petite and delicate frame, eyes brimming with tears. It hurts. The pretty little girl whimpered. Sasuke, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Naruto quickly pulled the knocked-over Sasuke to her feet. Naruto, someone's bullying me, boo-hoo. Uchiha Sasuke explained the reason for seeking Naruto out. Huh, I'll get revenge for you. Uzumaki Naruto clapped his hands together, fuming with rage, and casually summoned 2 shadow clones, shouting Haya as they took off. The retired Hiruzen Sarutobi sat on the tatami mats, gazing at the peaceful Konoha village. He took a contemplative sip of tea, only to suddenly taste something pungent, and spit it out violently. Konohamaru. Hiruzen choked out, gasping for breath as he called his grandson's name. It didn't take a genius to know this was Konohamaru's handiwork. Just then the door slid open, and the pervy sage made his grand entrance. A wedding. This old man will be there. Having received the envelope, Hiruzen nodded, and to maintain his composure took another sip of tea. Konohamaru. Hiruzen's furious roar echoed through the entire house. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, 2 figures were playing Chinese chess. One had flowing long hair, her beauty as radiant as jade. The other had hair as white as snow, handsome and refined. You have no way out. Checkmate. The girl's cool, clear voice rang out as she lifted her slender, fair fingers holding the chariot piece and decisively placed it down. You're still so formidable, Suki. Tenderness flickered in Otsutsuki Tonari's eyes. For some reason, when he shamelessly returned to Earth for the second time, Uchiha Suki's attitude toward him had unexpectedly improved, vastly filling him with ecstatic joy. As for whether he won or lost, when you're doing something with someone you love who really cares about winning or losing, every single second spent together is pure bliss. As the 2 were eating and playing chess, the door quietly slid open. Are you saying Mother is getting married? Uchiha Suki asked with her head bowed, her tone flat, revealing nothing of her emotions. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Send my congratulations to Mother. We will come on the wedding day. Tonari hastily accepted the letter, a sweetness blooming in his heart, because Suki had said we, not I. What did that mean? It meant Suki cared about him, that she liked him. What? Has that child Naruto still not come home? I'm so worried. Inside the Namikaze household, Kushina, having finished preparing the meal, looked at the door with concern, waiting for Naruto to return. Don't worry, Naruto is probably playing with Sasuke. We were just the same when we were kids. Minato rose from the sofa, gently stroking Kushina's iconic fiery red hair, and spoke with a smile. You have the nerve to say that. Kushina's face flushed crimson like a ripe apple, and she playfully stomped on Minato's foot. Ha! Minato wore his signature gentle smile. A knock came from the door. Kushina opened it with a smile, only to find an unexpected guest. Master. Minato was taken aback, never expecting Jiraiya to visit. You mean Lord Madara and the first Hokage are going to hold a wedding ceremony? Minato was somewhat surprised. That's right, make sure you come on time. Jiraiya winked. Understood, we will definitely arrive on time. Minato nodded. Little Naruto bounced out from behind Jiraiya. Dad? Mom. Kushina was first startled by Naruto, then her fiery red hair like a chili pepper began to flow wildly. Coming back this late? Just wait until I deal with you. Oh Mom, I'm sorry. Little Naruto started running for his life, knowing that if he got caught his butt would be in trouble. In the twilight of the setting sun, Kurenai and Asuma walked out of the dessert shop, chatting and laughing. Asuma was scolded by Kurenai for smoking, and he put out his cigarette sheepishly. Kurenai wore a sexy dress. She flipped her hair back, and they held hands. Itachi, I want this one. On the street, the beautiful young Uchiha girl, Uchiha Izumi, looked at the street food with her big eyes wide. Itachi turned to look, and saw it was a stall selling sweet dumplings. Being fond of sweets himself, he nodded without hesitation. All right. They bought a single skewer of dumplings together. It wasn't that they couldn't afford 2 skewers, but a shared skewer tasted sweeter. Uchiha Izumi took the first bite, then shyly offered it to Itachi. Itachi also took a bite, leaving only the last dumpling on the stick. Who gets it? Uchiha Izumi rolled her bright, mischievous eyes. Itachi raised his hand and gently tapped her smooth forehead, saying, Eat it if you want. Thank you. Uchiha Izumi ate the last dumpling, her eyes narrowing with pure bliss. Yo, you 2 little ones, your sensei also left an invitation for you. Jiraiya waved and walked up to them. Our sensei's wedding. We accept. Uchiha Itachi said politely. This group was quite harmonious, but the other pair didn't share such a pleasant atmosphere. Baka Senju, what in the world are you doing? Uchiha Ori held his waist, letting out a miserable cry. The white-haired girl Senju Yen was on a genin mission with him, which involved helping someone catch a cat. But the clumsy Senju Yen clearly lacked the courage. While Ori was holding her up to reach the cat in the tree, the fool was startled by the cat's sudden meow, fell from the tree, and landed precisely on him, nearly giving him a herniated disc. I'm sorry, Ori-kun. I'm an idiot, I can't do anything right. Senju Yen poked her fingers together, her voice growing quieter, looking utterly pitiful and on the verge of tears. Seeing this, Uchiha Ori sighed, held his forehead, and said with a hint of tsundere pride, You idiot Senju, this is the last time. Really? Thank you, Ori-kun. Senju Yan's tears turned into a smile, and she hugged Uchiha Ori tightly. The faint fragrance and soft touch emanating from the girl were typically overwhelming for a boy of that age. Uchiha Ori, blushing to his ears, pushed Senju Yen away. Don't get so close to me. As they were bickering, Jiraiya saw his chance and deftly slipped the invitation into their hands, holding them firmly. Our sensei's wedding. Senju Yin was extremely surprised and shouted with a red face. Don't make such a fuss, you idiot, Senju. Uchiha Ori scolded her, but there was also surprise and excitement in his own eyes. Who would have thought that their formidable, seemingly aloof sensei had a boyfriend? Within just a single day, the news of Madara and Hashirama's upcoming wedding had spread far and wide, reaching all the notable figures across the 5 great nations. After all, their marriage was in a sense like the union of an atomic bomb and a hydrogen bomb. And as for what kind of divine weapon these 2 strategic humanoid weapons of mass destruction would create, no one could possibly know. Tsuchikage-sama, I'm aware. Mizukage-sama, understood. Kazekage-sama, I will be there. Yo-Yo, Madara and Hashirama are getting hitched. Don't lose your wits when buying gifts. We can't just coast by. Shut up, I know that already. While the entire shinobi world was bustling with preparations for their wedding, the very subject of this event was sitting on a small boat. The misty water stretched into the distance, ripples spreading across the surface, shattering into white foam upon the shores, stirring the boats. Or, you want to write a sequel, eh? Hashirama, wearing a light-colored kimono, looked curiously at Madara, who was thinly dressed. In the glow of the candlelight, Madara's clothes became somewhat translucent, faintly revealing a pure white underneath. The girl tilted her head, pen in hand, writing something on the desk. After all, it's Yuzuki's novel. How could it not have a proper ending? Madara's voice was gentle, the moonlight serene. She just continued writing with a soft scratching sound. The chapters of life have only just begun, Madara murmured to herself. Though some lives may have ceased, the living will carry on there, will living on in their stead. Madara glanced up at the system panel. Except for that ridiculous quest of doing it 100 times a day, all the other tasks were now complete. Over the past few months, they had traveled extensively, visiting all corners of the 5 great nations. Their presence and memories were etched into every place they visited. They embraced and kissed beneath the Hokage rock of the land of fire, leaned against each other to feel the roaring thunder of the land of lightning, braved the yellow sands of the land of wind, felt the howling storms on the peaks of the land of earth, and drifted on the serene lakes of the land of water, their hands tracing the current. When you love someone, it matters not where you go with them. For as long as they are by your side, you needn't fear, and you needn't grieve. I will give you the most grand wedding, Madara. Under the setting sun of Konoha, Hashirama picked up a green leaf, her clothes swaying in the breeze. It's been like this for us since long ago. Madara stood on the cliff looking down at the bustling Konoha below, a whirlwind of emotions swelling within her. 100 years ago they had stood here too, but back then all that lay below was a dense forest. Now it was a home where countless people lived in peace. She vaguely remembered the words Hashirama had spoken. A pebble skipped across the water's surface, creating ripples, the shimmering waves reflecting the light. Senju Hashirama spoke with solemnity. We will create an era of peace without conflict, where every child can attend school, every citizen is safe from war, every wife doesn't have to wait in vain for her husband. A new era. Senju Hashirama's eyes, sincere and amber like a flickering candle flame, shone brightly. When we do, we'll build a village, and you will be its leader. You will guide our people. The wind passed through the treetops, time seeming to freeze. A single leaf drifted slowly down. Then let's call the village Konoha. The words tumbled out of Madara instinctively. Senju Hashirama wore a pure, innocent smile and gave a thumbs up. Konoha it is. Konoha. What a beautiful name. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns on. Madara murmured softly. I truly don't know what to give as a gift. Inside the gift shop, Wanzi hesitated while browsing the array of dazzling goods overwhelming her, and she was momentarily trapped in a dilemma of choice. How about just giving a coupon from my shop? Wanzi suddenly had an idea. No, a free pass. With that, she made up her mind and quickly left the gift shop. Rather than a gift, it's better to give Ban a meal ticket that allows unlimited visits to her shop. And it's all you can eat regardless of price. Isn't this much more sincere than sending a gift? Kakashi stood before the bookstore frowning, as if struggling to make a difficult choice. The latest volume of Makeout Paradise is out, and it's a limited edition. If I send this as a gift, maybe Lord Ban will be pleased. Kakashi pondered, then saw Kai behind him. Yo, Kakashi, what are you doing? Mike Kai greeted Kakashi. Since returning to Mike, Kakashi has had a good relationship with Mike Kai, occasionally sparring or having meals together. Gradually they became familiar, and not long ago, after completing a mission, he and Mike Kai did 300 laps of physical training. It made Mike Kai exclaim about youth. Without the Mangekyo Sharingan and possessing Wood Release and Sage Body, Kakashi's physical condition naturally couldn't be poor. In normal taijutsu duels, he could even slightly outdo Mike Kai, making Kai train even harder. Kai, a gift. That's easy. With that, Mike Kai pulled out a pair of dumbbells from his pocket. No one knows how he managed to fit a pair of dumbbells into the pocket of his green jumpsuit. This shows sincerity, and it also helps with exercise and improving strength. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, exercise. Maybe they have other ways to exercise, but if you want to give that, go ahead. Then what gift are you preparing, Kakashi? Mike Kai asked curiously. Of course. The 4th volume of Makeout Paradise Collector's Limited Edition. The Makeout Paradise in Kakashi's hand radiated a golden glow, eye-catching and dazzling. What should I give as a gift? On the streets of my Uchiha you walked along with Otsutsuki Tonari following behind her. If she sent pearls or precious gems it seemed lacking in sincerity and uniqueness, but she didn't know what unique thing to pick, which made Uchiha you quite conflicted. This is mother's wedding. Without a good gift sincerity wouldn't be shown. How about sending a 10 tails? Uchiha you thought carefully. But that would ruin the whole wedding rite. Shut up. The girl's face darkened. What gift should I give? Otsutsuki Tonari was also pondering what to give, although he strictly didn't need to, but for his future mother-in-law in his mind, how could he face her without a gift? That's it, I'll send a bottle of water from Green Lake, Otsutsuki Tonari suddenly thought. At my plaza Killer B was waving his hands chatting with Jiraiya. A gift? I'll send a golden toad, symbolizing fortune and wealth, Jiraiya said. Your gift isn't cool. Ours are plenty, listen and don't be surprised. For the ceremony 10 barrels of cloud-produced sake, yeah, Killer B made a gesture. Super premium cloud-produced beef, providing a whole cow. A grand roast cow, yeah. 4 game prizes, 10 popular game consoles, generously provided, yeah. That's about it. Wedding gifts are very important. I didn't expect it to be this luxurious. It's very thoughtful, Jiraiya said with a smile. Although due to the rap Jiraiya couldn't hear Killer B clearly, he still agreed. Are you also preparing gifts? I've been troubled over gifts for a long time. A voice came from behind them. It was the Mizukage Terumi Mei. Yagura had stepped down from the Mizukage position a few months earlier, and now this beautiful woman in her prime took the role. Of course her strength is not to be underestimated. Her lava release is like super acid. Yo, what are you preparing to give gifts? Yeah, Killer B asked in rap. Nothing special, just things women like, and there will be ninja performances. Terumi Mei said with a smile, leaning on her elbow. Killer B fell into thought. Finally he surprised everyone saying, we'll perform too. Big brother will dance the cloud dance, yeah. Really? That's a bit hard to watch, Terumi Mei commented. In the sky a large white bird swiftly flew through the forest. A blonde youth and a handsome red-haired youth sped towards my village, and Deidara said, I didn't expect you to still be alive. I thought you were dead. Likewise, Sasori said calmly, taking out his uniquely custom-made puppet from his chest. This puppet can be controlled with chakra threads, or used by directly infusing chakra, forming a cannonball that can destroy a small hill with a cooldown of 3 hours. A nice toy. This is the wedding gift he planned to give to Ban and Hashirama. Initially Deidara looked down on Sasori's gift, thinking it was meaningless, but after witnessing its power, he praised Sasori as a person of great taste, and even gave him a ride. As for Deidara's gift, it was a clay puppet he made resembling Ban. Infused with chakra, it detonates after 30 seconds, creating a super large multicolored firework, extremely beautiful at night. It was truly heartfelt. Eternity is art. Sasori stood on Deidara's large bird, gazing at the sky. The vast sky remains the same, always appearing despite countless events happening daily. And that is the beauty of eternity. What are you talking about? Explosions are true art, Deidara retorted, turning back after hearing Sasori's words. In his eyes, the instant explosion of a bomb, the spark rising into the sky, the rolling waves, and the thunderous roar are all manifestations of art. Eternity is art. Sasori glanced at Deidara. It's clearly explosions. A kunai embedded in the ground, followed by a golden blur. The fluttering Hokage cloak inscribed with the title of the 4th Hokage and a handsome profile. It was none other than Minato Namikaze. Sensei, I'm not late, am I? Minato Namikaze smiled, appearing before Jiraiya with Kushina in his arms, her cheeks flushed. Yash, just in time. Jiraiya gave a thumbs up. In his hand, he held a camera placed directly in front of Minato and Kushina. Action. Lord Madara, Lord Hashirama, it's a great honor to attend your wedding. After successfully recording the short video, Jiraiya made an okay gesture to indicate completion. This was the gift he had prepared for Madara and Hashirama. Jiraiya had thought it over carefully. If he merely gave a golden toad, it would indeed lack sincerity. Thus he conceived the idea of recording a congratulatory video to express his wishes. Action. Yo, my dear Madara, this is Wanzi. I wish you happiness and a blissful union for 100 years. Wanzi flashed a radiant smile, having dressed up meticulously to offer her best friend the most sincere blessings. Sensei, this is Uchiha Ori. And also Senju. We're here to send you warm wedding wishes. Congratulations on your marriage, Ganbat. Is that enough? And Senju, you idiot, why did you stutter? Should we re-record? I'm sorry. Sorry, Ori Kuinwa. This is Itachi Izumi. Congratulations to you, Sensei, on your wedding. Yo, this is Killer B. Congratulations, happy, yeah? My big brother will dance the cloud hidden dance at the wedding. Yeah. Hey, don't crowd me, ah. Baka, get that damn puppet away from me. This is Deidara, boss. Congratulations on your wedding. I'll take care of the fireworks at your ceremony. This is Sasori, happy Lord Madara. Ha, this is Hiruzen Sarutobi. I wish you both a happy marriage. Moshi, this is Shursui Uchiha. Happy wedding. Kakashi, please don't be so loud, okay? Youth is eternal. Don't interrupt. Who goes first? You or me? Let me go first. This is my guy. I hope you two can keep your vitality after marriage. Youth is eternal. Okay, my turn. This is Kakashi Hitaki. I'm delighted to hear about your wedding, Lord Madara. I've prepared a carefully selected gift for you. Please don't open it in public, thank you. Wishing you a happy wedding. That's all. Cut. This is Uchiha Suki. Though I'm reluctant, I still congratulate you, mother, on your wedding. May you live happily with father. I wish you all the best. That's it. This is Tonari Otsutsuki. I apologize for my previous invasion of Konoha, and also Suki. Wait, I'm not finished yet. Suki, I'm sorry. This is Ibiki Marino Enko Midarashi Hei Gecko Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi Hayashi Hyuga. The people of Konoha each sent their blessing videos to express their congratulations on Madara and Hashirama's wedding. So this is Konoha, truly bustling. Zabuza Momochi marveled at the bustling streets of Konoha, a beautiful woman in a black coat following him. Isn't that right, Haku? Zabuza Momochi smiled. Haku's voice was full of youthful spirit, gazing at Konoha in a daze. Yo, you two must be. Under Jiraiya's invitation, Zabuza Momochi and Haku both recorded their blessing videos. Lord Orochimaru, how does it feel to be resurrected and return to Konoha? A young man with glasses asked a white serpent. The serpent transformed back into human form with a poof. A feminine man with purple eyeshadow, none other than Orochimaru. As expected of Madara-kun. Developing so quickly, Orochimaru marveled. As an undying cockroach, Orochimaru had made a comeback through the curse mark. But this time it wasn't to cause trouble. It was to attend the wedding and offer blessings. Orochimaru, you're still alive. Jiraiya, dragging the camera, shouted in surprise upon seeing Orochimaru. Thus, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi were forcibly dragged into recording a blessing video. This is Orochimaru. And this is Lord Orochimaru's assistant Kabuto Yakushi. I apologize for my past actions, Madara-kun, but this time I wish to sincerely offer you blessings. May your wedding be joyful. Hiss. Orochimaru stretched his neck, sticking out his long tongue and making a gesture like an eggplant. Though sincere, it looked inexplicably eerie nonetheless. This is the Reikage. Wishing you a happy wedding. This is the 5th Mizukage. May Terumi, may your days be blissful and happy. This is Inoki. Though I still hold resentment toward you, Uchiha Madara. Having witnessed your contributions to the shinobi world, and on this occasion for the future for peace, I wish you a happy wedding, lasting joy and fulfillment. Inoki spoke with his hands behind his back. This is Kuratsuchi. Bakadadara. What are you doing here? What gunpowder? Boom. This is Chojuro. Happy wedding. This is Mifyun. On behalf of the Land of Iron, I extend my congratulations to you. Figures from various nations, the land of wind, fire, earth, lightning, and water, all offered their congratulations. Finally, it was Jiraiya's turn. Jiraiya jumped into the camera frame, flashing a smile. Yo, Lord Madara, Lord Hashirama. This is Jiraiya. After all this busy work, I've recorded everyone's blessing videos as a birthday gift for you. I wish you a happy wedding here. Beep, that's all. At last, all the blessing videos were recorded. No, there should still be one person missing. And now that person has arrived. A thin figure walked step by step, wearing a black scarf and an Uchiha cloak that fluttered in the wind. A faint smile graced his handsome face, his long bangs fluttering, bearing the Uchiha clan's trademark beauty. But one eye was closed, leaving a single eye open with a small scar at the corner. Who are you? Jiraiya was taken aback. I am Uchiha Izuna, Madara's younger brother. Please convey this to her. Her younger brother loves her deeply and wishes her a happy wedding. Uchiha Izuna's voice was soft and immensely steady. After all, as the youth who had managed the clan's affairs in his sister's stead since childhood, he possessed a maturity far beyond his peers. Uchiha Izuna, the Uchiha clan head from the Warring States period. Jiraiya was surprised. He had learned of this figure from Tsuyuki's book. But if you have something to say, it's better to say it in person. I'm afraid I cannot deliver your message. Is that so? It seems I'll have to make a personal visit then, Izuna said with a smile. Jiraiya, being socially adept, invited Uchiha Izuna with a single sentence. This is Uchiha Izuna. It's been a while, sister and Hashirama. I'm delighted to hear about your wedding. I've traveled 1,000 miles to offer my blessings. Congratulations on your marriage. With a face and hairstyle identical to Sasuke's, Uchiha Izuna made a charming and handsome heart gesture. This drew the sidelong glances of many young women who hadn't expected the seemingly aloof and gentle Uchiha Izuna to be like this, just like in the novels, occasionally playful, yet often reliable. Especially his flirtatious tone and handsome face, coupled with the mature aura of a former clan leader. They'll be back in 2 days. Let's go. The wedding was held as scheduled and guests from the 5 great nations arrived on time. This was undoubtedly the most grand wedding in the entire ninja world, bar none. The most renowned figures from every nation were present, not a single one absent, a testament to the immense influence of Madara and Hashirama. The banquet hall buzzed with lively conversation. This wedding was also an opportunity for dignitaries to meet, and they certainly seized it. The ceremony won't start for another 3 hours. What a lively scene. Kakashi, clutching a copy of Ica Paradise, crouched in a corner, lifting his eyes to scan the crowd. Kakashi-sensei, you're here too. Naruto suddenly appeared beside Kakashi, startling him. Oh, it's you, Naruto. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, asking with puzzlement. Naruto, what happened to your head? Indeed, a large bump swelled on Naruto's head. He rubbed his neck and said sheepishly. Got home too late yesterday, Mom hit me. Is that so? The mistress is that violent. Fitting for a fiery pepper. Kakashi muttered to himself. Yo Kakashi, what are you two doing here? A pair of fair hands pressed down on Kakashi's shoulders. A familiar voice reached his ears. His body stiffened, and he clasped his hands together. Sure enough, he saw a head of fiery red hair and a beautiful face. It was Uzumaki Kushina. Sama Mason. Kakashi promptly begged for mercy. There are pastries at the wedding. Would you like some? Kushina didn't bother to scold them for gossiping about her, mainly because Naruto had come home far too late yesterday. Thank you. Thanks, Mom. Meanwhile, at the back of the wedding venue, Madara was changing clothes. She had just endured a 3-hour makeover by Master Cat, her exquisite beauty combined with cat-like makeup producing a synergistic effect. Her beautiful eyes held a smile, her fair shoulders and smooth skin exposed. It's about to start. I heard there's a mystery guest coming. Maruko poked her head out from behind the curtain, scanning Madara's graceful figure. Awesome. Maruko pinched her nose and smiled. Got it, I'll be right there. Madara curved her lips into a faint smile and said softly. With such a beautiful bride, the groom is truly blessed. Of course, the groom also looks incredibly handsome today. Stop teasing me. When are you finding a boyfriend? Madara knew the girl's weak spot. Every time the topic of a boyfriend came up, she'd fall silent, speechless. It's still early. Maruko indeed fell silent. All right, hurry up and get ready, my dear Uchiha lady. Madara donned a pure white ornate kimono, every soft fabric clinging to her body, accentuating its graceful curves. The white shiramuku made her look both pure and innocent, adding an air of sanctity. Of course, she couldn't be bothered with the cumbersome Tsunokakashi headdress, as it was too troublesome and uncomfortable. She took a deep breath, adjusted her attire, and finally swept aside the curtain to step out. Before formally arriving at the wedding venue and receiving everyone's blessings, she had to meet with the family first. Unfortunately, it was rather awkward. All their family members seemed to be dead. Surely they couldn't summon dear Butsuma, Taijima, and Tobarama from the dead with the impure world reincarnation. That would be quite impolite, especially on the wedding day. Especially her brother-in-law. He could barely stand the sight of them, let alone this. Tobarama, innate evil Uchiha, I shall offer you my wedding congratulations. Say thank you, Tobarama. However, to Madara's surprise, besides the handsome man with a faint smile draped in a black haori, that big pillar, there was another unexpected person at the wedding venue. Izuna. Madara looked over in disbelief, her eyes flickering. Long time no see, sister. Izuna, who was conversing with his brother-in-law Hashirama, turned upon hearing his sister's voice and waved. Izuna wore a well-fitted black kimono exuding a cool and handsome aura paired with his striking face, a true heartthrob. It's only natural that the Uchiha clan is inherently beautiful. No wonder so many people fall for these Uchiha, who are soft everywhere except their mouths. Why are you here? Madara was a bit surprised, for Izuna's appearance was a pleasant surprise. Since it's such a major event as my sister's wedding, how could I not come? I'm glad you could come. Izuna removed the headband tied around his head, letting his hair fall loose. The two siblings indeed bore a resemblance. High cheekbones, the Uchiha clan's hairstyle, and so on. As for Tobarama and Hashirama, they didn't look alike, especially his white hair. Whether genetic or a mutation, who knows? The answer might be recessive genes. Madara stepped forward and embraced Izuna to welcome him, burying her head in his shoulder and patting his back. My dear little brother, I won't forgive you this time, the girl said with a soft smile. That's wonderful, Izuna replied with a grin. Hashirama stood by, letting out a hearty laugh, looking like a simpleton. He didn't know what else to say, so he just laughed along. You fool, Hashirama. Madara looked at Hashirama with a hint of shyness. All right, let's go. Hashirama took Madara's soft, boneless hand, one that could unleash a heaven-splitting force if needed, and kissed her forehead. Okay, Madara said happily, as the younger brother Uchiha Izuna pulled aside the curtain for them. Hand in hand, Madara and Hashirama stepped into the wedding venue together. Immediately, thunderous applause erupted. Madara and Hashirama beamed with joy. After receiving everyone's blessings, Hashirama kissed Madara's soft lips and placed a beautiful wedding ring on her finger. Will you marry me, Ban? Jujin asked. I will. The two swore an oath before the gods and tied the knot. Now it's time to celebrate. A shinobi from the land of water presented a breathtaking water-style performance, constructing a bridge of cherry blossoms for them, and a photograph was captured. Beneath the bridge, cherry blossoms drifted down in flurries as the pure white maiden and her beloved nestled together. It looked as beautiful as a dream. Killer Bee, what about the Rakage Cloud dance that you mentioned? Zhao Mei Ming asked with a teasing smile, turning to Killer Bee. Killer Bee, what exactly did you say? The Rakage glared at Killer Bee, who awkwardly raised his hands. Big brother isn't feeling well today, Yaya. The dance will have to wait till next time, Yaya. Sweating profusely, he explained. Congratulations on your marriage. Kakashi approached Ban, handing her a box wrapped in several layers of plastic bags. This is... Ban started to unwrap it curiously, but Kakashi pressed her hand down. Hold on, it's a surprise. Kakashi quickly stopped her, his face practically screaming, handsome yet aloof. Yo, little Ban. Now it's my turn to give you a gift. Excited? Wanzi threw an arm around Ban. What good thing could you possibly give me, Wanzi? Ban squinted and tickled her armpit. Ha 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 ha, get lost. Wanzi laughed breathlessly and pushed Ban away. She mysteriously produced a coupon from her hand with the words free printed large and a cat head engraved on it. This is a free pass for unlimited dining at my shop. You can reserve the best table and eat everything for free. Woo, I've really spared no expense. How touching, truly worthy of you, Wanzi. Someone started to be moved by themselves. Lady Ban, Lord Jujian, congratulations on your wedding. The blonde, handsome fourth Hokage Bluffing Shumin offered his blessings, followed by a handsome boy who looked just like him. White-haired big sister. I've already mastered the jutsu you taught me, Mingren said with a grin, ready to demonstrate on the spot. Stop, stop, stop. Ban pressed down on little Mingren's head, her face a mask of benevolence, as she spoke with a sweet smile. Don't you dare use that jutsu here, or I'll spank your butt until it's red. Okay. Seeing the pretty big sister's icy glare, little Mingren shrank back and halted the sexy jutsu. Hey boss, we're here. Two figures descended from the sky, Dedala with a bright smile and the calm Sia. I've prepared a magnificent fireworks show for your wedding. Ready to launch anytime. As long as you don't blow up the whole Leaf Village. Ban welcomed them with a teasing remark. Lady Ban, I've also prepared a wedding gift for you. Sia handed over a puppet from his palm, which transformed into Ban's likeness. How thoughtful. Ban was slightly surprised and accepted the gift. Yuzhibo Yue, who had been at the wedding banquet, stood up and walked over to Ban, offering her heartfelt blessings. Mother, congratulations on your marriage. Ban patted Yuzhibo Yu's head, noticing the scroll in her hand. What is this? A faint, helpless smile crossed Yuzhibo Yu's beautiful face as she unfurled the entire scroll. It was a painting. In the image, Yuzhibo Ban held the Uchiha fan, her features picturesque, beneath a massive cherry blossom tree with petals swirling in the air. She leaned against the tree, while on the other side, Jujian also leaned against it, the wood dragon docile, the atmosphere serene. The painting is truly beautiful. Ban was momentarily lost in thought. She hadn't expected Yuzhibo Yu's painting skills to be so exquisite. The figures on the canvas were vividly lifelike, as if they had come alive. I stayed up all last night to finish this painting. I hope mother and father will like it. Ban gently embraced Yu, pressing her forehead against hers, their hair cascading down. Thank you, Yu. I'm glad you're happy, mother. Yu's lips curved into a faint smile. Many others came forward with gifts and blessings. Zilai played a video of everyone's congratulations, which brought joy to some and sorrow to others. For instance, Killer Bee was in trouble. Killer Bee, do you even realize what you said? Clearly the Raikage AI had seen every boast Killer Bee had made. Yo, big brother, it was an accident, yeah. Killer Bee stammered in explanation. Night slowly fell, and some wedding guests had already left. Only those close to Ban or Zhujian remained. Time to set off the fireworks. Dedala hovered in the air, waving to everyone. He jumped down, placed a specially crafted puppet on the ground, and poured a massive amount of chakra into it. The puppet was a chibi version of Ban holding a small wood dragon. After the chakra was infused, the puppet would explode in 30 seconds, unleashing a colossal multicolored fireworks display that would be breathtakingly beautiful in the night sky. Now the sun had completely set, and everyone sat on the hillside. 3, 2, Dedala ran back. 1. The puppet exploded, a pillar of fire shooting straight into the sky, turning into a white line that pierced the heavens. It then burst apart, raining down countless tiny meteors that exploded again into a sky full of fireworks. The sky above the entire Leaf Village was illuminated. Everyone was awestruck by the magnificent display, silently savoring this beautiful moment. Ban quietly took Zhujian's hand and leaned against his reliable, steady shoulder. Zhujian, I have a gift for you too. Ban whispered, tightly gripping Zhujian's hand. What gift? Zhujian asked, stroking Ban's silky hair. Under the breathtaking fireworks, Ban recalled that night of the fireworks festival when they had accidentally kissed and set the foundation of their love. She took out a beautiful scarf from her bosom, embroidered with a chibi version of Zhujian and his signature wood dragon. Zhujian took the scarf from Ban's hand and rubbed it between his fingers. It was incredibly soft, clearly woven with great effort. It was even better than the one she had knitted on the day of their confession, because the scarf Ban had made back then was still around his neck. Silly Zhujian, do you like it? Of course I do, Zhujian said softly. Ban was amused by his gentle humor and let out a chuckle. They gazed into each other's eyes, touched each other's necks, and savored the tenderness. Thank you, Zhujian. I really love you. And thank you for coming into my world. Keep going, Hashirama. How many times does this make? Madara propped her cheek on her hand, her tone lazy as she watched him. Dawn had broken, and a ring on her slender, fair ring fingers sparkled brilliantly. Get up now, the morning's getting cold. Madara nudged him with her foot, and only then did Hashirama stir awake. What time is it? The 14th time. Madara counted off on her fingers. No way. I protest. What are you protesting about? Madara shot him a glare with those beautiful eyes. I'm exhausted. I'm Konoha's hardest worker, Hashirama grumbled. Want me to give you an award? Madara narrowed her eyes. Or maybe I could give you a massage. Madara smiled and reached out her hand, but he easily dodged it. Oof, you idiot, Hashirama. Idiot. Losing interest at once, Madara let out a disgruntled huff. Seeing this, Hashirama could only try to appease Madara. After all, he was somewhat of a henpecked husband. All right, Madara, don't be angry. I apologize. Hashirama wore a sincere expression, looking every bit the penitent. What exactly are you sorry for? Madara posed the ultimate question, her Sharingan eyes fixed intently on him. I have 3 great offenses. First, second, third. Therefore I extend my heartfelt apologies to my dear Madara. Suma Mason, that's more like it. And what should you call me? Madara's mood had improved considerably. Call you what? Hashirama's mind raced, and he finally arrived at the answer. Milady wife. Full marks, full marks. Madara pounced on Hashirama, revealing a small thong. Though Hashirama wasn't fond of that tooth, it tended to nick him. Madara was undeniably adorable at the moment. I'll go make it. You should rest, dear. Just sit right here, please. Hashirama gently pressed Madara down in place and sprang to his feet. Fine then. Madara felt a pang of disappointment, but obediently heeded his words. Several weeks had passed since the wedding. Gazing out the window at Konoha, the scenery seemed dreamlike, like a painting. Since the 5-year plan, Konoha had developed at breakneck speed. Cell phones, computers, railways. All manner of things were spreading rapidly. Technology was advancing with explosive speed, changing every day. The village of Konoha was nearly deserving of being renamed Konoha City. The other hidden villages, meanwhile, had been reorganized into Konoha's districts, fully integrated into its fold. She couldn't help but sigh, reflecting on her own decadence. From the moment she transmigrated, Madara had planned to build herself a harem, sweeping beauties like Tsunade into her arms. Yet here, she was having so easily fallen into the role of someone's wife, and enjoying it with a clear conscience. How shameful. She needed to reflect, really reflect. Dear, breakfast is ready. I want to eat. Madara betrayed the solemn version of herself from just seconds ago. All these mistakes were the fault of that silly system. It loved playing abstract games. Don't act crazy. Still playing abstract. Want me to give you a smack? The cute, obedient, good little abstract system. From under the covers, she extended her fair long legs, slipped on her wooden clogs, and slid open the door. There sat Hashirama at the table waiting for her to eat. Madara walked over, sat down, and silently stared at Hashirama. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Hashirama grew oddly nervous under her gaze, wondering if he'd done something wrong. Or perhaps the meal didn't suit her taste. Husband, are you an idiot? The girl said solemnly. Huh, what's the matter? Hashirama's mind was racing, utterly baffled as to what he had done wrong. He even reviewed everything he'd done for Madara since birth. The worst offense, he supposed, was once forcing her to pee in front of him with her pants down. Other than that, he'd been nothing but obedient to Madara. Right. Then I'll kindly tell you, feed me, okay? Madara said with its under a pout. All right. Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief and sighed, glad he hadn't messed up. The Uchiha clan was truly hard to deal with. Even going out for a drink with the monkey was strictly regulated. He had to be home by 9 o'clock. Otherwise, he'd face the family penalty, drained dry and forced to work overtime all night. Hashirama took a spoonful and offered it to her, but Madara dodged again. He was utterly baffled. What now? Hashirama was nervous. Are you really that dense, or are you playing dumb? Feed me. With your mouth, husband. Madara shot him a shy, reproachful glance. Fine. So this is how you want to play, huh? Hashirama was at a loss for words. He took a bite of food, wrapped an arm around her shoulders, kissed her, and passed it to her. Yo, Madara. Just as Maruko was about to step inside, she saw the two engaged in their peculiar feeding display. She froze for a moment, then quickly closed the door. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Carry on. These two were kinkier than I thought. A little too spicy. After a brief moment to compose themselves, the couple straightened up, then turned to Maruko with mischievous grins. Don't look at me like that, it's creepy. Maruko knelt on the floor barefoot, thinking to herself. So what's up? Well, it's like this. Lord Hashirama has been helping with the village's development, and he's been named our village's image ambassador. So this afternoon, there's a charity event, a visit to the children at the village orphanage. I was wondering if Lord Hashirama would be interested. Oh, that sounds nice. Hashirama, are you going? Madara tugged at him curiously. Of course I'm going. Hashirama broke into a smile. Imagining the children looking up at him with adoring eyes, he burst into hearty laughter, looking rather goofy. That's enough. Why don't we act a little more normal in front of our guest? Madara tried to rein him in. It's fine. You two seem to be getting along wonderfully. Life's treating you well. Maruko teased. Not at all. This one's a total idiot. Madara's cheeks flushed, and she buried her face, speaking stubbornly. A textbook tsundere. I'm so envious. Maruko pressed her luck. Damn you. Want me to give you a taste of Indra's tickling? Madara tickled Maruko until tears streamed down her face. I surrender. Maruko capitulated. That's better. I want to go too. Madara hugged Maruko and asked. You just want to show off your love, don't think I don't know. Maruko hit the nail on the head mercilessly. That's not fair. I care about children too, you know. Don't I look like a kind, approachable older sister? Madara asked. In the original story, Madara also cared deeply for children. It was just that his face was too cold, his expression too stern, which was why he scared children into crying. But she was different. If she accidentally frightened a child into crying, she'd simply use limbo to cover the child's mouth to stop the wailing. That way she'd appear kind and approachable. The sun was bright and clear. In Konoha, the afternoon was warm and harmonious. A peaceful aura lingered in the afternoon hours as the shinobi enjoyed their leisurely lives. Since the unification of the 5 great shinobi villages and the cessation of war among the 5 great nations, the tasks required of ninjas had decreased significantly. Some ninjas had even started selling goods alongside their ninja duties to earn more money for their livelihood. Honey, I want to eat dumplings. Madara held Hashirama's hand as they walked along the road, drawing considerable attention. Okay. Hashirama patted Madara's head only to receive a glare from her. They bought a skewer of dumplings by the roadside, taking turns eating, looking deeply in love. They were holding the address given with the dumplings, which led to an orphanage in Konoha. However, the location of this orphanage struck Hashirama as strange because he didn't recall there being such an orphanage. Regardless, since they had agreed, they might as well go check it out. Perhaps he had simply forgotten about it due to his busy schedule. Moreover, with Madara by his side, it wouldn't be easy to back out halfway. Hashirama could already imagine Madara's reaction, first a stunned look, then a tilt of her head, and finally anger. Didn't we agree to go? You idiot husband, how can you back out now? We have to go. Then Madara would probably get angry. So let's just go. Hashirama let his arms hang and heaved a deep sigh. Honey, why are you sighing? Madara looked at Hashirama, whose expression was complex and deep in thought, and felt puzzled, a big question mark appearing over her head. Could it be? Madara's expression suddenly changed as if she thought of something. Honey, you don't mean. She hesitated for a long time, but finally said half of the sentence. But before she could finish, Hashirama suddenly straightened his back and looked tense. It can't really be. Madara's expression also changed. Haha, how could that be? Hashirama was alarmed. Could Madara have seen through his little thoughts? Did she have mind-reading powers? Thus an extremely tense atmosphere spread between them, and the air seemed to freeze. You know? Madara asked with a strained smile. No. Hashirama waved his hands repeatedly. This made the atmosphere even more awkward. Then shall we hurry up and go? Madara suddenly said, pulling Hashirama's hand and quickening their pace. She lowered her head, her eyes somewhat dejected, looking listless. Could Madara really know what I'm thinking? Hashirama's heart sank. Looking at the girl's disappointed face, he wanted to comfort her, but couldn't find words. Honey. Hashirama was about to say something when he saw the house ahead. He was stunned. Since you've already guessed it, let's go in, eh? Madara said boredly. What do I know? Hashirama was full of confusion, barking in his mind. What is going on? I feel like we're not on the same page. Madara, what's really happening? Just as Madara was about to lead him inside, Hashirama suddenly grabbed her and asked. You don't know? Madara was puzzled. I don't know. Hashirama shook his head. Then why were you sighing? Madara became even more confused. Hashirama honestly told Madara his thoughts. She was stunned, clearly not expecting him to think that way. You idiot. You made me overthink too. Madara stomped hard on Hashirama's foot. So what's going on? Hashirama asked. If I can't tell you now. You'll know once we go inside. Madara's lips curled up. Confused, Hashirama followed Madara into the house. Inside there was only a large wooden round table and nothing else. What's wrong? Hashirama hadn't reacted yet. Toot toot. The sound of a horn rang in his ears, startling him. What's happening? A birthday cake was held by Madara's wood clone, while another wood clone placed a birthday hat on Hashirama's head and lit the candles. Happy birthday to you, Hashirama, happy birthday. Madara sang the birthday song. Is it my birthday today? Hashirama finally understood. He had forgotten his own birthday, but Madara remembered. What a surprise. Thank you, honey. Hashirama hugged Madara. All right, hurry up and cut the cake. Madara blushed and dodged. Okay, what flavor is this? It's super delicious. You'll know once you taste it. Madara smiled mysteriously and cut a slice for Hashirama. Looking at his virtuous and beautiful wife, Hashirama felt immensely happy and warm inside. Let me feed you. Madara held the cake and scooped a spoonful. Okay. Hashirama smiled, unaware of the severity of the situation. As the cake entered his mouth, Hashirama's smile suddenly froze and tears streamed down his face. Exactly, it's so good it makes you cry. Seeing Hashirama's reaction, Madara felt smug. She had added 5 times the amount of CS seasoning packet, surely, making Hashirama experience happiness and love. Hey Hashirama, why aren't you eating? After a long while, Madara suddenly noticed something wrong. Hashirama, say something. Doctor. The room became chaotic and Madara's anxious cries echoed through the sky. The end.